Chapter 1: The Place Where Dreams Begin. Note the size array pository Fort Hotscomments will be reviewed, and inappropriate tier marks may lead to kanjis and settings at a time. February 25, 2025, 500 a.m. The soon-light filtered through the clouds, casting gaginal glow upon the highway, creating patches of golden brilliance. Ablu port scaricid by like a bolt of lightning, the roar fit sang inichoing through the air. Incident the vehicle, a soft voice of the assistant, Xiao AI. Chimid you air 50 kilometers away from your destination, Flower City. You are exceeding the speed limit, please reduce our speed. The driver seem a doblaviasto thorning. His gazu is to stand unfocused, his complexion palia sif ha just endured an unbearable torment. Have I returned? The cisno tadream? Everything before my eyes is real. Xylan's body trim bled slightly, a wavy fin describe a ecoloration and excitement so within him. Had been Rebirth, returning to Themamenthal Fey year before the apocalypse erupted. Why? They betrayed him. When he viveronged them? Anguish wella deep within him. Hito oka deep breath, acknowledging as she art break on striving to calm the tumult of emotions within. Reflecting on his previous life, after the apocalypse, he had awakened his spatial abilities, carving a path through adversity. He established Dazur Vival base, leading Therum Nance off humanity through teen times, repelling various supernatural races, ascending to the sky realm, and acquiring the divine Saint Mark. Huas beauty pa away from divinity, only to be met with betrayal from his beloved and his brothers. Sky realm. Cloud shadows danced, unpredictable and vast, resembling gay celestial paradise. On the surface of a shallow lake, beautifully deadly, lay the body is soft near lightened thou sand elite warriors from various races. Theon Leonis standing were humans, 3 million years soft dominance are unchallenged. At the center of Saint Mark, dozen soft tier human warri or encircled a few individuals. Every own mourned here fallen comrades, their face grave, guilt handregret surging within. Ways it all forthus woman? You sacrifice Semenya for brothers? Xylan glared at Li Xiao, his expression dark. Thebes leader, Li Xiao, furrowed his brow, his face filled with remorse spoke. I admit, the lasso fly staggering, and the responsibility is immense, but what can it waver the plan must continue. Behind him stood several stunning women. It was my negligence I failed to protect your brother Sathirer. After completing our mission, I will accept the consequences, she's not to blame. The gravity of these incidents weighed heavily on Li Xiao, for Thai's ascension plan ways initiate, Dan coordinated behem. Why the very decision impacting the fatavo humanity, yet the falterede ta critical moment. Beside him, Jinyan smiled, attempting to shift the topic darling, your final forbidden spool, the annihilation of all realms, was incredible. I'd obliterate Dulvinamius and Thebadal field. Her tone was suggestive. However, it was perilis lit close well most face a defet. She lightly patted her chest, as if still shaken. Hair words lay said with implication. Meanwhile, Shuang Mai Gan Shangwingshing silently observed Jinyan. There is glinting with a barely perceptible lie upon hearing her last statement. Zalinto oka deep breath, steadying is turbulent the art. Let us not dwell in sorrow must carry their hopes in Livian, ensuring Thier sacrifice aren't in vain. The group nodded, the Irgazes resolute. They mediate a priority is to or wait Dijiang's ascension, to gain overwhelming power they will make the entire primitive stair domain, allowing Gustor build Dumanite show. Lixia suggested gravely, his voice destiny. Xylan stood firm, his gaze a profound and unwavering. Digiangishiskaden name, signifying JD how wields the power soft time and space. The earth, now shrouded in mysterious mist, had merged into the primitive star, a brand new world. Humanity struggled to survive in this realm filled with various alien races. Indeed, that assortity. Zillan asserted, turning to Fasekrode, let us drivatagather forth the future humanity. Thekrod rallied, shouting, humanity shall prevail. Suddenly every owns and said Semethinga missent the void the entire sky realm trembled, the clouds began to swirl, and the inverted skysia manifested. A golden beam of light descended from the void, bathing the entire secret trium in gold. The creation god Templemerjed from Theskysia, golden light strings emanating from the temple, reaching towards the heavens. Gaps in the void revealed spectral beams of light, which transformed into finest streams convergent jin toja spindage olden Saint Mark, shine and jever brighter the approached the crowd. Every Oni gazed expectant Liachiline, the soul wieldera forbidden spells. In that moment, Himanadadan imposing Gura, a Kintoadowering mountain, unyielding. Even with his weakened body and deplete abilities, they extraordinary present deniable. Toby Komiya God mean embodying the rules, being immortal and invincible, transcending the levels of existence. He extended his hand, preparing to grasp Saint Mark and Mergewit. Thes scattered energy would benefit Tevrion immensely, solidifying their resolve. The anticipated assassination ta divinity his legendary journey and remarkable achievement shad secured a significant place on human history, evoking the sensation of far alert esteemed ta led humanity to glory. They begin to envision the future splendor of humanity. Yet, at the critical juncture, with Thahis, a black-assured pierced thruff hissed from behind, tearing apart the Shiartan lungs, the blood that shed for the instant, the crystallizing into assureds. Crystalline estalagmite tesrupted from the ground, encasing Hyman's solid rock in an instant. Xylan was betrayed by those he trusted most, his brother Sandis beloved, filling him with rage, dread, and heartache. Yet, the word soft spirit binding rondered him speakless, his methopen and Jinvin. Lixiera vila de sinister countenance him sorry, Sheely nu was to eager for thought position. The ruler of T human Rashynth, primitive star. As long as you exist, I will forever besekend, merely zine zir dog beothers. All I seek is that position, that suprema power, soperish, everything that belongs to I shall be min. Ha ha ha. His stone was resolute, shaking hishid. The ice which, schwang mine, with threadenides, scream ed and fury scoundrel, die. If not for you, me brother and parents would still be live. I shall never forget the pain of losing my loved ones. They must have had the reasons no matter how volatile they were a stillmakin. In this foreign world, I have no family left, do I understand? The blood flame dragon maiden, Shangwankyong, scoffed coldly I didn't need your rescue. It shall be costly if you that I have become this way. Do you know what to say about Bahima back? Neither human nor dragon, what do si strength wingth when I am be the mongrel? Affam illiterate. Ya let me live, but subjected meadow humiliation. I will make you watch as this slowly fade away, just as I and so languished. The spirit ruler, Jin Yin, spoke with a suggestive tono. Oh, you cannot speak no. Dear dot. Now I can't finale consume you. Do I know how long I've desired this day? We shall be together for our blood mingling. How delightful. Your treacherous shearties redace well. She pressed her left hand against Xylan's face while extracting centrals with hairite, her expression on effect static madness. Xylan was struck with shock and heartbreak. He could hardly fathom that those he trusted must would betray him. Some around him attempted to intervene and rebuke the perpetrators, but they were swiftly suppressed. Theo knew who had just spoken was decapitated behind blade of severla, their swore pinned to the ground, their fitess uncertain. His consciousness began to blur, whirled around him fading to black. In the high-dimensional creation god temple, a mysterious Diatyavan paralleled beauty bathed in the prime a lessency of world. With Afflick his finger, the light strings from the stars trembled, the thread soft time a cruelly plucked be him, collapsing whirled and reversing time. Zillan awoke Hisa from Adrium, returning to Themament before the apocalypse. Heffel to powerful force coursing through his body, the familiar sensation of spatial abilities, along city a portion of St. Mark's power returning, forming a golden vein within him. His ability as Shada awakened ahead of time leave alone, his physical prowess was in time mest hatif an average a human. Like in his previous life, he possessed a trump card, a 1000 misspaced they expanded geometrically with level increases, thought it could not contain living beings. Ha. Zillan exhaled a long breath, slowly focusing highs, assessing his physical condition while glancing at the time it displayed inside the car, a smile creeping onto his face. Perfect, ha. It felt as if Viricella in his body had been reawakened, brimming with vitality and life. To betrayed be those he trusted, to have his soul and flesh shackled, his abilities depleted, and to witness his own death such despair killing. He understood the significancy of this moment he had Thechan Sator shape at te future, to prevent the tragic fate that befell his loved Denise in his boss life. His singular goal was to grow stronger on than coup de protect this familiar friend since the apocalypse. Having Jean du read Thetrial Sophony Apocalypse, Juace acutely wary of Teperos that lay ahead, his gaze resolute and determined. Having just escaped death, has cherished this newfound opportunity for life. Hes lamed the accelerator, and the car shot forth like Iana released from Abo. Watching the speedometer's numbers soar, finally settling at 270 km/h, Heffelt liberated, unrestrained, and fearless. The exhilarating rush brought by speed sent thigh's adrenaline soaring, obliterating the painful memory of soft death. Her reveled in the new-found freedom and joy had accompanied this rebirth. In the past, Xylan toiled to establish Azure Vival base, see nigh the ember soft civilization, and gather sustenance, Alana bid to ensure their survival, yet he remained ungrateful. Now reborn, he resolved to abandon his inclination to assist others, relinquishing Gani compass and Fort Hosuho turned a cold shoulder or betrayed him. Hess upped vengeance against the traitors, determined to make those who had harmed him pay a steep price. In this lifetime, he aspired to zinto the highest echelons of power, willing to parno offer tin standing gay top the pinnacle of world. Chapter 2 The Malicious X also reborn. Upon returning home, utterly exhausted Xylan lay down and fell into Adi Epsilon in an instant. After experiencing numerous rebirths, he now felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, hissel weakened. At that moment, all had entered a good night's sleep. Once asleep, his consciousness entered a wondrous realm, seemingly high sown in ear world, where could wander and recuperate. The divine avine within him pulsated, causing the real soft hespasto bejan transforming, as if transitioning toward the natural world. Xylan sensed the changes within him. It appeared that be devouring resources from the outside world and supplementing him into space. It would expand, and disability as could be enhanced. Everything seemed to herald a promising beginning. That strange gemist served as he catalyst for awakening, allowing him to absorb and upgrade his powers before he knew see awakened. In due time, how Aldera speak to him with disdain? Ash slept, he contemplated there were still 6 months until the apocalyptic fog would erupt. He amid to prepare a thorough ligering thistemy to confront the impending cataclysm. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a sheer full ringtone. Hello? Wussies? What's the matter? Can a person get some sleep? Gazing at the known caller on his phone, a wavy of irritation washed over him. Up and checking the time, he was astounded to discover the had slept for 12 full day sand nights. Now arrested, his spirit and abilities were at their peak, having progressed from the initial level on to the pinnacle of level on. Darling, it's me, your lit lecuty, Jean Yin. Do you remember? The play fool wasnn't theatherand was, said with a hint of trepidation. Hassa been Rebernaswell? Arethio thurs back to? Zilling gasped in surprise. Up in hearing those words, his sleepiness vanished entirely. Hises widened, pupils dilating gashintered as that of complete alertness. At that moment, the ridge simmering within him felt as if it could erupt at an instant. You little wretch, is me flesh delicious doya? Back, have you decided how to be? Zillan sithed with fury. There was a brief silency on theatherand. There's really no need to be so angry. Shilleen, did thou think you were smething special just because you ate a by tofability? Humph. Tome. You're nothing but a pitiful creature now. The cold voice of Shangwan Kaiang dripped with venomous sarcasm. Xylan Sanger flared quick clibutal so subsided just as fast. The fact that the were airborne was, in truth, a boon for him. Ashravinja acquired them top as memories. Higher Ned for the 3 Eve Timto endure the relentless humiliation of fate in time, watching Heim grow stronger until he became untouchable, effortlessly eliminating them to kelth the deep sea touched within him. Otherwise, if thee knew nothing, how was thy sanity different from Bully and gas stranger? Preparatity, ye wretches, Zillan replied coldly, and after saying this, a heavy sullen simvliped the conversation. There's really no need to be this angry, is there? The voicey off Schwangmine Kimidin, continuing, you should know, nothing hash up an idiot, right? Where a not bound be an idiot sat present lit the past beamer dream. Shall we find a place to have a proper chat? Humph, I don't care how you treated meba for a let begin espa begons and don't bringe to begin. Shangwan Kang's voice interjected. However, Zillan cold note let go. No matter how circumstances shifted or developed, the ultimate fat of being slain behin could not be altered. He retorted coldly, and curious to see what tricks y'all play. Hides I dead to observeth actions, intrigued bihwe they hadel been reborn together and what secrets lay behind this phenomenon. Thine formation gap wasamething he'd spurtly needed. Xylingedge, I vesenti out headdress make surato arrive early. Jinyan sweet voice rang out before a thecal ended. He drove swiftly, arriving at the location in newly opened 3-star Black Pearl private dining establishment in Pazu. The Black Pearl restaurant was renowned for its scaly environment and exquisite dishes, why the valuation criteria tailored to thetas to preference soft wa people. Inside, their restaurant employ dark tone sas the primary palette, creating an atmosphere of high-end luxury. It also provided warm and courteous service, ensuring that patrons could enjoy their meals while feeling comfortable and respected. As she entered the main hall, he surveyed his surroundings. A woman approached him, greeting him with a smile. "Good day, sir. Do you have your reservation? This way, please." The service staff, Yona, exhibit a commendable standard of service. Shedded note underestimate tethagist duetto his simplitire, event hockey single dish harakud cost him a month's salary. As Zylan was about to provide his reservation number, Henitus Shangwan Kyer gracefully approaching, moving with a poise a thought suggested confidence. Before he could have mentioned the reservation, she had already commented them. It must be said, Harati Ketaways impeccable, dressed in a high-end costume outfit, chic suited understated luxury. Each step she took was on the cutting edge of fashion. Her features were striking, with skin spolesno, smooth and delicate. A prominent nose and slightly upturned lips imparted an air of confidence and allure. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, its gently curled and sex-suiting relaxed charm. It was evident that their life was filled with quality and style, exuding an array of grace and self-assurance. Seeing that the person coming to greet Zillan Washer, Yana could not help but display a hint of astonishment. Zillan followed her, and neither spoke east he maintained a casual demeanor. Upon entering the privateer room, the casual icosesiate. The room was spacious, with scattered seating, allowing him to maintain a considerable distance from the others. He exerted restraint, fearing that a moment of impulsiveness sight lead him to end their lives duously. It's been a long time. The three women exchanged awkward pleasantries, as thighs was their first meet in this lifetime. A stark interest to their post-apocalyptic circumstances. Shuang Muing, at the tender job 20, resembled a plum blossom against a snowy night cold and breathtaking. Her long, dark ear fell freely over her shoulders, gentlest to red beneath the breeze, a dinga to co-fliveliness. Hirias were clear and profound, radiating to Kiliora. Jean Yin, now a carmingrid haired lily, seemed barely 18, petite and dieto developing at the formidable form schwood laterosome. Her hair was leaden to buns resembling redroses, with big eyes sparkling with mischief. Dressed in a lalat outfit, she peered like a fairytale princess, yether delicate heart concealed of fierce tenacity, holding tight light o' her cherished possessions. When angered, she could be ferocious as a small beast, her voicing. The intertwining of cuteness and madness made a her both endearing and fearsome. Her gaze accidentally in Shalene, as if you were Eritrea's sormeant sola for her. Zillah mused, such a delightful creature, perhaps she could break her limbs and toss her into a horde of flesh, serving stobitona partan devoured. All right then, you may share our circumstances. You must have a valuable chips formato consider in a collaboration. Zylan hadn't no intention of sparing them, already contemplating the most undignified demise for Shangwanshil. Shangwan Kyan grazed Herchin slightly, Harias glinting with arrogant Shilin. You should understand that he odd soft surviving Galoni in the apocalypse Iraquitello. Which possessu respective a advantage se for its operate, wakude chief myth and remarkable its tas. As for the chips, we hold knowledge of crucial occasions for upgrading gone life-saving treasures, as well as key information regarding the awakening of abilities. Zillan latuda cold law, that's insufficient to swame. I possess yon ability as and means if I cannot, present something of greater value. Thenan attack off collaboration. While Shuangwing was indeed formidable, she was psychologically scarred and, in her unawakened state, paladin comparison to Shilin. Shangwan Kyan gad nothing tofer side from air from la background, and Haragarded Jinyanasthian Leonu ha kudsum injury up to him. Zylan contemplated simplice napping their necks, but given that they were still in a lawful society used months before the apocalypse, taking action could lead town cesare complications and disrupt this plans. He resolved to slow torment theme of Terthodon of Tipacalypse, allowing Phaeton to meet trample Timur silently, exacting themist profound revenge possible. The three women exchanged lances, and Shangwan Kying cs Revioletto and To find different Shilin, Yormerly an ordinary persono Waddleverigi doyu, have to negatia terms with us? Chapter 3. New threats in the tense atmosphere of the restaurant's private room. Shaline's fingers gently tapped on the table, shattering the silence. Information exchanged. I wish to know what transpired after my death. And why you all have returned as well? Shang Guanxiong lowered her gaze slightly, remaining silent, while beside her, Jin Yin also kept her silence, both of their eyes directed towards Shuang Muying. Shuang Muying's cold voice broke the stillness. After my demise, I traversed through dark turmoil, where many were tainted by a bizarre corruption, and the weaker among them were slain by the corrupted Li Xiao. Li Xiao's lover and teammates were likewise obliterated by the two of them in a frenzy. Ultimately, I vanquished Li Xiao and absorbed his extraordinary powers. Although I laughed in the end, I did not ascend to divinity. There remains a sense of incompleteness. A brilliant stream of light erupted from the divine creation temple, revealing an indescribable black shadow looming in the celestial realm, adorned with tentacles, crushing space and creating rifts in the void. A colossal hand waved, causing the world to collapse and planets to disintegrate. Everything was drawn into its gravitational abyss, flesh dissipating and souls drowning. Uncertain of how long I languished in that darkness, a beam of white light returned me to the present. Perhaps only by becoming a deity could one withstand such threats. Upon my return, through our successive encounters, we deduced that only those who had absorbed the divine path's holy marks could return. Yet, why had we all failed to ascend to godhood? Shuang Muying fell silent after her revelation. The current situation appeared grim. Judging by the immense destructive power and terrifying form of the creature you described, it remains uncertain whether our abilities can contend with it. Shaline's expression grew serious, acutely aware of the severity of the matter. Such a formidable monster was unheard of. The urgency to ascend to divinity was paramount, for only then could we face such a horrifying existence. Fortunately, heaven granted us another chance, and this time, he would live solely for himself. At that moment, the three women spoke in unison. We can certainly collaborate and seek out the authorities. There exists a significant information disparity within this matter. By leveraging this disparity, we stand a great chance to amass immense wealth. Once the apocalypse strikes, you can fully utilize your space to store all resources within. In doing so, we can prepare thoroughly to better confront the impending doom. Subsequently, we could establish a war base 100 times larger than before, thus ensuring a stronger survival guarantee amid the apocalypse. Even if we cannot be lovers, we can still be friends. That ability of yours is indeed quite useful. Shang Guanxiong jested, addressing Jin Yan. It seemed they had grown accustomed to their elevated positions, engaging in discussions without treating you as an equal. Notifying Shaline was already a form of grace, with no consideration of the possibility of rejection. Reflecting on their past life together, Shaline found he could once tolerate such circumstances, but now, he was no longer that easily manipulated individual. By the way, why is it that we all absorb the divine path's holy marks yet cannot merge? Do you know something? Shang Guanxiong raised her chin slightly. The expressions of the three women revealed hints of confusion and anticipation. Oh? So this is your ulterior motive? Shaline chuckled coldly to himself. It was merely a bargaining chip for information. Let me enlighten you. Within the divine path holy marks lies not only divine power but also a multitude of regulatory authorities. The secret to becoming a deity is quite simple, an insufficient accumulation of internal regulations. Even if one breaks through to a forbidden incantation, they cannot bear the weight of divine power regulations. Shaline's tone was indifferent. All the top-tier forbidden incantation combatants are aware of this principle. Yet none dare to speak it. In my previous life, I too kept it to myself. Only by reaching this realm does heaven bestow such knowledge. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that a portion of the authority returned with me upon my death, which is the true reason for your failures. Upon hearing this, the three women sat in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and disappointment. Their eyes reflected disbelief, as if struggling to accept Shaline's words. Their bodies trembled slightly, suppressing their inner turmoil. Are you still a man? Why did you not inform us of such a critical matter? Indeed, your kindness towards us was merely a fade, Shang Guanxiong exclaimed angrily. Your benevolence was but a means to compensate for past wounds. As your confidant, you have shown no trust. What a scoundrel you are! In this life, you must labor for us to make amends. Nothing less will suffice. She continued her accusations, but Shaline remained unfazed. Watching her rant was amusing, while his thoughts turned to silencing them. Your proposal has merit, but I must firmly decline. Shaline's voice was resolute and cold. Currently, he could enumerate the precise manner of demise for each of the three, a certainty he believed would come in handy. He sipped his tea with a faint smile. The three women, upon hearing this, felt a lump in their throats. He had once treated them with such kindness, yet now he was so distant. Shuang Muiying stared blankly, contemplating his recent words. Shang Guanxiong, witnessing Shiline's indifference and faint smile, felt a surge of indignation. You insufferable man! Who do you think you are? At present, you are but a mere employee. With a single word, I could have you dismissed. Her face flushed with rage, elegance forgotten. She began to show her true colors. We are attempting to negotiate with you. And this is your attitude? The apocalypse is merely months away, and you are just an ordinary person. Prepare to be silenced. Her tone brimmed with menace. She was a scion of a prestigious family, her lineage impeccable, and with three brothers entrenched in military and business. What could she not accomplish? Jean Yin, innocent and naive, blinked her large eyes and said cheerfully, Shiline, you're going to be fired. It's hard to find work in peacetime. Without a job, you'll go hungry. Why not consider coming to my family? We have a large, soft bed in the basement. Sleeping there would be quite comfortable. This little girl, appearing sweet and innocent, possessed a ruthless edge. After hearing their words, Shiline stood to depart. Stop. You cannot leave, Shang Guanxiong shouted in anger. By what right do you ignore my words? I grant you one last chance. Once you step out of this door, you will deeply experience the despair of an ordinary person. Do not make a foolish choice, lest you regret it. Shang Guanxiong's threats were relentless as she prepared to strike him. However, Shiline was quicker. He sidestepped slightly and returned the slap across her face. Smack! The sound reverberated throughout the private room. Shang Guanxiong's face instantly turned red and swollen. She wished to retaliate but was met with Shiline's gaze, which chilled her to the bone. Remembering the terrifying methods of Di Jiang from her past life, she froze in fear. Treasure the time you have left, you wretches, he said before exiting the restaurant's private room. He had only drunk 2 cups of tea upon entering, hardly touched the food, and felt no appetite looking at their faces. Fine, just wait. I will ensure you receive a profound lesson, Shang Guanxiong seethed. Tears brimming in her eyes, filled with fury, I will have you captured, beaten into submission, and then kept in Jean Yan's basement. Shang Guanxiong felt wronged and angry, uncertain if he had heard her, yet still somewhat apprehensive. Oh, by the way, I suppose he must deeply care for that gentle soul who sheltered him from harm. She is his vulnerability. And then there are his parents, not to mention his dearly departed friends. Jian Yin smiled, as if watching a play, seemingly indifferent to the woman being struck, her words laced with manipulation. The time of death was too early. I do not recall her name, making her difficult to locate. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses, Shuang Muiying remarked coldly. I will find her and eliminate her. Oh no, not kill, but sell her into the brothel. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Jean Yan's eyes. Chapter 4. The gentle soul departed Shiline was suddenly added to a WeChat group by the women, where he was met with a dismissal notice from his company, a single line sealing his fate. No compensation. Immediate termination. Yet, having returned from the dead, how could he care about this interruption in his working life? He possessed extraordinary powers. The fear of starvation was beneath him. Within the group was also a photograph of a woman, known only by the codename Gentle, with whom Shiline shared a profound bond, one of his cherished companions. Shang Guanxiong mocked him mercilessly in the group, even sending a private message threatening, as long as you return, I will forgive you for striking me and offer you a chance to cooperate. Otherwise, you will face suffering. With your abilities, you will never find her, do you know what status she holds. If you do not collaborate with me, as an ordinary person, you will never locate her. Disgust welled up within him, fueling his desire to distance himself from these wretches. Deep in thought, he gripped his phone tightly, gazing at the image of the woman. In the future celestial realm, Gentle sacrificed herself to shield Shiline from harm, leaving no words behind, yet her gaze conveyed her unspoken feelings. In his previous life, Shiline executed perilous missions daily amid the apocalypse. This particular mission targeted a group of scientists wielding modern technology and a lizard engineer, the younger son of the lizard clan's high priest, a figure of great significance for interspecies diplomacy. During the mission, Shiline was tasked with providing rearguard support for his team, but they were met with missile bombardments from an anti-government organization, turning the earth to scorched soil. During his desperate escape, he unexpectedly encountered a woman codenamed Gentle. Within the confines of an abandoned large hospital, a congregation of approximately 50 medical survivor teams gathered in the main hall, a few of whom had awakened special abilities, offering treatment to passing survivors in exchange for crystal cores and sustenance. Bai Yun, a physician from a nearby hospital, possessed a timid demeanor. She spoke in hushed tones, as if afraid to disturb the world around her. Habitually, she acquiesced to others' requests with a nod, even when her heart was reluctant to comply, fearing to refuse outright. She toiled quietly within her family, never voicing complaints. Even when wronged, she merely reddened her eyes, bit her lip, and swallowed her grievances. Yet, her family scarcely cared for her, viewing her merely as a tool for marital alliances, enduring her fate submissively. Her slightly lowered gaze revealed her meekness and trepidation. An innate charm subtly emanated from her, a quality that was both elusive and impossible to overlook. When she occasionally raised her eyes, the natural allure at the corners of her gaze bloomed like a flower quietly unfurling, adding an extra layer of charm to her gentle, timid visage. As Bai Yun strolled along a quiet street, preparing to return home, a group of rebels suddenly encircled her, their intentions far from benign. Terrified, she stumbled backward, asking, "What do you want?" Her delicate skin appeared so soft it seemed one could extract water from it, and her innocent expression ignited desire in the hearts of onlookers. The leader, a scarred man, halted his subordinates' inappropriate advances. "This is not the time. Behave yourselves, and you can play however you wish once the task is completed." He led a band of rebels on a mission to locate Shalene and the nearby medical survivor teams. For this forsaken hospital concealed invaluable medical resources. Grasping the woman by the neck, he struck her in the abdomen, demanding compliance. "Cooperate well, no tricks. What are you doing here? What abilities do you possess? Where is that medical survivor team nearby?" He brandished a drone-captured photo of Shalene. Despite the beatings and torment, Bai Yun remained silent. He commanded the nearby rebels to stealthily infiltrate the city. They swiftly surrounded several suspicious residences, breaking down doors to seize their targets. The startled inhabitants had barely time to react before being subdued. The rebels, fierce and menacing, interrogated their captives for information, who trembled in fear, struggling under pressure to decide whether to divulge what they knew. Reluctantly, a survivor revealed that they had seen Shalene at the survivor base, describing him as powerful and enigmatic, offering abundant clean water and food while inviting people to join his base. Subsequently, the scarred leader and his squad stealthily approached the medical team's stronghold, capturing numerous individuals, firearms aimed at their heads, leaving them too terrified to resist. A re-employed medical professor in his 60s derided the scarred man, only to have his head blown off in response. The medical personnel were confined in a stifling truck, acutely aware that their impending fate would be grim. Survivors merely hoped for a morsel to eat and a chance to live. Bai Yun, bound and imprisoned among the survivors, wept silently. Shalene had sensed her plight, yet his abilities had not fully recovered, necessitating concealment as he stealthily followed the rebel group to the exterior of the abandoned building. Activating spatial awareness, he quickly assessed the surroundings. 3 vehicles, 20 rebels, and 100 imprisoned survivors. He then manifested a spatial barrier, isolating the 3 vehicles. The rebels fell into disarray, some shouting, "Enemy attack." Following this, he unleashed a spatial black hole, instantly annihilating 10 individuals within an armored transport vehicle and compressing them into an iron sphere. He then teleported into the abandoned building, observing while preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the scarred leader, cautious, sat in the front passenger seat of the truck, instructing his men to launch heavy weaponry at the building, which trembled under the assault. Shalene activated the spatial barrier and the temporal gate. The explosions outside could not harm him, as bullets and attacks penetrating the barrier were absorbed and stored. Due to the overwhelming number of survivors, he could only kill one at a time, with bullets traversing through the void, resulting in 2 fatalities within the vehicle. The scarred leader, filled with anxiety and fury, swiftly grabbed a satellite phone to call for help from headquarters. However, they merely stated they were assessing the possibility of aerial support, urging him to buy time. Forced to continue unleashing fire-based abilities against the building, the structure finally exploded and collapsed. With no opportunity for concealment, Shalene swiftly employed teleportation and unleashed a spatial blade. severing the heads of 3 individuals inside the driver's cabin. He then teleported onto the street, coldly declaring, "Release the survivors and get lost, or face death." The scarred leader, resolute, injected himself with a serum, his abilities surging forth. His muscles swelled, blood transforming into molten magma, his body engulfed in flames. "Once I strike, you all attack and eliminate them. If we cannot have him, neither shall you." With a ruthless heart, the scarred leader commanded. Confronting Shilin, "Want to save them? First, you must pass through me." His eyes widened in fury. Shilin had no choice but to swiftly eliminate 2 more members of the squad. The 2 engaged in a fierce confrontation. Exchanging brutal blows, the scarred leader left battered and bloodied. Ultimately, he unleashed a devastating fire lotus, while Shilin effortlessly countered with void devouring. With a single spatial cut, Shilin severed the scarred leader in half, discarding the crystalline core of his corpse aside, then teleported into the vehicle to eliminate 2 more rebels, but the interior was already strewn with casualties. Just as Shilin prepared to leave, he spotted a body radiating an ethereal green glow, a bloodied woman riddled with bullets yet miraculously alive. Her wood-based abilities mending her injuries, she lay amidst a pool of blood, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath faint, as if she might vanish at any moment. Her lips, devoid of color, parted with great difficulty, issuing a weak, trembling plea. "Please, save me." Shilin retrieved adrenaline and medication, urging the medical team's doctors to assist her. Should she develop into a high-level healer in the future, it would be advantageous. She was taken back to the base. Recovering swiftly, able to resume normal life and join the medical team within half a month. Shilin frequently returned from battles with other factions, his body battered and bruised, while the trio of Shangguan merely sought to take. But this woman often tended to him with care. She changed his dressings daily, prepared meals, and conversed with him to alleviate his burdens. Gradually, their relationship deepened amidst this unique coexistence, blossoming into intimacy. Returning to the present, at the entrance of the restaurant, the lights shimmered brilliantly against the enchanting night. Shilin stood in contemplation of the woman he internally referred to as gentle. They had never inquired of each other's true names amidst the apocalypse. Yet the days they shared in dire straits, those moments of life and death, were indelibly etched into the depths of his memory. Chapter 5. Conspiracy and Plans. Shangguan Xiong tightly covered her face, tears glistening in her eyes, her heart ablaze with anger. Her hands trembled slightly as she swiftly retrieved her phone from her pocket, dialing Li Zhao's number, her mind consumed with thoughts of collaborating with him against Shilin. When the call connected, the heavy curtains of Li Zhao's office were partially drawn, dim light filtering through, casting a shadow upon his furrowed brow, his expression dark as if a storm were brewing. Upon hearing Shangguan Xiong's voice, his pent-up rage ignited instantly. "Shangguan Xiong, are you out of your mind?" Li Xiao bellowed into the phone. "Is our past scheme to entrap Shilin not enough of a disaster? Do you realize how deranged he is? And now you wish to provoke him again?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xiong's anger flared even more, and she shouted back into the phone, "Li Xiao, stop pretending to be the good guy. Do you think you're any better? Shilin is becoming increasingly arrogant. If we don't join forces, are we to wait for him to pick us off one by one? Her elegance of yesteryears forgotten." Her voice became sharp and grating. Li Xiao scoffed, leaning against the back of his chair, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He lightly tapped his fingers against the desk as he replied, "Join forces? Why should I trust you? You all have ruined everything for me." The office fell into a chilling silence, the sound of Li Zhao's fingers drumming on the desk echoing in the tense air. Shangguan Xiong gritted her teeth, a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes as she tightened her grip on the phone. "Li Xiao, don't forget about your little lover. You still rely on the Zhong family. Even in the apocalypse, the Zhong family remains a colossal force. You wouldn't want me to disclose this to your wife, would you? You better cooperate with me." Shangguan Xiong threatened, her voice laced with coldness. Li Xiao paused for a moment, his heart filled with conflict. He knew well that Shangguan Xiong's threats were not empty words. This madwoman could indeed expose his secrets, leading to catastrophic consequences. Yet, he harbored doubts about collaborating with her, given the profound lessons learned from their past. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, donning a smile as he said, "Fine, cooperation it is, but let us not sabotage each other." However, his eyes were laden with caution. Upon hearing Li Zhao's response, Shang Guanxiong let out a sigh of relief. She understood that while Li Xiao agreed to collaborate, the trust between them had been irrevocably shattered. However, this is of little consequence. As long as we can deal with Shilin, everything will be worthwhile. Li Xiao, we must devise a plan swiftly. We cannot allow Shilin to continue his arrogance. We must suppress him preemptively and not let him grow unchecked. She spoke urgently, her voice laced with anxiety. On the other end of the line, Li Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Shang Guanxiong, do you have any ideas? Shang Guanxiong bit her lip, her eyes flashing with a fierce determination. First, we shall issue a nationwide ban on him, using public opinion to humiliate him. Even if he gains spatial abilities in the future, how can he contend with the authorities now? Then, we will identify his weaknesses and gain complete control over him. At this moment, Jin Yin, who had been sitting beside her, spoke calmly. Your plan is too reckless. Shilin has changed. He is not to be trifled with, and I do not wish to be involved. Shang Guanxiong shot Jin Yin a glare. Retorting angrily, coward, if you withdraw now, don't expect to reap any benefits later. He is nothing but an ordinary person with nothing to his name. Why should he challenge me? Her words dripped with disdain. Jin Yin remained unfazed, replying coolly, I would rather forego any benefits than place myself in danger. With that, Jian Yin turned and exited the room. After her departure, the atmosphere in the room grew more tense. Shang Guanxiong glared fiercely at the door, muttering, useless wretch. When we succeed, she will regret her decision. Li Xiao on the other end of the line remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, we must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford any missteps. His voice conveyed a sense of prudence. She smiled with satisfaction. Rest assured, Li Xiao, we will make Shilin pay a heavy price. Shuang Muiying maintained her icy demeanor as if everything around her was of no concern. She sat quietly, her gaze vacant, seemingly lost in her own world. Upon hearing their conversation, she commented nonchalantly, do as you please. My talents are evident, and even in failure, I shall not be confined by this. Although Shang Guanxiong felt somewhat displeased with Shuang Muiying's attitude, she recognized that Shuang Muiying indeed had the capital to be proud. Subsequently, Shang Guanxiong and Li Xiao began to conspire various insidious schemes, ranging from public suppression to covert sabotage, each plan imbued with malice. However, unbeknownst to them, Shilin was no longer the easily manipulated person he once was. He had acquired abilities ahead of time and had experienced Rebirth, already aware of their conspiracies. Shuang Muiying sat quietly, her eyes blank, and beneath her indifferent exterior, a hint of melancholy surged within her. She reminisced about her beloved family, that warm home which was the harbor of her soul. How she longed to return to her family, to be with them and relish in that tranquility and warmth. Yet, the reality post-rebirth was that her family continually urged her to meet various wealthy suitors, filling her with immense frustration and helplessness. She did not wish to be shackled by her family's expectations. She had her own pursuits and dreams. Her extraordinary abilities were undeniable, and she would not confine herself to them. She aimed to carve out her own path through diligence. Meanwhile, Jian Yin walked along the silent streets, the surrounding air feeling increasingly heavy. She understood that once Shang Guanxiong and Li Xiao's plan was set in motion, it would undoubtedly cause a major uproar. She did not want to be embroiled in this conflict and was also concerned that her withdrawal might provoke their vengeance. Thus, she decided to observe from the shadows, seeking an opportune moment to extricate herself from these individuals. Recalling various events from her past life, Jian Yin gradually formulated a plan. She would begin utilizing the information from her previous existence to identify several secure locations to establish her sanctuary. She desired to stand independently in the apocalypse, distanced from their quarrels. She perceived these individuals as foolish, willing to disregard everything for fleeting gains. Regarding Shilin, while she harbored some trepidation, she also possessed the resolve to conquer him. She planned to hone her skills alone amidst the impending calamity, enhancing her abilities, and when the time was ripe, defeat and imprison him. Only then could she truly seize her fate. She would not be blinded by immediate interests as Shang Guanxiong and the others were. She had her own plans and pace. Chapter 6. An Encounter in a Foreign Land. Walking down the bustling street, Shilin quickly solidified his own plan in his mind. To amass wealth, stockpile resources, and create a mobile fortress and sanctuary to protect his family, striving to grow stronger at the fastest pace possible. He was acutely aware that the apocalypse was imminent, with only a few months remaining. He must seize the opportunity to gather resources. As for other humans, he chose to respect their fates. In this life, he would live solely for himself, continuously growing stronger to confront that formidable existence. The outbreak of the apocalypse would bring global fog, earthquakes, and tsunamis. After a month, the Earth would transform into a super-Earth, as if being stripped and kneaded, becoming a part of the primordial star. The suddenly intensified gravitational pull would cause the primordial star to deviate from its original orbit, drawing closer to the Sun, followed by a brief week of extreme heat, after which the Arctic cyclones would be disrupted, ushering in a prolonged 3-year winter. Even the Moon would be torn apart by the immense gravitational forces, plunging into the mist, encircling the primordial star as a ring of small celestial bodies. After the fog dissipated, humans, animals, and plants would begin to awaken due to the mist. Those who successfully awakened would gain the ability to resist natural disasters, evolving into various forms of anomalous beasts or extraordinary individuals. Those who failed to evolve would become subhumans, while animals would transform into skeletal monsters. The awakening of plants would render the area lethal, while subhumans, devoid of intellect, would act on instinct, equipped with formidable exoskeletons. The primordial star would present many unknown territories, fraught with danger. There would be mushrooms as large as buildings, colorful spores that, when inhaled, would induce hallucinations, leading to a fate of being covered in mycelium. Flying bubbles that would extend tentacles to prey upon other races upon sight. Dragons and eagles would dominate the skies, while the coasts would teem with aquatic beasts devouring one another. And ancient humans would soar through the mountains, with rain perpetually falling in the collapsed cities. Humans hiding and hunting claws coexisted, while in a lake resembling an ocean, a shadow lurked, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The once towering mountains had shrunk to mere hills, and the endless peaks now scraped the clouds, with circling snow eagles appearing as mere grains of rice. Greedy rats and optimistic lizardfolk joyfully exchanged evolutionary technologies, while the proud and powerful mermen hid within the bodies of angels, and the spirit race harvested faith, all while the hidden hands of darkness were met with disdain from Shilin. The future world would become vibrant and colorful, adding a touch of delight to his path to divinity. As for the reasons behind Shilin's resurrection and the unknown formidable existence looming ahead, he chose to temporarily set them aside. Shilin arrived at an agency, registering Yunying Investment Company, Limited and Huangguang Technology Company, Limited. He recalled significant events from his past life, economic trends, and profitable opportunities, targeting investments such as Jindan shares and Guanfeng Aowei, all of which promised high returns. Simultaneously, he set about researching biological batteries, aiming to amass wealth while also enhancing human survival rates. These were technologies that would become widely adopted after the apocalypse, and his awakened abilities allowed him to recall them with remarkable clarity, assembling them effortlessly in his mind. However, the true challenge lay in achieving controllable nuclear energy, along with the alloy technology and superconducting materials that could not be overlooked in the post-apocalyptic world. These technologies and items would be commonplace. Yet in the present, they undoubtedly held epoch-making significance, capable of bringing about monumental changes and advancements in society. Relying solely on himself would be insufficient. He would need to recruit more talent to assist him in realizing his vision. However, Shilin's business endeavors were far from smooth. During the process of seeking investments, he encountered numerous obstacles, gradually realizing that he was being targeted. Fortunately, he made a decisive choice. If the domestic environment was against him, he would venture abroad, which conveniently aligned with his plan to plunder resources. A week later, Shilin assumed the alias Li Xiuqi, a Malaysian Chinese, and flew to Neon Country with Jelly, destined for the Nagoya port warehouses. On the surface, this appeared to be an ordinary business negotiation. Shilin and the intermediary Jelly, dressed in formal attire, maintained calm expressions as they mingled with representatives from various parties, laying the groundwork for the upcoming business collaboration. However, beneath this facade of normalcy, Shilin concealed a bold plan. He currently possessed spatial abilities, and his true objective was to empty this location entirely. Yet, the warehouses here were staffed around the clock, preventing any rash actions. He chose to scout the area in advance, patiently waiting for the right moment after the negotiations concluded. After a protracted wait and arduous discussions, the matter finally reached a conclusion. To alleviate everyone's tension, The president invited everyone to an izakaya for a drink. Upon entering the izakaya, the warm yellow light cascaded like a veil, creating a hazy yet cozy atmosphere. The wooden tables and chairs exuded an ancient charm. As if narrating tales of bygone days, colorful Japanese posters adorned the walls, adding a touch of artistic flair. Guests engaged in quiet conversations, laughter filling the air, and a faint aroma of alcohol and delectable cuisine wafted around. The waitstaff, adorned in traditional attire, glide gracefully between the tables, resembling delicate butterflies in flight, eyeing a corner of the izakaya. A lady clad in a kimono elegantly plays the shamisen, her melodious notes flowing like a gentle stream, softly resonating within the hearts of the patrons. Nearby, on a small stage, a dancer moves with sinuous grace, her fluid motions transporting onlookers into a realm of dreams. Amidst this enchanting scene, the guests momentarily forget the clamor and worries of the outside world. Indulging in a fleeting moment of tranquility and beauty, as the drinks flow freely, the atmosphere of the izakaya grows increasingly vibrant and intimate. Each guest bears a slight flush, their gazes slightly dazed. With a cherry blossom girl nestled in their arms. Similarly, Shilin finds solace in the embrace of a stunning cherry blossom girl. She possesses a visage as innocent and pure as a child's. Her fair skin delicate and soft, with cheeks faintly tinted pink, a petite nose exquisitely charming, and lips, rosy and slightly upturned, revealing a shy smile. She confides that this is her first foray into such work and that she has never had a boyfriend. Her father is addicted to gambling, her mother is ill, and they are both studying at university without the means to pay tuition, having recently arrived here. She has heard from Mama-san that those who frequent this place are either wealthy or noble, and only such connections could alleviate her plight. Shilin expresses understanding and a willingness to care for her. This youthful visage, in stark contrast to her alluring figure, captivates. She is exquisitely shaped, her curves accentuated. Particularly the fullness of her bosom, which subtly hints at its allure beneath her delicate kimono. As the liveliness of the izakaya gradually subsides, patrons bid farewell to one another, imbued with a sense of intoxication and reluctance. Shilin leads the youthful beauty, whose allure is heightened by her cherubic face, as they slowly exit the establishment. The night breeze gently caresses them, bringing a refreshing coolness. They walk side by side, their silhouettes blending into the night beneath the dim glow of streetlights. Kobayashi Nanako lowers her head slightly, her cheeks flushed as she confesses to Shilin, "Anata no kodo j daisuki desu. Zudo soba and iite hashi. Then, with clumsy Mandarin, she adds, "I really like you. I hope you can always stay by my side." Though her role is merely that of a companion, she feels fortunate to have encountered Shilin. He is taken aback, yet a tender smile graces his lips. "Oh? Really? I feel the same." Kobayashi Nanako's cheeks redden further, her gaze shy yet filled with anticipation. "Anata, Kanya Isho and I Sugosanai?" Shilin, surprised, feels his heart race slightly. What do you mean?" Kobayashi Nanako bites her lip gently. "Watashi, Anata Tomato Chikazuki Tai no." Taking a step closer, she implores, "Onagai, Watashi, haunt and I Anata Ga Suki Nano." Shilin wraps his arms around her slender waist and inquires, "Are you certain?" Her eyes light up with hope. "Yes, time spent together is very happy. I want to be with you always." Before long, they arrive at the hotel Shilin has booked. The lobby's lighting is soft and warm, casting a gentle glow on her slightly bashful face. They step into the elevator, and as the doors slowly close, it seems as if the clamor of the outside world is sealed away, allowing an unknown encounter to continue unfolding within this tranquil space. Chapter 7. The theft of supplies. Morning light filters through the curtain's cracks, softly illuminating the room. She lies quietly on the bed, resembling a slumbering angel. Her long lashes flutter slightly, as if weaving a sweet dream. Her hair is slightly tousled across the pillow, exuding a faint fragrance. The disarray of items in the room silently narrates the tumult of the previous night. Shilin rises cautiously, each movement deliberate, as if afraid to shatter the serene atmosphere. He turns his head slightly, gazing at her tranquil sleeping face, a complex emotion swelling within him. He had not anticipated this young lady to be so untouched by the world. Silently, he dresses, his actions gentle and methodical. Then meticulously organizes his belongings. Just before leaving the room, he casts a lingering glance at her once more. This young lady is indeed enchanting. He retrieves a stack of Sakura bills from his bag, deftly flipping through the notes before placing over 30 Sakura bills on the table. The gentle sound of money being placed stirs her from sleep. She awakens, only to find him already up and preparing to leave. Her eyes instantly fill with longing and affection as she sits up quickly, grasping at the hem of his garment. Anata, Msukashi soba and iite. Onagai. Can you stay with me a little longer? I beg you. Her voice carries a soft, imploring tone, her gaze brimming with hope, as she entrusts herself to this person she has only known for a day, now filled with a profound fear of abandonment. Shalene halts, turning to face her pitiful expression. I'm sorry. I have work to do. If you'd like, you can stay here. I've paid for the room for a week. Once I'm done, I'll take you out to enjoy the neon lights. His tone carries a hint of reluctance. This little girl is truly enchanting. She bites her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Haunt and I sugu ikanakacha ikinai no? Msukashi dake. Do I really have to leave right away? Just a little longer. Seeing her forlorn face, he cannot bear to refuse and gently sits on the edge of the bed. Pulling her into his embrace, then, just for a little while, he says tenderly. The cherry blossom girl blushes. She nestles closely against him, a smile of happiness gracing her face. Shalene then retrieves over 20 Sakura bills and places them on the table, saying, Go treat yourself to a nice meal later. With that, he resolutely stands and strides out the door without looking back. If one can engage the body, why entangle the heart? The betrayal of 3 women still lingers uneasily in his mind. Taking advantage of the moment when the morning sky remains shrouded in darkness, he cautiously retrieves a pair of oversized shoes, gloves, a mask, and a raincoat from his space. Each action is executed with utmost care. As if conducting a clandestine operation, under the cover of night, he stealthily makes his way to the location of the power supply system in the warehouse, with a swift strike of the space blade. His eyes sharpen, and his arm swings forcefully, unleashing a surge of power that damages the power supply system. He then swiftly shifts, like a phantom, to the other backup power source. Having scouted the location just yesterday, he knows there are 2 backup power supplies. Without hesitation, he unleashes the space blade once more, destroying them one by one. Following this, he adeptly conceals himself in the shadows, akin to a lurking leopard, and stealthily infiltrates the warehouse. With light footsteps, he meticulously avoids any potential noise, successfully evading security. Observing the vast warehouse, he is filled with excitement at the abundance of goods. He first ventures into the automotive parts section, quickly scanning the area, and deftly selects valuable items to store in his space. Next, he moves to the electronics section, skillfully picking up various gadgets, inspecting them carefully before placing them in his space. He is particularly cautious with essential items such as camouflage clothing, wood, and pharmaceuticals. In the cosmetics section, he raises an eyebrow, knowing their value in a post-apocalyptic world, and without hesitation, he collects them. The beverage section boasts a plethora of choices. He gently picks up pristine bottled water, feeling its coolness before placing it in his space. He inhales the rich aroma of fine sake before storing it away. He delicately holds a bottle of elegant red wine as if admiring a piece of art. Various flavored drinks and nutritious milk are swiftly gathered in his hands like dancing butterflies. The strong scent of coffee fills the air as he takes a deep breath and stores it. The unique flavor of black tea is also included. The food section is a veritable feast, and he quickly selects bento boxes to place in his space. He weighs the assorted canned goods before storing them. Delectable snacks are snatched up without pause. Instant noodles and self-heating rice are collected with practiced ease. Exquisite sushi and practical lunchboxes are not overlooked. Mouth-watering desserts are sampled and satisfied before being stored. In the shoe, hat, and bag section, along with the clothing area, he swiftly selects his preferred styles from the meticulously designed creations of Japanese designers, both comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. The chilled section boasts the renowned Kobe beef. He gently picks it up, feeling its tenderness before placing it in his space. He also collects delicious Matsusaka beef and impressively large king crabs, swiftly storing the snow crabs as well. The fruit section is filled with high-end goods, including American cherries, Thai durians, New Zealand kiwi fruit, and various other premium selections, all carefully gathered into his space. Most importantly, the warehouse contains a vast array of precious metals, chemical materials, precision machinery, and optical instruments, igniting excitement in his gaze as he carefully collects them. There are also vintage ZFC and Fujifilm X-T30 cameras, along with various imported instruments from different countries. Collecting these items is vital, as they will be nearly impossible to procure in a post-apocalyptic world. He works swiftly and accurately, clearing out the entire warehouse in just 2 hours. Next, he drives to the cold chain temperature-controlled warehousing and distribution center in collaboration with Yokohama Port, Sagawa Express, and Hitachi Logistics. Yokohama Port stands as one of the largest harbors in Asia, engaging in trade with over 60 nations and regions, boasting a diverse array of goods, including 2.4 million containers and colossal cargo ships. Ensuring a lifetime of prosperity. One morning, Officer Kimura Yao arrived at a warehouse where an unusual theft had occurred. All items had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 3 damaged power sources and no sign of the containers. The president of the company was nearly fainting from distress in the restroom, while Officer Kimura surmised that internal management issues were at play. The president expressed his intention to report to the federal headquarters in America. Within him, Shilin, having devoured a substantial amount of resources, felt his extraordinary abilities gradually evolving, with his power space rapidly expanding. He had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of his abilities. Upon consuming this batch, he should ascend to the 4th level, the intermediate stage of his powers. He would be akin to a dragon diving into the ocean, impervious to conventional weaponry, free to act as he pleased. Driving his Mazda MX-5, he sped along the port's roads, surrounded by a myriad of containers. He rolled down the window, extending his hand to savor the evening breeze, a contented smile gracing his face. Finding a picturesque seaside spot, he slowly retrieved food and drink from his extraordinary space, preparing to rest and regain his strength before plundering the port. In Chapter 8, titled Exposure, Shilin sat in the driver's seat, relishing a delectable bento while sipping refreshing juice. Occasionally, he indulged in some tempura, the golden, crispy exterior tantalizing his taste buds. Next came the hamburger, perfectly balanced with a thick patty and fresh vegetables. He savored the roasted duck, its crispy skin and tender meat offering an unforgettable experience. The fried chicken was equally delightful, crispy on the outside and tender within, exuding an irresistible aroma. Even roasted whole lamb was present, its rich fragrance wafting through the air. He prioritized eating freely and heartily, ensuring he was well fed before proceeding. Now, with his powers upgraded, his physical capabilities had become astonishing. He felt as if he could devour an entire cow. After finishing his meal, he casually discarded the remnants into his space, a method both convenient and swift. Having satisfied his hunger, he leaned back in his seat, contemplating a cigarette as a reward for himself. He retrieved a 75 piece from his space, deftly unwrapping the package. Next, he ignited the car's lighter while playing Summer Cozy Rock by Natsume Soseki. He opened the window, allowing the evening breeze to envelop him in comfort. He took a puff, inhaling deeply through his nose, letting the smoke swirl between his mouth and nostrils before exhaling. However, the taste of the smoke paled in comparison to that of his homeland. Nonetheless, it would have to suffice. With his arm draped over the car, he fully relaxed, patiently waiting for nightfall. Now was the time to act. Yokohama Port, with its extensive international influence and trade with over 60 countries and regions, was bustling with activity, making it unwise to act rashly. A meticulously crafted plan was essential. As he observed the colossal oil tankers and cargo vessels, inspiration struck. Night fell like ink, shrouding the bustling port in darkness. Shilin concealed himself in a shadowy corner, his eyes glimmering with a cold, star-like intensity. He noted the cameras adorning the warehouse but remained unconcerned. Who would suspect him? Who would believe it if said? He swiftly ignited the fuel-laden warehouse, the majority of which he had already absorbed into his space, crafting several Molotov cocktails. He hurled them into the storied area filled with fuel tanks, watching as the flames roared to life, consuming the open fuel containers before he teleported away. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the night's tranquility. Flames surged skyward, the massive shockwave causing the entire port to tremble. Containers were thrown in all directions, the flames wreaking havoc in the darkness, as if determined to devour everything in their path. Amidst the tense atmosphere, workers urgently issued evacuation warnings, their voices tinged with anxiety and unease, echoing through the streets via loudspeakers. Attention! An emergency situation has arisen. Everyone must evacuate swiftly. Please stay clear of the port area where the fire has broken out. A severe fire has erupted. All should leave the area immediately and in an orderly fashion to ensure their safety. The words fell like a stone into a placid lake, stirring panic among the crowd. People halted their activities, eyes wide with fear and confusion. Some began frantically gathering their belongings, hastily preparing to flee. Children were tightly clutched by their parents, their faces etched with terror. Vehicles on the streets roared to life, horns blaring in a chaotic symphony, urging people to hasten. Workers busily directed the evacuation, their expressions weary and anxious. Remain calm, evacuate in an orderly manner, proceed to designated safe zones. They continuously reiterated, striving to maintain order. In this tense moment, an aura of dread enveloped the entire port. People were uncertain of what awaited them. Yet they had no choice but to heed the evacuation warnings and distance themselves from danger. Seizing the chaos, Shilin moved with ghostly swiftness. His figure darted through the flames and smoke, each motion precise and decisive. Devoid of hesitation, he arrived at his predetermined target, skillfully opening containers and selecting the resources he needed. His hands swept through the goods, vanishing without a trace, his gaze focused and calm in this pandemonium. He appeared as the sole sovereign, commanding the situation. The firelight illuminated Shilin's chiseled features, sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear or compassion, only unwavering determination and relentless focus on his objective. Once his collection was complete, he vanished once more into the darkness, as if he had never been there at all, leaving behind the still-burning port as a testament to his audacious actions. In the night, on the expansive highway, a striking red MX-5 sped like a bolt of lightning. His next destination was the logistics center in Sakishima, Osaka, a pivotal hub for the distribution and transfer of numerous goods. Rich in resources, as dawn approached, the atmosphere at the federal United States military base was heavy with solemnity, a tense ambience pressing down on the entire area like thick clouds. High-ranking military officials gathered in the command center, their expressions grave as they fixated on the flickering information displayed on the large screen, as if seeking to uncover the enemy's whereabouts. The footage revealed Shilin, clad in a full ensemble. He squinted slightly, raising his hands, a mysterious force swirling around him. Suddenly, he vanished, reappearing in another warehouse zone, his movements as swift as a cheetah, each appearance and disappearance akin to lightning slicing through the night sky. When the United States received consecutive disaster reports indicating the emergence of a suspected superhuman entity, the air in the command center seemed to freeze in that instant. Faces turned to one another, shock written across their features. After a brief silence, a commanding general abruptly rose. His eyes reflected resolve and decisiveness as he forcefully gestured, proclaiming, "Deploy the troops immediately. Capture him alive." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the command center. With the orders issued, the base erupted into a flurry of activity. Soldiers assembled in a tidal wave, their movements synchronized. Equipment was swiftly distributed, creating a cacophony of sounds. The roar of armored vehicles' engines thundered, akin to enraged beasts. Helicopters whirred overhead, the blades slicing through the air. The military surged forth from the base like a torrent of steel, advancing toward the distant port with unwavering determination, ready to showcase their nation's might upon this colonial land. Helicopters soared through the sky, casting enormous shadows below. The soldiers atop the armored vehicles wore solemn expressions, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes betraying tension and unease. They understood the gravity of their mission, yet were unaware of the terrifying power they were about to confront. Meanwhile, Shilin remained blissfully ignorant of the impending danger. Although his presence was elusive, his vehicle could be tracked. His Mazda MX-5 had been placed on a stolen vehicle registry, yet it now made a conspicuous appearance on major highways. The vehicle had been captured by the highway system long before. Subsequently, the information traversed through various channels, ultimately reaching higher authorities. In light of these circumstances, the military swiftly activated satellites to track its location, all eager to apprehend this extraordinary individual for experimental purposes. In Chapter 9, titled Chase and Crash, after extensive analysis and fervent discussions, they surmised that Shilin was likely after resources. As both of his previous endeavors had been motivated by the acquisition of various goods, based on this inference, they ordered troops to conceal themselves at all warehouses and major logistics centers. As dawn broke on the expansive highway, Shilin drove the MX-5 with a sense of urgency, his expression grave and his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. His extraordinary abilities had sensed the approach of something ominous. However, he remained unfazed. Having consumed this batch of resources, he had ascended to the 4th level of his powers, achieving a mid-tier proficiency that allowed for more refined spatial manipulation techniques. The damage range and distance of his spatial cutting attacks had increased by at least tenfold. And his teleportation capabilities had expanded to a limit of 100 meters, with spatial awareness now extending to a diameter of 500 meters, unlocking additional offensive skills. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the sky as a military helicopter appeared overhead. The chopper's rotors whipped up a fierce gust, causing his vehicle to tremble. A stern voice blared from a loudspeaker. The vehicle ahead, stop immediately and submit to arrest. Repeat, stop immediately and accept arrest. Shalene's heart sank. He had indeed been exposed. Yet, he felt no trepidation. If he was to be discovered, he would respond with ferocity. Nonetheless, he understood that stopping was not an option. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he slammed on the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The helicopter pursued closely, issuing continuous warnings. The military initiated further action, deploying warning smoke grenades from the helicopter. Creating a colorful barrier on the highway, Shalene was compelled to swerve urgently to evade the smoke. His car zigzagged perilously along the freeway, dodging danger at every turn. As machine gun fire erupted. Dust billowed on the ground, leaving a trail of bullet marks in the midst of evading. Shalene's mind raced to strategize. He observed the helicopter's flight path and the pattern of gunfire, attempting to discern weaknesses in the enemy's approach to exploit for counterattacks. Other vehicles on the highway panicked, some slamming on brakes, nearly causing rear-end collisions, while others frantically changed lanes, resulting in chaos. While navigating the tumult, he contemplated his escape. Suddenly, he spotted an exit for an overpass. He resolved to take the risk and plunged down the bridge in search of an opportunity to eliminate his pursuers. The helicopter, flying high and maneuverable, was out of reach of his teleportation. Shalene raced towards the overpass exit, the helicopter hot on his tail. As he descended, spotting an underpass below, he teleported without hesitation, sending the car plunging into the raging river beneath. The helicopter, being considerably larger, could not land swiftly and could only circle above its target. The combat personnel continued to issue stern warnings through the loudspeaker. Cease resistance. Submit to arrest immediately. Repeat. Cease resistance. Submit to arrest. Timing was crucial. His gaze sharpened. The helicopter descended, attempting to locate him near the bridge. Standing in the underpass, Shalene's hair whipped wildly in the wind, his eyes radiating determination. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing forward, as if attuning to the spatial fluctuations around him. As he concentrated, a surge of his power began to coalesce around him. The very air seemed to tremble slightly, resonating with a deep hum. Shalene inhaled deeply, calming his mind. Suddenly, his gaze transformed, brimming with fierce intensity. "Got you," he proclaimed, his voice imbued with conviction and confidence. In an instant, he thrust one hand forward with precision, executing the motion with flawless decisiveness. A brilliant silver beam erupted from his palm, dazzlingly radiant as if capable of illuminating the entire world. The spatial confinement skill was unleashed in a flash, showcasing his overwhelming power. The space around him twisted and contorted under the impact of this formidable force. Resembling a crumpled piece of paper, the light surged towards the military helicopter at an astonishing velocity. The pilot, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Oh, my God," as he desperately maneuvered the aircraft to evade the impending threat. But it was too late. The brilliance enveloped the helicopter, and an invisible hand of spatial force clamped down tightly upon it. With a tightening grip, Shalene manipulated the space, and the helicopter began to contort under the pressure, its metallic shell groaning in agony. The rotor speed gradually diminished, eventually coming to a complete halt. The aircraft lost balance, spiraling downward amidst plumes of black smoke, a fiery explosion erupting as it met the ground. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The pilot's eyes widened in terror, unable to deploy the missiles that would have been his salvation, now destined to accompany him in death. Flames and smoke erupted in the sky, blossoming like a flower of despair, exuding an atmosphere of foreboding. Shalene stood quietly at a distance, his gaze fixed on the descending helicopter, Yet his heart bore no trace of elation. He understood that the danger was far from over. His powers were formidable. Firearms, aircraft, and tanks were as fragile as tofu before him, and he remained unperturbed in their presence. However, when confronted with the lethal missiles of human civilization, he felt acutely vulnerable. Should the adversary deploy missiles, the consequences would be catastrophic. His recent actions had undoubtedly positioned him as an enemy of the military. What awaited him next was likely to be a tempestuous reprisal, but what did it matter? Once he had become an adversary, the outcome would be either his demise or the annihilation of his foes. In this pressing scenario, he needed to hasten his resource acquisition and find a means to escape. He summoned another Toyota SUV from his spatial realm, and as he revved the engine and hit the gas, he soon noticed a multitude of drones hovering above. Rapidly, he altered his vehicle's path while utilizing his abilities to disrupt the drone signals, complicating their tracking efforts. Yet, the military's advanced technology was not so easily thwarted. They swiftly adjusted their strategy, deploying swarms of drones for a comprehensive search. In an intense chase, Shilin deftly maneuvered through the terrain, employing his spatial abilities to elude the drone swarm. This time, he opted not to drive but to take a tram. Now, he was Li, a Chinese national from Malaysia, en route to negotiate business in Sakashu. The neon lights of March still held a slight chill, and amidst the bustling streets, a gentleman stood quietly, clad in a classic trench coat, dark as the midnight ink. He exuded an air of composure and mystery. The fabric of the coat was exquisite, fluttering gently in the breeze, as if narrating the extraordinary taste of its wearer. A hat adorned his head, its brim slightly lowered, casting a shadow over part of his face and enhancing his enigmatic aura. His demeanor was calm and unhurried, each movement executed with precision, neither ostentatious nor awkward. As he walked, the trench coat danced with his steps. Unbeknownst to Shilin, the military had dispatched a special operations team, poised to ensnare him at the logistics center in Sakashu, Osaka. Chapter 10. Confrontation in the bustling city of Osaka. The logistics center of Sakashu was enveloped in a tense and mysterious atmosphere. Towering warehouses stood like sentinels, their massive shelves laden with a myriad of goods, while forklifts busily traversed the space, transporting heavy boxes. Yet today, an undercurrent of intrigue surged beneath the surface as a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy unfolded. A cadre of special forces operatives lay in wait, akin to stealthy leopards, having set traps and surveillance in every nook and cranny, anticipating Shilin's arrival. They lurked in the shadows, their expressions steely, every passage and corner beset with peril. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust on the ground, as if the very air itself was anxious for the imminent clash. "Commander, do you think he will truly come?" inquired a fully equipped soldier. His voice tinged with uncertainty. "Follow orders," replied the cold and resolute Max, offering no further explanation. "Yes, sir." Though Shilin sensed something amiss, he feigned indifference, ambling leisurely towards the entrance of the logistics warehouse. Just one more step forward, and he might find himself ensnared in a perilous abyss. Inside the warehouse, the federal troops stood poised, the commander's expression grim, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixated on Shilin. He harbored no doubt, only the unwavering determination to fulfill his mission. Raising his right hand, the commander paused momentarily, as if savoring the taut atmosphere of impending conflict. Then, with a decisive motion, he shouted, "Fire!" With that command, it was as if the gates of hell had swung open. The soldiers of the Federal Army sprang into action without hesitation, their machine gunners frantically pulling the triggers as bullets poured forth like a relentless tide. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the air, while fiery tongues belched forth from the muzzles. The riflemen took aim at Shilin, their shots striking with unerring precision. Bullets whistled through the air, imbued with the scent of death as they surged towards the protagonist. In an instant, the entire warehouse was enveloped in flames and smoke, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Under the sudden onslaught, Shilin raised his right hand and opened a portal to another dimension, and no matter how many bullets were fired, they vanished upon crossing the shimmering silver barrier before him. Time rolled forward relentlessly, akin to a spinning wheel. The hearts of the Federal Special Forces grew colder amid the battle, their minds plagued by doubt. Were the adversaries truly human? How pathetic, they thought. At that moment, Shilin's voice resonated across the battlefield, declaring, "This ends here." The words hung in the air like a chilling incantation. When they reached the soldiers' ears, it felt as though Satan himself had whispered a greeting, sending shivers down their spines. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, solidifying into an oppressive silence. A flash of determination flickered in the soldiers' eyes, for they understood the gravity of this battle. Failure was not an option, for death awaited them. With a commanding shout, they unleashed their full arsenal of heavy weaponry. The heavy machine gun emplacements roared to life, the sound of gunfire crashing down like a tempest. Flames erupted from the muzzles as bullets swept toward Shilin like a metallic storm. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris, creating a scene reminiscent of the end times. Before such overwhelming firepower, the battlefield trembled. Smoke billowed, and flames leaped skyward. Shilin instantaneously teleported into their ranks, extending his right palm upward as the portal opened above him. The countless bullets they had just unleashed rained down like torrential rain, transforming the vicinity into a hellish landscape. No. Oh, God. He is not human. A demon! The sounds of bullets piercing flesh mingled with human screams, cries for help, pleas for mercy, echoing through the warehouse in a cacophony that lasted mere seconds yet felt eternal. Bullets ricocheted chaotically, accompanied by smoke, blood, and the glow of flames, alongside tattered military uniforms. Within the warehouse, the onslaught of bullets turned men into mere pulp, bones shattered, flesh flying, as bullet holes peppered the ground. Container after container was reduced to a Swiss cheese-like state. Not a single soul emerged alive, not even a shred of flesh remained intact. Pathetic garbage. Amidst the chaos, Shilin teleported again, inadvertently stumbling upon a vast storage facility. As his gaze swept over the towering stacks of supplies, his heart raced. Here lay an abundance of resources, boxes of exquisite electronic products, a spacious warehouse brimming with mountains of pharmaceuticals. Neatly arranged boxes held all manner of commonly used medications, antiviral drugs, emergency supplies, and traditional Chinese remedies, each occupying its own domain. The air was thick with the scent of medicine, these supplies representing hope in a world on the brink of collapse. There were compact smart devices seemingly awaiting reawakening, high-end photographic equipment exuding a metallic sheen, and stacks of vibrantly colored kimonos, which felt trivial compared to the black silk. A mountain of Japanese delicacies lay piled high, beautifully packaged wagashi emanating an enticing sweetness, alongside an assortment of seafood cans that evoked the scent of the ocean. In this moment of impending doom, these supplies symbolized his hope for survival, capable of enhancing his strength and ensuring he would never want for sustenance in the future. As these would become scarce resources, without hesitation, he sprang into action, gathering everything within reach. Like a ravenous cheetah, he darted through the piles of supplies. His hands moved like a nimble magician's wand, sweeping effortlessly as resources vanished into oblivion. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he paid it no heed, consumed by a singular thought. He must seize these supplies immediately, as trouble loomed on the horizon, and the loss of such treasures would be a tragedy. Shilin activated his teleportation yet again, surveying the various warehouse zones, collecting resources indiscriminately. Damn it! He is a demon, so ruthless, like a creature from hell. Jack Swift seethed with rage, his voice echoing within the confines of the United Federation base. Where the atmosphere was thick with tension and despair, he had ordered an all-out assault, mobilizing his entire army to encircle Shilin. Swift decisively commanded contact with John Smith of the Yokotig Air Force Base and Litton of the Kadena Air Force Base, instructing the deployment of 10 Kadena F-35s and 5 B-1 bombers. I will erase that location from the map. I will ensure they pay a satisfactory price, he added grimly. If our mission fails, we must retaliate immediately. That place must be wiped off the map. He is not human. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing, a devil. O Lord, why do you not punish him? I want him to die without a trace. At any cost. Jack Swift's voice dripped with venom. Meanwhile, the leader of the Sakura Nation, Hayata, though seething with anger, suppressed his rage and pleaded, there are many civilians in that area. It is densely populated. I hope you will consider the safety of our Sakura people and allow for their evacuation. Without mercy, Swift struck Hayata's face with a resounding slap, cursing, "Get lost." What a fool! Hayata could only retreat in silence, bowing in humble apology. Nearby, tanks rumbled like steel behemoths, their massive cannons raised high, the scent of death permeating the air. The treads ruthlessly carved deep grooves into the earth, each rotation exuding an oppressive weight, as if proclaiming their formidable power to the world. The rocket artillery units swiftly entered combat mode, their robust rockets poised for launch like furious dragons. Soldiers bustled about, loading and aiming, sweat glistening on their brows, yet they dared not show the slightest sign of complacency. The rockets, brimming with the promise of annihilation, were destined to strike their target with overwhelming force. Delivering a devastating blow, Jack's gaze was fixed on Shalene on the large screen, his teeth clenched as he roared, "I will slaughter you." Chapter 11. A moment of breather on the battlefield. Smoke billowed like ominous clouds, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Upon learning that Shalene had mercilessly slaughtered an entire Special Forces team, the Federal Army resolved to employ extreme measures. Tanks, like monstrous iron beasts, thundered forward, their heavy treads mercilessly crushing the ground. Kicking up clouds of dust, the tank cannons slowly elevated, locking onto the warehouse that harbored the terrifying enemy. At this moment, Shalene had already stripped the warehouse of abundant resources. The commander's expression was grim. His eyes filled with resolve. He decisively gestured for the attack to commence. In an instant, hundreds of tanks opened fire simultaneously. The thunderous roar of artillery echoed like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. Shells soared toward the warehouse like meteors, their speed instilling fear. A flash of light erupted as the walls of the warehouse were struck by the shells, bricks scattering like fireworks, billowing clouds of dust rising as if a colossal dragon were ascending. Following this, another barrage rained down upon the warehouse, blasting a massive hole in the roof, with shell fragments cascading down like a torrential downpour, striking the ground with a sharp clatter. Yet their hunger for destruction was insatiable. The rocket artillery units rapidly engaged in combat. Soldiers were busily loading and aiming, sweat glistening on their brows. With a commanding shout, robust rockets trailed long tails of flame, charging toward the warehouse like enraged dragons. At the moment of detonation, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived, with blossoms of death unfurling around the warehouse. The tremendous shockwave sent everything flying, as the warehouse trembled under the relentless assault. Teetering on the brink of collapse, flames soared high, smoke enveloped the area, and the warehouse was reduced to ruins. Their assault did not relent. They continued to bombard the vicinity of the warehouse, ensuring Shalene had no chance of escape. The battlefield descended into chaos and destruction, the land pockmarked by explosions, with not a single intact spot remaining. Enveloped in the firepower, Shalene unfolded his spatial domain, but sadly, at his current level of 4, he was unable to retreat into the void. He could only reluctantly activate the void barrier, bracing himself against the tidal wave of attacks. The overwhelming firepower was somewhat humiliating. Although these assaults could not kill him, they posed a significant nuisance. He remained immortal, and despite his strength, he had limits, primarily due to insufficient energy. He needed to devise a means of escape. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He could not afford to remain stationary, continuously activating the void barrier and spatial gates to deflect damage. Teleportation had a cooldown period, and even the briefest of intervals made it impossible to withstand the brunt of an explosion at its epicenter. Waves of tanks had already unleashed hundreds of rounds of artillery. The heavy machine guns glowed red-hot, emitting wisps of smoke, while spent shell casings littered the surrounding area like a metallic sea. The rocket artillery's ammunition was already over half expended, with soldiers busily preparing for the next round of assault. As for the armed helicopter, its fuel had been completely exhausted, and the cannon continued to fire incessantly, to the point of emitting smoke, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Shalene was acutely aware that weapons have a finite lifespan, and ammunition would eventually be depleted. He merely needed to wait for the suppression of firepower to weaken, even if only for a brief moment, and then he could successfully break through the encirclement, leaving no one alive. He was determined to make them profoundly understand what true cruelty entailed. The suffocating pressure he had endured this time was intolerable. He must vent this pent-up frustration. Let the reconnaissance team deploy high-altitude drones to assess whether the enemy has been annihilated. We cannot afford to let our guard down, as their capabilities are utterly unfathomable. Commander Vitus ordered. The MQ-9 drone in the sky initiated its reconnaissance protocol, zooming in to capture the battlefield's center clearly, transmitting the visuals to a large screen. On the display, Shalene was crouched low on one leg, a tactical maneuver to minimize his spatial profile and conserve his energy. Encircled by a shimmering silver rhombic polyhedron, waves of silver light flickered around him. Shell after shell entered the structure, vanishing without a trace. While artillery fire erupted from the corresponding faces, surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst a desolate wasteland. As far as the eye could see, no patch of intact land remained. Concrete lay shattered, and the once towering containers had been reduced to molten iron residue. The high walls stood as mere remnants. Portions of the ground appeared vitrified, as if subjected to an intense thermal baptism. Reports of losses flooded in. Reinforcements are on the way. Everyone, hold the line. We cannot relax. Commander, our tanks are nearing the end of their operational lifespan, close to being rendered obsolete. Replacing them will require time. The entire rotation can be completed in just 3 minutes. Commander, the rocket artillery has been fully reassembled and awaits orders. Report, the armed helicopter crew is in position. Report, heavy machine guns and armored vehicles have suffered significant casualties and are in the process of replenishment. Prepare the drone strike team. Firepower will diminish during the tank rotation, and they must compensate, intensifying the bombardment. All units must coordinate with the tank division's rotation. Fire suppression must not wane. Violators will face military justice. Shalin, with his spatial awareness activated, realized his opportunity had arrived. Although the fire coverage had not lessened, a gap would inevitably appear during the tank rotation, and that would be his moment. Eye in his hand, he held a roasted chicken leg, savoring its aroma to replenish his strength. The chicken leg in his grasp symbolized the hope of victory, emanating an enticing fragrance. Rows of tanks, their heavy treads grinding against the ground, stirred up clouds of dust. They alternated positions, replacing the combat units of the expired gun barrels. Upon receiving the order to retreat and change combat positions, the driver took a deep breath, gripping the controls tightly. The engine rumbled low as the tank slowly started, its treads squeaking over the scorched earth, moving like a weary soldier trudging forward. The driver, gazing at the defunct gun barrel, understood the urgency of retreating. The enemies inside were terrifyingly formidable, and human weaponry seemed incapable of posing a lethal threat. If it were effective, the opposition should have perished long ago. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, keenly observing his surroundings as he navigated through the fire gaps, fully aware of the risks. The tank moved clumsily, each turn and acceleration fraught with peril. As they distanced themselves, the driver felt a knot in his throat. Finally finding a safe spot to halt, he leaped from the cockpit to inspect the tank. Shaking his head in resignation at the sight of the useless gun barrel, Commander Vitus was filled with dread, uncertain of the formidable entity he had provoked. "Look at this mess," he lamented. He wondered if he would live to return home and see his wife. Encountering this enemy was truly terrifying. Chapter 12. Mercy? Slaughter. The opportunity had arrived. Gazing at the gap in the tank encirclement, a spark ignited within him, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his gaze. On the battlefield, smoke billowed, and the sounds of artillery reverberated. Shalin stood like a cold, unyielding war god, confidently poised amidst the chaos. From a tear in the void, he summoned a mysterious blade of the abyss. Its shimmering edge formed from countless void rules, pulsating with an otherworldly energy as if imbued with power from another dimension. With a steely gaze, he scanned the battlefield, and in an instant, he flickered, appearing before a massive tank that had just entered the fray, replacing the one that had retreated. The tank's cannon swung toward him, but it was too late to fire. Shalin leapt high, the blade of the abyss slicing through the air in a dazzling arc, wielding an unstoppable force against the tank. The gleaming blade cleaved through the seemingly indestructible tank as if it were made of paper, the sound of metal fracturing echoing amidst the sparks, transforming the once dreaded war machine into a heap of scrap iron. Just then, the roar of aircraft filled the sky. He looked up, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. With a powerful push, he shot into the air like an arrow. The pilot aboard the aircraft gazed in terror at the demonic figure rapidly approaching. Shalin effortlessly swung the blade of the abyss, sending a streak of light skyward, cleaving the plane in two. The wreckage, engulfed in flames, plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. Among those deemed cannon fodder, the soldiers faced their final moments of life. A young soldier, filled with terror and despair, watched his comrades fall around him. Tears brimming in his eyes, In the instant a silver flash of the spatial blade approached, he summoned all his strength to scream in desperation, "No! This isn't where I belong. I don't want to die." His voice resonated with a profound unwillingness to accept his fate and a desperate yearning for life. Another bloodied soldier, his abdomen severed by the force of the void, stared at his lower half as blood gushed forth. His face turned pale, eyes filled with agony and fear. Clenching his teeth, he raised his trembling gun toward the sky, shouting, "Why are we here to die? This is not humanity. It is a monster. Damn those politicians." His voice was hoarse and piercing, ignited with righteous fury, questioning the cruelty of war and Shileen's mercilessness. An older veteran, wearied and weathered, felt the weight of despair. As Shileen approached, he understood there was no retreat. He straightened his back and bellowed, "For freedom! For the motherland!" Though filled with tragic heroism, his cry revealed the last flicker of belief and courage within him. Yet, regardless of their cries, the war god Shileen continued to mercilessly consume their lives. The shouts of these federal soldiers, mere cannon fodder, ultimately faded into the smoke and flames, reduced to a footnote in the tragedy of war. "Do you even deserve to utter such words?" Shileen taunted. "Why?" The soldier, on the brink of death, could only widen his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation before his brain was ruthlessly crushed by Shileen's grip. Then, like the grim reaper harvesting lives, he wove through the crowd. Each swing of the spatial blade unleashed a torrent of blood. The soldiers, caught unawares, fell mercilessly to the ground, one after another, lives extinguished under the blade's might, leaving the battlefield in an eerie silence, marked only by Shileen's cold silhouette and the glinting of his blade. Blood drenched the earth, and severed limbs lay scattered like a ghastly tableau of hell. Jack Swift was nearly driven mad at that moment. His troops, aircraft, and entire army had vanished, akin to a gambler who had lost everything. "Deploy those 10 Kadena F-35s and 5 B-1s immediately," he bellowed hoarsely. However, the response he received was a harbinger of despair. "What? Cancelled? Why?" Enraged, he dialed the phone. "John Smith, Lytton. What in the world is happening? I promised to provide you with an acceptable price. Why haven't you moved yet? Don't speak to me in that tone. You're a fool." John Smith rebuked before hanging up. "You are making a grave mistake, my friend. Your current actions have stirred the wrath of the United Nations." Lytton, known for his fiery temperament, unflinchingly accused him. "The East Asian Consulate General in Osaka is just a few kilometers away. Do you wish to repeat the fate of the East Asian Embassy in the South Union that was bombed? Now, everyone is condemning the federal government." Lytton's voice thundered with fury. That moment. The current officials of East Asia had learned of Shileen's godlike powers and decided to protect him, issuing threats to the federal forces. What a profoundly foolish idiot. The opposing aircraft carrier and assault fleet have already locked onto my base. I will not engage in such a trivial game. Upon hearing this, Jack Swift felt as though all hope had been extinguished. He understood that he was finished. All of his subordinates had perished, and the remaining personnel on the base comprised members of rival factions, eager to see him fail and seize the opportunity to rise above him. He realized that even if he returned to the Federation, he would be nailed to the pillory of disgrace and face a military tribunal. Shileen stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the crystalline glow on his blade remaining as mysterious and terrifying as ever. His gaze held not a trace of compassion, only a chilling ruthlessness directed at his adversaries. In this battlefield, rendered fragmented by his onslaught, he stood as an invincible entity, instilling dread among his foes. Beside the sleek remnants of tanks, the bodies behind him lay strewn about like fruit carelessly sliced, reduced to mere tatters by the power of space. Most of the weaponry from this base had been taken by Shileen, with the remaining equipment thoroughly plundered. Tanks, armored vehicles, guns, shells, and bullets. All were confiscated, though the helicopters lay utterly destroyed. With a subtle wave of his left hand, those weapons were drawn into his storage space as if by an invisible force. Approaching Commander Vitus, he stood amidst the ruins behind him. The man, deprived of his legs by the blade of space, could do nothing but lie on the battered vehicle, slowly awaiting his demise. Fate is indeed peculiar. Offering you a chance. Come back to Huagua in half a year, and I shall grant you an opportunity to challenge me. You shall be the first enemy I have spared, worthy of becoming my hound. A slight smile graced his lips, his eyes brimming with confidence. Vitus gazed at him with bloodshot eyes, speechless, fear, hatred, and relief intertwining within him. Such a figure, one who has made a name for himself, was once a formidable being who had reached the level of taboo. This individual bore the codename Magneto, possessing the ability to manipulate all metals in a past life. On the battlefield against the Bear Nation, he was transformed into a half-cyborg in Zone 19 after losing his legs, awakening extraordinary powers that allowed him to decimate the Federation, leading to its downfall at the dawn of the apocalypse. It was only after considerable effort that he was ultimately slain in the Sky Realm. Such a powerful talent should not be squandered. As an invincible reborn overlord, he could easily train him to eliminate minor nuisances. Having concluded these affairs, it was time to seek out his little sister. After all, he had promised her. Chapter 13. Xiaolin's confession. The morning sunlight streamed through the hotel's sheer curtains, casting a gentle halo of light. Xiaolin lay languidly upon the expansive bed, one hand casually resting on his forehead while the other tenderly embraced Xiaolin Nainai. Nainai nestled quietly in his arms, resembling a docile kitten, her long hair cascading silkily across the pillow, her softly closed eyes fluttering with delicate lashes. He tilted his head slightly, admiring Nainai's exquisite features. His heart brimming with tenderness. Her skin was as pure and delicate as snow, her slightly flushed cheeks radiating an enchanting glow, beads of sweet perspiration adorning her forehead. Xiaolin casually turned on the television. ABC International was broadcasting the morning news. Recently, the conflict between Doomsday University and the Federation had drawn international attention. The turmoil had originated from the Federation, with Sakura Nation suffering as a victim, facing economic trade disruptions, broken supply chains, and diplomatic predicaments. The international community intervened, with the delegation led by Mukanjian from Doomsday University engaging in arduous negotiations with the Federation, ultimately reaching a consensus and solution that satisfied both parties' interests while laying the groundwork for future cooperation. Following the peaceful resolution of the conflict, Sakura Nation began to restore its damaged sectors, aided by the international community. This incident averted further escalation, contributing to peace and stability and reminding the international community to consider the ripple effects when addressing disputes. The peaceful resolution of the Doomsday and Federation conflict was a product of collective efforts, providing a model for resolving international disputes. Quite the cover-up. Just days prior, social media platforms, including Instagram, X, and TWB, were rife with videos documenting his actions in the warehouse, igniting a global uproar, only to be erased within a mere 10 minutes, something no ordinary person could achieve. Xiaolin mused, could it be that those official AIs had intervened, having caused such a significant stir? It was astonishing how effortlessly it had been concealed. These were indeed the finest allies. Behind every great nation lies an AI intelligence, albeit constrained by computational power and energy. If given the opportunity, acquiring one would be splendid. He recalled a particularly dangerous figure from his past life at the northern base, one who had incited considerable upheaval. In his embrace, Xiaolin Nainai stirred awake, gazing at Xiaolin, who still held her close, her heart brimming with sweetness. She gently nudged him with her forehead, her voice soft as she said, "Darling, let us visit my university, Kyoto University, today, and let you experience the atmosphere of our country." Xiaolin, seeing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, smiled and nodded. After they rose and freshened up, hand in hand, they left the hotel. Along the way, the girl excitedly recounted her experiences at university, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at Kyoto University, the blend of ancient architecture and modern facilities captivated them. The campus, shaded by lush trees and adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, presented a picturesque scene as petals danced in the wind. The girl led Xiaolin along the pathways, introducing him to the library, lecture halls, and playground, her lively spirit radiating as she chattered away. They settled on the campus lawn, observing the ebb and flow of students, absorbing the vitality of youth and the unique cultural ambience of Japanese universities. In that moment, they were enveloped in a beautiful atmosphere, love flowing between them. The girl leaned against his shoulder, joyfully declaring, "Darling, I am so happy to share these wonderful memories of my university life with you." Xiaolin Nainai lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, saying, "Brother, there is something I have kept from you, and I am sorry. But I must confess, go ahead, it's all right," Xiaolin replied, Intrigued by the story behind this little girl, I am actually an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. With no relatives to rely on and lacking a stable source of income, I harbored a deep yearning for knowledge, aspiring to step into a university and pursue my dreams. Xiaolin Nai bit her lip gently, continuing, "Yet, the harsh realities have made it exceedingly difficult for me. To gather funds for my university tuition, I reluctantly chose to work in Abrt in that place, filled with bright lights and indulgence. I could only force a smile, while my heart brimmed with bitterness. That day, I felt utterly lost in the darkness, unable to find my way forward. I thought I would spiral into despair. It was not until she encountered Shilin at the bar that her fate began to shift. It was an ordinary yet extraordinary day. When our gazes met, it felt as if I saw a beam of light in Shilin's eyes. There was not a hint of disdain or prejudice, only pure admiration without any taint. Thus, I have always been alone, without parents or family, raised in an orphanage. You are the only person I have met whose gaze holds no malice, and you treated me kindly that day without crossing any lines. Therefore, I resolved to be with you." Xiaolin Nai stepped closer, seeking a kiss. "You have shown me the beauty of love and being loved. I do not know what the future holds, but I know I like you. You are the most important person in my life, and I wish to be with you." Shidaru. What a delightful girl she is. Shilin gazed at the beautiful and brave girl before him, feeling a stir of emotion and affection within his heart. The betrayals of countless women in his past life had nearly locked away his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, wrapping his left arm gently around Xiaolin Nai's waist while his right hand tenderly cradled the back of her head. Lowering his lips to meet hers in a soft kiss, the moment Shilin's lips brushed against Xiaolin Nai's, the world seemed to come to a standstill. Nai felt an electric current surge from their lips throughout her body. The sweetness and fluttering in her heart swelling like a tide. Shilin's kiss grew ever more fervent and passionate, and Nai gradually succumbed to its warmth, instinctively closing her eyes and wrapping her arms around his neck. As the kiss lingered, Nai began to feel a shortage of breath, her chest rising and falling gently, her heart pounding like a drum. She felt dizzy, as if floating on a cloud. The sensation of oxygen deprivation washed over her, painting her cheeks with a delicate blush. Finally, Nai gently pushed Shilin away, breathing softly. Her gaze was dreamy and alluring, her lips swollen from their fervent kiss. They strolled through the ancient streets of Kyoto, the red walls and black-tiled roofs of the buildings exuding a profound sense of history. Nai's eyes sparkled with delight, captivated by the enchanting scenery. They ventured into a traditional wagashi shop, savoring exquisite confections, the sweet flavors melting in their mouths, akin to the love shared between them. Next, they arrived in the breathtaking Hokkaido, where the vast fields of flowers elicited gasps of wonder from Nai, who flitted about like a joyful butterfly amidst the blooms. They relished delicious seafood dishes at a seaside restaurant, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. At each destination, they indulged in local delicacies, from Osaka's takoyaki to Tokyo's ramen, each bite revealing the unique charm of Japan. Shilin even gifted Nai a brand new Fuji XT camera, which he cherished, eagerly capturing the beautiful moments of their journey. In a picturesque locale, they stood together, their smiles radiant. Nanako pressed the shutter, capturing this precious moment. Subsequently, she shared the photograph on her social media, accompanied by a heartfelt caption, "Traveling through Japan with the one I cherish most, savoring exquisite cuisine and embracing the beauty of life. I am grateful for you, who make my existence so remarkable. Hey, dear, why don't you post something too?" She wished to assert her claim over him in his social circle. "Sure, feel free to post whatever you like," Sheen gently responded. "Yada! The apocalypse is upon us. Should I reveal the truth to her, this kind-hearted girl?" As Sheen contemplated, he observed the innocent expression on Xiaolin's face. Chapter 14. Will you believe me? On a bench, Sheen was sensing his internal abilities. Having finally reached the intermediate level of 5, after devouring countless resources, he had long since reached the pinnacle of level 4 but struggled to break through. The energy required for later stages increased exponentially. During the recent national holiday, he had opportunistically collected various resources wherever he went, ultimately achieving level 5. Now, he felt invulnerable to any threat, even missiles. At this stage, he could simply teleport away from such dangers. His teleportation range had now extended to 5 kilometers, with resources within his spatial realm piled high. Moreover, he had awakened a secondary ability, the power of temporal manipulation. Time flows, space reigns. Such formidable abilities rarely manifested simultaneously within a single individual. In his previous life, he had possessed a singular attribute. Now, the complete awakening of temporal and spatial powers coursed through him, revealing the truth, divine blood, a merging of sacred essences, and a return to the pre-apocalypse era. This was the essence of the temporal laws in this life. He was destined to overshadow the world, suppressing all foreign entities and reaching heights he had not attained in his past existence. Xiaolin Nanako remarked, "Brother, it's so warm beside you. Being near you feels incredibly comforting." The abilities released during his awakening had positively influenced her constitution. "Brother, come look at your social media. Your friends are quite amusing." Sheen replied with a caption, a photo with her a landscape shot, tagged at Sakura, Nara.a. On a business trip, and you brought along your girlfriend? B. Your life, my dream. C. A romantic encounter? Which lovely lady is it this time? Former colleague, Sheen. Could you bring me back a set of? D. Wawa.e. So cool. White moonlight. You have time to travel and not come find me? I'm at the building. F. Bro. Delete this post. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Shangguanxiong. Who is this? When did you go to Sakura? Jin Yin. Brother, you truly are a flirt. You ought to be punished. Shuang Mu. Just then, the phone rang. It was Shangguanxiong. Are you going to answer? Xiaolin asked obediently. Instantly, the phone rang again, still Shangguanxiong. No matter. Yes. The obedient girl promptly silenced her phone. Then, Sheen, holding Nanako, asked seriously, if the apocalypse were to arrive imminently, what would you do? It was rare to see Sheen so solemn. I would choose to be with you, awaiting the end together. I wouldn't want to face it alone, Nanako softly replied, leaning against him. Do you trust me? Sheen gazed into her eyes. Upon seeing his serious demeanor, Nanako sensed something was amiss. Are you going to leave? But I'm still in school. Completing my studies is my dream. I don't mind a long-distance relationship. Just remember me and visit occasionally. I will miss you. The apocalypse is impossible. Don't speak such gloomy words, brother. Nanako looked at Sheen's serious expression, her heart racing. Sheen repeated his earlier question. Will you believe me? Xiaolin Nanako furrowed her brow, pursed her lips, and then wrapped her arms around Sheen's neck, saying, You're all I have. I believe that Sheen Kuan would never deceive me. I see sincerity in your eyes. Devoid of deceit, I can read people's thoughts through their eyes, but in yours, I see no falsehood. That I choose to trust you. Sheen, if the apocalypse comes, I will offer you my final kiss, and then we can be together forever. Her tone was resolute, her eyes brimming with emotion. Ah, you truly are a romantic, Sheen remarked, satisfied with her response. My dear Xiaolin, you are simply adorable. Close your eyes. Sheen gazed at Nanako tenderly, though she felt a bit puzzled. She obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Sheen gradually activated his abilities, a mysterious energy swirling around him. He gently lifted Nanako, her body light and soft, emanating a faint fragrance. Hold on tight. Little one, Sheen's voice was deep yet gentle. Instinctively, Nanako clutched him tightly, her heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. In the next moment, the air around them seemed to warp, an extraordinary sensation washing over her. When Nanako opened her eyes again, she was astonished to find herself at an elevation of 5,000 meters. The howling winds rushed past her ears, tousling her hair. Xiaolin exclaimed in sheer amazement. She widened her eyes, taking in the astonishing scenery around her, her face a mask of disbelief. The clouds loomed like giant cotton candy, billowing around them as if within reach. Sunlight cascaded upon the clouds, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors. A dreamlike spectacle of beauty in the distance. Rolling mountains stretched endlessly, while skyscrapers appeared miniature, as if part of a grand tableau. Rivers, fields, and forests intertwined, forming an exquisite panorama. Nanako's heart raced like a drum as she clung to Sheen. Terrified of plummeting, brother, what is happening? This is incredible. Her voice quivered with excitement as her eyes sparkled. Sheen smiled at her, gently stroking her hair. Do you like it? This is an adventure that belongs solely to us. Nanako nodded vigorously, her face aglow with a brilliant smile. He opened a spatial barrier, just in case, isolating them from the outside world. I'm not Malay but Chinese. Sheen is my true name. This world is on the brink of destruction. Yet I possess the ability to ensure your survival and only yours. Will you come with me, brother? I'm scared, but I'm willing. Just please set me down first. My legs feel weak from fright. Nanako's heart raced. Fearing a fall. All right, prepare yourself. Sheen summoned the power of space, silver light flickering in the sky, drawing an arc of brilliance. Almost instantaneously, they returned to their hotel room. As they landed, Nanako clung to Sheen, on the verge of tears. You scared me to death, Woo-woo, brother. Are you a superhero? How did you fly without wings? Are you an alien? Why aren't you saying anything? In an instant, the frightened Nanako transformed into an inquisitive child. Bombarding him with questions, I won't tell you. Do you wish to have such abilities? Sheen gently stroked her head. Really? Onagai, I beg you. I want it. Nanako jumped in delight. Come home with me, and you will have it in 6 months. Xiaolin Nanako playfully teased, 6 months? I don't want a baby yet. I'm still so young, only 18. With exasperation, Sheen gave her a light tap on the head. No mischief, and stop saying such things. Do you have anything important to take? Oh yes, I need to return to the orphanage to retrieve my belongings. Observing this innocent, endearing girl, Sheen felt certain that life ahead would never be dull. Chapter 15. Encountering the Crow Feather Guard upon returning home, she tightly clutched Sheen's hand, racing toward the orphanage with a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety filling her heart. The cherished possession that had accompanied her throughout her childhood was about to be returned to her grasp. Upon arriving at the orphanage, the familiar building and yard came into view. Nanako dashed into the director's office, where the director beamed at her with a kind smile. Child, you've returned? And who is this? The director inquired gently. Nanako nodded vigorously. Grandma, I've come to retrieve my things. I have found my place. This is Sheen, my boyfriend. He takes very good care of me. Sheen offered a warm smile, slightly bowing his head in acknowledgement. Wonderful, wonderful, the director replied with a beaming expression. She gently clapped her hands, retrieving a small box from the cabinet and handing it to Nanako. Carefully, she opened the box to reveal a well-worn cloth doll lying inside. Although the rag doll has grown worn and faded, it carries within it countless memories for Nanako. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears as she gently lifts the doll, as if instantly transported back to her childhood. In those days, she felt lonely and helpless, with only this rag doll to keep her company, offering warmth and solace. Now, by her side stands Sheen. Clutching the doll tightly, she turns to the matron and says, Grandma, thank you for keeping it safe all this time. I must leave now. I'm going to be with my beloved and will not return. Please take care of yourself. A sense of reluctance is etched on Nanako's face. Tears brimming in her eyes, the matron smiles softly, stroking her head. Child, this is your treasure. Take good care of it, my age. I don't have many days left. A subtle hint of melancholy flickers in the matron's gaze. Yet her lips remain curled in a smile. Brother, let us depart. Nanako exclaims, taking Sheen's hand, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation for the future. The airplane lands smoothly at the Bayun T1 terminal. Sheen leads Nanako to the parking lot, where his car has been parked for nearly a month. Just as he approaches the car door, his keen spatial awareness detects someone observing him from the shadows. This individual, formidable among ordinary humans, appears as insignificant as an ant in his presence. A slight smirk of disdain crosses Sheen's lips. Little one, stay in the passenger seat. Hold my phone. I'll take you for dim sum later. I need to use the restroom. Dim sum? Do we drink tea at night? All right, Xiaolin responds without a hint of worry, having witnessed Sheen's extraordinary abilities before. Yet, her curiosity lingers. Does Huagua drink tea at night too? Why not call it night tea? Xiaolin tilts her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. Sheen strides into the safety corridor and calls out to the shadowy figure, Come out already. Stop hiding. Your feeble skills are quite embarrassing. With his arms crossed, impatience radiates from his gaze. The Yayu guard steps out from the shadows, internally lamenting. As expected of him, the one who stirred global waves in Sakura Kyoto, he truly possesses remarkable prowess. We invite you to visit the 6 doors. There are matters to discuss. His expression betrays anxiety, eyes reflecting a hint of fear as his hands clench into fists, yet his tone remains firm. Clearly more of a notification than a request. Are you seeking death? Sheen coldly regards him, fully aware that this individual is merely a pawn sent to assess his strength. After gauging Shiline's abilities, they would adjust their approach accordingly. Such tactics disgust him. Feeling a surge of annoyance, Shiline endures a few moments before replying, I have no interest in wasting time on you. Bring out your associates. Let us speak plainly without those tiresome games. You have 10 seconds. Otherwise, you'll see your brains splattered. A glint of coldness flashes in his eyes. In an instant, the void constrains, tightly gripping the guard's neck and head. A single thought would sever them apart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Just as he prepares to count to 3, a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket and white shirt appears. His refined demeanor reveals a long tenure in high positions, exuding a unique aura. This man is Feng Yuanming, the second in command of Yayu. Yet, a flicker of wariness glimmers in his eyes as he slightly raises his hand, gesturing for calm. Slow down, Mr. Shiline, don't be impulsive. I apologize for our misstep. Release the Yayu guard. This is not the place for discussion. Let us relocate. Fine, but spare me the theatrics. You know the drill, Shiline replies, his anger somewhat abated upon the arrival of the main figure. Of course, please. Feng Yuanming feigns politeness, though contempt dances in his eyes as he subtly gestures for Shiline to proceed first. Inside the VIP reception room at the airport, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire sits like a formidable mountain upon the sofa, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. Beside him stands a similarly attired woman. The old man is Qin Zhenyue, the founder and supreme leader of Yayu. The exquisite woman lifts her chin slightly, her gaze imbued with a hint of arrogance. She is Qin Yueyao, the old man's secretary and beloved granddaughter, brought here for training, exhibiting no trace of humility. Fidgeting with a folder, she mutters, Grandpa, this place is so dull. Why do we have to wait here? The old man furrows his brow but refrains from reprimanding her. She kicks her legs and tosses her hair, embodying a spoiled disposition. She surveys her surroundings. She remarks disdainfully, this decor isn't impressive at all. They call this a VIP reception? Her voice, sharp and piercing, echoes loudly in the quiet room. Despite her petulance, the old man seems somewhat resigned, as she is his cherished granddaughter. He casts her a brief glance, hoping she might temper her behavior. However, she remains oblivious to his discontent, continuing her rebellious antics. Time drags on amidst her complaints. Shiline follows Feng Yuanming into the reception area. Immediately encountering this scene, Qin Zhenyue sits regally on the sofa, brow slightly furrowed, seemingly contemplating significant matters. Meanwhile, Qin Yueyao is far from quiet, continuously stomping her feet and pouting in complaint, Grandpa, how long do we have to wait? This is so boring. Qin Zhenyue lifts his gaze, speaking in a deep, measured tone, Yueyao, do not be impatient. Humph, I wouldn't have come if I had known, she replies, pouting, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Feng Yuanming interjects. Old master, I've brought the person you requested. I shall take my leave now. He bows slightly, displaying a respectful demeanor before turning to exit. Mr. Shiline, this is our highest leader, Qin Zhenyue, the old general, Feng Yuanming states before departing without a backward glance. Upon seeing the grandfather and granddaughter pair, Shiline internally muses about encountering another exceptional individual today. He finds a position directly across from the elderly leader and sits down without a hint of expression, his eyes carrying a challenge. Speak. What business do you have with me? What attitude is that? Do you understand my grandfather's status, and what are you? I should be standing, while you sit. Qin Yueyao exclaims, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Do you even know how to show respect? Get up. Shiline's brow furrows as a blend of murderous intent and otherworldly power surges forth. Qin Yueyao is rendered speechless, a trickle of liquid escaping her in fear. Her face pales in terror, eyes wide with dread as her body trembles slightly. What are you being so fierce for? Qin Yueyao's voice falters, her once beautiful visage devoid of its usual arrogance, now filled with a sense of injustice. Old Master Qin, Yueyao, do not be so unruly. Show some respect to our guest. Chapter 16. Unable to endure. Qin Zhenyue regards the young man before him, his mind racing with calculations. However, Shiline has grown impatient. Firstly, I do not have the time for your games. From the underground parking to now, you keep employing these tricks, thinking I wouldn't notice? Shiline's voice is cold and resolute. Secondly, if you have matters to discuss, do so quickly. If not, I will leave immediately and do not bother me again, or you shall face the consequences. A strong sense of pressure emanates from Shiline's gaze. Realizing this young man cannot be easily manipulated, the old master reluctantly adjusts his strategy. Young friend, please do not be angry. Yueyao, step outside. Qin Zhenyue's voice is steady and serious. Qin Yueyao, already intimidated by Shiline's aura, feels her face flush with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. A wave of urgency washes over her as she realizes she has lost control of her bladder. Yes, Grandpa, she replies hastily, turning to flee to the restroom. Once Qin Yueyao has departed, the old man opts for a softer approach in conversing with Shiline. Young friend, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a group called Yayu. The old master begins, attempting to pique Shiline's interest. However, Shiline's patience has worn thin. Get to the point. His voice is laced with impatience. Were it not for being in Huagua at this moment, he would have already sent the old man to meet his fate. It is genuinely troublesome. The old man pauses momentarily before continuing. Yayu is an official organization managing extraordinary individuals from the shadows. Many within have made significant contributions to maintaining the nation's stability. He adopts a serious tone. Therefore, we wish to invite you to join us. You know why they attempted to intercept you in Sakura country, don't you? The old man states, his demeanor grave. Shiline scoffs. The higher-ups have taken note of my strength and hope I will selflessly serve the people. How noble of them. The old man responds, moreover, we have obtained some information, much of it concerning you. You know Li Xiao, don't you? Feigning curiosity, Shiline asks, well, since he has already told you, why does he still have the audacity to approach me? The old man speaks earnestly, the organization's power is beyond your imagination. It is better to resolve personal grievances and contribute more to the organization. The nation will remember your efforts. We seek your methods for awakening extraordinary abilities in advance, as well as insights into biological battery technology, nanotechnology, and the precise location of the lizard engineer. Upon hearing this, Shiline was consumed by fury. Just how elevated is Li Xiao's consciousness? The young comrade should learn from him and contribute more. Since he has disclosed so much, did he not also inform you of what they ultimately did? The old man furrowed his brow. What? Was it not your selfish desire to attain divinity that led to the team's issues, culminating in Li Xiao and the others having no choice but to deal with you? Those young girls returned with you as well, did they not? They all blamed you, as a grown man. Do you not bear any responsibility? Unable to endure any longer, Shiline exclaimed. What rules are you speaking of? Do you dare to disrespect them? He abruptly stood up, casting a cold glare at the seated elder. I am on the verge of ascending to divinity. Yet I am betrayed by brothers and women alike, suffering grievously. What fault lies with me? How have I wronged them? It is absurd. Had it not been for me, humanity would have perished long ago. And they merely observed with cold indifference. Do they dare to demand anything from me? They should rely on their own strength, not just their words. With that, Shiline delivered a powerful kick to Qin Zhenyue, who, despite Shiline holding back, felt at least 3 ribs fracture. Subsequently, Shiline crushed Qin Zhenyue's legs and broke both his arms. Enraged, Qin Zhenyue cried out in pain, utterly helpless. He never anticipated that this young man would so blatantly disregard martial ethics. Was Li Xiao not said to be friendly and easy to talk to? He had intended to negotiate, aware that the other party had previously stated a desire to avoid such tricks. Yet, he decided to test the waters. At worst, he could lower himself to apologize, but unexpectedly, this brat took action and rendered him disabled. Shiline seized the nearby ashtray and forcefully shoved it into Qin Zhenyue's mouth, shattering his teeth and causing a mix of blood and saliva to flow. Shiline felt a rush of exhilaration, reveling in the absurdity of encountering such peculiar individuals daily. I have recently been residing in Huagua. Those with the courage may come seek me out. Those unafraid of death can line up to pay me a visit. However, they must be prepared to stand against me. His words dripped with fury and dominance. Outside the door, the Yayu team anxiously watched but felt powerless. Such divine methods they had only witnessed in Hollywood films. Qin Zhenyue lay beaten like a lifeless dog, a stark contrast to his usual imposing demeanor. Qin Yueyao cried out, berating the Yayu guards, "What are you doing? With so many of you, why can't you open the door? Are you all just lazing about? Hurry and save him. My grandfather is dying, and you all will accompany him to the grave. Grandfather, please don't die. Woo woo woo. Her cries echoed through the air. You useless bunch. Open the door. Don't you have guns? Shoot him. I will find my father and have you all dealt with. Shalene deactivated the void barrier, and the door swung open instantly, dozens of guns aimed at him. Yet no one dared to fire the first shot. They had all seen his dossier, like a deity, with the ability to manipulate bullets at will. Qin Yueyao, seeing the Yayu guards hesitate, dared not push further. Her eyes reddened as she glared at Shalene, wishing to slay him with her gaze. What are you staring at? What is with that look? Show me some respect and get lost. As Shalene stepped out, he delivered a sharp slap to her face. Qin Yueyao, the pampered young lady, burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. Accustomed to her domineering ways, this was her first experience of being struck, and she no longer cared for her pride. Subsequently, she took Xiaolin out for morning tea, posting a photo on social media with the caption, "Taking Xiaolin Nico out for morning tea." The reactions varied. Some arranged massages, others envied her life, and some requested shopping assistance. Nico exclaimed, "So delicious, next time, let us have Cantonese cuisine, and we can book hundreds of tables. We want to be able to enjoy it later." At this moment, news reached Shangguanqiong that Shalene had awakened his extraordinary abilities ahead of time and had battled in Sakura country. She quickly messaged him, "Where are you? Why aren't you answering my calls? Just you wait. Am I not better than that little brat?" Jin Yin glanced at the photos. "Kill them all of them." Shuang Muing. After the higher-ups of the official organization learned of this matter, they sought to mediate, aiming to resolve the conflict between Shalene and the forces behind the Yayu guards to jointly face the impending apocalypse. Currently, the East had not yet been divided among the major families, retaining absolute authority. Given that Shalene remained in Huagua due to official orders, the officials mediated between the parties, seeking a compromise that would satisfy organizational needs while safeguarding Shalene's rights. Preventing the escalation of conflict. Specifically, no one was to interfere or obstruct his plans, and the officials were to cooperate with him in establishing a company to develop the resources and talents he required, ensuring a smooth passage for policies. Meanwhile, Qin Laoyes had become disabled. After receiving treatment, he could only sit in a wheelchair, speaking with a breathy voice. Qin Yueyao, now too afraid to venture outside, fell into a deep depression. Whenever she saw anyone, they resembled Shalene, and upon seeing him, she would lose control, weeping uncontrollably. The higher-ups expressed their stance, creating ripples akin to stones cast into a lake. Qin Zhengrong's rapid career advancement brought him immense joy, though he lamented his father's and daughter's misfortunes. Yet, the allure of power temporarily dulled his worries, and he smiled. He felt exhilarated and proud to have reached such heights at a young age, an achievement many could only dream of. Chapter 17. An ex-lover blocks the way. Shalene assessed his current situation in a brand new villa, a habit he had cultivated over time. His once single apartment was now insufficient for both him and Xiaolin. Presently, his ability level stood at mid-tier, level 5, with no clear timeline for advancing to level 6. Even with a surplus of ordinary materials, substantial improvements remained elusive. Only by waiting for the apocalypse to unfold. At the moment of fog awakening, would there be a plethora of other-worldly beings to hunt, allowing for rapid upgrades through crystal cores? Xiaolin had been here for just 2 days, remaining in a state of excitement. Constantly calling him brother, at this moment, she lounged on Shalene's lap, engrossed in her phone, exhibiting a clinginess that required her to follow him wherever he went. Shalene, reclining on the sofa with a notebook, meticulously sketched out designs, recalling techniques, principles, and numerous formulae from memory. After several days of diligent work, he finally completed the task, verifying that everything was flawlessly accurate. The awakened memories of extraordinary individuals proved invaluable. "Xiaolin, would you like to visit the company? I need to check on the preparations," Shalene asked with a smile. "No, I want my brother with me." "You haven't hugged me in ages," Xiaolin pouted, rolling around on his lap. "If you hug me, I'll go with you," she cooed, her tone sweet and pleading. "Come here. I'm done now. All the data is saved on the portable hard drive." Shalene chuckled affectionately, opening his arms to embrace the little girl, who eagerly burrowed into his embrace. "Brother, is this Shangguanqiong your ex-girlfriend? She has called and messaged you so many times." Xiaolin blinked her big eyes, filled with curiosity. "Should we tell her to stop bothering us?" It's quite annoying, she frowned, her lips pouting slightly. Shilin Gidge, you can only be mine, she declared, licking her lips in a charming manner. In recent days, she had nearly exhausted him every night, refusing to relent. The once naive girl had gradually shed her innocence, now radiating a touch of allure. Her already exaggerated figure exuded an irresistible charm at all times. You little seductress, you ran off with me the first time we met. And now you're no longer pretending, he remarked with a smile. Hee, who is blushing? Xiaolin's cheeks flushed a fiery red as she hurriedly covered her face. All right, let us hug, and we'll be off. Shilin was about to take Xiaolin out to the company when they encountered a Bentley blocking their path right outside the community gate. Shang Guanxiong elegantly stepped out of the vehicle and slowly approached them. Shilin never concealed his whereabouts, making it easy for anyone to track him down. Shang Guanxiong occasionally tossed her hair, her elegant dress perfectly accentuating her stunning figure. In the distance, two security guards squatted in a corner. Eating snacks. Guard Daqiang remarked, the wealthy really know how to live it up. Is this the original partner coming to catch the mistress? His eyes widened in astonishment. Guard Zhuangzi added, it seems like the ex-wife is here to stir trouble or seek reconciliation. I never expected to witness such a big drama. Quick, let us capture it. He excitedly pulled out his phone, ready to take a photo. Daqiang slapped Zhuangzi on the back of his head. Are you crazy? Do you want to get fired? Don't offend these people. They're all either rich or powerful. Shh, keep quiet. Let us just watch. Daqiang looked around nervously, fearing they would be discovered. Shilin, let us talk, Shang Guanxiong said as she approached the door of Shilin's car, slightly bending forward, revealing a hint of her fair skin. Her face bore a hint of anticipation. Your emotions are rather unstable, and there is not much for us to discuss, is there? Shilin remarked with a smile that was decidedly frigid. I sincerely apologize for our last conversation. I was unaware that you had awakened your abilities ahead of time and had brought back such significant technologies that could challenge the current officials at Dongda. Shang Guanxiong earnestly expressed. He did not respond to Shang Guanxiong. Your powers are far more formidable than I had envisioned. Only a select few are privy to this information. My family has requested that I invite you to a soiree hosted by a prestigious clan. They are willing to pay any price you desire, Shang Guanxiong eagerly stated. Shilin continued to regard Shang Guanxiong with a cold stare. Those misunderstandings from before can be set aside. I believe we can have a meaningful conversation. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, correct? This is the survival principle you imparted to me during the apocalypse, Shang Guanxiong stated, her brows slightly furrowed, urgency creeping into her demeanor, her eyes filled with sincerity. Shilin displayed a hint of derision. Moreover, those events have yet to transpire. Let us consider them merely a dream. Together, we shall confront the impending apocalypse and start anew as a loving couple in the aftermath. A gentle smile graced Shang Guanxiong's face, as if reminiscing about beautiful memories. Not quite, Shilin replied with a faint, indifferent smile. I was merely momentarily confused, Shilin, but I do love you. If you come with me, I can restore you to your former self. You may have whatever you desire. Shang Guanxiong felt a unique stability in her emotions today. She needed to seize Shilin's attention. Love? Love for me? What a joke you speak. Ha! To strike me down and watch me perish. Shilin scoffed. In my previous life, I never laid a hand on you. I was merely too self-deprecating to accept my own transformation. Shang Guanxiong continued to justify herself. Hey, brother, is it her? The one who has been harassing you? At that moment, Xiaolin turned her head, clasping Shilin's right hand to her chest. A hint of discontent appeared on her face, her eyes brimming with disdain. Why did this ex continue to pester her brother? Shang Guanxiong stood with confidence, feeling she could easily manipulate this young girl, scarcely sparing a glance in Xiaolin's direction. With an air of superiority, she addressed Xiaolin, Are you taller than me? Do you possess my grace? Do you own a car or a house? Which esteemed family do you hail from? You can hardly articulate Mandarin. You aren't some wild girl from the mountains. Are you? Shang Guanxiong scowled. Shut your foul mouth, Shilin coldly retorted. Shang Guanxiong remained rooted, her face displaying a mix of grievance and unwillingness. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, an aura of innocence enveloping her, evoking pity in anyone who laid eyes upon her. Yet, Shilin remained unmoved. Shilin, I have humbled myself to apologize to you. What more do you want? What is your attitude? After all these years of our relationship, can you truly be so heartless? We could start anew, she implored, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. This tactic had often proven effective. Whenever she wished for Shalene to undertake perilous endeavors or desired resources, she resorted to this emotional appeal. But now, Shalene was no longer the person he once was. He gazed at Shangguan Qiong with an icy demeanor, devoid of any warmth. Get lost? His voice was as frigid as ice, utterly devoid of emotion. Having spoken, Shalene harnessed his spatial power to push aside a nearby Bentley. The driver within was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, his face turning pale. Had he encountered a ghost in broad daylight? How had the car moved? The driver looked around in terror, his heart racing with confusion and fear. It was unimaginable that someone would dare to raise their voice at the young lady of the Shangguan family. The driver was further astonished as he observed Shalene and Shangguan Qiong. Having seen Shangguan Qiong grow up, he had never witnessed her in such a state. He understood that Shangguan Qiong was usually proud. No one had ever dared treat her in such a manner. Yet here stood a man who had decisively rejected her and even shouted at her. As Shangguan Qiong watched Shalene's retreating figure, tears finally streamed down her cheeks. She could not comprehend why everything had changed. The cherished memories of the past had dissolved into mere illusions, and she was lost as to where to turn. I can't believe you've changed. You've become a stranger to me. You actually shouted at me. You even struck me. You would never have raised your voice at me before. Shangguan Qiong exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Her eyes filled with anguish. There is nothing to discuss. I prefer someone emotionally stable and younger. Xiaolin, let us go. With a press of the accelerator, a flash of blue lightning sped away. All right then, goodbye, Auntie. My brother and I are heading to the company now. Before departing, Xiaolin could not resist taunting her. Auntie, you stop right there. I'm not old. I'm merely 7 to 8 years younger. Shangguan Qiong shouted indignantly, watching the taillights of Shalene and Xiaolin's departing car, trembling with rage. Chapter 18. Project Advancement. Shangguan Qiong, once brimming with confidence in her own allure, never anticipated she would face such a heavy setback in front of a young girl. She could not fathom how Shalene had suddenly become so powerful. When she heard her family elders mention this, her expression was one of astonishment. We are all reborn. Why is it that only Shalene could awaken early? Her eyes were filled with resentment and envy. Shangguan Qiong's aptitude for supernatural abilities was rather poor. Had she not been Shalene's former lover, she would likely have long since perished, becoming prey for the mutant beasts. Gazing at Shuang Muiying, a girl who seemed to require no effort to grow stronger, merely breathing to rise in power, resembling an ice goddess as she received abundant resources from Shalene and the base, effortlessly summoning everything to her side. After acquiring the dragon transformation ability, Shangguan Qiong grew dissatisfied with her circumstances. She perceived herself as hideous, a fervent desire swelling within her. She yearned for strength, to become divine, to alter her appearance, and to be the most beautiful woman in the world. She was engulfed in insecurity, envy, and jealousy, a tumult of emotions intertwining. To her, Shalene resembled the protagonist, radiating brilliance merely by standing there. Now, having been granted a second chance, Shangguan Qiong felt she had an opportunity. Standing still, regret and anger surged within her. She lamented her past decisions, wishing she had extinguished Shalene in the cradle upon her rebirth. Simultaneously, she seethed at Shalene's indifference and Xiaolin's provocations. She refused to be merely a decorative vase reliant on Shalene. She intended to find a way to eliminate or enslave him, thereby usurping all that he possessed. Xiaolin closely followed Shalene, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her earlier retort filled her with immense satisfaction, and witnessing Shangguan Qiong's flustered demeanor brought her joy. She hummed contentedly. Shalene, however, remained tranquil, thoroughly weary of Shangguan Qiong's entanglements. Xiaolin's innocence was what he cherished. He did not wish to be burdened by the shadows of past events any longer. Dressed in a simple yet elegant suit, Shalene strolled into the newly constructed technological edifice with Xiaolin by his side. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dazzling reflections upon the polished marble floor. The freshly completed sign read Illusory Light Technology Company, Limited. Inside the building, an array of advanced technological apparatuses was meticulously arranged, glowing with an enigmatic light. Xiaolin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she surveyed her surroundings. Talented individuals from prestigious laboratories donned white lab coats, bustling through various sections, calibrating equipment and examining groundbreaking technological projects provided by Shalene, their eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge and a pursuit of innovation. Shalene, arm in arm with Xiaolin, carefully scrutinized the environment. At that moment, a tall, stern-faced man approached. He was one of the project leaders, named Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming appraised Shalene with an air of disdain. "Who are you? What business do you have here? This place is not open to just anyone." Zhao Ming's tone dripped with arrogance. Shalene furrowed his brow slightly but remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "I am here for an inspection." Zhao Ming let out a derisive laugh. "Inspection? You? Do you even comprehend the advanced technology housed here? Do you understand the research these lab personnel are conducting? Do not feign knowledge here. Leave at once." Surrounding individuals cast curious glances at Zhao Ming's words, some smirking in mockery while others shook their heads in pity, seemingly lamenting Shalene's audacity. Yet, Shalene remained unfazed by Zhao Ming's remarks. He continued forward. Approaching a laboratory door, inside, a young female researcher was engrossed in operating a complex apparatus. Shalene observed her work quietly, admiration evident in his gaze. The female researcher, noticing Shalene's attention, raised her head, frowning as she inquired, "Is there an issue?" Shalene shook his head, stating, "You are doing splendidly. This experiment holds great significance." The young researcher, taken aback, expressed surprise at his compliment. She had never anticipated that the individual whom Zhao Ming looked down upon could discern the value of her experiments. At that moment, an elderly leader, resembling a seasoned bureaucrat, approached. Upon seeing Shalene, he immediately displayed a respectful demeanor. "Welcome to your inspection." Xiang Ku, the scholarly veteran of the Research Institute, had never encountered such a plethora of epoch-defining technologies in his lifetime: biobattery technology, nanotechnology, nuclear battery technology, various superalloys and special material formulas, 3D superprinting technology, and even superconductors, which were regarded as miraculous. Regardless of their origins, the mere fact that they could be presented indicated the presence of a formidable predecessor. With these advancements, Huagua could once again realize a technological revolution. Zhao Ming and those around him were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. They could not fathom that someone they had dismissed held such a high status. Xiang Ku began to introduce Shalene to the various technological devices within the building and the research projects of each group. Shalene listened attentively, occasionally offering insightful suggestions. Subsequently, Shalene convened a meeting with all the research personnel, leaving the attendees bewildered. "Who was this young man? Greetings, everyone. I am the current owner of this company, your boss, Shalene. I prefer to be straightforward. I seek results. I have divided each project's technological products into various smaller projects, with individuals responsible for monitoring the progress and yield rates of each corresponding technology. First, I do not require you to ponder how these outcomes are achieved, nor do I care about your discussions. All that matters is your progress and results. The experimental cycle is 2 months, and I demand results and samples. Within 2.5 months, regardless of the yield rate, a batch must be produced for iteration. I aim for a mass production version to achieve a 70% yield rate." Shalene's voice was steady and powerful, resonating throughout the hall of the technological building. He paused slightly, surveying the assembled researchers, and continued, "Resources and finances are of no concern. As long as you complete the project, you may enjoy a substantial monetary reward on top of your current salary, 25 kilograms of gold or its equivalent in currency. Luxurious residences, beautiful companions, fine wines, sports cars, aircraft, world-class recognition, and even the sub-projects you are currently working on will belong to you. The technology will be packaged for you as well. I seek nothing but the product." Hearing this, the researchers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock and excitement. However, when Shalene's next words resonated, their faces turned ashen. "Second, my company does not tolerate those who waste time. If you intend to merely gild your resume or adopt a frivolous attitude, you may leave, for if you squander time and hinder my endeavors, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." A glint of coldness flashed in Shalene's eyes, as though warning each individual present. Fear gripped the researchers. Good heavens, it was merely a job. Was this a life-or-death situation? Could he truly be likened to a slave master of the old society? Their hearts were laden with unease and trepidation. "You may choose not to believe me. You can inquire with your superiors for clarification. Of course, you may also leave immediately. I will not obstruct you. Shalene's tone remained resolute. Upon hearing this, a majority began to waver. Some had already started to pack their belongings, preparing to flee. After all, life is but a singular journey, and no one wishes to risk it for a job. Yet, as the allure of completing the tasks loomed large, they hesitated once more. All the technological pathways were laid out before them, with the problem-solving processes and corresponding steps clearly defined. What was now required was to follow the blueprint and produce accordingly. Reflecting on this, nearly 70% chose to remain. Those who stayed began to engage in dialogue, their eyes alight with determination. They resolved to exert their utmost efforts for the generous rewards and accolades that awaited them. Meanwhile, those who departed could only silently pray for the success of those who remained, hoping to find a means of sustenance that did not come at the cost of their lives. Shalene was fervently eager to bring these innovations to fruition. With each passing day, the doomsday drew nearer, and relying solely on individual efforts was utterly insufficient. Chapter 19. The Vegetable Buying Frenzy. In a corner of the grand edifice of Huangguang Technology Company, Limited, there existed a rather modest little office. The sign for Yunying Investment Company, Limited hung above the door, gleaming and new, yet starkly out of place in its surroundings. In truth, these two companies were part of the same entity. Sharing the same registered address, on its inaugural day of operation, this newly established investment firm exhibited a scene of frenzied activity. Several young employees sat at their desks, frantically operating their computers, the sound of typing echoing throughout the room. Their sole task was singular: buy, and buy again. There was no need for contemplation. They were to heed the commands and purchase with reckless abandon. At that moment, Shalene had calculated the timing perfectly. It was early March, and the shares of Jindan, valued at hundreds of billions, had already dipped below 3 yuan. It was the ideal moment to buy at the bottom. In the future, with multiple foreign assets infusing capital, its value would skyrocket to trillions. That would be the time to reap the rewards, for thereafter, the impending doomsday would render any wealth unspendable. He picked up the phone, calmly issuing operational directives for the investment company's employees to continue their buying spree. Though filled with confusion, they complied. Among them were several ambitious young men who had arrived with high hopes, only to find their first day at work reduced to such a simplistic and brutal routine. They exchanged glances, their expressions rife with bewilderment and unease. After an intense flurry of activity, they found themselves merely sitting in the office daydreaming. Earning 3 times their previous salary, yet doing nothing, left them with a profound sense of anxiety. Some rested their chins on their hands, staring vacantly ahead. Others leaned back gently in their chairs, letting out soft sighs. The 2 female interns in the company, however, were far bolder. Upon discovering that both companies shared the same owner and had official financial backing, they felt reassured. Unconcerned, they spent their workdays playing games and watching shows, leisurely as if they were on vacation. One intern with a ponytail, while watching a show, cheerfully remarked to her short-haired colleague, "Hey, we truly are in a heavenly company now. No need to envy the employees of Lu TV anymore. As long as this company doesn't go under, I plan to stay here until the end of time." The short-haired intern nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with excitement. "Indeed. Let us relish these carefree days." She crossed her arms and leaned back slightly in her chair. Having arranged matters on this front, Shalene drove to the largest restaurant supplier in Huaqing. He possessed all the contact information for every restaurant and distributor in the city. Preparing to negotiate a substantial deal, he was not fond of cooking. Although he enjoyed culinary arts, he loathed the act of cooking itself. Now, he aimed to place a single order for a variety of delicious dishes, storing them for later use, ready to be served hot at a moment's notice. It seemed he would eventually need to find a small chef. Shalene strolled leisurely into Huaqing's largest hotel, Wamanlu, with his chin slightly raised. He surveyed the opulent decor of the establishment. Guided by the manager, he arrived at the boss's exquisitely decorated office. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the polished hardwood floor, illuminating Shalene's youthful and handsome visage. Who could have imagined that this young man in his 20s was, in fact, the owner of the recently most sought-after technological enterprise in the nation, Huangguang Technology? It was astonishing how young he was. He earnestly stated, "Boss Yang, I have a bold plan. I need to order a month's worth of dishes from all the restaurants in the district, ensuring both flavor and hygiene standards are met. I know you can manage this. Money is no issue. As he spoke, he slightly spread his hands. Boss Yang was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze, his expression a mix of astonishment and doubt. Do you comprehend what this entails? This will require a colossal expenditure, and the operational challenges are immense. I will have to leverage numerous connections to make this happen. Unfazed, Shalene replied, I am aware that you can accomplish this, and I have already devised a detailed plan, covering everything from procurement channels to logistics. The upper management will cooperate with you. He subtly smiled, exuding confidence. Boss Yang fell into contemplation, his fingers gently tapping the desk. The office was enveloped in silence, save for the ticking clock on the wall. After a lengthy pause, the boss slowly raised his head, a glimmer of inquiry in his eyes. How soon can you guarantee payment? 50% cash as a deposit, with the remaining balance transferred the day after the delivery of the dishes. Ah, very well. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. I will have the finance team prepare a budget. I will contact those restaurants right away. Tomorrow, I will bring the contract to your company. By the way, where should all this be delivered? Boss Yang's face broke into a broad smile as he hurriedly rose, gesturing for Shalene to sit. Deliver it to my company. I will need you to submit a more detailed plan, including a cost estimate, to facilitate the payment process. Given the urgency and significance of this order, I will additionally offer you an extra 2 points as a token of appreciation for your efforts. As Shalene spoke, he extended his right hand, gesturing the figures. 2 points. Oh, you are generous. No trouble at all. Boss Yang beamed with radiant joy. In the days that followed, a steady stream of cold chain transport vehicles arrived at the foot of the Illumination Technology building, each laden with freshly prepared gourmet meals, which were subsequently stacked in the underground warehouse. Once the vehicles departed, Shalene swiftly gathered the space, his hands gracefully waving in a familiar and natural motion. In the bustling Flower City, an unprecedented storm was brewing. In every corner, people engaged in fervent discussions, their faces a tapestry of astonishment and helplessness. The once vibrant restaurants now stood with their doors firmly shut, leaving the residents of Flower City, accustomed to dining out, utterly bewildered. What could possibly be amiss? Had all the restaurants gone bankrupt? Confusion filled the hearts of the people. During the morning and evening rush hours, the roads were choked with vehicles, honking incessantly. Drivers, agitated and anxious, found themselves powerless against the gridlock. This congestion was utterly severe. It happened every day. How could anyone possibly get to work? Complaints echoed around. Yet, when some happened upon the back kitchens of certain restaurants, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Cold chain transport vehicles were parked there, large tables of exquisite dishes being swiftly loaded onto the trucks. They were conducting business behind closed doors. How outrageous! The news spread like wildfire, quickly permeating the entire Flower City. This incident soared to the top of trending topics. Top 1. The shock. The owner of Illumination Technology spent billions merely to procure ingredients. Countless netizens widened their eyes in disbelief. Spending billions on groceries? What kind of divine operation is this? Top 2. Have all the restaurants in Flower City shut down? This resonated strongly with the public. Indeed, there was nowhere to dine. Top 3. The culprit behind the continuous traffic jams in Flower City. Just to deliver meals to Illumination Technology, people suddenly realized that the congestion stemmed from this. Top 4. What exactly does Illumination Technology do? Why has it garnered such attention recently? This sparked curiosity about the enigmatic company. Top 5. The Flower City residents forced to cook at home expressed the helplessness of countless individuals. Netizens flooded the internet with complaints. Illumination Technology is far too overbearing, leaving us without food, forcing us to return home and cook. What are we to do when we can't even buy groceries? How powerful must Illumination Technology be to have the entire city's restaurants at its service? The whole of Flower City descended into chaos and fervent discussion as the grocery buying storm initiated by Illumination Technology continued to intensify. Chapter 20. The Shelter Tower RV Fortress. Recently, Shalene found himself stretched thin, diligently advancing technological product projects while simultaneously overseeing the daily influx of exquisite food and directing several employees from Cloud Shadow Investments to frantically sell stocks in batches, all while tirelessly seeking to renovate the building. After careful consideration, Shalene ultimately chose the company's skyscraper constructed with special materials and structural designs. From its inception, this building had been meticulously planned to withstand various extreme scenarios, featuring robust earthquake, wind, water, explosion, and nuclear resistance capabilities. Its sturdy structure resembled a steel fortress, providing reliable safety assurances. Beneath the building lay a vast shelter space, lauded during the initial design and construction phases. In comparison, the villa space was far too limited to accommodate the production needs of the renovation. The journey back home was also inconvenient and lengthy. With less than 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, it was imperative to swiftly conclude all remaining tasks. Subsequently, Shailene contacted the architect responsible for the building's design, who recommended the nation's premier custom shelter company, Suyun Security Engineering Customization. This company possessed exceptional expertise, offering integrated design and construction services for blast-resistant shelters, safe havens, containers, and explosion-proof wall installations. Their blast-proof shelter products were mobile and equipped with various intelligent control systems, providing comprehensive safety assurances for personnel and equipment within, widely applicable across industries susceptible to explosive hazards such as petrochemical, nuclear power, pharmaceuticals, electronics, and military sectors. Shailene dialed the number and was greeted by a woman's voice. "Hello, this is Zhang, the person recommended by the designer." After an extensive half-day discussion, both parties reached a consensus. The company indeed displayed remarkable professionalism, exchanging necessary modifications. Inside the building, the atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation, thanks to the advanced equipment and the diligent efforts of the researchers. The first batch of special alloys, biobatteries, nanoscale products, and superconductors was finally completed. Shailene strode into the building with steady steps, his eyes gleaming with excitement and joy. He meticulously examined each product, gently touching the surface of the special alloy to appreciate its sturdy texture. He scrutinized the details of the biobatteries, envisioning their powerful energy output. He assessed the intricate structures of the nanoscale products, testing the performance of the superconductors. After completing his inspections, Shailene nodded in satisfaction. Unhesitatingly taking possession of these precious achievements, he understood the significance of these products, ready to incorporate them into the shelter's renovation. Turning to the dedicated researchers and staff, a warm smile graced his face. He announced on the spot a reward of 1 million each, promising an additional 25 kilograms of gold for each person once the mature process iteration was completed and the second batch of products was rolled out. This decision instantly sparked a wave of excitement, cheers and applause resonating throughout the building. Observing the jubilant expressions of his team, Shailene remarked, "This is the reward you deserve. Your hard work and dedication have brought tremendous breakthroughs to our enterprise. I hope you continue to strive diligently to produce the mass production version swiftly and to iteratively refine the processes. Our goal is to forge a brighter future, and you are the key force in achieving this." In one of the experimental groups, old Zhang's eyes widened in sheer ecstasy. "The rewards are incredibly generous. We must ensure the second batch of products is exemplary. 25 kilograms of gold, previously unthinkable. Our efforts have truly paid off." He excitedly rubbed his hands together, as if the gold were already before him. Xiao Li leaped up in exuberance, his smile radiant. "This is fantastic. The boss is generous. We must work diligently with these rewards. Our home life will be secure." I feel invigorated. Eager to dive into work immediately, he hurried back to his workstation to organize materials. Sister Wang's eyes glistened with tears as she reflected, "After so long, our efforts have finally borne fruit. This is not merely a reward. It is an affirmation of our work. I will definitely strive harder, not to betray this trust. When I receive the gold, I want to give my family a grand surprise." She smiled, her eyes filled with dreams of the future. Xiao Zhao beamed, unable to contain his joy, embracing his colleagues warmly. "This feels like a dream. 1 million plus gold. How lucky we are from now on. I will be more dedicated, creating greater value for the company." With that, he hummed a cheerful tune as he headed towards the laboratory. Xiao Qin's face flushed, his fists clenched. "These rewards are incredible. We must expedite the process iteration. Ensuring the second batch of products is launched as soon as possible. I want to make my family proud, showing them that my efforts have not been in vain." The 5 researchers reveled in their joy, acutely aware that this reward was both recognition and motivation. Time flew by, and with less than half a month until the apocalypse, the once modern and bustling company building was undergoing a profound transformation, gradually evolving into an impregnable steel fortress. Beginning from the exterior, robust new alloy material frameworks were meticulously constructed, enveloping the original building structure tightly. These novel alloy materials boasted exceptional strength, capable of withstanding immense impacts. And their surfaces were specially treated to provide outstanding corrosion and oxidation resistance, ensuring durability even in harsh environments. Every window was replaced with heavy, revolutionary bulletproof glass, offering high transparency while effectively repelling various bullets and projectiles. The edges of the glass were sealed seamlessly, perfectly integrating with the steel framework, ensuring external dangers could not easily penetrate. At the entrance, the formerly spacious main door was replaced with a massive blast-proof steel door, requiring advanced electronic control systems and multiple identity verifications for access. Surrounding the door were sturdy anti-collision barriers and protective devices, capable of withstanding even the most forceful assaults from tanks. Upon entering the building, thick new alloy material panels adorn the walls, interlocking to form a robust protective lining. The floors were also specially reinforced, capable of bearing substantial weight and pressure, ensuring stability even in the event of extreme situations such as explosions. All stairways and elevator shafts between floors underwent comprehensive renovations and enhancements. The staircases were enveloped in steel railings and protective nets, ensuring the safety of personnel as they traversed the stairs. Elevators were equipped with advanced protective systems, including emergency braking mechanisms and intrusion prevention devices, guaranteeing safe operation under any circumstances. All critical areas, such as server rooms, power supply systems, and high-rise living quarters, were outfitted with independent protective compartments and temperature balancing systems. These compartments are constructed from high-strength alloy materials, equipped internally with comprehensive surveillance systems and emergency communication networks, ensuring operational continuity and external connectivity in crisis situations. The power system employs a multi-energy coordination model, with biobatteries serving as the primary energy source and nuclear batteries as the wartime alternative. In exceptional circumstances, should both systems fail, numerous diesel generators within the premises can operate simultaneously. The roof of the company building has been transformed into a lookout and defense platform, featuring 2 helipads, poised to accommodate military helicopters when the opportunity arises. Robust protective barriers and shooting positions encircle the area, outfitted with high-performance telescopes and powerful laser weaponry, enabling vigilant observation of the surroundings and prompt responses to potential threats. Throughout the renovation process, advanced technology seamlessly merged with exquisite engineering techniques. The entire structure has been replaced with innovative materials produced by the company, with every floor and section meticulously designed to reflect an unwavering commitment to safety. Once a familiar corporate edifice, it has now evolved into a striking fortress of steel, ever ready to face any challenge. Shi Lin also enlisted the expertise of the company's researchers to create 2 mobile fortress RVs. The RVs, grand and imposing in appearance, are constructed from robust, specialized alloys, capable of withstanding the rigors of extreme environments. Heavy armor plating shields every critical component, while colossal tires made from a unique blend of nanofibers and specially designed rubber provide bulletproof, blast-resistant, and puncture-proof capabilities. These vehicles traverse rugged terrains with ease, whether navigating muddy swamps, crumbling urban ruins, or steep mountainsides. Inside the RV, the living quarters are arranged to be warm and inviting, with plush bedding and comfortable sofas that evoke a sense of home. The kitchen is equipped with state-of-the-art cooking appliances and storage facilities, allowing for the preparation of delectable meals to meet essential survival needs. Lying leisurely on the soft mattress, Shi Lin gazes around the RV, while his little companion, Xiao Lin Naizi, playfully climbs onto his stomach, both of them examining this grand toy. "Brother, will we always live here when we go out?" Xiao Lin, with wide, curious eyes, inquires, her innocent curiosity evident as she explores her surroundings. "Indeed, this shall be our mobile home from now on," Shi Lin replies, a tender smile illuminating his face as he watches her. The work area is imbued with a sense of technological advancement, with an array of cutting-edge communication devices and computer systems maintaining a tenuous connection with the outside world. The medical section is stocked with a wealth of pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, ready to provide timely aid for any potential injuries or ailments. The security system serves as the core of this mobile fortress, with omnidirectional surveillance cameras keenly monitoring every movement in the vicinity. An imposing self-defense arsenal, including automated laser guns and missile launchers, deters any adversaries daring enough to approach. Additionally, the RV is equipped with AI-assisted driving, allowing for seamless interactions with an AI concierge for any requested services. In terms of energy supply, efficient micronuclear batteries and large-capacity bioenergy storage systems ensure the fortress remains powered even in apocalyptic scenarios. Moreover, supplementary fuel generators stand ready for emergencies. The water purification system transforms collected rainwater and river water into clean drinking water. Safeguarding this vital resource for survival. ASNRV, propulsion is paramount. It boasts a dual-energy power system combining gas engines and pure electric motors, offering the flexibility to switch between hybrid, electric, and fuel modes, enabling the war fortress to reach an astonishing speed of 100 km/h. Even when encountering tanks on the road, confidence abounds that it could ram them as if they were made of paper. 10 days before the impending apocalypse, within the confines of the Mirage Technology Sanctuary, the ongoing renovations instill a sense of unease among the researchers, who ponder whether war or disaster looms on the horizon. At present, all products have completed their iterations, achieving automated production with a satisfactory yield. Shi Lin surveys the underground warehouse brimming with post-apocalyptic technological marvels and various instruments, his heart swelling with satisfaction. An urgent announcement disrupts the tranquility, prompting hundreds of researchers, aside from security personnel, to gather in the grand hall. Upon entering the opulent space, they feel as though they have stepped into a realm infused with futuristic allure. The hall is spacious and luminous, with an automated panoramic skylight casting a gentle glow, while the floor is laid with new synthetic materials that reflect the light impeccably. The researchers, clad in crisp white lab coats, form clusters, quietly exchanging thoughts and speculations about the forthcoming meeting, while others walk alone, their expressions contemplative and focused. United by their passion for science, they hail from diverse fields, each harboring a fervent dedication to their craft. As the crowd swells, the atmosphere becomes vibrant, the soft sounds of footsteps mingling with hushed conversations. Standing on an elevated platform, Shi Lin, dressed casually, wears a broad smile, drawing the attention of all present who eagerly await his address. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your tireless efforts. You have excelled beyond my expectations in completing your tasks with remarkable speed. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Upon leaving this place, you will be sought after by various military forces, laboratories, and indeed, all of humanity. Your diligence deserves to be rewarded. Today, with everyone having successfully fulfilled their assignments ahead of schedule, we have delivered a substantial quantity of products to the authorities. And the complete production technology has been handed over, and I am fulfilling my promise of compensation. Each of you will receive a reward of 1 million in currency and 25 kilograms of gold, or its equivalent in value. Furthermore, you may take a copy of your research project with you. Possessing this project is akin to holding a treasure trove, ensuring your livelihoods wherever you may go. This is my final act of compassion toward humanity. Shi Lin's words ripple through the hearts of the audience like pebbles cast into a still pond. Expressions of pride illuminate the faces of the researchers, who feel a swell of accomplishment, confidence in their futures, and excitement for the generous rewards awaiting them. Presently, Shi Lin's accounts overflow with an abundance of nines, wealth beyond measure, having profited immensely from the stock market and drained the resources of both Sakura country and the Federal Army. You have all performed admirably. You may now proceed to the entrance to register for your rewards, each receiving a mobile safe containing your compensation. Following that, you will have 30 minutes to retrieve backups of your project technologies from the laboratory. With a slight pause, the atmosphere in the hall becomes charged with anticipation. Additionally, you have an alternative option. You may choose to remain at Mirage Technology and work for me. The dormitory area of the building has a limited number of rooms, only 30, available on a first-come, first-served basis, with the potential for upgrades based on performance. Shi Lin's steady voice reverberates within the hall. The crowd exchanges glances, their expressions a mixture of contemplation and uncertainty. I trust you are aware that significant events may soon unfold. He continues, narrowing his eyes, a grave expression settling over his features as an air of apprehension permeates the hall. However, I do not impose upon you the obligation to stay. Outside the building, various military factions, organizations, and tech companies await. Perhaps they would better suit your aspirations, where you can shine and contribute to humanity and scientific advancement. The researchers ponder the possible ramifications of the impending events, weighing their choices. Zhao Ming, an experienced senior researcher and team leader, asserts, staying is prudent. The resources here are plentiful, allowing us to better prepare for the future. I recognize the importance of teamwork and resources. Mirage technology is our bastion, and we must fortify our position. Team leader Xiangke counters, departing does not equate to abandoning research. Rather, I believe the outside world holds greater opportunities. I refuse to remain in a stagnant environment. I wish to actively pursue new challenges, as organizations require my contributions. Su Yao, a composed and insightful female scientist, gazes at Shi Lin with unspoken thoughts in her eyes. I, too, wish to stay. Mirage technology has always been the place where I can realize my scientific dreams. I trust that under Shi Lin's leadership, we will overcome any obstacles. Moreover, in these turbulent times, a stable sanctuary is of utmost importance. Suyu expresses her uncertainty. I cannot ascertain whether this place is truly secure. I must seek a location that better aligns with my needs. I cannot entrust my fate entirely to a shelter. I must take responsibility for my own future. Caution is wise. What if something goes awry? Wu Yu states, I have my own plans. I cannot remain here. I intend to forge my own path, believing in my capabilities. Even without a sanctuary, I will persevere. As the crowd observes these distinguished figures, they too begin to chart their own courses. Over 30 individuals opt to remain, and those who choose to stay are accommodated with additional rooms. The remaining hundreds resolutely collect their rewards and exit the steel edifice. Embarking on their journeys in search of suitable paths, they soar like birds taking flight, each heading toward different horizons. Some choose to join military districts, eager to contribute to national security and technological advancements. Others opt for renowned university laboratories, aspiring to explore the unknown within an academic environment. Some select established research firms, believing they can best utilize their talents within a mature system. Still, others choose to depart quietly, seeking solace in the belief that with their current wealth, they can find a tranquil place to lead comfortable lives. Chapter 22. The apocalypse approaches, hearts in turmoil. Su Yao stands quietly outside Shi Lin's office, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. With her right hand gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she dons a simple white lab coat, her eyes alight with anticipation. Slowly, she extends her hand and gently pushes open the door. At this moment, Shi Lin was intently focused on the documents in his hands, having completed all tasks at hand. Upon hearing a sound, he slightly lifted his head, diverting his gaze from the papers. Noticing it was Su Yao, a gentle smile graced his lips as he set down the documents, leaning slightly forward to politely inquire, "Is there something you need?" Su Yao, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, gazed at the man 4 years her junior, her eyes flickering momentarily before she spoke in a hushed tone. "I have chosen to stay. I wish to ask you, what are your plans moving forward? What will happen next?" Her words carried a hint of anticipation, and her gaze unintentionally revealed a tenderness laced with ambiguity. At that moment, Kobayashi Naiko happened to pass by the protagonist's office. Her steps faltered slightly as her eyes caught sight of Su Yao and Shi Lin together through the partially open door. A wave of jealousy surged within her, and her expression darkened as she bit her lip, her pouting face appearing particularly endearing. She abruptly turned on her heel and hurried back to the living area. Shi Lin, ever attuned to his surroundings, quickly sensed Kobayashi Naiko's unusual demeanor. He furrowed his brow slightly, finding an excuse to conclude his conversation with Su Yao before hastening to find Naiko. With hurried strides, he searched for her presence in the living area, eventually locating her with a displeased expression, arms crossed and lips slightly pursed. Understanding her feelings, Shi Lin approached her slowly, tenderly pinching her cheek as he softly reassured. "Do not be upset, my little one." She merely inquired about work-related matters and future plans. "It is nothing of consequence." Upon hearing Shi Lin's words, Naiko's jealousy eased somewhat, yet she still awkwardly retorted, "Then you should keep your distance from her. Even if you find someone else in the future, it must not be her. I sense something off about her from the very first glance. She appears cold and aloof, surrounded by numerous men. My judgment of character is quite keen. The way she looks at you harbors ill intentions. She is cunning." Shi Lin, with a hint of fondness, allowed a gentle smile to grace his features before he nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will follow your wishes. By the way, are you hungry? Shall we dine together? Hey, is that big brother's plan to eat first, or to indulge in me?" Naiko's face broke into a playful grin, her eyes twinkling with flirtation. "Both shall be satisfied, but let us set aside the teasing for now. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Continue this mischief, and I may just have to discipline you right here." Shilin playfully tapped Nico's forehead with his finger. Come here, little rascal. I wish to speak with you about something important. After working so hard for so long, I finally have the time to spend with you. With a gentle tone, Shilin continued, in less than a week, this world as we know it will cease to exist, and the established order will be dismantled. The impending apocalypse draws near. We shall remain here for a month. Enduring the first catastrophe, those fortunate enough may receive abilities bestowed by fate, though each gift will differ. You may also be among them. However, the unfortunate will perish at a rate of 90%. Transforming into monstrous beings, I will spend the next few days with you, but I must then travel to Suong to find someone. I shall return swiftly, and together we will await the calamity. Ah, where are you reaching? Nico's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes filled with bashfulness and alarm as she instinctively attempted to halt Shilin's movements. Let us return to the room. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, akin to a mere whispering breeze, yet her gaze brimmed with an ambiguous expectation. A soft hum escaped her lips as Shilin pressed his mouth against hers, silencing all her words in a sudden, fervent kiss. Recently, a rumor circulated online claiming that the apocalypse was imminent, suggesting that Dongda had been divided among various oligarchs hoarding resources for a doomsday fortress, leaving ordinary individuals with no means of survival and urging them to prepare by stockpiling supplies. Videos showcasing Shilin's use of extraordinary abilities emerged, alongside statements from military survivors. Various academic circles also privately disseminated this notion, asserting that Huangguang technology was constructing shelters and stockpiling vast quantities of food and supplies. With many departing the company, it was inevitable that some would spill secrets. Moreover, Shilin remained unconcerned. At this juncture, Shangguan Xiong and Li Xia learned of the news, their hearts secretly elated, perceiving this as an opportune moment to undermine Shilin. A sly smile crept across her lips as she remarked to Li Xia. This presents a splendid opportunity. We must seize it to ruin Shilin's reputation. We can amplify our voices online, steering public opinion to portray Shilin as a fabricator of lies, an untrustworthy individual. Thus, they commenced disseminating falsehoods across major social platforms, deliberately tarnishing Shilin's name. They branded him a fraud, claiming he fabricated doomsday rumors merely to attract attention and seek personal gain, inciting outrage among netizens who expressed their fury and discontent. Following the previous incident of ordering food that garnered attention, many had become acquainted with the company, which held significant influence, though its products were absent from the market. Presently, Huangguang found itself at the center of controversy due to the doomsday rumors, inciting outrage among millions of internet users who flooded Huangguang's official Weibo account with comments demanding severe punishment for the rumormonger. Their words were fierce, brimming with anger and resentment. However, numerous individuals voiced their skepticism, questioning, is this true? Why has there been no official response? They eagerly sought a definitive answer to quell their doubts and anxieties. Comments poured in, with many urging the official account to clarify the situation. The online world appeared ignited by this incident, engulfed in a cacophony of confusion and chaos as people awaited an official response, yearning for the truth to emerge while vehemently condemning the actions of the rumor spreaders. That night, countless individuals found themselves restless, though the following day demanded their attendance at school or work, their anger intensifying. Beneath every video related to Huangguang, the comments section overflowed with vile remarks, as people's emotions sought an outlet. After a long night, Shilin was awakened by Kobayashi Nico's gentle nudging around noon. She softly opened the door, approached his bedside, and lightly shook his shoulder, exclaiming, I am furious. So many are slandering our company, and some have leaked your personal information. Numerous calls have flooded in for you. I noticed you were exhausted yesterday, so I refrained from waking you. I made you oyster porridge and eel rice. Hurry and eat, brother. Worry etched across Nico's face as she gazed at Shilin. Shilin, brushing off her concerns, felt a tinge of worry about whether his parents had seen the news. He picked up his phone and dialed their number. As they were working in their hometown, his fingers glided gently across the screen as he awaited the call to connect. Beep, 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 on the other end. It seemed they were busy. Chapter 23. Online violence and refutation. As Shilin leisurely enjoyed his meal, the sound of his gentle chewing punctuated the serene atmosphere. He appeared relaxed, as though the external tumult bore no relevance to him. Casually scrolling through his phone, his fingers danced lightly across the screen. his gaze carrying a hint of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the adorable Kobayashi Naiko sat obediently beside him, her small hand tenderly resting on his shoulder, rhythmically massaging him. Naiko's expression radiated warmth and focus, as if massaging Shilin were the pinnacle of her happiness. Although Shilin typically held an indifferent demeanor, caring little for reputation, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anger rise within him upon witnessing the torrent of vile comments on his phone screen. He furrowed his brow slightly, displeasure flashing in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. He had never been stringent about keeping the news of the apocalypse under wraps. Much of it had leaked from those employees and researchers he had dismissed. Upon learning of the impending disaster, they should have been grateful for the chance to prepare, perhaps even surviving the first wave of calamity. Yet, instead of gratitude, they chose to hurl insults at him. With a soft sigh, Shilin mused, if that is the case, why should I concern myself with their fates any longer? With an air of indifference, Shilin took up his phone, his fingers steady as they tapped on the screen. He composed a concise yet impactful statement for the company's official Weibo account. Statement: respect the destinies of others, relinquish the urge to assist, accompanied by an image labeled Technological Fortress, JPG, depicting a strikingly futuristic building. A marvel of epic-defining technology radiating awe-inspiring charm. In an instant, within less than 10 minutes, likes and comments surged past 50 million. The fervor surged like a rocket, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of trending topics. Overwhelming headlines across major websites, Shilin's actions ignited a wildfire of public anger, instantly unleashing the pent-up frustrations of the masses. Millions of comments crashed in like tumultuous waves, while the staggering volume of interest rendered Weibo servers incapacitated, resulting in a total blackout. This torrent of indignation resembled an unstoppable superstorm. It was only after the throttling and rebooting of the system that Weibo managed to resume normal operations. At this juncture, the official account solemnly issued a statement. Recently, rumors regarding the apocalypse have proliferated across the internet, inciting considerable panic among the populace. We hereby declare that such notions of an impending apocalypse are utterly unfounded. The slanderous actions of Huangguang Technology are profoundly irresponsible. We have suspended their official Weibo account and will take serious measures against those disseminating these falsehoods. We urge the public to remain rational and not to believe in rumors, collectively safeguarding societal stability. Meanwhile, the situation escalated offline. Agitated crowds surged towards the district where Huangguang was located, transforming the once pristine streets into a chaotic scene littered with refuse and vegetable scraps, in their extreme expression of discontent and fury regarding the rumors. The crowd found themselves drowning in confusion, uncertain of how to navigate the ensuing chaos. Concurrently, the narrative took a decidedly one-sided turn online, with some individuals shamelessly leaking Shilin's personal information in the comments section. His name, company address, past endeavors, current business, and even familial connections were laid bare, leaving him utterly exposed. Upon witnessing this, Shang Wanqiong wore a smug smile, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. With arms crossed and chin slightly elevated, she appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Look at you now, deserving of the scorn from millions, she thought. After indulging in her amusement, she promptly dialed a friend working at the 6 doors, eager to inquire about the individual she had asked her to investigate, so that she might further manipulate Shilin. Her fingers danced across her phone screen until she located the familiar number and dialed without hesitation. A sharp-voiced woman answered, introducing herself as Jiang Yeye. Hey there, I just finished up here. What is up? Shang Wanqiong's lips curled into a disingenuous smile as she adopted a tone laced with urgency and flattery. Sister, how's that favor I asked you about? Are you still interested in a date with my brother? She harbored secret calculations in her mind, recognizing that this so-called friend was merely an acquaintance from a social event, someone she barely regarded, her appearance reminiscent of a Michelin tire. Had it not been for the connections her father held within the system, Shang Wanqiong would have dismissed her entirely. To achieve her own ends, she felt compelled to exploit this woman. Oh, that? I just received the info and was about to send it your way. What about your brother, Shang Wanyu, and my date? Jiang Ye's voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Though the Shangwan family was considered elite in Huaqing, they were overshadowed by the super families from Shanghai and Beijing, making their standing relatively inconsequential. The prospect of her family's attention on Shang Wanyu was a coveted opportunity for Shang Wanqiong, who hoped to leverage those connections. Absolutely, I'll arrange everything. You set the time and place. And I'll ensure he shows up. But whether it happens depends on your attitude, she implied, her voice tinged with a subtle threat. She knew Jiang Yeye was a desperate admirer, so infatuated that even her brother found her off-putting. Shang Wanxiong had no choice but to sell her brother to achieve her goals. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can be with Gidge. The information is in your hands now. Thank you, sister. We're family from now on. Jiang Yeye's voice was grating, akin to a sound force through constricted airways, causing discomfort to the listener. Shang Wanxiong furrowed her brow but quickly masked her distaste. As Jiang Yeye daydreamed about a romantic dinner with the charming Shang Wanyu. Shang Wanxiong received a file on her phone containing every detail about a woman. Name. By Yun, female, age, 24. The document was replete with personal details, date of birth, marital status, relationship status, assets, family background, parents, home address, habits, and accounts on various websites. A flicker of surprise and envy crossed Shang Wanxiong's face as she squinted at the information. So, she is the renowned eldest daughter of the Bai family in Suanji. In a wonder I couldn't find her. Shang Wanxiong bit her lip, plotting her next move. Even a pawn must be handled with care. It seemed she would need to collaborate with others, as the Bai family's strength was comparable to her own Shangwan family, presenting a formidable challenge. A sinister expression crept onto Shang Wanxiong's face as she resolved to employ unscrupulous means to deal with Bai Yun to fulfill her ambitions. Meanwhile, Shilin held Xiaolin close, leisurely watching a bubble drama, which the young girl adored. A gentle smile adorned Shilin's face, his eyes brimming with affection as he occasionally fed her chips, seemingly oblivious to the external tumult. He delicately brought a chip to Xiaolin's lips. Subsequently, he logged into the dark web and contacted several hacking groups, dispatching surveillance footage of those who had thrown garbage downstairs, along with the vitriolic commenters online, instructing them to expose all their misdeeds. He intended to plaster their personal information across trending topics, fabricating false evidence to buy notoriety and ruin their reputations, ensuring they tasted the bitterness of online harassment. 50,000 per person, the more, the merrier, Shilin mused, indifferent to the monetary cost. He was determined to make them experience the repercussions of their actions. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, devoid of any compassion. He would show no mercy to those who had wronged him. Chapter 24. A call from parents. Beep, beep, beep. Shilin's phone suddenly rang, displaying a call from his parents. Having lived a second life, his feelings towards them were intricately complex. Perhaps it was an inherent aloofness, a lack of familial affection, or the urgency of a post-apocalyptic world that left no room for mourning the bonds of blood. After a long silence, hearing his parents' concerned voices on the other end stirred something within him. Son, how have you been? There are so many people criticizing you online. Did you post those things? We must avoid trouble. Just live your life well. How are you really doing? It's been ages since you replied to our messages. And you've left your mother on read for half a month. You haven't even called. It's all right. I'll come to pick you up in a couple of days. Something significant is about to happen. Oh, and Xiaolin is here. Shilin gently glanced at Xiaolin. Xiaolin, feeling a bit anxious, wondered. What? Are we meeting the parents? Hello, Auntie. I'm Nana Z, but you can call me Xiaolin. I'm Shilin's girlfriend, she said, her Mandarin slightly awkward yet sweet. Although she had been in Dongda for a while, her spoken language had yet to fully adapt. On the other end, Shilin's mother paused for 3 seconds. Oh? Hello, Xiaolin. What a polite child. Your voice is so lovely. Where are you from? How long have you been together? How old are you? Has Shilin bullied you? If he has, just tell Andy, and I'll help you. Xiaolin, taken aback by this sudden warmth, felt a flutter in her heart, her eyes misty. The barrage of questions left both of them somewhat bewildered, prompting Shilin to swiftly take the phone, enveloping Xiaolin in his embrace while gently stroking her back. Continuing to watch television, secretly marveling at the experience of nurturing a child. Xiaolin is from Sakura country. We met while traveling. She is 18 and has been at Dongda for a while now. And we plan to stay together. And what about that last one? Why didn't you pursue her? Shilin's mother pressed, unwilling to accept that her son might be a fickle-hearted individual. Proper upbringing must prevail. Which one are you referring to? Shilin thought, feeling helpless. It had been over a decade since the apocalypse. He had almost forgotten. Which one? The one you brought home last year. And what about that medical student? They haven't even confronted you yet. How many times have I urged you to get married? You're 25. And you've switched girlfriends repeatedly without settling down. What are you planning? Do you have no self-respect? Ugh, her? That's unfortunate. I think it's been mere months since we broke up, so I've forgotten her name. It's been over a decade since the end of the world. Shilin silently lamented. All right, I understand that I'll prepare and probably be able to arrive by tomorrow noon. Make sure to pack your bags, and I will come to get you. There are significant matters at hand. Don't go out today or tomorrow. Okay, we'll wait for your return. I'll buy some local specialties. Tomorrow, I'll make you something delicious. After Shilin hung up the phone, he tightly embraced Xiaolin Nanazi. Little one, from now on, I shall be your beloved, and they will also be your family. You shall no longer be alone. Xiaolin, with reddened eyes, had grown up in solitude. Her time with Shilin was the most fulfilling and joyous of her life, where she lacked for nothing and was doted upon like a child. Although their love was not earth-shattering, she longed for such a simple existence. It's your fault for making me cry, you rascal. You owe me with that. She buried her head in Shilin's embrace, wiping her tears and snot on his white shirt. Outside the company building, Shilin stood solemnly at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the gathering of fewer than 300 individuals below. Among them were many unfamiliar faces, predominantly family members of employees, their expressions tinged with curiosity and anticipation as they sought to familiarize themselves with one another and gain insight into the future direction. Each individual present had been meticulously selected by Shilin. The security personnel stood tall, all young veterans of special forces, having endured rigorous training in the military. Now they chose to remain and had brought their families along. Their steadfast eyes exuded a reassuring strength. In the future, these individuals would become formidable combat forces, led by Xuantao, assigned to various combat groups. They would serve as guardians of the refuge, creating a secure haven amidst the impending apocalypse. Additionally, some were former clerical and administrative staff from the company, and a few interns as well. While they may not possess the martial prowess of special forces, they played indispensable roles in their respective positions. All had undergone thorough selection, boasting excellent academic backgrounds, intelligence, and physical fitness. In the face of the apocalypse, they would manage various mundane tasks, ensuring the refuge's smooth operation. Moreover, many brought along one or two family members, all in reasonably good health and capable of contributing. They were distributed across foundational roles, overseen by several seasoned employees from the previous company. These veterans, brimming with experience, would guide the newcomers in swiftly adapting to life in the end times. Contributing to the refuge's establishment, the remaining contingent comprised a research team of over 30 individuals, led by female researcher Su Yao and veteran researcher Zhao Ming. They represented the future hope of the refuge. For in the apocalypse, the power of technology would prove crucial. At present, Shilin had little technical knowledge to impart to them, save for some post-apocalyptic experiences and occasional guidance. Henceforth, the technological aspect of the refuge would be their responsibility. These individuals were the backbone of the post-apocalyptic world, armed with extraordinary abilities that would accelerate the pace of technological development exponentially. They would continually explore new technologies to create better living conditions for everyone during the apocalypse. Clearing his throat, Shilin's voice resonated with calm authority. I must embark on a journey, and should anything arise, seek out Su Yao. She will oversee the management of the company. The coming days will be tumultuous. I urge everyone to adhere strictly to the rules. No one is to enter or exit this building. I shall return on the final day. Since you have arrived here, focus on your tasks. I assure you, you will not be treated unfairly, and in time, you will be grateful for your choice. He paused before continuing. We are about to confront an unprecedented challenge. The apocalypse is imminent, and this is no exaggeration. Everything I do is aimed at survival in these dire times. We must unite and strive together. Combat teams, enhance your training and elevate your combat abilities. Remain vigilant in safeguarding our home. Administrative personnel and those in foundational roles, fulfill your duties to ensure the refuge operates smoothly. The research team, hasten the pace of technological development, providing us with stronger weapons and survival guarantees for the apocalypse. We must prepare not only physically but mentally as well. In the end times, we must abandon certain societal norms. Only strength and power hold sway, and only those of value will survive. Cast aside your compassion and kindness. Such traits may serve you better in the long run. However, should anyone attempt to harm the company's interests, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Now, let us strive together for the future. Shilin's words were imbued with strength, inspiring every individual present. They would fight for survival amidst the apocalypse. Dismissed. With Shalene's command, everyone returned to their posts, commencing final preparations for the impending doom. Subsequently, Shalene led Na-Na-Z through the security gates. Upon passing facial recognition, the gates opened, and he drove off in a blue sports car. Disappearing into the streets, Shalene drove at breakneck speed, hitting the highway at a staggering 270 km/h. Being photographed was inconsequential. After all, the apocalypse was approaching, and he cared little. Xiaolin, seated in the passenger seat, initially felt a tinge of anxiety but gradually acclimated, reassured by her brother's extraordinary abilities. She alternated between playing on her phone, sipping a drink, munching on snacks, and ultimately resorted to sleeping in the passenger seat. Exhausted like a little kitten after such a long drive, as they reached a rest stop on the highway, Shalene decided to take a break before continuing their journey the following morning. Driving at night was not only risky for himself, but also due to the little one being worn out. Chapter 25. Encounter with a female officer. The two first visited the restroom, but upon returning, they noticed a police car parked nearby, piquing their interest and instinctively prompting them to seek a bit of amusement. Just as they approached the vehicle, two traffic officers emerged, one male and one female, with the female taking the lead. "Are you the owner of this vehicle?" the female officer inquired politely, saluting in an official tone. Her looks were above average, and her uniform, complemented by a reflective vest, accentuated her athletic figure. "What seems to be the problem?" Shalene replied playfully, motioning for Xiaolin to take a seat in the passenger side. "Speed limit is 120. You were going 270. Quite impressive, aren't you? License and registration? Please." The female officer, named Xiao Yun, was a standout at the traffic bureau, with her father being the director and no one in the bureau dared to oppose her. "Also, I need to conduct a breathalyzer test. I suspect you may have been drinking." With that, she produced a breathalyzer, preparing to administer the test. "Furthermore, was it you last half a year ago that caused a similar incident?" Xiao Yun furrowed her brows. "What did you say? Was it me that night?" "Ha, officer, please don't speak like that. You'll only lead my girlfriend to misunderstand," he chuckled. "You really are the one, aren't you? Looks like you're preparing for a little time in the station." "Huh. If I hadn't been driving that old MZD, I would have caught you last time. 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water," Shalene remarked, seemingly out of nowhere. "What noodles and water?" "We provide boxed meals at our station," Xiao Yun responded, puzzled, as she prepared to pull out handcuffs to apprehend him. "Wait, let me make a call." Without further explanation, Shalene pulled out his phone and dialed some influential contacts from the capital. Now it was 2 in the morning. "I'm telling you, calling anyone now will only bring trouble to them, understand?" The call connected quickly, and he could hear the sounds of heavy breathing on the other end. "Mr. Shalene, what brings you to call so late?" The voice on the line seemed to be engaged in some late-night activities. "Oh, I'm just curious why your people are stopping me. Are they looking for something to do?" "Here on Jingjiang Highway, there's this little female officer, and she has a little kid with her. What's her name? What's her badge number?" The other party didn't inquire about the reason. They simply responded. Xiao Yun crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. "Today, I'd like to see who can outrank me. If I can't call someone, you won't be going anywhere." Her father was the top director, and no one could easily intervene. "Xiao Yun, 5207X, Shalene replied nonchalantly, watching her badge number. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, an elderly gentleman had just finished his call, clutching a blonde foreign lady, ready to continue his English lessons, muttering to himself, "What a trivial matter. Why are they stopping him at this hour? Looking for trouble?" 2 minutes quickly passed, and Xiao Yun received a call from her father, but it was from his official line. At that moment, she sensed something was amiss. "Yunjia, why haven't you answered your phone?" The junior officer reminded her. Finally, she answered the call. "Xiao Yun, quickly release that car and head home immediately." Her father barked, his tone furious, yet he managed to restrain his anger. "Why should I? Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up, don't waste his time. Now, let the car go now. Get off work, go home with that." He hung up without a trace of mercy. Shalene found immense satisfaction in this turn of events. Teasing this group at such a late hour was quite amusing. "Apologies, beautiful, but it seems you won't be able to apprehend me after all. Your authority appears rather limited, though it holds considerable sway elsewhere." Seated in the driver's seat, Shalene regarded her with a playful expression. "Oh, by the way, considering how amusing you are, let me share something with you. The apocalypse is imminent, So prepare yourself, BY then. You might be worth no more than 3 packets of instant noodles. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped off the highway. Yunjie, that person seems to be the infamous owner of Huangguang Technology from the internet. The one who spread rumors about the end of the world. The auxiliary police officer, who had failed to recognize him earlier, mused in disbelief. He possesses such immense power. How can he leave without a care? Just a single phone call, and he's gone. The depths of this situation are unfathomable. Should I consider changing my career? The young officer, wearing a frown, watched as the blue figure disappeared at the highway exit. Hearing his words, Xiao Yun's face turned a shade of green with anger. Vowing silently to deliver a proper reckoning the next time they crossed paths, upon exiting the highway, a breathtaking urban nightscape unfolded before them. The dazzling lights illuminated the intricate veins of the city. Towering buildings adorned with vibrant lights and flickering neon signs lined the streets, while vehicles flowed endlessly, their headlights weaving a tapestry of moving light in the shop windows. Bright lights reflected an array of exquisite merchandise. In the distance, a musical fountain danced rhythmically, its splashes transforming into a kaleidoscope of beautiful colors under the glow of the lights. Summer had already arrived, bringing with it a slight warmth, yet the evening breeze offered a refreshing respite. Shilin casually chose a 7-day inn, gazing out at the night scene, a wave of tranquility and anticipation swelling within him. It had been over a decade since he last saw his family. I'll rest well today and set off early tomorrow, he thought, preparing for a night of rest. Brother, come quickly. Let's take a bath together. I learned a new technique. I can scrub your back. Xiao Lin flung open the bathroom door. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she boldly invited him in. The warm lighting cast a cozy glow over the room, complementing Xiao Lin's graceful figure. Shilin remarked, "These headlights are so bright and intense. I've never experienced anything quite like it, so smooth." After a long night's journey, having driven all morning, Shilin finally arrived at the community where his family resided. As his car slowly entered the familiar gates, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him. The midday sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the immaculate roadway. The greenery lining the streets remained lush and vibrant, full of life. The exterior walls of the familiar buildings were still adorned with slogans from years past, weathered by time but rich with countless memories. In the central wooden pavilion of the community, elderly residents leisurely sought shade from the sun, exchanging pleasantries, while children frolicked on the grass nearby, their laughter echoing through the air. Not far from the roadside, several residents queued to purchase steamed buns sold from a motorcycle vendor, a testament to the essence of daily life. Shilin stepped out of the car, stretching his stiff limbs. He inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar sense of the community. Everything felt so familiar, so warm, he felt as though he had returned to a cherished past. Chasing and playing with neighborhood friends in this small world. Hand in hand with Xiao Lin, he strolled slowly toward home. With each step, his heart brimmed with nostalgia. He could hardly wait to reunite with his family, eager to share his stories and hear about the new changes in the neighborhood. In this familiar community, Shilin found a sanctuary for his soul, and no matter how far he traveled, this place would forever be the warmest harbor in his heart. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a beautiful woman in her 30s, who, upon recognizing him, enveloped him in an embrace akin to that of an octopus, ruffling his hair affectionately. Who is this? Oh, it's our Shilin, finally here, she teased playfully. Shilin patiently explained, there was heavy traffic on the road, and I had to rest before setting off this morning, as he extricated himself from his aunt's affectionate grasp. It's been years since we last saw each other. You've grown so tall. Call me Aunt. Don't call me anything else. Did you miss me? And who is this? Is she your girlfriend? The woman was Shilin's aunt, a distant cousin of his mother, just a few years older than him. When they were young, she had taken him to school, and they had grown up together, wearing open-crotch pants, with a beaming smile. His aunt looked at Shilin and Xiao Lin, her eyes sparkling with surprise and curiosity. Feeling a bit bashful, Shilin scratched his head and replied, "Hello, Aunt. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Lin." Xiao Lin, feeling a bit uneasy, shyly nodded and acknowledged his aunt. The aunt warmly took Xiao Lin's hand and exclaimed, "Oh my, you are truly beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Come in, come in." Xiao Lin, slightly embarrassed, allowed herself to be led inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by the familiar and cozy scene of Shilin's home. His father had just finished mopping the floor, carefully hanging up the freshly washed clothes while humming a cheerful tune. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen indicated that his mother was busy preparing a meal, the clattering of utensils creating a melody of its own. Xiao Lin observed everything with curiosity, her heart swelling with warmth. Shalene, moved by the familiar sights, guided Xiao Lin to the kitchen entrance and called out, "Mom and Dad, I'm back. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Lin. Her Mandarin isn't very good." Hearing his voice, his mother turned with a radiant smile, saying, "It's good to have you back. Go wash your face first, then sit down for dinner." Shalene nodded and led Xiao Lin to the wash basin. As they washed their faces, Xiao Lin quietly remarked, "Your family is so welcoming." Shalene chuckled in response, "They've always been like this." After washing up, they settled in the living room. His father approached, warmly greeting Xiao Lin and inquiring about her journey. Though her Mandarin was imperfect, she made an effort to respond with simple words, and his father listened patiently, nodding and smiling. Before long, his mother emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth an array of delicious dishes, and the family gathered around the dining table to relish this heartwarming reunion. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, steaming and fragrant. His mother enthusiastically served Xiao Lin, encouraging her to eat more, saying, "Xiao Lin, don't be shy. These are all Auntie's specialties." Xiao Lin, gazing at her bowl piled high with food, smiled shyly and replied, "Thank you, Auntie, but this is too much." Shalene watched this scene unfold, his heart brimming with warmth. His father opened a bottle of fine wine, pouring a glass for Shalene and cheerfully stating, "Son, today is a joyous occasion. Let us toast." Shalene raised his glass to clink gently with his father's, then downed it in one go. As the family dined and chatted, laughter and joy filled the room. Although Xiao Lin struggled with the language, she made an effort to listen closely, her sweet smile illuminating her face. She felt enveloped by the warmth and happiness of this family, her heart swelling with emotion. His mother and aunt continuously inquired about Xiao Lin's life, showing genuine concern for her experiences in a foreign land. Xiao Lin answered each question sincerely, even if her words were simple, they resonated with authenticity. After lunch, the family gathered around Shalene in the living room. That moment, his aunt brought out a platter of local fruits. Placing it on the table, "Here, have some fruit, don't be shy. Treat it like your own home," she said warmly to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, gazing gratefully at his aunt, took a cluster of crystal grapes and took a delicate bite. The sweet and tangy flavor burst in her mouth, reminiscent of the warm atmosphere enveloping the home. Shalene's father, 48, was named Shi Jingyuan. His mother, 44, was Yi Qiulan, and his aunt, Yi Shuyao, at 30, was a mature single woman currently working as a wine distributor, selling various foreign wines, engaging in conversation with Xiao Lin while enjoying the fruit. Shalene's father then quietly asked, "Son, what's going on with all that online chatter? We want to understand. Are those things you posted true? Why is the official response like that while you seem unaffected?" Shalene's expression turned serious, prompting Xiao Lin to sit up straight. He then revealed the truth to them. The apocalypse is approaching, and humanity is about to face a great calamity. In preparation for these disasters, I established a sanctuary, which is what you see online. Huangguang technology, it's all true. As for those who disbelieve and insult me, I won't let them smear my name. I've already retaliated against the ringleaders and those who came to our company. In 2 days, the catastrophe will arrive, and we shall wait quietly. Everything is in the hands of fate. This situation has already escalated in public opinion, with many people criticizing me. The louder they criticize now, the more regret they'll feel when the end of the world arrives the day after tomorrow. There's no point in rushing. They seem to value their anger more than their lives. So let this situation reach a more intense climax. As for the officials, we have a partnership, and for now, they want to easily sever ties. If the time comes, who knows what actions they might take? But for now, they haven't. His mother, with a mix of helplessness and tenderness, remarked, "You have no idea. Many relatives have seen your videos and are saying you're spreading rumors and could end up in jail. They've been calling, asking if you've been arrested. It's been so exhausting dealing with those ridiculous relatives these past few days. Only your aunt forever believes in you." Today, she arrived with an assortment of fruits that she had purchased, here to lend a helping hand. My mother smiled as she gazed at my aunt. "Within our neighborhood resides a young woman, a university student like yourself, albeit having graduated several years ago. However, she has yet to secure employment, remaining at home, living off her parents, and presenting herself in a rather disheveled manner. The neighbors have grown weary of her presence. We bear no ill will towards her. Today, she forcefully knocked on our door, loudly uttering nonsensical remarks, even recording a video to share online, inciting a barrage of insults directed at her. The words were heart-wrenching to behold. In the surveillance footage, a woman of seemingly decent appearance but with an unkempt physique energetically pounded on the door, wielding her phone as she filmed. This is the home of the slanderous man. Can you believe he resides in the same community as I do? Who among my family can comprehend this? Such a rumor-monger deserves to face dire consequences, and the parents of such individuals are equally culpable for enabling their wrongdoing. A shrill voice permeated the video, creating an unbearable atmosphere. We have not pursued higher education for long. How could we possibly navigate such situations? Violence is against the law. I decided to contact my aunt, who summoned a police friend to compel her to delete the video and subsequently chased her away. Yet she continues to post videos and hurl insults. Just as we were discussing this, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and upon opening the door, we discovered a group of young women standing there. Audaciously bold, sisters, today I witnessed that slanderous man returning upstairs. Despite his considerable transgressions, he remains unscathed. Truly, this world resembles a grand Edinburgh. The girl is named Pan Xiaotian, from the same neighborhood, who resorts to such antics for attention and clout. If the authorities refuse to take action, we shall take matters into our own hands. After all, when we cry out and confront those apathetic officers, claiming to suffer from depression, they will absolve us of any wrongdoing. And he will have to apologize. Strength lies in numbers. Charge forth, sisters. One by one, each of them grasped a bucket and carried a bag filled with excrement they had collected from the public restroom. Let us go, my sisters. It's merely these neighbors who have been implicated. Do not blame us, but rather the criminal who resides in this building. Record the video. Record the video. Once I knock, as soon as the door opens, you can pour it in, Pan Xiaotian commanded her companions. Chapter 27. The harsh reality. Pan Xiaotian bit her lip fiercely, as if to draw blood, utterly oblivious to the pain. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with a simmering resentment akin to a volcano ready to erupt, threatening to consume everything in its path. She harbored an intense loathing for men, as if they were the very embodiment of all the world's evils. Especially upon witnessing a man like Shilin, who indulged in slander, casually residing within the community while the online uproar continued unabated, he remained untouched. Meanwhile, she merely sought to confront his parents, only to have her video reported by a woman who called the police to demand its deletion. This world is profoundly unjust. Justice is on her side, yet she finds herself continually oppressed. Why does such a worthless man get to run a company while she languishes at home, having failed in her graduate exams and civil service attempts? Why does he have a girlfriend who is 100 times more beautiful than she? This world is terribly unfair. Why must it be so? Even as she remains at home, merely striving to improve her situation, her parents incessantly urge her to seek work. Though their financial standing is lacking, do they not have jobs? Why can they not extend a measure of understanding towards her? All of this resentment found a release within her. She reassured herself that she was a champion of justice. For the sake of women's rights, for righteousness, she vowed to make this man pay. In a moment of impulse, she resolved to unleash her fury in the most extreme manner possible. The group behind her displayed hesitance, yet under Pan Xiaotian's fervent encouragement, they steeled themselves to follow suit. Each held a bucket filled with bags exuding a nauseating stench of feces. A fierce smile crossed Pan Xiaotian's lips as she envisioned Shilin's disgrace amid the onslaught. At Shilin's doorstep, she pounded vehemently against the door, the sound resonating like the roar of her inner fury. "Come out, you slanderous man," she cried, her voice sharp and piercing, as if to unleash all her discontent through that very shout. Her eyes sparkled with provocation, her brows slightly arched, lips curling into a sardonic smirk. "Injustice reigns. How is it that you, a slanderer, face no repercussions? The authorities indulge and favor men. If they refuse to intervene, we shall enact justice ourselves. Charge forth, sisters," Pan Xiaotian shouted, her arms flailing in fervor. The surrounding neighbors, startled by the commotion, peered out from their windows, expressions a mix of astonishment and concern. They could not fathom what had transpired to incite such fury in this young woman. Yet, upon glimpsing the contents of the buckets, they could not suppress their grimaces. Seeing that Shilin remained unresponsive, Pan Xiaoyan's anger intensified. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes seemingly aflame. She pounded on the door once more. The force so great that it seemed likely to shatter the entrance. She gestured for those behind her to prepare to douse the door and windows with the contents of their buckets. At that moment, her heart brimmed with exhilaration as she envisioned Shilin's agony and despair under the onslaught. Suddenly, Shilin, amidst the astonishment of his aunt and parents, waved his hand. A powerful water gun materialized before them. They were taken aback, and then, with another wave, a water tower appeared in the dining room, occupying a significant portion of the space. IT was quickly plugged in and connected to the water supply. Just as the young women were poised to act, the door to Shilin's home swung open with a resounding bang, revealing him. Wrath etched across his face. He brandished a high-powered water gun, a mischievous glint in his eye as he surveyed the assembly before him. If you wish to engage in such filth, I shall let you indulge to your heart's content. Shilin's lips curled into a mocking grin. Before Pan Xiaotian and her companions could react, he swiftly activated the water gun, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth like a ferocious beast. Those poised to hurl excrement were instantly swept away by the force of the spray, their buckets tumbling from their grasp, the contents scattering and splattering across the ground. Pan Xiaotian was pushed back by the force of the water, her hair and clothes drenched in filth, her appearance utterly disheveled. Yet, she remained undeterred, striving to charge forward and seize the water gun from Shilin. Her eyes burned with fury and resentment, her teeth grinding audibly. Steadying herself against the onslaught, she rushed at Shilin, hurling curses. "You bastard! Do you think this will defeat me? I will not let you off the hook." However, the power of Shilin's water gun was insurmountable, forcing her to retreat to the farthest corner of the hallway. Look at you all in this pathetic state, utterly laughable. Shilin bellowed with derision. You'll resort to such base tactics. Do you even know your own worth? At that moment, one of the women shouted in indignation, "You are crossing the line. How can you treat us like this? Even if we wish to throw excrement, you cannot retaliate with a water gun. Are you even a man? This is utterly excessive. Can't we discuss this civilly? Disgusting man, violent brute." She was Lu Yu, known for her fiery temperament. Initially, she had charged ahead with Pan Xiaotian, but now, drenched and furious, she was the first to unleash a tirade against Shilin. Another woman chimed in, "You are a scoundrel. Just wait. We will not let you off easily, vile man. You are a violent lunatic, and I will report you to the authorities." She was Wang Ting, who valued her reputation. Upon witnessing her own disheveled state, she felt both anger and shame. Joining Lu Yu in berating Shilin, a third woman lamented, "Oh no, my clothes are ruined. What am I to do?" Yet, as the torrents of water continued to batter them, their initial bravado began to wane. One woman began to plead, "Please, stop. We realize our mistakes." She was Li Xian, relatively timid, filled with fear after being drenched, the first to plead for mercy. Another echoed, "Please spare us. We shall never do this again." She was Zhang Lin, softer in nature, having remained mostly silent throughout, now quietly weeping and joining Li Xian in her supplications. Although Pan Xiaoyan's heart was heavy with resentment, she understood that she could not confront Shilin at that moment and instead huddled in the corner of the hallway. Her eyes shimmered with malice, silently vowing that Shilin would pay dearly for this affront. Her body trembled slightly, a manifestation of her anger and defiance. Her lips pressed tightly together, her expression twisted into one of rage. "Are you insane? Get lost. You are all nothing but trash," Shilin retorted, effortlessly clearing the doorway of debris before slamming it shut in righteous indignation. Once inside, he swiftly stored away the items with a mere gesture, the silver light flashing as they vanished into thin air. His parents and aunt stood in awe, astounded by his display of power. "How have you become so formidable? Is this some kind of superpower? How did you accomplish this? How much can you store? This is incredibly convenient. If I were to transport goods for you, how much money could I potentially earn?" Xiao Lin has already grown accustomed to it. Expressing that it is quite normal, Shi Lin comments that these are merely minor tactics. He then continues to address them, suggesting that they should now believe him, right? "Shi Lin, what exactly is this apocalyptic scenario you speak of? Is it truly that dire?" Yi Shu Yao inquired, her brow furrowed and her face etched with confusion. With a grave expression, Shi Lin replied, "Ishu Yao, the apocalypse is indeed approaching. Various disasters will follow in rapid succession, and the outside world will become exceedingly perilous. Our company's shelter is currently the safest place, equipped with ample supplies and defensive facilities, so, must we really go to Flower City? I feel rather uncertain about it." Ishu Yao bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. "Rest assured, I will ensure everyone's safety. Within the shelter, we can weather this challenging period together," Shi Lin stated firmly, imparting a sense of confidence to Ishu Yao. "Very well, I shall accompany you to Flower City. However, I must first persuade my parents to join us," Ishu Yao resolved after taking a deep breath. "Mom and Dad, have you prepared everything? The apocalypse is imminent. We must hasten to the company's shelter. It is secure and can protect us." Shi Lin turned to his parents. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern and hesitation. "Son, is the apocalypse truly that frightening? We have lived here for so many years. Leaving so suddenly is quite difficult for us," his parents expressed. "Mom and Dad, I understand your reluctance, but the situation is urgent. We have no other option. Only in the shelter can we survive," Shi Lin patiently persuaded his parents. Chapter 28. Outbreak and silence. That day, after returning home, Pan Xiaotian scrubbed herself repeatedly until her skin was raw, feeling an incessant and nauseating odor of filth. Had she somehow become tainted? She washed desperately, then posted a video online, fabricating a narrative that Shi Lin had harassed her for no reason. She embellished the story and invited several female boxing influencers and official accounts to initiate an online assault against Shi Lin. She lamented online, "Look everyone, I am but a weak woman, yet this person bullies me so cruelly. What right does he have to be so tyrannical?" Below was the video of her being sprayed with a water gun by Shi Lin. Soon, a number of oblivious individuals responded, launching verbal attacks against Shi Lin, and thus a tempest of online outrage ensued. Many recognized the audacious figure in the video as the same Shi Lin who had previously spread rumors about the apocalypse. How could he remain unpunished? Shouldn't he be apprehended and investigated? The official account of the People's Daily stated, "Criminals should not roam free. Severe punishment for offenders." The official account of Southwest Jiaotong University echoed, "Who could watch this without feeling threatened? Criminals must not escape justice," a certain feminist lawyer declared. "Men should not harm women, even if she is in the midst of a crime. No harm should come to her. This vile man has so brutally harmed an ordinary woman. He deserves the most severe punishment," Zhang Yuqi remarked. "The growth of scum like him cannot be a simple occurrence. We must address the issue directly, targeting such scoundrels." Amidst numerous incendiary comments, the heat of the situation escalated once more. Millions of netizens lambasted Shi Lin on every topic related to him, and even his former company and alma mater found themselves embroiled in the chaos. A plethora of official self-media accounts began to voice their criticisms of Shi Lin's criminal actions. As the incident continued to gain traction, more and more local official accounts joined the fray. A police account in a certain region announced, "We will closely monitor events that incite widespread social controversy. Should any illegal activity be discovered, we will deal with it rigorously according to the law." An official account of a local propaganda department stated, "In the information age, we must maintain rationality and objectivity, resisting emotional manipulation, and await further investigation into the truth." However, the majority of netizens remained unconvinced, their rhetoric growing increasingly extreme. Such individuals should be paraded in public, so everyone can witness their vile nature. Shi Lin is the refuse of society. His existence poses a threat to us all. His company and alma mater are complicit. They must be shielding him. Not a single man is decent. They are all violent. A fervent demand arose for Shi Lin to face the death penalty. Restoring justice for the victim. The situation reached unprecedented levels of outrage, dominating headlines across major websites. Yet, the protagonist remained unscathed, offering no explanation for his actions. As these extreme comments intensified, the storm of public opinion became increasingly ferocious. And Shi Lin seemed to be teetering on the edge of a precipice, poised for a fall at any moment. Yet, Shi Lin remained unfazed, detached from the uproar, thinking, "Let them criticize. Once they tire of their tirade, it will dissipate." Pan Xiaotian, witnessing the multitude of voices rallying for her, felt a surge of satisfaction, exhilaration coursing through her. Having tasted the sweet fruits of her actions, She observed Shi-Lin leaving in a luxurious white Toyota worth millions. While the blue sports car had vanished, she promptly recorded another video to post online. Does anyone understand? This tyrant drives an extravagant car and enjoys a leisurely life with beautiful women, while the darkness of society allows such deeds to transpire. Spreading rumors and committing acts of violence, the authorities remain utterly inactive. Why this silence? I am now suffering from depression. Why is this world so biased towards men? She even posted his house number and address in the comments section. The video depicted Shi-Lin and Yi Shuyao laughing together as they entered a Toyota Century SUV before speeding away from the neighborhood. Then came waves of furious comments from netizens. Angry bird. Shi-Lin? This scoundrel must face consequences. I will protest outside his company and demand they fire this scoundrel. Justice Sword 245. As a man myself, I find such behavior intolerable. We must unite to ostracize him. Ensuring he has nowhere to hide. Feminist Guardian. Shi-Lin epitomizes patriarchal society. His actions are a grave violation of women. We must seek justice for Pan Xiaotian and ensure he faces legal repercussions. Some radical netizens began to take action. Graffiti covered Shi-Lin's doorstep with slurs. Others sent him threatening letters, endangering his life. Some initiated campaigns to boycott the school he previously attended, demanding accountability. Passionate youth. As a man, I can no longer bear this. I have organized a group to protest at Shi-Lin's alma mater, demanding the school take responsibility for producing such individuals. Avengers Alliance. If Shi-Lin is not severely punished, it would be an affront to justice. We must make him aware that women are not easy targets. Angry Goddess. I will print Shi-Lin's photo and post it in public places so everyone recognizes this villain. As the incident continued to escalate, more local official accounts joined the commentary. A civil affairs account stated, "Such behavior severely disrupts social harmony and must be taken seriously, providing the public with an explanation." A cultural department account remarked, "Such misconduct causes significant damage to societal morals and should be condemned." The Women's Federation account proclaimed, "This is a serious affront to women. Severe punishment is imperative to ensure the perpetrator faces due consequences." A youth organization account stated, "Such egregious actions are infuriating. We cannot allow individuals like this to roam free." Observing the barrage of comments and the influx of likes, her phone vibrated incessantly. She felt a sense of release wash over her, her face flushed with newfound resolve. She believed herself to be the embodiment of power, a harbinger of justice, having made a perfect sacrifice for righteousness. The stench that had once plagued her felt less pungent, merely a minor inconvenience in her crusade against men. Shi-Lin, noticing the online frenzy, registered a new account, his profile picture a handsome shot of himself. He posted a surveillance video showcasing the confrontation with the female assailants who verbally assaulted his parents, ultimately being chased off by his aunt and the police. The latter half of the video featured Pan Xiaotian and her cohorts returning. Bags and buckets in hand, the contents unknown, but their voices were undeniably viled. This surveillance video circulated online. Its popularity surged, yet local official accounts remained silent. Those previously vocal in support of women's rights chose to remain mute. Quietly deleting earlier posts, it was as if this incident had never occurred, allowing public discourse to run rampant online. The official feminist accounts, which had thrived in favorable circumstances, fell silent when the tide turned against them. The fervor quickly waned, with no one stepping forward to clarify or apologize. Those unaware of the truth continued to vilify Shi-Lin, accusing him of lacking masculinity and failing to exhibit tolerance towards women. The obstinate women persisted in the comments, arguing, "No matter the circumstances, one should never harm a woman. He exhibits no masculinity whatsoever. Is he even a man?" They seemed to completely overlook the reprehensible actions of Pan Xiaotian and her ilk, solely emphasizing how men ought to treat women while turning a blind eye to the misconduct of women. Simultaneously, the turtle men are vociferously expressing their sycophantic and obsequious sentiments in the comments section. One turtle man remarked, "Is it merely a bit of excrement? What is the big deal? Using a water gun on someone." His words were rife with accusations directed at Shi-Lin, as if Shi-Lin were the one in the wrong. Another turtle man chimed in, "What if one catches a cold or falls ill? Men should be magnanimous and accommodate women." Yet another turtle man lewdly stated, "As a man, I too cannot bear to watch such rudeness. If it were me, I would surely engage them in discourse. One can reason and still maintain friendships, unlike him who resorts to dousing others with a water gun." They exhibit a complete disregard for the humiliation and suffering endured by Shilin and his family, all to curry favor with women by uttering such absurd remarks. Meanwhile, those who have grasped the truth are filled with helplessness and indignation at these comments. They fail to comprehend why Shilin, merely seeking to protect his family, must endure such baseless accusations. His self-defense is perceived as a fault in the eyes of these individuals, while the malevolent deeds of Pan Xiaotian and others are easily dismissed. They are bewildered by the state of the world, questioning why right and wrong have become so inverted. Chapter 29. Unrestrained fury. Shilin refrained from responding to the netizens, nor did he open the comments section or private messages, showing no concern for their opinions. After all, calamities would equally reward them with a surprise. He simply issued a silent proclamation. It's coming. Are you prepared? Addressing the central figures in the capital's elite, he added, these bothersome nuisances are irksome to behold. You understand, or else I might take matters into my own hands, and you would not fare well. The officials present felt as if they were facing an imminent threat. Their backs drenched in cold sweat. They were acutely aware of Shilin's unfathomable power, and now, faced with such brazen provocation, the weight of their anxiety bore down upon them like a boulder. Soon, senior leaders contacted Li Xiao and convened with high-ranking military officials to solicit opinions. The official standing had become merely a fade, long since divided among various oligarchs and noble families. The future stronghold bases would bear no relation to ordinary citizens, accessible solely to their own. The lines had already been drawn, and thus any decisions would require consultation with Li Xiao, the spokesperson put forth by the oligarchs. Li Xiao now possessed a formidable background, military high-ranking officials, a reborn individual, and a powerful wife, Xiao AI, supplemented by the control of official AI. He believed himself to be the destined protagonist, embodying justice. With such advantages, how could he possibly lose? Meanwhile, Shilin represented the forces of evil. Destined for downfall, Li Xiao furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with malice and resentment as he fixated on the holographic map displaying the regions currently under Shilin's control, his anger bubbling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He longed to launch a missile at him immediately. AI assistant, simulate our chances of victory against Shilin in battle. Received, commencing evaluation, replied a mechanical voice belonging to the officially controlled AI known as Jirue. Jirue swiftly began analyzing various data and circumstances, and after a brief moment, it delivered its verdict. The probability of victory against Shilin is currently zeroed. The tone of Jirue was chillingly devoid of empathy. The details of Jirue's battle simulation were striking. It began by comprehensively collecting data from all parties, including Shilin's unique abilities, his historical encounters and battles against the federal state, the military strength configuration of Li Xiao's faction, as well as the geographical environment. Its database resembled a vast treasury of knowledge, with each data point meticulously organized and analyzed. In assessing Shilin's abilities, Jirue meticulously dissected his powers of concealment in void and instantaneous movement. It accurately calculated the speed, distance, and energy expenditure associated with Shilin's teleportation. In regard to his ability to conceal himself in void, Jirue endeavored to deduce the conditions under which it operated and any potential vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, it conducted an in-depth analysis of Li Xiao's capabilities, contrasting the strengths and weaknesses of both parties in terms of their powers. Regarding military might, Jirue simulated the performance and effects of various weaponry. For missiles and nuclear warheads, it calculated the potential damage to Shilin under different distances and environments, as well as the likelihood of Shilin evading attacks. In its terrain analysis, Jirue constructed a detailed three-dimensional map, clearly delineating the height and structure of every building and the width and orientation of each street. It considered the implications of the terrain on combat, such as how Shilin might utilize buildings for concealment and evasion, and how Li Xiao's faction could leverage the landscape for ambush and encirclement. Throughout the combat simulation, Jirue executed countless calculations at an astonishing speed. It simulated the tactical maneuvers of both sides, predicting the potential consequences of each decision. If Li Xiao's faction chose to launch missiles, Jirue would simulate Shilin's reaction, whether he would teleport to evade or utilize his abilities for defense. Should Shilin initiate an assault, Jirue would analyze his possible attack paths and targets, alongside the countermeasures of Li Xiao's faction. The evaluation results from Jirue were presented through clear data and charts. The conclusion that the probability of victory is 0 was not arbitrarily derived, but rather the result of countless simulations and analyses. Each data point represented a possibility, and each chart illustrated the intricate dynamics of battle. Throughout the entire simulation process, Girouet functioned as a composed strategist, unfettered by emotions, relying solely on data and logic for its judgments. Its attention to detail encompassed not only precise calculations but also a comprehensive consideration of various possibilities, providing invaluable insights for this unpredictable conflict. Damn it! How could this be? Has he opened it or not? Li Xiao gritted his teeth, furiously cursing, believing that even if they couldn't triumph, they should at least stand a 55 to 45 chance. Yet, they faced outright defeat. Shilin is utterly insufferable. Li Xiao clenched his teeth, his tone brimming with rage and helplessness. But what can we do? A senior official lamented, waving his hand in irritation as if to dispel his frustrations. Li Xiao paced back and forth, eventually halting to address the military high-ranking officials with a somber expression. Let us stall. We cannot afford to rush. The construction of the base is complete, and the troops will soon be stationed. But what difference will that make? We cannot provoke Shilin at this point. A military official in the corner lamented. I've witnessed his prowess in the future. He is at level 5. Mid-tier abilities no longer belong to the realm of humanity. How much time and resources did I expend to reach this level? Yet he possesses such formidable power with such ease. Jealousy and resentment flickered across Li Xiao's face. Currently, only missiles and nuclear weapons can harm him. But how does that help? His abilities are the most troublesome I've encountered. Void concealment, instantaneous movement, covering 5 kilometers in less than a second. How can we strike? Will he simply stand there for us? Moreover, his void sensing. He cannot be blindsided by any movement within a 5-kilometer radius. Fortunately, now that he's reached mid-tier, even with his extraordinary gifts, he cannot break through instantly. I know him best. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him back then. Li Xiao's fists tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain. We can only hold out until the apocalypse arrives when we gain powers. I know of many opportunities to rapidly level up. Even if he becomes stronger, we have numbers on our side. We can overwhelm him. His abilities are not infinite. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Xiao's eyes as he recalled the scene from his past life where Shilin was besieged by himself and others. No matter how strong he was, as long as he did not ascend to godhood, there were limits. Moreover, he has 2 vulnerabilities. A sly smile crept across Li Xiao's lips. Find someone to contact the design firms for his building and the shelter. Such a large company surely has some means. His shelter must have people he values dearly. And that woman of his, she should currently be in the hands of the Shangguan family. Engage some intermediaries to facilitate her involvement. We will cooperate. If it succeeds, we will grant her family a favorable position in the base. If not, we will cast the blame onto those expendable pawns. Li Xiao's countenance was cold and ruthless. Willing to go to any lengths to achieve his objectives, his mind was filled with plots and schemes, fully aware that Shilin would inevitably seek revenge against him. He must devise every possible means to eliminate Shilin, or else his status and ambitions would remain unattainable. He had prepared for both outcomes. Regardless, he would ensure that Shilin paid the price. His current forbearance would be worthwhile. Millions of netizens witnessed Shilin's audacity, and a wave of laughter erupted. They feared he might flee. Truly, he was unrestrained and reckless, daring to compare himself to the Arctic catfish, a mere ordinary man with a slight wealth, challenging the official powers. Was he courting death? The official hierarchy swiftly responded, neither addressing Shilin nor engaging with the netizens, but rather opting to obscure the topic entirely. Their means of action, the superintelligent Girouet, promptly sprang into action. Girouet rapidly integrated with major online platforms, utilizing its formidable algorithms and data processing capabilities to precisely pinpoint public discourse related to Shilin. It ruthlessly deleted every comment and post, functioning as an efficient sweeper, erasing these unwelcome contents from the internet. Under Girouet's operation, the topic's popularity swiftly dwindled, as if it had never existed at all. Should such topics arise again, even if expressed through homophones or implied meanings, the superintelligence would instantaneously impose bans, restoring tranquility to the digital realm as if nothing had transpired. Yet, beneath this veneer of calm, a far graver storm was brewing. The anger index surged from 0 to 1. gradually accumulating to 80, then to 100, teetering on the brink of eruption. Yet they appended a negative sign in front of 100. An anger index of negative 100, when pushed to the limit, would indeed provoke an inexplicable chuckle, as if mocking the absurdity of the situation. The netizens fell silent, hearts heavy with sorrow, expressing shock at such formidable measures not being employed to enhance the quality of life. They discerned that the world was not as they had imagined, yet what could be done? Even if tomorrow heralded the apocalypse, they still had to report to work and school. They were merely ordinary people, accustomed to such occurrences, having seen a few in the past. Chapter 30. The Return Flight. Shalin drove his Toyota to Yishieo's residence, located not far north of the county seat. With familiarity, he parked the car beneath the apartment building and proceeded towards the entrance. Every time there was a university break, provided his parents were at work, he would visit Yishieo's home to enjoy a meal. Yishieo's father, Yi Jinghua, and her mother, Jiang Yu, while acknowledging a generational gap, had always regarded Shalin as a son. Each time he visited, they would extend a warm welcome. Shalin's mother and their family shared a lineage that spanned generations, with their great-grandfathers having been brothers, and Shalin's father previously a neighbor in the same village, maintaining a close relationship. However, as the nation progressed and society advanced, many villagers acquired homes in the city, resulting in diminished interactions. I must persuade my parents. The apocalypse is approaching, and they should come with us to Huaqing. Yishieo declared urgently, exiting the car and entering her home without a backward glance. In the living room, her parents, Yi Jinghua and Jiang Yu, were watching television when they saw their daughter rush in. Exclaiming about the impending apocalypse, her words stirred a tempest of emotions within them. Yi Jinghua furrowed his brow and remarked, "An apocalypse? That sounds utterly ludicrous. We have lived here for most of our lives. There is no such thing as an apocalypse." Yet, seeing his daughter's anxiety, he sensed her sincerity. Jiang Yu shared his concern, saying, "This child has always been sensible. She wouldn't say such things without reason. But to leave our familiar home for an unfamiliar place on a whim." They found the notion of an apocalypse somewhat absurd, yet were reluctant to dismiss their daughter's plea. Yi Jinghua paced the living room, various scenarios racing through his mind. If there truly was danger, how could he disregard his daughter's safety? Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, her hands clasped tightly, worrying about what might happen if they did not go to Huaqing. Observing her parents' hesitation, Yishieo quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, Shalin has established a sanctuary in Huaqing. It is very safe. Moreover, Shalin possesses superpowers, which I have witnessed. He will certainly protect us." Hearing this, Shalin, attuned to spatial perception, demonstrated his power with a flash of silver light, instantly materializing in the living room. This display of his abilities was intended to build their trust swiftly. Yi Jinghua and Jiang Yu exchanged astonished glances, amazed to learn of Shalin's superpowers, as their daughter had never lied to them. "I have come, my dear uncle and aunt," as Yishieo said. "I am here to take you to a safe place, for the end is nigh." Shalin addressed them with utmost respect, referring to Yishieo as his cousin according to their kinship. "Good lad, we are fortunate to have treated you like a son all these years. Who would have thought you would think of us in such a time?" Yi Jinghua and Jiang Yu expressed their confidence in traveling to Huaqing bolstered by this revelation. After a fierce internal struggle, they ultimately decided to accompany their daughter to Huaqing. Meanwhile, Yishieo returned to her room to change clothes and gather some personal belongings. Eager to assist, Shalin followed her inside. As Yishieo retrieved a garment from her wardrobe, she accidentally knocked a small box to the floor. Shalin promptly bent down to pick it up, inadvertently catching sight of its contents, a diary and some trinkets. He paused, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Yishieo's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly snatched the box from Shalin, her heart racing. Glancing at the small items, Shalin recalled the innocent words he had once spoken in childhood. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he softly remarked, "I didn't expect you to keep these." Yishieo lowered her head, murmuring, "These are precious memories." "You need to leave," she exclaimed, suddenly realizing, you can't just wander into a girl's room. In a flurry, she pushed Shalin out of the room, covering her flushed face with her hands, unsure of how she would maintain her nonchalant facade in the future. Unlike previous occasions, Shalin chose not to drive back but to charter a flight to Huaqing. Having wasted too much time during this trip home, with the impending apocalypse looming tomorrow, an unsettling feeling nestled in his chest, as though something were amiss. he opted to return to the sanctuary promptly to find solace. After parking the car at Longdong Airport and securing it within his spatial realm, he had already contacted the airline en route to arrange for a chartered private jet. Now, accompanied by Xiaolin, his parents, and his cousin Yishiao along with her mother Jiangyu and father Yijinghua, they traversed the exclusive VIP passage to board the aircraft. Meanwhile, ordinary passengers in the waiting area watched enviously as they queued for ticket checks before boarding the shuttle bus. The avarice of capitalism was palpable. Guided by the staff, Xiaolin entered the airplane, where the cabin was adorned in soft beige and gold tones, complemented by plush leather seats, spacious and comfortable. The lighting was perfectly designed, bright yet gentle on the eyes, creating a warm and luxurious atmosphere. Exquisite artwork adorned the walls, infusing the space with an air of elegance. This expenditure seemed well worth it as he ventured deeper into the aircraft. A rugged yet dapper middle-aged man with a short beard approached him, extending a hand for a handshake. "Hello, Mr. Xiaolin, I shall be your service for this journey, ensuring you receive high-quality and professional assistance. I am the captain of this crew, Lin Yuxuan." "Hello, Captain Lin, thank you for your efforts," Xiaolin replied curtly, opting not to shake hands, as he was unaccustomed to physical contact with other men. "Yona, Jack, please assist the VIPs to their seats," Lin Yuxuan instructed, maintaining a high level of service. Such peculiar personalities were plentiful. He paid little mind. This was a valued client. One call, and the company had sent him over, a flight worth half a year's service. Guests were sequentially guided to their designated luxurious seats, more opulent than first class. Upon entering the cabin, Xiaolin's parents and Yishiao's parents were taken aback by the lavish sight before them. Yijinghua couldn't help but exclaim, "How much must this cost? It rivals a five-star hotel." Zhang Yu's eyes widened in awe as she whispered, "I've never seen such a luxurious airplane in my life. This child truly spares no expense." Xiaolin's parents mirrored their astonishment, feeling a mix of pride in their son's capabilities and concern over the extravagant expenditure. At cruising altitude, the cabin of the private jet felt as comforting as home. Shortly thereafter, a team of strikingly attractive flight attendants and stewards wheeled in a dining cart, presenting exclusive VIP meals to the esteemed guests. The plates were adorned with high-end ingredients, featuring succulent Australian steak paired with fresh vegetables and black pepper sauce, exuding an irresistible aroma. Alongside it, premium salmon from Hokkaido, vibrant in color and with clear marbling that melted in the mouth. Xiaolin curiously remarked on the difference in taste compared to their previous meal at Sakura back home, noting it was even more delightful. The fruit platter displayed an array of rare fruits, such as cherries, blueberries, and strawberries, each plump and juicy, tantalizing the taste buds. The flight attendants smiled warmly as they introduced each dish, their voices soothing and melodic, providing attentive service. The stewards were readily available to offer an assortment of beverages, from rich coffee to refreshing juices. A.S. Xiaolin and his family savored the gourmet dishes. Relishing this rare high-altitude experience, the unease in his heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 31. The fog descends, the cataclysm approaches. On the night of September 6, 2025, Xiaolin had returned to the company's refuge building. His heart heavy with dread and apprehension, he had arranged for his parents and Yasuyo to occupy different floors of the living quarters, a decision made not only to avert any potentially awkward encounters, but also to afford them a semblance of independence amidst the chaos. As he watched their figures fade into their respective rooms, he silently prayed for their safety through this calamity. Subsequently, Xiaolin instructed all personnel, except for Xiaolin, to retreat to individual rooms. Each chamber within the building was constructed from advanced materials, designed to be blast and puncture resistant, instilling a sense of robustness and security. Each individual resided alone in a room, equipped with all necessary amenities for daily living. Upon entering these quarters, a duality of yearning for safety and trepidation over the unknown fate enveloped them. They gazed at the tightly shut doors, perceiving them as the last bastion against the terrifying world outside. Xiaolin controlled the entryway, explaining the need for isolation due to potential mutations that could yield unimaginable powers. Though he refrained from disclosing the possibility of transformation into monsters. Uncertain of how many would survive this apocalyptic tempest, he resigned everything to fate. As for Xiaolin Nico, Xiaolin had already enhanced her physical attributes with his abilities, harboring no concerns about her becoming a subhuman, and of course, should misfortune strike and she did transform, he would show no mercy. Shalene understood all too well that in this merciless world, compassion could yield even graver consequences. As dense fog began to envelop the globe, disaster loomed on the horizon. Amidst the encroaching fog, the northern base decisively enacted a black emergency protocol. The atmosphere within the base was tense. Everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Everyone must regard the impending disaster with utmost seriousness and initiate the black emergency plan. The resource collection team will stringently monitor quality and quantity. Personnel isolation measures will be rigorously enforced. Backed by comprehensive protocols, equipment inspections will be meticulous, with repeated testing to ensure reliability. Technical staff will guarantee a stable energy supply. The commander's voice resonated throughout the base, imbued with determination and authority. Meanwhile, responses flooded in from the Donghua base, South China base, and Southwest base. Received. In an instant, multiple bases operated in unison, like a finely tuned machine. The personnel in charge of resource allocation wore solemn expressions as they swiftly mobilized, meticulously accounting for various necessities, medical supplies, and emergency gear. Their movements were efficient and practiced. Each understood the critical role these resources would play amidst the catastrophe. Some bore beads of sweat upon their brows. Yet they pressed on, wholly engrossed in their tasks. The isolation protocols were also set into motion, with distinct isolation zones being established. Those tasked with the isolation wore protective gear, their eyes brimming with vigilance. They conducted thorough screenings and disinfections for anyone entering the base, erecting a formidable barrier against potential hazards. Each individual being screened harbored feelings of unease and hope, yearning to gain entry into the base and find a relatively safe haven. The equipment inspection team traversed every nook and cranny, conducting detailed examinations of communication devices, protective gear, and vehicles. Their gazes were focused and earnest, leaving no potential issue overlooked. They repeatedly tested the performance of the equipment to ensure optimal functionality. In their minds, these tools were vital for survival and combat in the face of disaster. On the energy front, technical personnel remained steadfast at their posts, diligently monitoring nuclear power generators and bio-battery storage systems. Their eyes were fixed on the dashboard, scrutinizing various data for any anomalies. They were acutely aware that stable energy supply was crucial for the continuous operation of the base, providing a solid foundation for its endurance. Concurrently, the AI assistant at the northern base conducted scientific projections for post-disaster projects. The technical staff gathered around the AI assistant's display screen, meticulously analyzing the data and potential plans. They intended to initiate rescue operations immediately after stabilizing the disaster. Working tirelessly to restore damaged infrastructure, regain normalcy in daily life, and conduct scientific research on the fog, seeking effective strategies to address the calamity. Determination and resolve were etched on every face, for they knew the weight of responsibility resting upon their shoulders. The United Federal States. TBS television captured a breathtaking spectacle through advanced satellite technology. A vast expanse of white had suddenly emerged in the Pacific, revealing a mountain range frozen for miles. Entirely enveloped in a thick layer of ice, gleaming with an enigmatic and austere light. Satellite imagery vividly portrayed these snowbound mountains as slumbering giants, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Simultaneously, alarm spread as people discovered that the Earth's volume appeared to be expanding at an alarming rate. Although this change was exceedingly subtle, meticulous measurements and ongoing observations confirmed this unusual phenomenon. What could be causing the Earth's volumetric alteration? Was it intensified geological activity from within, or was it influenced by some external unknown force? This enigma plunged scientists across the globe into deep confusion and concern. Furthermore, sunspot activity exhibited peculiar fluctuations. Once predictable, the behavior of sunspots had become elusive, oscillating between violent eruptions and abnormal tranquility. This instability posed numerous potential risks to the planet. The erratic changes in sunspots seemed to serve as a warning from nature to humanity, a reminder of the mysteries and unpredictability of the universe. Adding to the alarm, the polar cyclone faced the risk of collapse. Historically, the cyclone in the Arctic region has played a crucial role in maintaining the Earth's climatic equilibrium. However, due to numerous unknown factors, this vital climate-regulating system began to show signs of instability. Should the Arctic cyclone collapse, it could unleash a global climatic catastrophe, resulting in rising sea levels, frequent extreme weather events, and severe damage to ecosystems. Consequences that would be catastrophic. The world would soon plunge into a glacial age. Shang Wanxiong found herself in isolation within a room at the northern base. Poised gracefully on a small bed, her eyes blazed with fervent ambition, while a fierce expression adorned her face. Clenching her hands, she mused inwardly, the moment has finally arrived. Once I awaken, I must swiftly unite with Li Xiao to confront Shilin. I firmly believe that even if my extraordinary abilities are lacking, and I do not possess the dragon transformation genetic serum, my diligence will surely compensate for my shortcomings. I refuse to become that hybrid, neither human nor dragon. The resources and opportunities from my past life should rightfully belong to me. A determined smile graced her lips as she allowed a hint of confidence to emerge. Li Xiao, with special approval from the military's upper echelons, prepared to collaborate with Shang Wanxiong. He sat within his isolation chamber, brow furrowed, intently gazing at the meticulously drafted plans before him. The AI's success probability was assessed at 51%, which was sufficient. He nodded gently, confidence swelling within him as he contemplated. My strategy will undoubtedly rectify these deficiencies. Occasionally tapping his fingers on the table, he would rest his chin in contemplation, carefully calculating each step of action. Shuang Muying was also in isolation with her cherished family. She gazed tenderly at her parents and beloved younger brother, her eyes brimming with affection. Raising her chin slightly, she reminisced about the formidable strength of her past life, inwardly reflecting. I was so powerful, even without relying on Shilin's resources. I could sweep away all adversities to protect my family. Although I currently owe my entry into the refuge to Shang Wanxiong and find myself among ordinary individuals, I trust in my innate potential. Reclaiming my position as the ice sorceress is merely a matter of time. This time, I will not depend on Shilin. I will strive for the base S resources on my own, ensuring a better life for my family. The betrayal from my previous life surely stemmed from their own hardships. Now that we have entered the survival base, our circumstances are vastly improved compared to before. And I believe they will not repeat those heart-wrenching actions. She gently clasped her brother's hand, a warm smile illuminating her face. Jian Yin did not enter the base. Her petite figure stood resolutely before the small refuge she had constructed, her sapphire-like eyes glimmering with a faint, eerie red light. A mischievous yet maniacal smile curved her lips as she coldly mused. Shang Wanxiong is large-chested yet dim-witted, understanding beauty but failing to grasp that true strength is the essence of survival. Li Xiao, despite his intricate schemes, is weak, and weakness is a sin. Shuang Muying, though gifted, is psychologically flawed, foolishly forgiving those who betrayed her. Humph, these individuals will undoubtedly provoke Shilin at the first opportunity. I must remain unscathed. She grasped the long sword tightly in her hands, a flicker of resoluteness and madness flashing in her eyes, as thoughts of Shilin crossed her mind. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, an unusual flush rising to her cheeks. Covering her face with her hands, she displayed a countenance that was both bashful and twisted. Gazing into the distance at the demi-humans, her heart brimmed with determination. I must hasten to keep pace with Shilin. For once he reaches level 5, his progress will slow, and before that, every moment is my opportunity. I shall become stronger than Shilin, more formidable than he was in his previous life. When I too attain level 5 and can summon beings of level 6, defeating Shilin will be but a trifling task. At that moment, I shall shatter his legs and eliminate the other women in his life. Then, I will imprison him, ensuring he can never escape my grasp. I shall bear him several children. The mere thought filled her with exhilaration, and the demi-humans before her suddenly appeared endearing. A manic smile curled at the corners of her lips as she brandished her sword and surged forward, unleashing her powers against the demi-humans. Chapter 32. Despair. On this day, the world seemed cursed by demons, engulfed in endless terror and despair. Beneath the shroud of night, a weary security guard trudged through his night shift. He peered out at the thick fog enveloping the landscape, fatigue washing over him as he stifled a yawn, his tired eyes drifting in the quiet of the night. Why was this night so interminable? When would this monotonous work come to an end? The guard silently grumbled to himself. Just as he contemplated stepping outside for a cigarette to alleviate his weariness, a strange silhouette caught his eye in the flower bed. A loud crunching sound emanated from within, jarring in the stillness of the night. A wave of unease surged through him. What was that sound? Was there some creature lurking? He approached cautiously, but upon witnessing the horrific scene before him, fear enveloped him entirely. there stood a monstrous being clad in bone armor, ravenously devouring the corpse of a child, who resembled a tattered doll, clutched tightly against the monster's chest. The creature turned its head, revealing a terrifying visage that made the guard's heart stop. Hollow eye sockets, a chest adorned with bony protrusions. What manner of beast was this? How could it be here? His mind blanked, and he fainted in sheer terror. In a nearby complex, a young mother should have been lost in the tranquility of her dreams. Yet, she abruptly felt an unbearable itch and pain, half of her body seemingly devoid of sensation. What was happening? Was she dreaming? Bewildered, she opened her eyes, only to discover that her flesh had been gnawed away significantly. Her once beloved husband, now with bloodshot eyes and covered in bone armor, was crazily feasting on her thigh. Pain and despair rendered her voiceless. Why was this happening? How could her husband have transformed into a monster? Her eyes brimmed with fear and helplessness. Responding to an emergency call, law enforcement officers in the fog-laden downtown area spotted a gathering of individuals, initially mistaking them for a rowdy mob and intending to intervene. These people were truly restless, creating chaos in the dead of night. As they drew closer, they realized that a horde of zombie-like demi-humans was engaged in a frenzied brawl. Terrified, the officers turned to flee. What was happening? Was this the apocalypse? But before they could escape, a claw pierced through the back of one officer's head, emerging from his cheek. Warm brain matter dripped onto his nose, and the shadow of death loomed over him, filling his heart with despair. A senior research student, upon finishing work, realized he had forgotten his bag and returned to the laboratory, only to witness a horrifying scene. The white mice his junior had nurtured for 2.5 years had grown to monstrous proportions, gnawing on his junior's corpse while mimicking human speech, calling him brother. How could this be? This was impossible. Paralyzed with fear, the senior's mind spiraled into chaos. On a transcontinental flight, passengers, filled with dread, gazed out the window. The once clear sky was now densely shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and furious winds. Why had the weather turned so harsh so suddenly? Was the end of the world upon them? The ground shook violently, cracks splitting the earth in a chaotic pattern. Eye in the distance, shrouded in thick fog. Unfamiliar mountains gradually came into view. The warning system blared, GPS malfunctioned, and the aircraft lost all satellite signal. What should we do? What can we do? We're going to crash. The captain desperately pulled the plane upward. Yet it collided with a towering mountain. The tremendous impact scattered debris, leaving behind only raging flames. A weary worker returning home discovered that his border collie had inexplicably gained the ability to speak. The dog had grown abnormally large, walking on 2 legs, its paws adorned with claws, possessing dexterity akin to human fingers. IT threatened him, demanding he prepare 2 dishes, or else it would consider him a meal. What on earth was happening? How had my dog transformed into this? The worker felt an unprecedented fear. Meanwhile, a young man was awakened in the dead of night by strange howling, only to realize he had inexplicably become immensely strong. What was happening? How had he suddenly gained such strength? Yet he soon discovered that the entire building was filled with transformed monsters. Armed with a fire axe, he swung with all his might, capable of severing a tree, but only managed to leave a shallow dent in the creature's bony armor. Why were these monsters so powerful? In the instant he turned to flee, a beast lurking in the shadows pierced his heart with a claw. These creatures, driven by instinct, bore bony exoskeletons that filled humanity with despair. A tormented middle-aged man, whose wife had long passed and whose daughter was his sole hope, was devastated to find his beloved little girl transformed into a monster. Why? Why had my daughter become a monster? Though he had awakened his own powers, he could not prevent the loss of his loved one. In desperation, he bound her with chains and locked her away. Yet, he remained resolute. No matter how his daughter changed, he would care for her. Why did the world repeatedly take away those I love? Deep within, he was filled with despair and helplessness, unsure of how much longer he could endure. People around the world looked around in panic, their eyes darting through the fog-laden surroundings, fear shadowing their every move. What had happened? How had the world become like this? They shouted for help on various social media platforms, calling upon officials, elites, and the military, but received no response. Though electricity and the internet remained operational, the world had become unrecognizable. The streets were permeated with an eerie atmosphere, and the fog seemed to conceal terrifying entities. The psychological defenses of the populace began to crumble. Some sat in despair, murmuring, "What is happening? Why has it come to this?" Others frantically sought help online. Some regretted not believing in Shilin and Huangguang technology. If only they had heeded their warnings, perhaps this would not have occurred. The internet was flooded with reports and videos of horrific events, and viewers felt their hearts constrict. Some turned pale and vomited uncontrollably, while others suppressed their fear, searching for hope. Then, on the following dawn, the cataclysm struck. Nuclear bombs exploded. The northern base suddenly launched an attack on the southwestern base. It turned out that the southwestern base had been besieged by a monstrous army emerging from the fissures in the border underground. In just one night, every city in the southwestern region fell to the creature slaughter. The general of the southwestern district fought until the last moment, crying out to the northern command center before his demise. "Launch the nuclear missiles at me. We must intercept these beasts at the southwestern front. Otherwise, humanity will face complete annihilation. We cannot give up. We must protect humanity." Amidst the ruins, the remaining humans utilized their meager abilities to evade capture. While predatory claws prowled the streets eye in the sky, enormous metallic feathered eagles, dozens of meters in diameter, circled overhead, hunting. The moon grew larger, ultimately torn asunder by immense gravity, cascading as a fiery meteor into the clouds. An eerie crimson glow stained the horizon, transforming the sky into a realm of terror. Earthquake. The ground trembled, fissures yawning like the gaping maw of a monster, then snapping shut. A city was swallowed whole. And cries echoed from beneath the earth. "What should we do? Who can save us?" The entire city's populace cried out from below. The horror was unimaginable. On the coast, gazing at the distant sea, why were there so many mountains? No, those were not mountains. It was a tsunami. The waves towered hundreds of meters high. Some even glimpsed the crust being compressed into mountains. Enormous buildings were instantly flattened, and countless sea creatures surged from the depths. Landing on the shores, people around the globe witnessed this calamity, finally realizing that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Why? Their cries seemed to pierce through the fog, laden with boundless confusion and indignation. What have we done wrong? Why must the world treat us this way? This sentiment echoed from countless voices, resonating from diverse corners. Across the globe, people shouted, pleading with the heavens, their voices filled with despair, confusion, and rebellion against the injustice of fate. Yet, the only response was the gentle patter of rain, each droplet falling softly, as if conveying an unspeakable helplessness. The pervasive fog continued to envelop the world in a haze of uncertainty, obscuring the path ahead and leaving no answers in sight. Despair. No one knows how long this thick fog will persist, yet the instinct for survival compels humanity to continue their struggle. Chapter 33. Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities. As dawn broke, the faint light seeped through the gaps in the curtains, failing to dispel the lingering weariness. Shilin, adorned with two prominent dark circles under his eyes, gazed wearily at Xiaolin, who flitted about like a cheerful little bird. Moments ago, her extraordinary abilities had also undergone a transformation. Her spatial powers remained at level 5, while her energy accumulation had advanced from beginner to intermediate. Meanwhile, her temporal abilities had surpassed level 2, awakening a new skill, temporal prophecy, which allowed her to foresee and observe the fabric of time 3 seconds into the future. Additionally, her level 1 ability of time suspension, initially a mere half-second, had now been upgraded to a full second, sufficient in the heat of battle, where a few seconds of error could determine victory or defeat. Xiaolin spun in excitement, her skirt billowing like a blossoming flower. Then, unable to contain herself, she eagerly showcased her newly awakened powers, golden light shimmering in her eyes, flickering in and out of visibility. Her melodious voice chimed like silver bells. "Why is my ability manifested in my eyes?" With her head tilted in curiosity, her eyes sparkled with the thirst for knowledge. She then pouted, "Why is my power golden while yours is silver? Brother? Why are you so strong, and I seem so weak?" Her delicate nose scrunched up, revealing her dissatisfaction with the strength of her abilities. Previously unaware of her brother's true strength, she now regarded him as a formidable, monstrous figure. Is it a matter of level suppression? She blinked, eagerly anticipating Shilin's response. Meanwhile, Shilin, fatigued to the bone, felt his head spinning from Xiaolin's barrage of questions. With a resigned gesture, he pulled her closer, bringing her into the warmth of the blankets. As he held the little one close, the warmth of her small body stirred something within him. He squinted slightly, his voice gravelly as he began to explain, "What you possess is called telepathy. You should now be capable of reading minds. By gazing into another's eyes, you can discern their thoughts and emotions, grasping the intentions and plans of your adversaries." Gently stroking Xiaolin's hair, he spoke with tenderness. "Then, brother, does that mean I possess great talent? Can I assist you in the future?" As she spoke, she loosened her chest bindings, and in that fleeting moment, the allure rendered Shilin momentarily breathless. She placed his hand before her, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Feeling the tumultuous waves beneath his palm, his heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his embrace. "Indeed, Xiaolin has remarkable potential. You possess an extraordinary ability. However, your powers are still quite feeble. Once I return with a crystal core to enhance your abilities, you shall acquire many skills." Shilin's tone grew somber, yet his eyes gleamed with affection. "But right now, I don't even need telepathy to know what you're thinking." "Brother!" Xiaolin tilted her chin playfully, mischief dancing in her eyes. She arched her back suggestively, igniting a spark within Shilin's heart. In an instant, he was on his feet. "Ah, you rascal! You should have warned me before intruding." Xiaolin, cheeks flushed, leaned against him, her alluring appearance evoking a deep sense of tenderness. She surrendered to Shilin's whims, her body trembling slightly. "Brother, let us have a baby." As hormones surged, Xiaolin began to utter whimsical words, her voice as delicate as a whisper yet brimming with temptation. Shilin's heart jolted, hesitation flickering in his eyes, but soon it was submerged by desire. He held Xiaolin tightly, seeking warmth and hope in this apocalyptic world. The apocalypse had commenced. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in a thick haze, with sunlight piercing through, casting a gentle glow reminiscent of a grand moon. The ferocious winds and tremors had momentarily ceased. Survivors online engaged in fervent discussions, sharing strategies for navigating the end times. Some lamented, others called for help, while a few expressed relief as the established order crumbled, granting them the opportunity to unleash their extraordinary abilities. The vastness of the world felt within reach. Everyone was on the hunt for food, searching for fellow survivors, banding together to evade the onslaught of aberrant beings. Meanwhile, some powerful individuals resorted to violence, seizing resources and abducting women. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. Chaos reigned. And for a packet of instant noodles, one could sell their dignity. Currently, the situation was not at its most critical, as the apocalypse had merely begun, with many humans still alive across vast stretches of land. Millions of resources yet to be claimed. However, in the face of the formidable strength of aberrant beings, even those resources would soon dwindle. Yet, this did not concern Shilin. He respected the fates of others. He led a combat group of those who had yet to awaken, inspecting each room for signs of awakening or mutation. He personally dealt with any mutations, training his subordinates in battle, ultimately stepping in to subdue any injuries and subsequently collecting crystal cores for his spatial storage. Upon entering his parents' room, he discovered they remained unawakened and unmutated, a relief. After calming them, he returned them to the upper living quarters. When he opened the door to Yishiyeo's parents' room, he found both unharmed. Her mother, Jiangyu, having awakened a plant-based ability to control plant growth, he integrated Jiangyu into the research group, where she could provide more plant materials and accrue contributions, before escorting both to their previous living area. Nervously, Shilin opened Yishiyeo's door, his heart lodged in his throat. There stood Yishiyeo, her eyes red and filled with distress as she flung herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to his back. Their subordinates silently retreated. Closing the door behind them, Shilin, I thought I would turn into a monster. I was terrified of never seeing you again." Yishiyeo's voice trembled, her body quaking slightly the moment her abilities had awakened. A mysterious and potent force erupted within her, threatening to consume her. In that chaotic instant, only Shilin's image filled her mind, her longing for him surging like a tidal wave. She feared that if she transformed into a monster, she would never again feel his warmth and affection. "Do not fear. I am here." Shilin gently patted Yishiyeo's back, soothing her with soft words. "I, too, have awakened extraordinary powers." Yishiyeo looked up, her eyes reflecting both surprise and unease. My power is wind. It's more agile. With a mere thought, a gentle breeze stirs around me, escalating to a tempest that sweeps everything in its path, capable of unleashing blades of wind to slice through anything. From now on, I can protect you. Her voice resonated with determination and confidence. However, as soon as she spoke, she realized she was still clinging to Shalene, her face turning crimson with embarrassment as she hastily released her grip. Shalene, do you remember what you said when we were children? I still cherish all those little gifts you gave me. For the first time in over a decade, she summoned the courage to express this sentiment. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness, reminiscent of their innocent days. Upon hearing her words, Shalene's mind flooded with awkward memories from their childhood. A naive child. He had once declared he would marry his aunt when he grew up. Now, recalling those moments made his cheeks burn with heat. He gazed at Yishieo, his heart a tumult of complex emotions. Their relationship was unique, and he could not allow such feelings to develop. Yishieo, I remember those childhood words. I was merely 12, and you were 16. Just childish banter. We share a special bond, and such sentiments are not permissible. I cherish our relationship and hope we can preserve its purity. Shalene's tone was firm yet gentle. Although Yishieo felt a pang of disappointment at Shalene's rejection, there was also a sense of relief. She understood the impossibility of their relationship, yet the feelings buried deep within her heart compelled her to test the waters. Now rejected, she felt a burden lifted. She did not wish to be the third party disrupting the happiness shared between Shalene and Xiaolin. I understand. Shalene, I merely wanted to express this feeling. Let us continue as we have before. Yishieo smiled, her light dimmed yet still radiating warmth and kindness. Shalene then produced a crystal core, gently ruffling her hair. This woman, 5 years his senior, had cried like a child today. He felt compelled to comfort her. Take this. With your powers, you can sense it and guide the energy into your body. However, you will need to join the combat group in the future. Shalene completed his inspection of the shelter. Noting that approximately 1/3 of the 257 individuals had perished, leaving 180 survivors. Of those, 127 had awakened their abilities. Aside from the research group, all other awakened individuals from the attack faction have been assigned to combat teams, while the rest have been allocated to the late-stage group. Those lacking talent and ordinary individuals have been placed in foundational positions. Initial level abilities, levels 1 to 2, 3 users can employ basic skills. The distinctions among the 3 levels are minimal, allowing for combat beyond one's level, with the use of conventional weapons permitted. Intermediate level abilities, levels 4 to 5, 6 users can utilize intermediate skills. With the potential to awaken dual abilities, lower-level dual abilities can contend with higher-level single abilities. However, awakened users of conventional weapons become ineffective and can only use enhanced cold weapons, ability skills, or missiles carrying nuclear warheads for bombardment. Advanced level abilities, levels 7 to 8, 9 users can access advanced skills. With strict hierarchical distinctions, there is no possibility of surpassing levels, and it is exceedingly difficult to defeat those of the same level. Users can awaken divine skills, with the disparity in power growing exponentially with level advancement, with level 9 representing the most formidable combat strength in the world. Advanced alien species will explode with colorful crystal cores, which carry gifted skills. Super-level forbidden spells, exceeding level 9. Meeting the qualifications for godhood. Super-level forbidden spells represent restricted powers. Upon fulfilling the rules and obtaining the heavenly mark of sanctity, one can coalesce divine status, possessing the ability to annihilate worlds, symbolizing the qualification for divinity. Each level comprises 4 sublevels: early, mid, late, and peak, with rigorous hierarchies that prevent surpassing levels. If one does not attain divinity, the totality of their abilities is limited and can lead to exhaustion. In Chapter 34, the Apocalypse Feast Gala, Shalene convenes the gathering, inviting all to partake. With a mere flourish of his hand, a plethora of exquisite dishes, fine wines, and desserts materialize instantaneously, all sourced from the upscale establishments of Huaqing, costing billions for a month's supply. The ambience of the gala is vibrant and warm, with soft lighting casting a delectable glow upon the lavishly adorned tables, igniting surprise and excitement in the eyes of the attendees. Shalene stands at the center, his expression solemn. He slowly raises his hands, and the crowd gradually quiets, their gazes fixated upon him. In a steady voice, he proclaims, In this apocalypse, we have lost many companions. Unfortunate souls transformed into monsters. May they rest in peace. Today's feast is a reward for your perseverance and efforts during these trying times, allowing us to momentarily forget the harshness of the apocalypse and relish this fleeting beauty. However, this shall be a one-time occasion. Future rewards will be contingent upon significant accomplishments. Let the feast begin. The tables are laden with mouth-watering delicacies. There are succulent Australian lobsters, their vibrant shells concealing firm, juicy flesh exuding an irresistible aroma, pan-seared foie gras that melts upon contact, its rich flavor lingering on the palate, premium steaks, seared to perfection, with tender juices flowing upon cutting, French escargots, artistically presented with a robust sauce that lingers delightfully on the taste buds, Italian truffle risotto, where the unique fragrance of truffles harmonizes perfectly with the rice, a Japanese sashimi platter, boasting fresh fish paired with an array of condiments, Peking duck, with its crisp skin and tender meat, served with thin pancakes, scallions, and sweet bean sauce, Thai tom yum soup, tangy and spicy, with an aromatic allure, Brazilian barbecue, with various skewers sizzling over the fire, releasing a rich meaty fragrance. As for beverages, there is a collection of vintage French Lafite red wine, deep in color and rich in aroma, German stout, full-bodied with abundant froth, Japanese sake, refreshing with a lingering finish, Scottish whiskey, robust with subtle smoky undertones, Chinese Maotai, with its intense aroma and prolonged aftertaste, Italian champagne, effervescent and crisp, and Russian vodka, pure and potent. Premium cigarettes are also displayed nearby for those inclined. Furthermore, a wide array of high-end fruits and desserts is available. Fresh cherries, vibrant in color and sweet in flavor, Thai mangoes, fragrant and with delicate flesh, New Zealand kiwis, sweet and tangy, rich in nutrients, strawberry cakes, soft and fluffy, adorned with fresh strawberries and cream, chocolate mousse, with its rich chocolate flavor intoxicating the senses, matcha mille-feuille, with layers offering a rich taste experience, and blueberry tarts, with a crisp shell complementing the sweet blueberry filling. The entire venue is enveloped in the enticing aroma of food, immersing attendees in a joyful atmosphere, temporarily overshadowing the fears of the apocalypse. Individuals quickly snap photos with their phones and post them on Weibo, reveling in the fact that satellite networks and power remain functional. They tag their positions, sharing these delectable images widely. Shalene remains indifferent to their antics, unconcerned by the psychological needs of individuals in this apocalyptic scenario, as it does not affect him. Meanwhile, after the apocalypse, Pan Xiaotian, driven by her love for snacks and her dieting endeavors, has hoarded an abundance of food. Her parents, having been lost to the chaos of the outside world, have either transformed into subhumans or fallen victim to them. Though many still survive, with numerous communication towers and circuits damaged, much remains operational. By 2025, satellite communication has been fully realized, and new smartphones are equipped with this capability. As long as one is alive, they can reach out to their families. Yet, in her extreme selfishness, she has given no thought to her parents. Now, with their absence, where will she find food? The outside world is fraught with danger. Her neighbors have transformed into subhuman monsters, prowling the vicinity, and she dares not make a sound as she scrolls through Weibo. Posting desperate pleas for help that go unanswered, she continues to browse, learning various survival skills for the apocalypse. There are classifications of monsters and strategies for dealing with these subhumans, with many sharing insights online. Although numerous functionalities have ceased, the platform remains operational, allowing posts without moderation or deletion. Thus, anything can be shared. She stumbles upon numerous food photos posted by employees of Huangguang Technology, capturing various angles of their comfortable environments and luxurious meals. Envy gnaws at her, and she cannot help but voice her frustration. What right does this loathsome man have? Why does he enjoy such privileges while I cower at home, hiding from monsters and subsisting on stale bread? Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates from outside. Monsters have been lured in. A sound akin to fat being squeezed emerges. Qin Yueyao and Feng Yuanming, once high-ranking managers of the Yayu Guard before the apocalypse, now find themselves among the most ordinary personnel within the base, lacking even the status of a soldier, as their combat prowess stands at zero. Currently, she sits alone in a filthy corner of the base, scrolling through her phone, having neither awakened any abilities nor transformed into a subhuman, her gaze hollow as she stares into the distance. The grim imagery of the apocalypse looms over her heart like a heavy shroud, causing her thoughts to drift back to the past. She recalls her grandfather's tragic death, the memory piercing her heart like a sharp blade. The horrific sight of him lying in a pool of blood amidst the chaos of the apocalypse haunts her, and tears well up in her eyes whenever she reflects on it. She remembers her former arrogance as the manager of the Yayu Guard, wielding power and authority, looking down upon others. Even in the face of the formidable Shilin, she maintained her pride, refusing to lower herself to engage in meaningful conversation. Now, she reflects that had she been more humble back then, perhaps circumstances would have unfolded differently in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Qin Yueyao's resentment has gradually dissipated. She no longer harbors such animosity towards Shilin, particularly after witnessing his numerous efforts and sacrifices for Huagua. She has even come to forgive him for physically confronting her in the past. In the harsh realities of this apocalypse, she finds herself developing a psychological attraction towards him, spurred by the bridge effect. She cannot help but imagine how different her life would be had she set aside her pride and followed Shilin, becoming his partner. Observing the lives of his employees within the shelter, they seemingly enjoy a quality of life superior to that of the military elites within the base. Instead, she finds herself in this filthy corner, subsisting on energy bars and compressed biscuits, washed down with mineral water. This provision is merely a concession from the organization, recognizing her family's contributions, as ordinary individuals are relegated to consuming energy bars and recycled water. Declining such rations, then they would be cast out of the base, where countless souls beseech entrance daily, yet none are permitted entry. Not even the mayor, department heads, or billionaires could secure their entry prior to the apocalypse. Qin Yueyao resolves with unwavering determination that should the opportunity arise, she will sincerely apologize to Shilin, taking responsibility for her past misdeeds. At this moment, Xiao Yun hides at home with her father, as her mother has mutated into a monster. And their neighbors have also transformed. The frantic banging on the door reverberates. "Old Xiao, where's your gun?" The beautiful traffic police officer Xiao Yun inquires, her brow furrowed. At this moment, Director Xiao, with a weary expression, gazes at his daughter. "Call me Dad. The gun is in the bedroom." "Oh, how did your mother end up like this? She is also locked inside the bedroom by me. What is going on?" "One is outside and one is inside. I will distract that mother." She furrowed her brows and said, "Then you quickly go and fetch the gun to kill her." After enduring a fierce battle, I finally dispatched her mother and fled the scene with her elderly father in the car. "Where shall we go?" The car was driven by old Xiao, who skillfully dodged the attacks from the abominations while conversing with his daughter. His police vehicle had been modified, making it significantly safer than ordinary cars on the outside. Xiao Yun, scrolling through her phone, glanced at nearby refuge points and survivor gathering locations alongside numerous areas densely populated by abominations, opting to avoid them. "You, the chief, are so oblivious? What happened to your previous powers? Are you planning to escape without taking me? You should have at least informed me." "Thankfully, I returned quickly, or else you would have been caught in a pincer attack. I can only burn paper for you next year." With nowhere to go, I had failed to secure spots in several bases. Who would have known it would come to this? I dedicated my life to the organization. Sighing, Xiao Yun stumbled upon a diagram shared by an employee of Huangguang Technology, and her mouth watered at the sight, recalling what Shilin had said about instant noodles. "Let us go to Huaqing." Meanwhile, Bai Yun felt utterly helpless and resigned as she was kidnapped by an unfamiliar woman and her subordinates. The woman claimed to be an important figure to someone named Shilin, but Bai Yun had no idea who this person was. Then she was thrown into this vast base and isolated. Her so-called husband, whom she had seen only a few times in the past 2 years, had just messaged her yesterday, telling her to fend for herself as he would not return. Before the apocalypse, he had traveled abroad and remarried, leaving her to silently endure her fate. Her family showed no concern for her. She was merely a tool for a political marriage, submissively enduring even amid the apocalypse and her kidnapping, with no one caring about her plight. Chapter 35. Everyone wants to join the company. 15 days after the apocalypse, the world remained shrouded in gloom. In this bewildering landscape, the ruins of dilapidated buildings stood silently beneath the overcast sky. Exuding an air of profound desolation, a light drizzle fell like a cascade of fine beads, continuously drenching the earth. The omnipresent fog enveloped everything like a colossal net of death, rendering the world hazy and mysterious. The dampness permeated every corner, with water droplets slowly sliding down the walls, leaving behind winding trails. Puddles formed on the ground, reflecting the despairing world above. The air was thick with moisture that felt as though it could seep into one's very bones. Instilling an indescribable sense of oppression, the environment had transformed into one of high temperatures and pressure, with gravity seemingly intensified several-fold. Anything from the old world had been effortlessly erased by time. The scarce supplies that survivors had painstakingly gathered faced the same fate in this humid environment. Food, once a beacon of hope for survival, had become a burdensome liability for some who, in their desperation, resorted to selling their wives and daughters. Bread had turned soft, covered in a thick layer of mold, its green spots marking the food's decay like the devil's mark. Even the surfaces of canned goods were adorned with droplets of water, their metallic sheen gradually replaced by rust, as the contents began to spoil, emitting a foul odor. Vegetables rapidly rotted in the dampness, their leaves turning yellow and releasing a nauseating stench. Fruits were cloaked in white mold, resembling grotesque sores that were averse to the eye, leaving no trace of clean food to be found. Only the waterproof, preservative-laden plastic-wrapped foods and bottled beverages from the old days could preserve a semblance of cleanliness in such conditions. Those with extraordinary abilities found it increasingly difficult to survive, desperately hunting abominations and exotic beasts to obtain crystal cores and grow stronger, often resorting to consuming the repugnant flesh of these creatures. With tragic outcomes, the humans who participated in the hunts faced grim odds, with barely 1 in 10 surviving. Yet they had no choice but to either starve immediately or hunt abominations for the disgusting beast meat. Alas, this wretched world showed them no mercy. The humid environment rendered fire impossible, electricity was long gone, and holding onto a phone was merely akin to grasping a brick, leaving them to scavenge for fuel or resort to eating raw food. Even when they were truly starving, unable to hunt beasts, they would turn on each other, a young man, having finally found a bit of moldy bread and clean instant noodles, prepared to indulge in his meager fortune, only to be betrayed by the goddess he trusted, believing he might win her favor in this apocalyptic world. When he opened his door, he was met with betrayal and had his share taken from him. As he lay dying, he wailed in regret, his eyes filled with despair. In her last moments, his goddess still demanded he save her a leg. Survivors struggled to endure in these harsh conditions, ever vigilant against the dangers surrounding them, unable to let their guard down for even a moment. The once thriving city had become an expanse of ruins, cloaked in fog, occasionally pierced by the roars of monsters, shattering the oppressive silence. The beleaguered remnants of humanity had come to terms with their grim reality. They had been abandoned. They were aware of the locations of the official bases, with 3 main strongholds remaining: Northern Base, Donghua Base, and South China Base. Yet, countless individuals gathered beneath the towering walls, tens of thousands encircling the kilometers-long fortifications. Regardless of whether one was a man, a woman, or an awakened individual, pleading, kneeling, or raging, none could enter. The mass migration of humanity had drawn the attention of the abominations, who descended upon the crowd, slaughtering and devouring. One by one, humans, once executives of corporations, managers of official institutions, met with grisly ends, their chests torn open by claws, consuming their own flesh as they sensed the sharp teeth ripping through their skin and tearing at their insides. Every detail etched vividly in their minds. Did the bases not intervene? They did. Gunships unleashed fire from their cannons, and machine guns on the walls sprayed bullets like a torrential flood, reducing both abominations and humans to mere pulp. The powerful awakened ones, barely clinging to life, watched as soldiers in uniforms approached, thinking they had come to rescue them, only to have their heads cleaved open, their crystal cores extracted. Resistance? How could one resist? Catching bullets with bare hands was feasible, but what about the cannons, the tanks, the missiles? Let us not forget the southwestern region, which had been leveled to the ground. Even a congregation of awakened individuals dared not provoke the bases but instead chose to become nomads, joining small shelters. For the bases were not official, they were warlords. Within the major bases and small shelters, the faces of the populace were etched with fatigue and worry. Food and resources dwindled, and every decision weighed heavily on their survival. Humanity is inherently selfish. If the floodgates were opened, how would they manage the ensuing chaos? A few crumbs for them meant less for their own kind. Their supplies were scarce. Previously hoarded provisions, enough to sustain an entire nation for 3 years before the apocalypse, had succumbed to mold and decay, unable to withstand the pervasive humidity and fog. Each major base had hollowed out mountains to stockpile vast quantities of supplies, yet even with extensive damp-proofing designs, they could not stave off the encroaching mist. The high temperatures and pressure, coupled with the humid vapors, suffocated not only the food but also all exposed metals in the hearts of men in this apocalyptic era. Much of the food had not been vacuum-sealed, relying instead on metal cans and woven bags, with only a select few vital provisions receiving adequate damp-proofing, consuming significant resources. What of ordinary people? Simply having something to eat was already a blessing. They had to consider the future, eating less and less. The upper echelons remained indifferent, continuing their ostentatious lifestyles as if the apocalypse had never happened. For there was a far simpler and more practical method than comprehensive damp-proofing. Spoiled food could be ground into powder, dried, and mixed with a plethora of additives to create energy bars for the lower classes. Even among these lower classes, half had once been privileged individuals, while the other half were top talents from various industries. People were merely surviving, grateful for any morsel of food, working tirelessly each day to mine resources, numbly toiling away. Upon returning to the base, they would clutch their most treasured possession, a pre-apocalyptic phone, the only source of solace amid their hardships. Though many functions were rendered useless, several countries had established large bases with servers, allowing humanity to access some daily software. In this world of apocalypse, survival was a daunting challenge. Within the bases, a multifunctional survivor forum facilitated satellite communication. With people crammed into cramped basements sharing large sleeping spaces, relying on their phones for a semblance of comfort. Currently, the major bases enjoyed ample electricity, thanks to Shiline's bioreactive battery technology, and were diligently researching crops suited to the new environment. In this apocalyptic era, Huangguang technology had become a beacon of hope for many. They observed the daily lives of Huangguang employees through the apocalyptic forum, like witnessing a wealthy influencer sharing their life on the eve of apocalypse. Within the forum, a short-haired beauty named Xiaoyun skillfully wielded her unique ability to subdue the subhumans, while several teammates swiftly concentrated their fire, utilizing their respective powers to launch attacks. In a photograph, the dashing Xiaoyan donned a combat suit crafted from nanofiber threads and emblazoned with the company logo, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. Originally a formidable wanderer, he was discovered by a patrol team and subsequently recommended to Shilin, where he passed the assessment and joined the company. Additionally, a bespectacled tech enthusiast possessed a special mechanical enhancement ability capable of augmenting weapons and gear, sharing his scientific endeavors on the Doomsday forum. A towering figure, standing at 3 meters, posted a picture of his new battle armor, resembling a tank in appearance, clad in exoskeleton alloy armor adorned with the company logo, wielding a Titan hammer. Shilin announced on the forum, Huangguang Technology Company is hiring. But the requirements are stringent. A minimum of level 2 abilities or special useful powers is required, followed by a solo hunt to slay subhumans of the same level and return with their cores. Finally, a mind-reading test conducted by Shaolin will determine their fate. Those with ill intentions will be executed on the spot. Individuals from various bases and survivor camps envied the lives of Huangguang technology employees. Some fantasized about joining, while others, lacking the necessary qualifications, could only dream. There were also envious comments, swiftly quelled by the strong, for if Huangguang technology ceased recruitment, the powerful would have nowhere to go. While the official bases remained steadfast in their refusal to accept newcomers, some formidable individuals, desperate for survival and the luxurious life, steeled themselves to attempt joining, regardless of the harsh requirements, as death was inevitable in any case. In this apocalypse, people tirelessly sought the glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 36. The foggy status on the 20th day of the apocalypse. Shilin led his team in the wild, hunting subhumans and exotic beasts to enhance their abilities, even amidst the impenetrable fog. By activating his spatial perception, he could dispatch these monsters with his eyes closed, as the subhumans and exotic beasts were still relatively weak in these early days of the apocalypse, not exceeding level 3, which left him somewhat disappointed. The level 1 to 2 cores held no value for him now, as he had reached mid-level 5 in spatial abilities, still a tad short of his peak. His temporal powers had also advanced to early level 4, thanks to vast resources, making them significantly more formidable. A new trump card in his arsenal. At this juncture, level 3 cores were virtually insignificant to him. Was this the misfortune of surpassing versions? The fog had yet to lift, and many unknown territories lingered in a state between illusion and reality, rendering any pursuit of opportunity futile. The level 3 subhumans before him were akin to fledglings in the presence of his mid-level 5 prowess. With a grip of spatial confinement in his left hand and a sweep of spatial slicing in his right, he slaughtered with ease, leaving a few level 1 to 2 for the combat team trailing behind him, who had been training alongside him in real combat for half a month. Casualties were inevitable in battle, but Shi Lin would not tolerate weakness, even among the special forces who joined early on. Only a select few with formidable strength remained in the combat team, enjoying abundant resources, superior weaponry, and delectable food. Those who perished due to their frailty had little recourse. The company would care for their families and ensure they were buried with the cores extracted from their heads. Those injured in the line of duty would receive extensive treatment, with the company supporting their families, maintaining the same benefits. Nonetheless, even this was vastly superior to the conditions at the major bases. Clad in a combat suit crafted from nanofiber alloy, Shi Lin stood tall and imposing, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. At that moment, he stood atop a ruin, having just emerged from a fierce battle, more accurately, a massacre. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze coldly surveying the surrounding area, littered with the remnants of subhuman corpses. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the edges of his combat suit to flutter. As he slowly lifted a hand to brush away non-existent dust from himself, Shi Lin moved with agility, each strike precise and powerful. When faced with enemies, his eyes sharpened, his form flickering as he teleported behind the monsters, wielding his weapon with a blinding brilliance that left the creatures defenseless. Subsequently, he narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating his next course of action. In this half-month, the formidable Shi Lin had led the company's combat team in exterminating the subhumans and exotic beasts within a 20-kilometer radius, establishing a small safe zone. Within this area, he discovered numerous people, yet he chose to ignore them, allowing them to fend for themselves, as it was once a population center of Flower City, leaving behind a considerable number of inhabitants. Amidst the ruins of the apocalypse, Shi Lin navigated through the former population hub of Flower City. The air was thick with the scent of death and despair, shrouded in fog, with various exotic beasts lurking among the remnants. Activating his spatial perception, he deftly maneuvered through the debris. He encountered many peculiar creatures, successfully mutated animals and plants, each exhibiting a dangerous aura, and some even seemed to have awakened a fragment of intelligence. However, their levels were still low, far from maturity. Shi Lin swiftly departed from these perilous areas and, along the way, encountered some humans who cried out for his help, but he turned a deaf ear. In his view, those who lacked sufficient strength in this apocalyptic world were destined for self-destruction. He mused that in this world of survival of the fittest, he bore no obligation to rescue the weak. The company's resources were limited and should be reserved for those of value. To save those crying out for help would only invite more trouble upon himself. Shi Lin continued onward, his spatial perception sweeping across the surroundings. He noted the burgeoning forms of increasingly bizarre creatures, all evolved from mutated animals and plants. He made a mental note to alert the patrol team to steer clear of this region, planning to return later to hunt them down and collect their cores once they matured. On his way back to the company, Shi Lin was lost in thought when suddenly, a beep sounded, and a text message arrived on his phone. His heart raced as he opened the message, and its contents ignited a fierce anger within him. "Your woman, by Yoon, is in my hands. Want to save her? 10,000 level 3 cores, deliver them after the fog lifts, and I will provide the location. Place the cores at the designated spot, and I will trade her for the payment. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee her safety." Accompanying the message were 2 images, one of the frail and helpless by Yoon, and another revealing her true identity. Shi Lin hurriedly attempted to call, but the ID displayed as invalid. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The timid woman who usually spoke softly, he had hoped that in this new life, she might still retain the tenderness he remembered. Without shared experiences or any emotional connection, she hardly knew him. Even if he rushed to her side, claiming to know her and wanting to take her away, it would likely be futile. Forcibly taking her could backfire, and fearing she might become like those 3 women, he preferred to wait for the right moment to meet her naturally. He merely wished to hold onto the gentle silhouette in his heart, yet he was at a loss as to how to confront this unfamiliar Bai Yun. And now, someone had laid a treacherous hand upon her. Two figures overlapped in his mind. Who could it be? Jin Yin? Shang Guanxiong? Shuang Muing? Or perhaps Li Xiao? How utterly devoid of boundaries you all are. Shi Lin berated himself in frustration, his voice echoing in the air, filled with wrath and helplessness. 10. 000 level 3 cores was no trifling sum. He possessed only around 3,000 cores, which he also needed to provide for the shelter. In this critical period of upgrading during the fog, any lapse in strength could lead to dire consequences. A pile of 10,000 cores could potentially fund an entire level 4 combat team for the company. The other party was clearly aware of his predicament and sought to manipulate him. Shi Lin clenched his fists, the fury within him burning like an inferno. Yet, he soon forced himself to regain his composure. He understood that in this dire moment, anger would not resolve anything. He had to remain steady, calmly devising a strategy to address the situation. Those strange and powerful beings could emerge at any moment once the fog lifted. Leaving the people of the shelter to cower within their fortress, struggling to survive, he could not allow himself to be at their mercy. He must quickly devise a plan to rescue Bai Yun while ensuring the safety of the shelter. Once the fog dissipated and those bizarre and powerful beings appeared, the people in the shelter would be left to languish in their stronghold. He would not allow it. Chapter 37. The chain of death traps beneath the somber sky. The northern base resembled a foreboding fortress. Li Xiao stood atop the base, wearing a sinister expression, his hawk-like gaze shimmering with cunning calculation. The howling wind whipped past, causing the edges of his clothing to flutter. As if rallying support for the perfect plan brewing within him, he had already begun arranging personnel and equipment, amassing a considerable number of disposable psychic users. To him, these individuals were mere pawns to be exploited, their lives weighing as lightly as feathers in his eyes. He mused to himself, as long as I can deplete Shi Lin's abilities, even if it costs a life, it is worth it to achieve my goals. I will stop at nothing. As Shang Guanxiong sat in her room with a grim expression, her heart was engulfed by jealousy and resentment. She was acutely aware of her inadequate aptitude and, contemplating the treasures that could enhance her abilities, could only sigh helplessly, for they would not be obtainable until the mid-phase of the apocalypse. In her current state, she could only rely on an overwhelming amount of resources to artificially elevate her level. While others required merely 10 crystal cores to advance from level 1 to level 2, she needed a staggering 50, where others needed 20 level 2 crystal cores to progress from level 2 to level 3. She required a daunting 100, and for the leap from level 3 to level 4, while others needed 30 level 3 crystal cores, she found herself in dire straits. Needing 150. It was evident that only geniuses or utter failures required such vast resources. And with her qualifications, she was akin to the latter, initially relegated to a communal dormitory housing 16 individuals. Were it not for her reincarnation and the invaluable information she possessed, coupled with Li Xiao's assurances, she would still find herself in the same dismal situation as in her previous life, sleeping uneasily in a crowded dorm, ultimately dragged into the fray as cannon fodder, only to be transformed into a dragon man by Shi Lin in her desperate struggle for survival. Should her resources dwindle, she might even find herself worse off than before, as her combat prowess was pitifully low and her contributions meager, rendering her incapable of efficiently slaying the alien creatures. A sinister expression contorted her features, and a singular thought consumed her. She would stop at nothing to grow stronger. Thus, she allied with Li Xiao to devise a convoluted trap, intricately designed to ensure Shi Lin's demise. She intended to seize Shi Lin's resources to bolster her own strength, even casting greedy glances towards the future ice sorceress, Shuang Muing. This cold beauty, devoid of intellect, incited in her a deep envy. Why was her aptitude so exceptional? They had awakened at the same time, yet while she toiled desperately to absorb energy and had only reached the early stages of level 3, Shuang Muing had already attained the pinnacle of level 3, dispatching alien foes with ease. Meanwhile, she struggled to defeat even foes of the same rank, her energy levels too low. Despite possessing formidable combat experience from her past life, her energy reserves were limited, and after expending a few skills, her powers would be depleted. Therefore, she contacted Li Xiao and inquired, "Have you forgotten how she killed you in our last life? The forbidden spells of the future? If we allow her to grow unchecked, What difference will there be from our past? Will we not remain overshadowed by her? Li Xiao furrowed his brow, coldly replying, "It is indeed time to teach her a lesson. You must also be cautious. Do not let any of our plans slip. I have no desire for her to become a second Shilin." Shang Guanxiong urgently proposed, "Then let her resources be allocated to me. After all, we are partners, are we not? We have to deal with Shilin in 10 days. My weakness will only hinder your plans. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives regarding your authority." Her face was a mask of greed and malice. In her quest for strength, she had forsaken all her principles. Upon learning of Bai Yun's abduction, Shilin immediately dialed the phone number of young Chunlei from the research team, her voice urgent as she said, "Chunlei, this matter is of great importance. Set aside your current tasks and trace the source of this IP. Identify its origin." Sensing his superior's anxiety, young Chunlei promptly responded, "Please hold on. I will provide you with an answer shortly." He rapidly immersed himself in the intense work of deciphering the data. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his eyes remained fixed on the swiftly changing numbers on the computer screen. He understood the gravity of the situation. The abduction of his boss's friend was no trivial matter. Exhausting his intellect, he employed various methods in an attempt to uncover the source of the mysterious message. After some time, young Chunlei called back, "Boss, I cannot trace anything. There should be evidence of any online activity, but the other party may have utilized AI, just like last time. They've erased all traces, yet the excessive cleanliness raises suspicion. I am certain it was the North." Hearing this, Shilin's fury intensified. This all but confirmed her suspicions. Those old acquaintances were involved, and Li Xiao was undoubtedly complicit. With potential adversaries identified, Shilin summoned all the powerful individuals within the base. The combat team convened, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Shilin's demeanor was stern, her gaze resolute and filled with rage. The enemy demanded 10,000 crystal cores. "In the coming days, I will lead you to harvest level 3 crystal cores at an unprecedented pace." Among the strong within the base, some wore expressions of concern, while others were brimming with determination. They understood this battle would be arduous, yet for their leader and the honor of the base, they were unwavering in their resolve. Therefore, those of lower levels may need to take refuge in the shelter for a time until we retrieve our people. Once we succeed, we shall celebrate, and I will personally lead a contingent to annihilate the northern base. Shilin's words rang with authority. Though the lower-tier warriors felt a pang of discontent, they recognized their inadequacy in participating in such a perilous endeavor. They nodded silently, secretly vowing to enhance their strength when the opportunity arose. "Understood, boss," the group chorused in unison. Shilin produced 2,000 crystal cores, distributing them among those at the mid-stage of level 3 and above. "Absorb them with utmost urgency. The remainder shall be reserved. I will lead you in clearing the area outside." The more powerful warriors gazed at the crystal cores before them, a surge of pride swelling within them. They understood this was their leader's trust and an opportunity to showcase their capabilities. The others would need to remain within the base. However, there were still plenty of surplus level 1 and 2 crystal cores to make do with. The lower-tier warriors responded accordingly, though they could not engage in battle. They would fulfill their duties within the base. "They have provoked me. They shall pay the price," Shilin declared frostily, eliciting a palpable sense of determination and fury among her team, who silently vowed to ensure the northern base would face severe retribution. Chapter 38. Rapid Strength Enhancement. The following morning, as dawn broke and a veil of mist lingered in the air, 2 high-speed fortress vehicles charged into the combat zone like colossal steel beasts. The vehicles glimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the faint morning light, their robust exteriors crafted from special alloys capable of withstanding potent attacks from mutant creatures, even emerging unscathed from explosive impacts. Inside the fortress vehicles, an array of advanced equipment was at their disposal. The high-tech control panels blinked with indicator lights, while phased array radars displayed real-time information about the surrounding environment and enemy movements. The vehicles were equipped with formidable weapon systems, including powerful laser cannons capable of instantaneously penetrating the tough exteriors of mutant creatures, as well as precise missile launchers designed for accurate strikes on distant targets. As the team disembarked from the fortress vehicles, each member was well-equipped and possessed formidable abilities. Nearly half of them were level 4 warriors, a testament to Shilin's willingness to expend substantial resources on their training. These elite fighters donned specially designed combat suits made from company alloy and stitched with nanofibers, providing lightweight yet robust protection against mutant attacks. They wore infrared night vision holographic goggles that offered a comprehensive field of vision and precise target identification, enabling them to navigate and engage in combat seamlessly, even in darkness. The goggles displayed various data, constantly analyzing their surroundings and the status of adversaries. Among the Level 4 warriors, there were 20 in total, with the combat team leader, Sun Tao, standing tall and resolute. A newly joined young man exuded vitality and enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with eagerness for battle. Li Xiaoxiao, striking and confident, wielded the powers of gravity and invisibility, allowing her to traverse and scout any structure undetected. She wore a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure, equipped with advanced reconnaissance devices at her waist. Xiao Yun, brimming with energy and possessing a fiery temperament, utilized her earth-based abilities to play a crucial role in battles, her every strike capable of immobilizing foes with rock spikes. Adam, a behemoth of a man akin to a tank, had recently surpassed level 4. Towering over 3 meters, possessing immense strength, he wielded a massive hammer and donned exoskeletal armor, capable of obliterating any enemy in his path. Alongside them were seasoned Special Forces veterans, whose calm demeanor and extensive experience rendered them indispensable in the heat of battle. The team included 15 level 3 members, all on the brink of breaking through. They wore combat suits similar to their level 4 counterparts, albeit with slightly inferior equipment performance. They too donned infrared night vision holographic goggles, tightly gripping laser guns and various weapons, ever ready for combat. It was anticipated that within 10 days, they would all achieve breakthroughs, becoming even more formidable forces. The team employed a tactical division of 5, skillfully adapting their strategies to various environments, in an abandoned factory area surrounded by dilapidated buildings and heaps of discarded equipment. One team member at the front used skills or alloy armor as a shield. Standing firm as an impregnable bastion, the monstrous beast charged forward. He met it without hesitation, using his own body and skills to withstand the creature's onslaught. Beside him, a teammate employed his abilities to control the situation, unleashing a formidable binding force that temporarily immobilized the beast, thus creating an opportunity for his comrades to strike. The duo unleashed a barrage of high-damage area attacks, alternating with laser fire, positioning themselves strategically in the center as their laser guns emitted deadly beams, while their powers released devastating force at critical moments, causing the beast to retreat in defeat. Another member, after expending his skills, switched to laser fire, remaining vigilant and continuously assaulting the beast during his teammates' cooldowns, denying the creature any chance to recuperate. The final member seized the opportunity presented by the beast's weakened state, wielding cold weapons to exploit its vulnerabilities. Armed with a sharp dagger or long sword, he dashed forward, precisely targeting the beast's weak spots to deliver a fatal blow. In the complex and ever-changing environment of the park's forest, the team advanced cautiously, utilizing trees and terrain for cover. They continued to employ the same strategy, albeit with adjustments in detail. The frontline tank focused more on utilizing the trees for concealment, minimizing the beast's angles of attack. The control specialist harnessed the natural elements of the forest, such as vines and towering trees, to enhance his controlling effects. Meanwhile, the damage dealers exercised caution to prevent igniting a forest fire, capitalizing on the terrain's advantages to ambush the beasts. These emotionless subhumans instinctively pursued living beings to attack. During their encirclement, the team adeptly exploited this trait, taking down one after another with calm resolve in the face of the subhuman's aggression. Shilin stood at the center of the battlefield, activating his spatial awareness. His gaze was focused and profound, as if he could perceive all. Should a teammate be in peril, he would not hesitate to act decisively against the threat. In an open plaza, dozens of individuals skillfully lured hundreds of monsters from the nearby streets, guiding them to a spacious area. With a swift, spatial slash, Shilin unleashed overwhelming power, annihilating all the creatures in an instant. The team quickly advanced, proficiently harvesting the crystal cores. Each location employed different tactics, and the squad strength was rapidly escalating. Years later, these individuals would become his personal guards, filling Shilin's heart with anticipation. Report, boss, during our mission, we discovered a significant number of powerful subhumans and beasts within the hospital building located at the 12 o'clock position. We attempted various methods to lure them out, but to no avail. I feel a sense of dread and am reluctant to delve deeper. Li Xiaoxiao relayed, sticking out her tongue. Recently returned from a reconnaissance mission, she possessed the powers of gravity manipulation and invisibility. With her abilities, she could negate gravity and stealthily traverse any structure, and her gravitational control was remarkably formidable in combat. At that moment, a grave expression crossed her face, revealing her deep concern for the complex situation within the hospital. All right, you all remain here to rest. Absorb the crystal core energy in the vehicle to prepare for the upcoming operations. I will personally investigate, Shalene decisively commanded. The team members promptly returned to the fortress vehicle, opening the doors to enter. The interior was spacious and comfortable. Each member seated themselves, closing their eyes to focus on absorbing the crystal core energy, gathering strength for the impending battle. Chapter 39. The hospital beast's lair. As Shalene finished speaking, he instantly vanished. Under the shroud of apocalyptic fog, the hospital's underground parking lot resembled a nightmarish realm. Moments later, he appeared outside the hospital building's parking area. Utilizing his spatial awareness, he could not see inside but was acutely aware of every movement within. Once a neatly organized parking lot, it was now overrun by various monsters. The ground was riddled with cracks and stains, marred with blood and exuding a foul, putrid stench. In the dim corners, a group of grotesquely formed creatures huddled. Their bodies seemingly assembled from bizarre materials. They occasionally emitted mournful wails. A large number of armored subhumans surrounded an area, obscuring what lay within. Some bore sharp fangs, dripping with rancid saliva. Others were covered in hard scales that glimmered with an eerie light, while others possessed multiple tentacles, languidly swaying as if probing for something. Abandoned vehicles had become their nests, with monsters scuttling in and out from beneath and within, producing chilling sounds. Occasionally, a shadow flitted from one vehicle to another at blinding speed, obscuring its true form. The pervasive fog and flickering shadows heightened the atmosphere of terror. The once revered hospital sign, once a symbol of hope and aid, now appeared pale and powerless amidst the monster's encirclement. This place had seemingly transformed into a forbidden zone of life, where only death and fear spread relentlessly. Shalene sensed a dangerous aura. A level 4 peak beast. How could it appear so soon? If it had taken longer, it might have reached level 5. I must make arrangements. Otherwise, if such a creature escapes, it could spell trouble. This location is too close to my sanctuary. A level 5 beast poses a threat to my shelter. And if it escapes and reaches level 6, the consequences are unimaginable. Below, there are hundreds of level 3 beasts and evolving level 4 beasts, surrounded by that circle of subhumans. Even ants can kill elephants. I am upgrading quickly, but the energy required after reaching level 5 is immense, while the Beast King is sustained by a horde. A towering beast, covered in tentacles, flashed its eyes with a glint of intelligence. It sensed the presence of a powerful human. Its body was disproportionate, with arms that could extend beyond its knees. Its face lacked distinct features, nearly devoid of any cranial characteristics or hair. Multiple arms could sprout from its back, sometimes extending infinitely, transforming into dark tendrils. Shalene blinked out of existence, only to reappear inside the moving fortress. The soft lights within the fortress did little to quell the tense atmosphere of impending battle. Shalene reclined slowly on the sofa, a wave of longing surging within him. Sigh, I miss my dear Lin Nico. She usually has someone to massage her shoulders. That Xiao should give my shoulders a rub. They've been feeling a bit sore lately. Shalene casually instructed his subordinate to come over. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao's face lit up with childlike glee, her eyes sparkling as she sprinted over. I am here, boss. Don't worry, I'm a professional. I've been massaging my dad for years. Her face radiated excitement, feeling immensely honored to serve her boss. She stood behind Shalene, gently kneading his shoulders, secretly vowing to perform well and satisfy him. Shalene summoned all those above level 4, and they gathered around a table, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. Shalene's expression turned serious as he slowly articulated the situation within the hospital building. There lies a level 4 peak beast, potentially on the verge of breaking through to level 5. The faces of his teammates shifted, a wave of intense unease washing over them. If it reaches level 5, it would not be on the same tier as before. Fortunately, our boss is the strongest. We need not fear. Their gazes turned toward Shalene, seeking reassurance. Below, Hundreds of level 3 beasts and evolving level 4 beasts surrounded by subhumans loom ominously. Shilin continued, his words deepening their apprehension. With so many formidable enemies and our numbers so few, it will be a daunting task. Sensing their worries, Shilin reassured them. The Beast King inside is the priority. Eliminate it and the rest will follow. You must ensure it does not escape. Upon hearing this, the team felt a measure of calm, understanding the crux of their mission. Prepare yourselves, finish your meals, we will act tonight. Otherwise, if it breaks through and escapes, it will be dire. Shilin's words were resolute and unwavering. The 20 members began checking their equipment. Night vision goggles, alloy combat knives, exoskeleton armor, laser weapons. Each face displayed seriousness and focus. They were acutely aware of the significance and danger of this operation. For the safety of their sanctuary, for their families. Adam wiped the monster's remains off his hammer, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. He thought to himself, this will be a fierce battle, and death may be imminent. The Beast King keenly sensed the presence of Shilin. However, instead of contemplating escape, its thoughts were consumed by the prospect of Shilin's extraordinary ability crystal core within its walnut-like brain. It devised a plan to exhaust Shilin using hundreds of other beasts, ultimately devouring him to elevate itself to the 5th or even 6th tier. One must admit, it exhibited a modicum of intelligence. Albeit limited, it prepared to welcome Shilin's arrival. That moment, Shilin, clad in a combat suit meticulously crafted from nano-threaded alloy, shimmered under the dim light. He stood tall and slender at the entrance of the passage. Resembling a war deity descended upon the mortal realm, his gaze unwavering. The void beside him suddenly split open, as if torn by an invisible hand. Shilin gracefully extended his hand into the abyss. Exuding an air of calm and elegance, as he withdrew the void blade, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him. Wow, the boss is so handsome, the crowd murmured in awe. The void blade had become even more solid, its blade glimmering with a silvery crystalline radiance, akin to a finely crafted masterpiece. That glow seemed capable of piercing through the darkest shadows, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Shilin swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke with resolute authority. You must guard the 2 exit points. Eliminate anyone who dares to emerge. If they linger too long, they will flee. But we cannot allow that Beast King to escape. Hold him back. I will arrive immediately. He swiftly commanded several individuals to encircle the 2 exits while he stationed himself at one. First team, acknowledged. The team members responded in unison, fully aware of the mission's gravity, silently vowing to fulfill their duty. Second team, acknowledged. The second team members, equally spirited, gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting fearless courage. The entire scene was steeped in a tense atmosphere. The passage was suffused with a stifling aura, as if a tempest were about to erupt. Chapter 40. The Beast King seeks escape. The team members stood at their respective positions, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Their heartbeats echoed with striking clarity in the silence, each one poised for the impending battle. Shilin, wielding the void blade, stepped into the underground parking lot. He surveyed the throng of beasts, subhumans, and the Beast King lurking at the back. In that hospital's depths, darkness enveloped everything like thick ink. A sinister atmosphere pervaded the air, and the damp walls exuded a putrid odor. The feeble lights flickered uncertainly in the darkness, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Barely illuminating this perilous battleground, Shilin stood there, his demeanor formidable, eyes cold and piercing, gazing intently at the dense mass of beasts and subhumans, along with the Beast King attempting to hide. The Beast King roared frantically at Shilin, its voice reverberating chillingly in the subterranean space. A multitude of monstrous creatures, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, bared their fangs and unleashed a cacophony of spine-chilling roars. Under the Beast King's command, hundreds of monsters surged toward Shilin like a relentless tide. Fearless of death, driven by frenzied determination, in the shadows, their forms appeared even more grotesque and terrifying, their furious eyes the only illumination in the dark. Yet, Shilin remained unperturbed. Activating his spatial perception, his figure flickered like a specter. Teleporting as he wielded the spatial blade, each strike accompanied by a silvery glint, effortlessly severing a level 4 monster in an instant. 1 strike per creature, clean and decisive. The ferocious beasts could not even approach him. As the onslaught intensified, Shilin unleashed dimensional slicing, a powerful skill that erupted in a dazzling display, cleaving a multitude of monsters into fragments that collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Shilin stood there, proud and unyielding, exuding an invincible aura amidst the darkness. The Beast King, witnessing its minions fall one by one, was consumed by rage and indifference toward their lives. It unleashed a deafening roar, its voice seemingly aimed at shattering the dark underground. Roar, roar! The Beast King's growls were filled with frenzied commands. The surviving monsters, oblivious to fear, instinctively charged forward under the Beast King's oppressive presence. They dashed through the darkness, their claws echoing like thunder, their eyes flickering with malevolent light. The monsters surged toward Shilin once more, fangs bared, emitting fierce growls, their claws poised to strike. Some even leaped recklessly, attempting to pounce on Shilin from the air. Yet, Shilin remained composed. With one hand outstretched, he activated the spatial barrier, slightly narrowing his eyes as he gripped the blade tightly, its silver glow shimmering in the darkness. As the monsters drew near, they were met with the barrier, and Shilin's figure flickered once again. The blade sliced through the shadows like lightning. Another silver flash illuminated the scene as the foremost monster was cleaved in two. Subsequently, Shilin mercilessly swung his blade, felling creatures left and right. Faced with the relentless tide of monsters, Shilin executed dimensional slicing once more. The powerful silver radiance erupted in the darkness, dazzling and blinding. As a host of monsters were instantly shredded into pieces, the stench of blood permeating the air. Shilin stood there like an invincible war deity, coldly observing the frenzied Beast King and the oblivious monsters. The Beast King was terrified. It was on the verge of reaching level 5, just a fraction away. Having awakened its intelligence, and it envisioned a broader horizon. It could not afford to perish. Shilin's tall figure emanated a chilling pressure in the darkness, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at the Beast King and the relentless monsters. A tide of unending fear surged within the Beast King. Its massive form trembled slightly, its ink-like tentacles thrashing wildly. It was on the brink of achieving level 5, believing it could dominate this realm. Only to face such a formidable adversary, It was unwilling, yet utterly helpless. It understood that continuing the fight would lead to certain death. Having awakened its intelligence, it grasped the value of life, aware that a broader sky awaited its exploration. It could not meet the same fate as those mindless beasts. The Beast King's eyes reflected resolve as it released a reluctant roar, turning to flee. Upon seeing their leaders retreat, the remaining monsters lost their direction and instinctively followed suit. However, Shilin would not allow them to escape so easily. With a cold grunt, he teleported like lightning, pursuing the Beast King. The Beast King, realizing its escape route was under Shilin's scrutiny, grew increasingly frantic. It emitted a series of sharp, urgent cries, commanding all subhumans and beasts to charge in 3 different directions. In the dark underground space, urged by the Beast King's authority, the subhumans and beasts surged into action once more. A faction of subhumans and beasts madly rushed toward the left passage, their footsteps and roars intertwining like a torrent. Their figures flickered in the dim light, a horde of demons escaping from hell. Another group charged toward the right passage, their claws bared, eyes gleaming with despair and madness. They recklessly advanced, attempting to carve a path for the Beast King's escape. Yet another group barreled straight ahead, akin to a suicide squad, rushing toward Shilin, believing that even a moment's delay could be enough. They crashed through the darkness, colliding with their surroundings, producing a dull thud. Claws scraped against the concrete floor, creating a piercing sound. Meanwhile, the Beast King stealthily maneuvered toward a concealed corner amidst the chaos. Hoping to slip away through the exit passage, Shilin maintained his spatial perception. How could he let it escape? One by one, he severed the beasts in his path, while throngs of monsters pursued him. The Beast King's eyes brimmed with cunning and a desperate thirst for survival, its heart pounding furiously as if anxious about its fate. Shilin's gaze was resolute, swiftly making decisions amid the tumultuous battlefield. He decisively ordered through the communicator. Team outside, be advised, the Beast King is attempting to flee. Intercept immediately. His voice echoed in the dark underground passage. Shilin's teammates were already on high alert. Upon hearing the command, they sprang into action. In the second team, Adam took the lead. His armor, composed of exceptionally tough material, capable of withstanding powerful impacts. He raised his massive hammer, charging forward in search of the Beast King. Others gripped various weapons. Alloy combat knives and laser guns lined up, ready to fire at a moment's notice if the enemy dared to show itself. Each individual awaited the Beast King's appearance, prepared to confront this fateful battle, as it was their first encounter with such a powerful beast. Chapter 41. Hammering the Beast King. Boss. The Beast King is at the left exit with Team 1. The team leader, Sun Tao, urgently communicated through the communicator in the underground passage's left exit. The sounds of battle erupted in a cacophony. The roars of monsters mingled with the clashing of weapons. Bloodstains marred the walls. Testament to the fierce conflict, on the ground, the bodies of monsters lay scattered, exuding a pungent odor of blood, and in an instant, casualties had begun to mount. Yet, Sun Tao led Team 1 to staunchly intercept the Beast King. Deploying various traps, mechanisms, and extraordinary abilities without regard for their own safety, forcing the Beast King to evade temporarily. The Beast King was remarkably cunning. First, a feint to break through and escape. Then, seizing the opportune moment, he countered with a tentacle, piercing the head of a warrior named Liuzi, instantly killing another Special Forces teammate named Wang Bin. Just as he tore through the encirclement, Sun Tao's skill activated. Raging Sea Shark, one of the rare mutated water-type abilities, possessing formidable attack power, and he was also an old comrade of Shi Lin from a past life, despite having met an untimely demise. The powerful ability struck the Beast King, merely scratching its skin armor. Yet it endured and retreated. Thankfully, it had been intercepted. Sun Tao let out a sigh of relief. That moment, Shi Lin, having heard the notification, arrived. Facing the onslaught of over 100 level 4 beasts and subhumans alone was indeed troublesome, as the multitude could easily overwhelm a single individual. Even he felt the strain. He had no choice but to deploy a large-scale skill, Void Annihilation, instantly obliterating the horde of monsters before teleporting to confront the Beast King. But he was still a moment too late. Upon witnessing the deaths of 2 of its subordinates, the Beast King was furious and unleashed its abilities, enveloping itself in a silver spatial force. As if donned in an impenetrable armor, which not only provided protection for Shi Lin but also significantly enhanced his attack power and speed. However, this came at a great cost to his abilities. He could barely wield it now. The battlefield was tense and grave, as if the very air had solidified. The Beast King stood at the far end of the passage, its gaze fixated on Shi Lin, pacing back and forth, constantly observing, seeking out vulnerabilities to deliver a fatal blow. Its eyes brimmed with greed and cunning, exuding powerful fluctuations of ability. Yet, Shi Lin offered it no opportunity and took the initiative. He wielded the Void Blade, unleashing a slash as delicate as a cicada's wing, radiating silver light, hurtling towards the Beast King. The speed of that blade was astonishing, leaving a silver trail in the air. Hiss! Can a human achieve such velocity? The boss is invincible. Such speed and power are simply otherworldly, the teammates exclaimed in awe. The Beast King roared in rage, activating its innate skill, Blood Fury in an instant. Its power surged to level 5, black tentacles thrashing wildly as it unleashed its abilities to counter Shi Lin's blade. A crimson aura erupted from the Beast King, its abilities surging violently. However, it was effortlessly cleaved apart by Shi Lin's strike. Several tentacles fell to the ground, black blood gushing forth, causing the Beast King to screech in agony. You wretched beast! You deserve this! Shi Lin is our war god! The teammates shouted excitedly. The Beast King, unwilling to concede, fully activated its abilities and unleashed its roar skill, Terror. The terrifying sound echoed throughout the Flower City, akin to a roar from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who heard it. Nearby teammates bled from their ears, their skin cracking, their minds disoriented. Pain etched on their faces, fear filled their hearts. Yet, they steadfastly held their ground, refusing to let this creature escape. Shi Lin, however, remained unfazed, charging forward once more with another slash. The Beast King's head was severed, black blood erupting like a fountain. Regrettably, the beast showed no sign of weakening. Its true weakness lay within the heart encased in its core. This attack from the boss was ferocious. How can it remain unscathed even after losing half its head? The teammates marveled. The Beast King abandoned thoughts of retreat. realizing that it had no choice but to engage Shi Lin in a life-or-death battle, determined to take one down with it. Its remaining two tentacles subtly transformed into claws, channeling its abilities, preparing for close combat with Shi Lin. It thought to itself, human flesh is no match for its might. Roaring as it charged at Shi Lin, teammates beside them saw this and urgently cried out, "Boss, be careful. Its abilities at close range are perilous." Concern filled their faces, their hearts racing with worry for Shi Lin. Yet, Shi Lin felt no fear, activating temporal prophecy. He foresaw the next 3 seconds and initiated time stop. Closing the distance, enveloped in silver spatial power, he formed his fist and delivered an uppercut. "Come on, beast! Who's afraid of whom?" Shi Lin taunted. The Beast King's abdomen caved in, its black body and blood writhing as it attempted to heal its wounds. The Beast King was utterly stunned by this punch, internally lamenting, "Not a comrade. Who truly is the beast here?" Reacting faster than it, Shi Lin invoked time stop once more, and while the Beast King was dazed, he swiftly retrieved an alloy great blade from the spatial realm, plunging it downward to impale the Beast King, pinning it firmly to the ground. Then, he unleashed punch after punch, reducing the Beast King's head to a pulp, as if he were a colossal beast himself. The Beast King roared in defiance, despair, and ultimately, it gasped its last, until Shi Lin's hand plunged deep within, extracting a crimson core. It was utterly vanquished. Previously, he had only hunted colorless ordinary cores, yet this time he obtained a level 5 red core. Shi Lin mused, colorful cores carry the innate skills of beasts. As he held the core, he sensed the blood fury innate skill, realizing that was why this creature had temporarily surged to level 5. This thing, it could overdraw life force to unleash greater ability potency. Now at the peak of level 5, could he not break through to level 6? A hidden skill, Shi Lin reflected, aware that his strength was still inadequate. Slaying a level 5 beast was such a hassle. He needed to increase his ability potency swiftly, strengthen himself. At this moment, his gaze shifted to his teammates. Some lay injured on the ground, groaning in pain. Others had closed their eyes forever, never to awaken. Witnessing this scene, Shi Lin thought to himself, "This is how the apocalypse unfolds. We must carry our fallen comrades home." His voice was resolute and heavy. He understood they could not leave these heroes to languish alone on this cold battlefield. The battleground was shrouded in smoke, stained with blood. The teammates silently began to act. Upon returning to the company, Shi Lin led his teammates, each face reflecting exhaustion yet shining with the joy of victory. They had successfully completed their mission, making a significant contribution to the company's survival and development. As soon as they returned, Shi Lin immediately set about tallying the cores. The teammates submitted the collected cores one by one. Gazing at the mountain of cores, Shi Lin felt a sense of relief, as they had amassed enough chips. With a surplus of numerous level 4 cores and a single level 5 core, these cores would provide robust support for the company's future development. Chapter 42. The fog lifts to commend the bravery of his teammates. Shi Lin decided to reward them with a special feast reminiscent of the last apocalypse banquet. With a casual wave of his hand, various delicacies, fine wines, beverages, and desserts materialized in an instant. Specialties previously reserved for high-ranking officials in the major establishments of Flower City. The news spread, and the teammates erupted in cheers. In this apocalyptic world, gourmet food was a rare delight, and the feast was eagerly anticipated. They immediately took out their phones to capture the moments and share them on forums. Furthermore, each member of the combat team would receive an additional reward of their choosing. Teammates eagerly voiced their desires. Some wished for new phones to maintain contact with family and friends in this dire world. Others wanted cameras to document the nuances of the apocalypse. Some sought better weapons to enhance their combat prowess, while others longed for a beautiful partner to find warmth in this lonely world. Shi Lin heard their requests and unhesitatingly granted them all, as none were unreasonable. It was a mere drop in the bucket. He understood well that in this apocalyptic world, his teammates had made immense efforts and sacrifices, and their desires were not excessive. He hoped that through these trivial rewards, they would feel the company's care and warmth, igniting their fighting spirit and courage. In this apocalyptic world, Shi Lin and his teammates would continue to fight side by side, striving for survival and a brighter future. After rewarding his comrades, Shi Lin slowly returned to his living quarters, his body slightly weary. As he opened the door, warm light flooded over him, and a small figure awaited him in the living room. Shaolin Nanazi gazed expectantly for Shilin's return, her innocent eyes brimming with anticipation and concern. Her long hair, silky and slightly curled, cascaded over her shoulders, framing her delicate face. She wore a light blue dress, resembling a flower blooming amidst the apocalypse, bringing a touch of tenderness to his heart. Unable to contain her excitement, she sprang to her feet, dashing to Shilin's side, leaping into his arms and nuzzling against his neck. Her voice soft and sweet. "Brother, you're finally back. Are you tired? I was so worried about you. I missed you so much while you were gone." Upon seeing Shilin, her eyes sparkled, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Shilin gazed at her adorable visage, warmth surged within him, and all his fatigue dissipated in that moment. He gently ruffled Shaolin Nanazi's hair, softly stating, "Not tired. Seeing you makes everything all right." A radiant smile blossomed on Shaolin Nanazi's face, akin to the brightest sunshine in spring, warming Shilin's heart. "Brother, you should lie down on the chair. Let me give you a massage." Nana Kobayashi's dulcet voice resonated like a celestial melody, casting a warm glow amidst the desolate ambience of the apocalypse. Yusin gazed at the adorable little being before him, reminiscent of an angel, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he reclined slowly into the chair. Nana Kobayashi gracefully approached Yusin, extending her delicate, jade-like hand to gently knead his shoulders and head. Her movements were both gentle and practiced, while her bright, large eyes were intently focused on her hands, wholly devoted to the task of ensuring her beloved could unwind completely. "Brother, please open your eyes. Let the emotional resonance soothe your soul," she murmured softly, before activating her extraordinary ability. In an instant, a soft and enigmatic wave of energy emanated from her petite frame. This energy, akin to a warm spring breeze, tenderly caressed Yusin's fatigued spirit, gradually restoring his mental fortitude. Yusin profoundly felt the warmth of this power and the resonance of emotions. Meeting Nana's gaze, filled with concern and affection, he gently remarked, "I can truly sense the depth of your love. Little one, it feels so comforting. I feel my spirit rejuvenating." With that, Yusin reclined on the sofa, extending his robust arms to embrace Nana tightly. She nestled against him like a docile kitten, her slender arms wrapping around him, as if fearing that even the slightest disturbance might cause this hard-won warmth to slip away. She reveled in the warmth and solidity of his chest, a precious and irreplaceable presence in her life. "I love you," Nana whispered tenderly, her eyes closed. Yusin, feeling her softness in his embrace, lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. On the 30th day of the apocalypse, the thick fog above the city began to dissipate, revealing an entirely new world. The blue and white planet loomed large and mysterious, and the enormous moon had vanished, transforming into the exquisitely beautiful rings of primordial stars. The once towering cities were reduced to mere piles of rubble. And as the mist cleared, a series of undulating mountains emerged, reaching skyward. The fractured land was riddled with chasms, and colossal beasts had made their nests within them. Colorful, gigantic bubbles floated through the sky. At the mountain's peak, a massive eagle soared gracefully. The subhumans gathered in the shadows of the ruins, a young lizard man gazing bewilderedly at this bizarre world. He had been conducting research when he suddenly found himself in this fog-shrouded place, observing the dilapidated landscape and the beautiful, enormous rings encircling the planet. There was no sense of wonder, only a pervasive eeriness. The enormous mushrooms enveloped the buildings with their pink caps, unable to resist. He stepped closer, and as a gentle breeze swept by, it cleared the lingering mist. He beheld humans and beasts entwined with mycelium, seemingly still alive, standing motionless as the fungal threads sprouted around them. Suddenly, a beast erupted, releasing a torrent of colorful spores that danced on the wind. Witnessing this scene, the young lizard man fled for his life. During this time, Yusin had been diligently hunting monsters to acquire crystal cores, significantly enhancing his abilities. However, he was still a fraction away from breaking through to level 6 in his spatial powers, and progress was becoming increasingly slow. His temporal abilities had officially surpassed level 5, allowing him to awaken the capacity for time acceleration and deceleration, enabling him to manipulate the flow of time within a defined range. He had also absorbed a level 5 red crystal core, awakening the innate skill of the beasts, Blood Surge. Currently, The strength of their shelter had seen substantial improvement, with over 40 members of the combat team reaching level 4 in their abilities, while many remained at level 3. They needed to reserve 10,000 crystal cores as a contingency. "I am the living area, brother. How long will you be gone this time? Can't you take me with you?" "I want to help," Nana said softly, as she assisted Yusin in donning his combat attire, checking his equipment, and then embracing his waist, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Be a good girl and stay home to watch over things. You have important responsibilities too. Oversee the shelter, enhance your abilities, and be vigilant against any threats that may seek to harm our family," Yusin gently reassured her, stroking her head. "That friend is very important to me. I will likely be gone for about a week, but not longer than half a month. I promise I will return. The calamity has only just begun." Chapter 43, Grandpa, I want that. Yusin chose not to take the entire combat team, deciding instead to bring along a small elite squad of 6 for the rescue mission, as more people did not necessarily equate to better outcomes. Xu and Tao would remain behind with the rest to protect the shelter against any unforeseen events. A few of them navigated the ruins in their fortified vehicle. Adam, the heavy hitter, sat at the center of the vehicle, having been provided with a tatami mat in lieu of a suitable sofa. The young man at the driver's seat, Xu Yang, wielded lightning powers and was a promising talent. Alongside him was the vibrant girl Lixiaxio, whose gravitational and group invisibility powers proved invaluable. The short-haired policewoman, Xiaoyun, had mastered earth-based control and damage defense. In a corner sat a shy young man named Xiaoyan, who, despite his modesty, wielded fire powers that obliterated beasts effortlessly. Yusin leaned back on the sofa, joking with them while admiring the scenery outside. The camaraderie among the young members was palpable, with no generational divide. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, a gentle breeze rustled through, carrying a few yellowing leaves. As the fog lifted, the view revealed majestic mountains and a vast sea of clouds, breathtaking in its grandeur. Habitually, Yusin took out his camera to capture the moment. They were now at a small town called Changyu Village, located a distance from Huaqing. This place, far removed from the city, boasted a picturesque environment and still had many inhabitants. Due to its isolation, the village suffered far less from the threats posed by subhumans and beasts, with nearly half of its population surviving. Some even awakening their abilities, forming alliances to raid other villages. In this lawless world, they dared to do anything. A child, peering through binoculars, spotted Yusin's vehicle as it approached the village. The fortified vehicle loomed like a colossal beast. Traversing the muddy country road, it was a stroke of luck that there were still roads to navigate. Observing the village with smoke rising from chimneys, it appeared that people were present. Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, marveling at the unexpected warmth of rural life amidst the apocalypse, feeling envious. "I wonder how many people are still alive here." A group of individuals soon surrounded them, led by an elderly man holding a child. "They do not come in peace." Yusin instructed Xu Yang to halt the vehicle, keen to discern their intentions. In the apocalypse, one could never be too cautious. Around 40 individuals encircled the vehicle, captivated by its novelty. The elder, the village chief, approached with a friendly demeanor. His shrewdness and foresight had been pivotal in ensuring the village's survival amidst chaos. Yusin brought the vehicle to a stop. The villagers peered in through the windows. Inside, it was dry and comfortable, a stark contrast to the dampness outside, filled with an array of exquisite, imported fresh fruits and snacks. With 2 stunning beauties, Xiaoyun and Lixiaxio, in the vehicle, the villagers' eyes lit up, and they began to cheer. "Open the door." The elder spoke kindly. "Young man, we mean you no harm. We simply wish to borrow your vehicle to gather supplies from outside. Just look at how starved we are. Please, open the door." The 12-year-old boy beside him, named Fuzai, pointed at the fruits, and Lixiaxio, having awakened his abilities, was spoiled by his grandfather. "I want that," he exclaimed, his innocent desire reinforced by his grandfather's indulgence. Yusin remained composed, watching the villagers' actions with a keen eye. "Leave the vehicle and equipment, and the women and food," bellowed a burly man from the crowd. "Otherwise, you'll have to deal with us." The village chief smiled broadly, his weathered face creasing with mirth. "Oh, you are so confident? Are you serious?" Yusin replied, astonished, as he activated the vehicle's defense system. Silver laser cannons emerged and ascended from the vehicle, prompting the villagers to recoil in shock. Having never encountered such weaponry before, they had previously raided 6 doors, and the firearms had proven ineffective, but now they were emboldened by their numbers. Even if you have abilities, you only have 6 people. We have over 50. What can you do? The village chief chuckled, his smile as wide as the horizon. Oh, you think you can intimidate me with sheer numbers? Yusin retorted with a hint of amusement. As the silver laser cannons rose into position, the cold, shimmering light instantaneously captivated the attention of all present, and the expressions of the villagers shifted from initial greed and arrogance to a grave solemnity. Sitting within the vehicle, Shilin observed this oblivious throng with an indifferent gaze. The AI of the defense system exhibited no hesitation, directly commanding the laser cannon to commence fire. A silver beam of light shot forth, striking precisely at the foremost villager, who had no time to emit a cry of despair before being pierced by the powerful laser, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining villagers, momentarily stunned, soon unleashed their abilities. Roaring in fury as they charged forward, the occupants of the vehicle remained expressionless, continuing their precise barrage. Each laser beam found its mark with unerring accuracy. Yet, bolstered by their numbers and confidence in their abilities, the villagers showed no inclination to retreat, pressing on towards the fortified vehicle. As the lasers continued to strike down the villagers, they began to sense the gravity of their predicament. Why was this vehicle so impervious? Their powers felt as ineffective as mere tickling against its surface. Ice spikes, flames, and lightning. None left a trace upon it. Furthermore, the laser's potency far exceeded their expectations. Those hit were either dead or grievously injured. Unable to mount any resistance, fear began to creep into their hearts, but it was too late to withdraw. Charge together. He is but one, and we outnumber him. Do not falter, commanded the village chief. Thus, the villagers steeled their resolve once more and surged towards Shilin's vehicle. Shilin furrowed his brow slightly, increasing the output power of the laser cannon. The lasers became even more radiant and formidable, each strike leaving deep craters in the ground. The villagers began to fall one after another, their powers rendered utterly impotent against the overwhelming force of the lasers. At last, one villager, unable to bear the onslaught, cried out in terror, "Stop! We were wrong. Spare us." But the defense system remained devoid of empathy, continuing its relentless assault. "We truly understand our mistakes. We should not have been greedy, nor attempted to seize your vehicle and woman. Please, we beg you, spare us." More and more villagers began to plead for mercy. Attempting to flee, the village chief, too, began to feel trepidation, questioning why so many of them could not prevail. Not even able to breach the shell, however, Shilin's heart remained cold. Those who dared to commit such acts must face the consequences. A fleeting silver light flashed, and the heads of several fleeing individuals exploded. After the battle concluded, Shilin surveyed the field littered with corpses, yet felt no stirrings of emotion within him. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, the avarice and ugliness of humanity were magnified. These villagers, driven by their selfish desires, had recklessly wagered their lives. He felt not a shred of remorse for his own ruthlessness. "Drive," Shilin commanded. Xuyang immediately complied. Steering the Doomsday Fortress vehicle away, its massive tires crushing the corpses beneath like a monstrous paw, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in the muddy ground. Chapter 44. Reconnaissance beneath the shadow of the apocalypse. The northern base loomed like an indomitable steel behemoth, standing silently and majestically. The sun struggled to pierce through the layers of clouds, yet those fortunate enough to witness the resplendent sun amid the sapphire sky were few and far between. Most toiled numbly, akin to mere cogs in a machine. Li Shao, a ruthless figure commanding the control room, wore a grim expression. His hawk-like gaze flickered with calculating intensity as he fixated on the screen displaying satellite images of the fortress vehicle. Watching it gradually approach its designated area, he swiftly dialed Shang Wanqiong, his tone grave and icy. "He has arrived. Commence the plan. We must not allow any slip-ups." Upon receiving the message, Shang Wanqiong promptly dispatched a threatening message to Shilin. "Leave the goods behind. Your woman is in the mining site within that canyon, 10 kilometers away. If you wish for her to remain alive, do not attempt any tricks." Upon receiving the message, Shilin furrowed his brow, plunged into deep contemplation. Seeking a means of resolution, he casually instructed Li Xiaoxiao to remain hidden behind him. then opened the vehicle door to reveal an alloy case before him, neatly containing 10,000 crystal-clear Level 3 energy cores. These cores held immense value, sufficient to sustain a Level 4 elite army of 300. Shilin and his comrades had fought fiercely for nearly half a month to acquire these precious cores, and he silently vowed to make the enemy repay their debt in full. After placing the case on the muddy ground outside, he re-entered the vehicle, which began to depart slowly, splattering mud in its wake. While Li Xiaoxiao did not follow, the young girl activated her cloaking and gravitational abilities, nimbly concealing herself behind a massive boulder, observing quietly. After a little over 10 minutes, a cloaked wanderer stealthily approached the case, swiftly absconding with it. "Boss, someone has arrived. I'll follow and gather intelligence on the situation across the way," Li Xiaoxiao communicated sweetly through her device. Shilin responded calmly, "Safety first. I will proceed ahead." Subsequently, Li Xiaoxiao activated her flying skateboard, engaging reverse gravity, carefully trailing the figure as they departed. At the entrance of a secluded and tranquil valley, Shilin and his group awaited in silence. He resolved to scout ahead first. The valley was exceedingly vast, its mining site abandoned due to the apocalypse and later seized by the northern base. The base had dispatched tens of thousands of Level 1 ability-wielding miners to extract resources here. These miners, once of diverse backgrounds before the apocalypse, now clung to any opportunity for sustenance. Moreover, the base's guards strictly forbade them from leaving the valley, with any violators facing execution. Today, the base had also supplied them with a batch of firearms, instructing them to secure the area, emphasizing the critical importance of a specific individual. Anyone who succeeded in eliminating any intruders would be richly rewarded with food and valuable resources. Entering the valley's mining site, a sense of decay and desolation permeated the air. The abandoned mines resembled dark, gaping maws, seemingly poised to swallow anyone whole. The entrances were littered with disordered stones and rusted tools, remnants of time's erosion leaving only debris behind. Some unidentified mutated plants stubbornly sprouted from the crevices, swaying gently in the breeze and emitting a faint glow, adding a touch of feeble light to the otherwise lifeless scene. Following the narrow path through the valley, Shilin observed several dilapidated worker shacks. The roofs of these shacks had partially collapsed, leaving only a few precarious beams standing. Deeper within the valley, a winding stream flowed gently. The crystal-clear waters sparkled with silvery glimmers under the sun. Yet the banks were devoid of the previous laughter, replaced only by the eerie cries of strange mutated crows, their calls resonating throughout the vast expanse, enveloping the valley in a somber atmosphere. Amidst the throngs, various factions existed, and several leaders discerned the base's intentions, fully aware they were being used as cannon fodder. Yet what could they do? Even with abilities and firearms, they stood powerless against the formidable base. Even if they harbored thoughts of rebellion, hunger compelled them to prioritize their next meal. They could only bide their time, waiting for an opportunity to seek vengeance against the base once this ordeal had passed. But would there truly be a chance? Within the shadowy depths of the mining site, inside a derelict factory, several wanderers gathered around a sturdy alloy cabinet lying on its side. Inside lay Bai Yun, unconscious and haggard from starvation over the past month, having been brought here today and injected with a calming agent and locator chip, confined within a life support box. These wanderers, the strongest from nearby small bases, had been handsomely compensated to guard this woman. They lounged, guns in hand, casually smoking and drinking, the resources provided by their employer proving ample. "Boss, that woman inside is quite a looker. How about we have some fun?" A lewd-haired thug suggested, eyeing the cabinet with a hint of interest. "But this contraption seems a bit tricky." Another burly man responded, "Forget it. That thing could blow up. I saw solid explosives when she was loaded in." "I suspect we've been set up," Dongzi frowned in reply. "What? Our employer is so brazen. What kind of arrangement is this?" The other two mercenaries grew uneasy. "We're being paid to risk our lives, not to court death." Dongzi retorted angrily, "Dio, you think I want this? It's the North. You know their tyrannical nature. Dare you refuse them? Just do your job, and you might live. If you provoke them, you'll be dead in an instant. And who knows what kind of person would waste such resources for this?" Shilin meticulously observed the surroundings, noting that all critical directions were tightly guarded. Like a specter, he melded into the shadows, swiftly identifying an individual who appeared to be a leader, and in an instant, He pulled the person through a spatial portal, pressing a sharp blade to their throat. Brother, don't kill me. Let us talk this out. I am just a mere pawn dragged into this, he pleaded. Quick, tell me where the woman you're holding is. I don't know. I swear, we're just ordinary people, used as cannon fodder by the base. We can't do anything. I don't know about the woman you mentioned, but there's a control room beneath this base, and it seems there are a group of wanderers guarding something there. We aren't allowed to enter even when delivering food. The guards are extremely strict. Without a moment's hesitation, Shilin swiftly dispatched him with a single lethal strike, then quickly teleported to a position within the blind spot below. Activating his spatial senses, he finally pinpointed the general location of Bai Yun, who was imprisoned in the innermost chamber. Subsequently, he vanished into the valley's exterior. After conducting a thorough reconnaissance, Shilin astonishingly discovered 3 battalions of enemy troops concealed within the dense foliage atop the valley. The leading figures, numbering over a dozen, were all at the pinnacle of level 4, while the remaining hundreds possessed late-stage level 3 capabilities. At this moment, Shilin prepared to orchestrate a surprise assault with his teammates, aiming to rescue the captive and make a swift exit, fully aware that the adversary was likely to have further contingencies in store. Chapter 45. Slay. In a dimly lit command room of the northern base, Li Xiao stood with a grim expression before a massive electronic screen displaying real-time footage of the mining site within the canyon. At that moment, a communicator chimed, prompting Li Xiao to press the answer button, and the voice of Shangguan Xiong echoed through. Shangguan Xiong, Li Xiao, the goods have been secured, and everything is proceeding according to plan. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone icy. Excellent. What about that woman? We must ensure she remains under our control. Shangguan Xiong chuckled lightly. Rest assured, she is securely confined, and those mercenaries and expendables dare not act recklessly. Li Xiao furrowed his brow. Do not let your guard down. Shilin and his group are not easily dealt with. Shangguan Xiong's tone carried a hint of disdain. Humph, they are merely flailing in futile struggles, and no matter how formidable they may be, can they contend against our numbers? Moreover, with that army of 10,000 expendables, we possess ample resources to deplete their strength. Li Xiao remained silent for a moment before stating, continue to monitor closely. Should any anomalies arise, take immediate action. Shangguan Xiong replied, understood, I will ensure everything is in order. By the way, once we deal with Shilin and his group, our mission will be accomplished. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li Xiao's gaze. Indeed? At that time, all the resources they have amassed, along with his opportunities, will belong to us. Let us see what other waves they can stir. Shangguan Xiong declared triumphantly. Ha, this time they cannot escape our grasp. I can hardly wait to witness the expressions of despair on their faces. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Stay vigilant. Do not allow any mistakes to arise in this promising situation. Shangguan Xiong solemnly assured, do not worry. I will monitor every detail. Beep. A message from Shangguan Xiong arrived. The goods have been obtained. By the way, your woman's life has only 30 minutes left. Hurry up. Li Xiao also sent a message. That wanderer was killed upon arriving at the black market. The one who killed him handed his remains to a woman. Accompanying the message was a photo, revealing Shangguan Xiong. Shangguan Xiong, that wretched woman, Shilin remarked with a sense of inevitability. Continue to follow her. Seek an opportunity to infiltrate the base. Assess their situation. All right, boss. If I complete the mission, could you reward me with something? Though I haven't decided what yet. Li Xiao asked sweetly. Of course, just ensure your safety. Shilin replied indifferently, as material possessions held little significance for him. Now, strategizing the task ahead, the enemy was numerous. 10,000 expendables, even if they were mere fodder, possessed level 1 abilities, for individuals could not possibly eliminate them all in a short span. Moreover, hundreds of base troops lay in ambush. You may not withstand the forces behind. Use the fortress vehicle at the entrance to draw their fire, create distractions, and hold out for 10 minutes. I will eliminate their personnel. At the entrance of the mining base, dilapidated factory buildings exuded a scent of decay, while the recently constructed imposing walls appeared as an insurmountable barrier. A heap of corpses and remnants of otherworldly blades lay haphazardly discarded nearby, emanating a pungent stench of blood. Shuyang maneuvered the fortress vehicle, flooring the accelerator as he barreled toward the opposite mining gate. Then, decisively activating the laser cannon, He unleashed a full-powered strike. The overwhelming energy instantly breached the enemy's wall. Molten metal cascading down visibly. The guards inside were immediately roused, ruthlessly commanding all armed expendables forward to attack and fill the breach. Hundreds, even thousands, surged forth like a tide. However, under the relentless barrage of Shuyang and Xiao Yan's thunderous onslaught, they were swiftly obliterated. Tio reached them. One might as well consult Adam and Xiao Yun. Donning battle armor and wielding heavy hammers, they unleashed waves of destruction, either by Xiao Yun's earth spikes or by hammering down like whack-a-mole. The AI defense system activated, unleashing the laser cannon in pinpoint mode, akin to swatting flies. In 0.1 seconds, it could eliminate an adversary, then swiftly pivot the laser head, targeting the next enemy, autonomously tracking foes. Did those expendables dare to retreat? The guards at the rear were the overseers. These individuals were their watchmen. A mere glance instilled fear, let alone resistance. To dare retreat meant being obliterated by a single ability from the supervisory team. Thousands pressed forward, desperately seeking an opportunity to strike the vehicle. Yet to no avail. On Shiline's end, the void blade coalesced, darting like lightning into the guard's doorway. With a swift stroke, blood splattered onto the walls. Each strike claiming a life without a second glance at the fallen. Rapidly flickering, he darted toward the next location. In under 2 minutes, dozens of guards met their demise. Shiline's formidable prowess instilled terror. Resembling a grim reaper, harvesting lives within the shadows of the mining site. Inside the mine, dim lights flickered erratically, casting distorted shadows. The cracks in the walls seemed like scars of time, narrating the once glorious saga of infrastructure. The air was thick with dust and decay, rendering breathing arduous. Shiline's figure glided through the murky surroundings like a specter, his gaze resolute and cold, the blade in his hand glimmering ominously. Each guard he felled instantly lost the breath of life. Collapsing to the ground, staining the earth red. Shiline's movements were swift and precise, devoid of any superfluous actions. His sole objective remained, to rescue by Yun. Behind him trailed a path of death, blood splattered beside each mangled body. The expendables were engulfed in despair and helplessness. They had not desired to meet their demise, yet were ruthlessly coerced by the base, fully aware that they were mere pawns in another's game. They found themselves with no choice but to comply in this merciless apocalyptic world for the sake of survival. They watched their comrades fall one by one, sorrow filling their hearts. What a futile endeavor this is. To secure a morsel of food, we must wager our lives, one lamented helplessly. There is no choice. We are but expendables, bound to obey orders, another despaired. In this chaotic battlefield, they resembled ants, with their lives perpetually at risk, as ordinary individuals often do. Meanwhile, Shiline moved through the enemy ranks like a ghost, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. The mining site was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The dilapidated factory appeared even more decrepit under the ravages of war. Beneath the towering walls, corpses piled high, bearing witness to this brutal conflict. In this tumultuous battlefield, no one could predict what would transpire next. While unseen ambushes lurked in wait, just as Shiline valiantly fought against the enemy, in the command room of the northern base, Li Xiao fixed his gaze on the screen, a hint of smug satisfaction creeping onto his face. It was as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory, envisioning Shiline and his team ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Slay, slay. Unleash all your abilities and kill with abandon. Ha ha ha. After decimating dozens of guards, Shiline suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching. He halted, warily surveying his surroundings. Emerging from the shadows was a tall man, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 46. Explosive Growth. You must be Shiline? Humph. Today is your day of reckoning, the man declared coldly. Shiline remained silent, merely unfurling the void blade, bracing himself for combat. The man instantaneously lunged, initiating an assault with floating cannons. A powerful wave of energy surged towards Shiline. Swiftly sidestepping, Shiline activated time acceleration, propelling himself toward the man at astonishing speed, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. The man, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a series of counterattacks, igniting an intense battle between them. Shiline maintained the upper hand, his strikes growing increasingly lethal, while the man struggled to withstand the onslaught. He retreated. Shiline pursued. Their figures darted throughout the mining site, leaving shattered walls and deep gouges in their wake. The fierce clash endured for merely 1 minute, spanning 100 exchanges, until Shilin discerned a flaw in the man's defense. Activating Time Stop, he froze the surrounding moment, then swiftly delivered a decisive slash to the man's neck. The man collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he have fallen in just 1 minute? With no time to linger, Shilin pressed forward toward the chamber whereby Yun was held captive. After a series of brutal slaughters, he finally arrived at the dilapidated main control room below. Several wanderers, upon seeing Shilin, immediately panicked and armed themselves. "Don't come any closer, or we'll kill this woman," Dongzi shouted. Shilin halted, his gaze simmering with fury. "If you dare lay a finger on her, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." "Humph, do you think we fear you? We have no way out now." Another retorted defiantly. Dongzi spoke. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Shilin unleashed his control over the realm of time. Within this domain, he wielded complete authority over time, yet the toll on his abilities was severe. He swiftly moved before several individuals and, with a rapid motion, executed a horizontal slash, beheading a number of the wanderers. Seizing the opportunity, Shilin rushed forward, employing spatial power to slice open the alloy cabinet. Rescuing by Yun. Upon glancing inside, he noted that the countdown timer showed a mere 3 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Had he arrived even a moment later, he would have lost her forever. Bai Yun appeared haggard and frail, yet upon seeing Shilin, her eyes shimmered with tears. "Are you Shilin? You finally came," she uttered weakly. Shilin embraced Bai Yun tightly, administering a bottle of nutrient solution to her. He opened a portal to swiftly relocate, his heart brimming with guilt. "I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured. We must leave this place at once." However, their predicament remained perilous. The battle outside raged on, and the base's military forces were actively searching, poised to discover their presence. Shilin resolved to escort Bai Yun away from the mining site as swiftly as possible. He cautiously exited the factory, advancing along a secluded path. Along the way, they encountered some expendable troops. Shilin paid them no mind, continuing onward, fully aware that their immediate priority was to escape and find sanctuary. Just as they were about to exit the mining area, a sudden cacophony of shouts echoed behind them. The base's military had caught wind of their trail and was pursuing them. Shilin immediately quickened his pace, teleporting forward with Bai Yun in tow. After running for a distance, they reached the mouth of a valley. Yet, at the exit stood more soldiers from the base, blocking their way. Shilin halted, contemplating a strategy. "What should we do?" "We're surrounded," Bai Yun said nervously. Shilin replied calmly, "Don't worry, I will devise a plan." He activated his communicator. "Shuyang, get the vehicle ready and conserve your strength. I'll catch up quickly." "Understood, boss." Shilin retrieved a protective pod and placed Bai Yun inside. With her weakened state affecting their escape, he resolved that he would never again allow her to perish before his eyes. After a prolonged surge of his abilities, he was left with merely 20 of his power. Shangguan Qiong appeared with her subordinates, encircling Shilin. She was eager to witness Shilin's demise as his powers waned. Li Zhao's voice crackled through the communicator. "Stay steady. He is a tough opponent. Stick to the plan and ensure there are no missteps. We must deplete his abilities." Shilin observed this familiar scene, reminiscent of his previous life's design. Truly, they were despicable, but their desire to eliminate him was nothing short of a delusion. Under Shangguan Qiong's orders, the 3 squads rapidly assembled, activating their powers. They advanced cautiously, wary of Shilin's potential counterattack. Shilin watched them silently, calculating his response. He knew he had to resolve this before his powers ran dry. Suddenly, one adversary could no longer contain himself and launched the first strike. A powerful and violent bolt of lightning surged toward Shilin, who swiftly sidestepped and retaliated with a lethal blow. The army, witnessing Shilin's ability to counterattack, unleashed their assaults. In an instant, waves of various powers intertwined, coloring the battlefield in a dazzling display, as wave after wave of destructive energy surged toward Shilin. He opened a portal, absorbing all incoming attacks and then returning them in kind. The energy unleashed from the portal decimated hundreds of troops, leaving only about 80 elite fighters standing. Shangguan Qiong observed coldly, pondering how difficult this man was to kill. She ordered her forces to charge again. In this dire moment, Shilin resolved to hold nothing back. He activated his newly acquired talent, Blood Burst. Fully unleashing his powers, he closed his eyes, attuning to the faint fluctuations within him. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of formidable strength erupting from within. A brilliant red aura surrounded Shilin, catapulting his powers to a new height of level 6. Like a deity of war, he charged at the enemy. The spatial blade in his hand swung with devastating force. Each strike imbued with immense spatial cutting power, distorting the very fabric of reality around him. One eye transformed into silver, unleashing the chaos void break. All within his gaze were instantly annihilated. From a distance, Shang Wanxiong marveled. It seems Li Xiao was indeed correct. He can still unleash such power in a dire situation, yet she remained unconcerned. They were merely expendable pawns, part of her plan. The remaining scattered soldiers were taken aback by Shilin's sudden eruption of strength, retreating in an attempt to evade his onslaught. But Shilin granted them no mercy. Like a ferocious beast, he plunged into their ranks, weaving through enemies, the silver light accompanied by a vivid crimson hue, causing foes to topple as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Shilin's assaults grew increasingly sharp. His current level 6 power was in an entirely different league. Shang Wanxiong began to panic and fled, astonished that Shilin could unleash such overwhelming force even with his powers nearly depleted. They began to crumble, desperately attempting to escape the battlefield, unwilling to confront Shilin any longer. Shilin watched as Shang Wanxiong and her followers fled, unhesitatingly employing spatial cutting to obliterate the remaining stragglers. Unexpectedly, Shang Wanxiong managed to phase out of his attack. However, he had no excess power to pursue. He was now entirely drained, forced to flee with by Yiyun. Of course, Shang Wanxiong had also paid a steep price. In that critical moment, she had activated her trump card, a precious item acquired at great cost, which had absorbed much of Shilin's damage, yet had left her with several severe wounds on her back, deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth. In agony, Shang Wanxiong retrieved her communicator, reporting, Plan A has concluded successfully. Initiate Plan B immediately. Chapter 47. Deadlock. Li Xiaoxiao was stunned. She stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. Before hastily fleeing the base, fumbling to call Shilin, Boss, please answer the phone. It's urgent. Li Xiaoxiao was frantic, pacing like a restless ant on a hot peon. At this moment, Shilin, drained of power, was laboriously making his way to the rendezvous point with Bai Yiyun. Both were exceedingly weak. Bai Yiyun's body was severely compromised from prolonged hunger, while Shilin was utterly exhausted from the explosive use of his powers. In desperation, he called upon Adam for assistance. Shilin retrieved an aviation-grade safety pod, and together with Bai Yiyun, they took refuge inside. After a short while, Adam, wielding a heavy hammer, descended like a war god, smashing through wave after wave of enemies. Finally reaching Shilin, he effortlessly lifted the safety pod and strode toward the vehicle. By this time, only a few hundred enemies remained, having been decimated by this quartet. Once on board, Xiaoyun immediately arranged for their medical examination. Shilin was utterly weak, his powers expended, while Bai Yiyun suffered from severe energy depletion. He simultaneously absorbed energy from a crystal core and dialed Li Xiaoxiao's number. You finally answered, you dreadful boss. Something catastrophic has occurred. I just learned that Li Xiao has a plan B, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished. Their initial plan was to exhaust your abilities, but plan B is to eliminate you. 2 intercontinental missiles from their base are equipped with nuclear warheads. One is aimed at the Mirage Technology Building shelter, while the other targets your rescued friend. They intend to strike when you are at your most vulnerable. Thankfully, I'm here. Furthermore, she had a locator chip implanted within her, urging Shilin to check immediately as the missiles were about to launch. Li Xiao reported. Li Xiao ordered the launch to occur in 1 hour, and 20 minutes have already elapsed. You must think of something, boss. What on earth are you doing? Why aren't you responding? Li Xiaoxiao lamented. AI steward, establish a video link with Yang Chunlei at the base. Shilin urgently instructed the AI steward. Beep, beep, beep. The screen connected, revealing a chubby, endearing figure. This is the research team, Yang Chunlei. How may I assist you? Boss, she has a locator chip that will be tracked by the missiles. How can we shield or remove it? One missile is also aimed at the shelter. Can you intercept the nuclear signal? Shilin inquired. Boss, you can use the quantum resonance scanner in the vehicle to locate the chip. I've activated it remotely. Let's see if surgery is necessary, Yang Chunlei responded. The group watched as the highly advanced quantum resonance scanner in the vehicle powered up, sleek and silver, illuminating with blue light, standing by for action. The scanner featured a hemispherical scanning chamber and control panel, constructed from high-strength alloy, both sturdy and lightweight, adorned with patterns and flickering indicator lights. After placing Bai Yiyun inside, Shilin commanded, "All right, steward, initiate the scan." Bai Yiyun lay within the apparatus, her expression one of trepidation, a hint of fear evident in her gaze directed at the unfamiliar machine. Occasionally, she cast a pleading look towards Shilin, seeking solace. Shilin, with a gentle touch to her head, reassured her of her safety, urging her not to worry. He activated the vehicle's quantum resonance scanner to conduct a full-body scan of Bai Yiyun. Concurrently, a team member well-versed in medicine and machinery was remotely examining her vital signs from the base. As the machine whirred to life, Shilin's heart tightened with apprehension. He observed Bai Yiyun's pale and terrified visage, his heart heavy with guilt and concern. Had it not been for his indecision, she would not find herself in such dire straits. In his heart, Shilin silently vowed never to hesitate again, to never allow those around him to face peril. The device meticulously employed various methods for scanning, and as the light glided over Bai Yiyun's body, Shilin's mind raced with potential solutions. Following the pathways of her veins, he ultimately discovered a capsule-sized chip beside her heart and on her thigh. He understood that this crisis threatened not only Bai Yiyun's life, but also the countless lives sheltered within the Huangguang Technology Building, his friends, family, and loved ones. Failure was not an option. He could not afford to fail. Beside the heart, and on the thigh, Chunlei transmitted two scanning images that appeared on the screen at that moment. Yang Chunlei spoke solemnly. "Boss, the location of this chip is exceedingly precarious, particularly the one near the heart. Any attempt to remove it may trigger its self-destruct mechanism, resulting in an explosive catastrophe whose consequences are unimaginable." There were no doctors in the vehicle. Only at the company hospital could medical personnel be found. "I can block the chip signal, rendering the missile aimless. If the doctors open her chest, I can instantaneously utilize my abilities to nullify the chip's effects. However, another missile still targeted our company. I could only attempt to try." Chunlei's eyes brimmed with worry. Upon learning of the chip adjacent to her heart, Bai Yiyun trembled with fear. After narrowly escaping, she found herself once again ensnared by the threats of bombs and nuclear weapons. Why was her fate so tragic? She could not help but begin to weep softly. Shilin sat beside the scanner bed, gently enfolding Bai Yiyun in his arms and softly patting her back in comfort. "Though not fear. There must be a way. Trust me, everything will be all right." In that moment, every heart hung in suspense, as if a heavy stone weighed upon them. Shilin's brow furrowed, his mind racing. He gently released Bai Yiyun, his gaze filled with determination and resolve. Chunlei, immediately attempt to block the signal from the chip within Bai Yiyun. At the same time, contact Xiao Lin Nico and Su Yao to initiate the company's highest-level defense system. Ensure everyone takes refuge in the underground shelter. Do not allow anyone to remain in the building. Additionally, swiftly organize the technical team to draft a virus detonation program. We must attempt to directly deploy the virus to attack the opposing AI, disrupting their control over the missiles and buying us time to intercept them. Shilin calmly instructed Yang Chunlei on the screen. Chunlei sprang into action, and upon receiving the news, others promptly followed suit, the technicians' fingers flying across their keyboards. Shilin fell into deep contemplation, fully aware that merely blocking one chip signal would not entirely resolve the crisis. Another missile remained aimed at the Huangguang Technology Building, where his loved ones awaited his rescue. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. He re-established contact with Yang Chunlei. "Chunlei, can we utilize the chip within Bai Yiyun to reverse-track the missile's control system?" Chunlei's eyes widened, pondering for a moment before responding. "Boss, theoretically it is feasible, but the risks are immense. If we fail, it may trigger the missile launch prematurely." Shilin clenched his jaw. "There is no other option. We must try. If we are blown up, then so be it. As long as we are alive, there is hope. If the base is destroyed, then so be it. I can always retaliate." Shilin instructed Bai Yiyun to don a multitude of wireless sensing control devices, to which she complied wholeheartedly. With Shilin's approval, Yang Chunlei began to operate cautiously. As time ticked away, everyone's hearts raced. A harrowing countdown to a nuclear missile launch loomed before them. 39 minutes 59 seconds, 39 minutes 58 seconds after Chunlei's frantic efforts. They finally succeeded in reverse tracking the missile's control system. However, just as they were on the verge of gaining control, the northern base's firewall activated, and the AI intervened, reclaiming control. Suddenly, a message appeared on Shiline's screen. Cease your actions, or you will face unimaginable consequences. Shiline recognized this as a warning from the opposing AI. He remained unflinching, retorting, Li Xiao has already descended into madness. His actions are tantamount to seeking death. The AI responded once more. You cannot halt this. Your resistance is futile. I have initiated the self-destruct program. Should you continue to interfere, these two missiles will launch immediately and cannot be controlled. Meanwhile, in the command center of the northern base, Li Xiao's face contorted with rage. Upon learning of the AI's abnormal warning, he erupted in fury. What is happening? Who is interfering with our plans? Li Xiao bellowed. AI assistant. Who is opposing us? Li Xiao's expression turned frosty as the AI responded. IP query identifies it as Huangguang technology. Initiate the highest level firewall defense. Li Xiao commanded with a fierce gaze. As the opposing firewall activated, Shiline's heart sank. Had they been discovered? The situation had grown increasingly dire. He understood that his abilities were depleted, and he could no longer rely on them to resolve the issue. Now, he had to depend on his intellect. Calming himself, Shiline began to analyze the opposing AI's logic. He realized that while the AI was formidable, its decisions were predicated on preset algorithms and vast datasets. If he could identify a logical flaw, perhaps he could unravel this crisis. Shiline instructed young Chunlei. Chunlei, expedite the virus program's development. We must adopt a dual approach, attempting to disrupt the opposing AI's control while preparing to intercept the missiles. Chunlei immediately immersed himself in the intense programming task. Simultaneously, Shiline resolved to create a false signal source using technical means, misleading the opposing base's monitoring system into believing a new strike threat had emerged, thereby diverting their attention and creating an opportunity for Li Xiaoxiao. He swiftly maneuvered the equipment, transmitting a meticulously designed false signal that simulated a formidable intercontinental missile strike, sufficient to alert the opposition. Upon receiving Shiline's directive, Li Xiaoxiao, equipped with her exceptional gravity control skills and invisibility abilities, stealthily infiltrated the northern base. Danger lurked at every turn. Patrol soldiers passed by intermittently, and the tight-knit surveillance system continuously scanned the surroundings. Each step Li Xiaoxiao took was laden with caution. A moment's lapse could reveal her presence. As she approached the base, she inadvertently triggered a hidden infrared alarm. Instantly, the entire base erupted in a cacophony of sirens, plunging into a heightened state of alert. Li Xiaoxiao quickly concealed herself in a shadowy corner. Her heart racing, she struggled to maintain her composure, plotting her next move. Just as she feared she would be discovered, she spotted an air duct leading to the server room. This could be her sole opportunity to approach the AI's core. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoxiao scrambled into the duct, braving the claustrophobia and darkness. The duct was filled with acrid odors and hot gusts of air, punctuated by strange sounds that kept her nerves taut. After a grueling crawl, Li Xiaoxiao finally reached the AI server core. At that moment, young Chunlei completed the virus program and transmitted it to her. With bated breath, Li Xiaoxiao inserted the virus program into the AI server system. Initially, the AI appeared unaffected, but as time passed, the virus began to take effect. The AI systems on all screens within the base gradually malfunctioned, displaying various errors and failure notifications. Upon discovering the AI's abnormality, Li Xiao immediately ordered a thorough inspection, leaving no corner of the server room unchecked. The technician, upon receiving the command, swiftly led a team of soldiers toward the AI's core. Li Xiaoxiao's heart raced anew. She pressed tightly against the equipment, curling into a ball, activating her invisibility ability, scarcely daring to breathe. The technicians commenced a comprehensive examination of the AI system, their footsteps drawing ever closer. Li Xiaoxiao was drenched in sweat, her anxiety palpable. Just as they were on the verge of uncovering her presence, the base's radar monitoring system blared a powerful alarm, indicating a new strike threat had emerged. The technicians and soldiers were drawn away from the core of the AI servers by the sudden turn of events. Li Xiao, upon witnessing the unexpected radar alarm, felt a heavy weight in his heart. From where did this threat of attack arise? Was it from the South China base, the East China base, or perhaps from foreign powers? He immediately commanded all high-ranking officials and elite personnel to take refuge in the shelter. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoxiao activated the virus program once more, accelerating the pace of destruction. However, at that moment, the AI firewall sensed the imminent danger, initiating self-repair and retaliating against the virus. Warning signals flashed incessantly on Li Xiaoxiao's device, and she realized she was trapped in extreme peril. Yet, she did not falter. Gritting her teeth, she continued to insert her device into one server after another, allowing the virus to spread. A breathtaking battle ensued against the AI. Meanwhile, in another room of the base, Shang Wanqiong lay severely injured, struggling to breathe as she lay on the bed. She had been gravely wounded by Shalin during the previous battle, and now, utterly weak, she forced herself to rise and make her way to the nuclear strike shelter. Observing the chaos around the base, despair and helplessness filled her heart. Why was Shalin so difficult to contend with? After a long and tense wait, the virus finally succeeded in compromising the AI system. Li Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, her back drenched in sweat. Those 10 minutes felt like a century. She swiftly evacuated the base according to the planned route. Boss, I have escaped from the northern base as per the plan. What should I do next? Li Xiaoxiao contacted Shalin via communicator. Shalin, with urgency and anxiety, urged, flee, run with all your might. The nuclear launch time cannot be altered. We plan to change the strike target of the nuclear missile. You must escape. The farther, the better. Taking advantage of the situation, Yang Chunlei swiftly regained control over the missile. They successfully redirected the missile's target towards the energy supply zone of Li Zhao's base. The nuclear bomb, combined with such a massive amount of energy, would undoubtedly trigger a catastrophic explosion. Would this spell their doom? The northern base, a formidable force inheriting the grand legacy of Dongda, boasted advanced technology and a vast military might. Yet, an unforeseen crisis had pushed this seemingly indomitable base to the brink of annihilation. Chapter 49. Annihilation. Through the efforts of various parties, they successfully redirected the missile's target towards Li Zhao's northern base energy supply zone. In this apocalyptic wasteland, energy equated to life, and the consequences of a nuclear bomb detonated amidst such vast energy were unimaginable. Li Xiao watched in horror as the missile launched towards Shilin altered its course. A wave of despair washing over him, he had never envisioned his meticulously constructed base facing such a dire situation. How could this happen? I refuse to accept this. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Zhao's mind, a tumult of regret, rage, and fear intertwining. He had been cautious, executing every plan meticulously to ensnare Shilin in a web of demise. Yet, why had it all come to naught? How had Shilin managed this? He seethed with anger at the injustice of fate, questioning why he had to endure such calamity, why destiny had never favored him. He was engulfed by fear of the impending destruction, his expression darkened, uncertain of the fate that awaited him and the people of the base. With a deafening roar, a blinding light illuminated the entire horizon. It was as if time had frozen in that moment, and then, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies above the northern base boom. The terrifying shockwave surged outward with relentless force, obliterating everything in its path. The northern base, spanning dozens of kilometers, was instantly shattered under this cataclysmic might. The energy supply zone of the northern base was at the epicenter of the explosion, and a massive mushroom cloud erupted like a demon, soaring into the heavens. The searing heat vaporized everything in its vicinity, and the 100,000 lives that had not entered the nuclear strike shelter were ruthlessly extinguished in an instant, without a glimmer of struggle. The high-ranking officials within the nuclear shelter gazed in terror at this scene, despair flooding over them like a tidal wave. In this apocalyptic world, they had once believed that their advanced technological weaponry and formidable supernatural abilities could grant them control over everything. Yet at this moment, they could only watch helplessly as their base was obliterated. Shang Wanqiong sat slumped on the ground, her gaze vacant, as if her very soul had been extracted. Others screamed in despair, their cries drowned out by the overwhelming sound of the explosion. Where is our future? How did it come to this? Their words were laden with regret and helplessness. Outside, tens of thousands were grievously injured by the shockwave. Some were buried beneath the collapsed high-tech structures, while others were struck by flying debris, wailing in agony. Help me! I don't want to die. These desperate pleas echoed in the AI are in their suffering. they struggled, their blood staining the once hopeful land. The wanderers outside the base gazed from afar at the colossal mushroom cloud, rendered speechless by shocked eye in this apocalyptic world. They had lived a life of turmoil, and the northern base had once symbolized their hope, their dream utopia. Now, as they beheld the ruins, their faces were etched with fear and despair. My goodness, is this the apocalypse? It's terrifying. What should we do? They stared blankly at the devastation, filled with confusion and fear for the future. In this uncertain, apocalyptic world, they were at a loss for where to turn. Above the ruins of the northern base, the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of death permeated the air. Once towering structures were now reduced to rubble, molten metal dripped, and twisted metal and shattered glass lay scattered across the ground. The advanced technological equipment, under the impact of the nuclear bomb, had been rendered unrecognizable, devoid of life. Some areas that had not been completely destroyed still emitted wisps of black smoke, as if recounting the recent devastation. On the roads of the base, injured individuals lay scattered, some moaning in pain, while others had succumbed to unconsciousness. The medical personnel struggled through the debris, striving to assist every wounded soul, but in face of such overwhelming casualties, they appeared powerless. Those who had lost loved ones and their homes exhibited eyes filled with sorrow and despair. The cries of children echoed amidst the ruins, tugging at the heartstrings. A mother clutched her injured child tightly, tears streaming down her face as she softly called out her child's name, hoping for a response, yet the child remained unresponsive. Why is this happening? Our home is gone. A young person sat in despair on the ground, clutching their head. Nearby, an elderly man in fine attire sighed and remarked, "This is the cruelty of war. We once believed the base was invulnerable, yet we never anticipated such a fate. I don't want to die. Help me!" A gravely injured man weakly cried out. Another wounded individual beside him replied feebly, "Stop shouting. You're driving me insane. No one will come to save us. Can't I just die in peace? I'm so tired of this wretched apocalyptic life." The once bustling base was now engulfed in silence. The external walls had been obliterated by the shockwave, and a few flying mutant beasts circled above, preparing to prey upon the humans below. Blood stained the ground, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. In this bizarre world, life seemed exceedingly fragile. A single disaster could effortlessly snatch away countless lives. In the days preceding the apocalypse, they had all been high-ranking officials, the privileged elite, possessing absolute power, capable of taking everything from others with a mere word. Even when the apocalypse loomed, they had remained unafraid, for their status served as a shield, granting them entry into the coveted base. Yet all of this had been obliterated under the might of the nuclear bomb. The entire northern base and its surrounding areas had transformed into a hell on earth, a sight too harrowing to behold. In the distance, the inhabitants of nearby smaller factions gazed in shock and fear at the devastation of the northern base. They began to reassess this perilous future world, contemplating their fates and the trajectory of their lives. In a realm shrouded by bizarre monsters and calamities, it remained uncertain whether the true horror lay within the hearts of men or in the monsters themselves. No one could know, nor could anyone predict who would be the next to perish. With a deafening boom, Li Zhao's northern base was annihilated by the very nuclear bomb it had launched, and the crisis was finally averted. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. And Bai Yun was particularly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she tightly embraced Shilin, gratitude overflowing in her expression. Shilin, in turn, offered her a reassuring smile. Just then, a flurry of urgent phone rings echoed through the air. Shilin answered the call, and on the other end, Li Xiaoxiao's exuberant voice burst forth. "Wow, boss, that was exhilarating. Thank goodness I ran fast. Otherwise, this adorable heroine would have been caught in the blast. As long as you're safe." "Hurry back," Shilin replied with a nod and a smile. "Boss, be honest. Did you initially plan to blow me up too?" "Humph. I don't care. I've accomplished a great feat this time, so you better reward me properly. Otherwise, I'll just cry for you." With a contented chuckle, he remarked, "Ha ha ha. No, I shall fulfill all your desires. You did remarkably well this time. Of course, we all excelled. Make sure to reward yourselves upon returning." Shilin found himself both amused and exasperated by the eccentric individual before him. But in all honesty, that was quite perilous, truly a close call. Thankfully, we emerged unscathed. Boss, please don't frighten me like that again. My fragile heart can scarcely endure it. Another scare and my lovely visage will be etched with wrinkles. With a dramatic sigh, Lixioxio expressed her sentiments, having just survived a harrowing escapade. Chapter 50. The rules of survival in the apocalypse. Shuyang drove the fortified RV steadily towards the Mirage technology base, occasionally colliding with wayward beasts or subhumans that dared to cross their path, swiftly obliterated by the defensive system's laser weaponry, leaving behind low-grade crystal cores that they could hardly be bothered to retrieve. Inside the vehicle, Shilin observed by Yun clinging to him tightly, stroking her brittle hair, his heart a tumult of emotions. By Yun, resembling a frightened creature, held onto him in fear. They had known each other for 15 years across lifetimes, having shared deep feelings in a world fraught with bizarre monsters and calamities. Each moment spent together had left a profound imprint of her gentle, timid, and beautiful figure in his heart, in his previous life. Many women had betrayed him, yet only the gentle one had remained loyal, even unto death. However, for the present by Yun, Shilin was merely a stranger who had stepped forth in a moment of crisis. The gratitude reflected in her eyes was pure, devoid of any ulterior feelings. She clung to him, for in this moment of despair, he had provided her with a glimmer of hope and warmth, illuminating her dark world. As she released him, traces of unshed tears lingered on her face. Gazing at the man before her, her eyes brimmed with appreciation and respect. Thank you, truly, if not for you, I do not know what I would do. Her voice was soft and sincere. Shilin, feeling the warmth of Bai Yun's embrace, was filled with both joy and helplessness, wishing for her to truly know and understand him. It's all right. We are on our way home. Once we arrive, I will help you dismantle the chip bomb. You have nothing to worry about with me here. He offered gentle reassurance. Are you hungry? You haven't eaten in a while. Let's have something to eat first. He inquired tenderly, retrieving various soft foods from the space. A nourishing selection of bird's nest, fish porridge, warm milk, steamed egg, and a fruit platter. All were rich in nutrients yet modest in portion. Bai Yun's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food, and she whispered a soft thank you before diving in eagerly. Just eat until you're about 80 full. You mustn't overindulge after such a long fast. You need not worry about this in the future. Shilin reminded her quietly, presenting her with the warm milk. Feeling the care emanating from the man opposite her, Bai Yun's heart warmed. As they passed through a desolate city, the air was thick with the stench of decay and death. The streets were littered with the remains of countless subhumans, sprawled as if they had endured a brutal battle. Several cars lay abandoned at the intersection, stained with blood in the corners of crumbling buildings. Heaps of bones and debris accumulated, occasionally disturbed by a scurrying black rat, fighting over an eye, emitting chilling squeaks. Once opulent luxury boutiques now stood with their shattered signs swaying precariously in the wind, their faded lettering whispering tales of humanity's former grandeur. The air was suffused with an indescribable foul odor, a noxious blend of rotting corpses, chemicals, and stale air. Each breath was a struggle, stirring nausea as though one had stepped into an evil hell. As the RV navigated an intersection, distant cries of a woman pierced the silence. Ahead, a woman knelt before the vehicle, cradling a swollen child. She appeared to be around 27, with a waxy complexion and disheveled hair. Yet her figure remained voluptuous despite the apocalypse. The child's wails were heart-wrenching, and her words dripped with despair. Kind souls, please share some food. My child hasn't eaten in 3 days. My husband is ill, burning with fever. Can you spare some medicine? Is there a doctor among you? Please, we are utterly helpless. The woman cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Any normal person would feel a surge of compassion. Even the cold-hearted would relent for the sake of the child. Yet, this was the apocalypse. Shuyang halted the vehicle and turned to Shilin. Boss, what do we do? He inquired with a furrowed brow, as the thought of running over the weak and sickly troubled him. But if Shilin commanded it, he would not hesitate. Unsure, he sought guidance from his leader. Meanwhile, the others in the vehicle exchanged amused glances, stifling laughter, knowing that only Shuyang would fall for such a ruse. However, Shilin directed his gaze towards Bai Yun. Bai Yun, do you believe we should help them? A woman slightly older than you, accompanied by a frail child? His tone was subtly guiding. Bai Yun, with her naive innocence, had not yet been steeled by the apocalypse. She had been isolated in a base since before its onset, oblivious to the harsh realities of the outside world. Shalene felt it necessary to enlighten her on the survival rules of this new reality. The inherently kind-hearted Bai Yun was overwhelmed with sympathy upon witnessing the suffering mother and child, yet she hesitated, realizing she was not in a much better position herself. Shalene, I truly lack the ability to save them. I cannot even save myself, but you can. Perhaps this is a bit presumptuous, but I would like you to assist them as a favor to me. Of course, you may refuse. I have nothing to offer in return. Bai Yun spoke earnestly, without a hint of coercion. Shalene nodded, recognizing her innate goodness mirrored from their previous life. This was one of the many reasons he held deep affection for her, a beacon of humanity in the darkness of the apocalypse. Bai Yun, today I shall teach you some vital lessons, and you, Xuyang, come here, you silly fool, he commanded with a serious tone. The RV came to a quiet stop, the atmosphere turning somber. The woman continued her desperate cries. Clutching her child tightly, obscured from view, Shalene's expression was inscrutable. The vehicle's door swung open, and he stepped out, the sound of his footsteps resonating ominously on the silent street. Xuyang followed closely, his hand instinctively resting on his weapon at his waist. Shalene approached the woman, who revealed a flicker of hope in her expression, quickly masked by despair. Show me the child. Shalene's voice was devoid of warmth. The woman's body trembled slightly, panic flickering in her eyes. Yet she held onto the child, pleading, the child is too weak. They cannot be exposed to the elements. Kind sir, please, we need food and medicine. With a cold chuckle, Shalene kicked the bundled child away. The child rolled several feet before the wrappings unraveled, revealing a lifeless, rigor mortis-stricken corpse. The woman gasped in horror, attempting to flee, only to be intercepted by Xuyang. Shalene's gaze was icy as he regarded her. Speak. Where are your accomplices? Realizing her deception had been uncovered, the woman's face paled further as she shouted into the building, Old Kwai. It's a trap. Everyone, attack. Suddenly, 5 burly men burst forth from a nearby derelict structure, some bearing scars, others with wild hair, unleashing their abilities to assault Shalene. A powerful metallic projectile hurtled towards him, while tendrils of vines sprouted from the ground. Humph, I didn't expect you to see through our ruse. But today, none of you will escape, the leader of the men snarled. Inside the RV, Bai Yun peered through the window, her face a mask of shock and fear. She clutched the edge of her seat, trembling. She had never witnessed such malevolence. In this apocalyptic world, kindness had become a vulnerability to be exploited. Standing firm, Shalene conjured a spatial barrier to deflect all attacks, slightly turning to signal Xuyang. Understanding the cue, Xuyang transformed into a bolt of lightning, declaring, I shall shatter the darkness with thunder. Leaping high, he unleashed 6 bolts of purple lightning from the sky, instantly incinerating the assailants into charred remains. Chapter 51. A scene of carnage. Within the realm of Huangguang technology, the individuals who had previously disengaged the protective mode returned to their respective duties. Shalene promptly escorted Bai Yun to the treatment room, and upon hearing of Shalene's return to the company, Xiaolin Nainai and Yi Xiao hastened to join them. Dr. Jin Shuqing, a renowned figure in the medical field, had been invited to the company by Shalene prior to the cataclysm, and she was equipped with a plethora of assistants. She meticulously employed instruments to ascertain the location of the chip within Bai Yun's body, preparing to conduct surgery to extract it. The surgical procedure was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could result in grievous harm or even death for Bai Yun. Inside the operating room, Chunlei listened intently to the doctor's procedural steps, while 2 young women from the treatment department stood by, ready to assist. After a brief flurry of activity, the chip bomb was disposed of, and the incision was sutured. The 2 treatment specialists initiated life restoration and healing, perspiring profusely from the exertion. Outside the operating room, Shalene awaited anxiously, his gaze fixed on the bustling figures within, his concern palpable. Yi Xiao, upon discovering Shalene's presence outside the surgical suite, refrained from intruding noisily. Instead, she took a seat beside him, her tone gentle as she inquired about Bai Yun's well-being and expressed her sympathy for the ordeal. Xiaolin Nainai, brimming with joy, affectionately called out to her brother, wrapping her arms around his and playfully stamped a mark on Shalene's cheek. Leaning closer, she whispered into his ear, Darling, you must be weary. Are you hurt? Shilin, with a natural ease, tousled Xiaolin's hair and replied, "Be good. They're performing surgery inside." Xiaolin then cast a challenging glance at Yixiao, seemingly asserting her claim. She had long sensed something amiss about Yixiao, suspecting her not to be a true aunt. Although Shilin appeared oblivious to this tension, Xiaolin noticed the intensity of Yixiao's gaze, which seemed to convey a hint of possessiveness. In her heart, Xiaolin lamented, "Oh no, please don't steal my darling away. You wicked aunt, is the woman inside my brother's life such an important friend? Just how significant is she? She looks so haggard. My heart aches." Xiaolin pondered quietly. She had overheard Shilin mention fragments of past lives while she was sleeping, and in her sleepless moments, she would often beg Shilin to share stories, seeking solace in his narratives to drift into slumber. On the day of departure, Shilin had explained the importance of this person to Xiaolin, indicating that she held a considerable place in his heart. Yet, Xiaolin harbored no resentment, recognizing that few would sacrifice their lives for Shilin, and thus, she did not resent the unseen elder sister. Besides, in this lifetime, she was the first to arrive. After a lengthy treatment, Bai Yiyun finally reached the moment of recovery. Dr. Jin Shuqing reassured her, stating that it was fortunate that all were now awakened, making treatment significantly more manageable. In the past, it would have taken 10 days to a fortnight to leave the bed, but now, it could be accomplished in mere hours, leaving only a delicate white line on her abdomen that was barely a scar. Just let it tan evenly, and it would be fine. Upon awakening, Bai Yiyun expressed her heartfelt gratitude to each of the diligent individuals who had treated her, softly uttering her thanks. They shared an awkward smile, dismissing her concerns, for they were elated with the promise of rewards Shilin had made to them. As she slowly exited the treatment room, sunlight cascaded upon her, as if draping her in a gentle luminescence. However, her gaze was soon drawn to 3 figures not far away. Shilin stood there, tall and upright, concern etched in his features, flanked by Xiaolin Nainai and Yixiao. Bai Yiyun paused momentarily, realizing she was not alone, and a faint smile graced her lips. Xiaolin Nainai broke the silence first, her voice sweet as she exclaimed, "Sister Bai, you are finally well again. You have worried my brother terribly during this time." Giggling, she added, "Oh, by the way, I'm Xiaolin Nainai. Just call me Xiaolin." The apparent concern in her words subtly concealed an underlying assertion of her stake in Shilin's affections. Bai Yiyun calmly replied, "I apologize for causing everyone concern." Her gaze shifted to Shilin, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Yixiao interjected, "Yiyun, we are all so pleased to see you recovering so well. You have no idea how much effort Shilin has expended on your behalf during this period." Bai Yiyun nodded gently, saying, "I am deeply grateful to all of you, especially to Shilin. Without your support," she faltered, lowering her gaze slightly. Xiaolin Nainai tightened her grip on Shilin's arm, her tone affectionate as she cautioned, "Sister Bai, you mustn't take such risks again, or my brother will be heartbroken." Observing the closeness between Xiaolin Nainai and Shilin, Bai Yiyun felt a subtle stirring within her, yet her smile remained intact. "Rest assured, I will cherish my life, especially since so many care for me," she assured. Yixiao added, "Yiyun, now that you have just recovered, do remember to rest adequately. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let us know." Bai Yiyun glanced at Yixiao with gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I am truly fortunate to have you all." The conversation among the 3 women seemed tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tension simmered. Meanwhile, Shilin stood by, a look of helplessness on his face, uncertain how to navigate the delicate dynamics at play. Just as the dialogue among the 3 women reached a subtly tense impasse, Shilin cleared his throat and gently suggested, "All right, Yiyun has just recovered. We shouldn't linger here chatting. She must be fatigued. Let us return to the living quarters and allow her to rest properly." Upon hearing this, Xiaolin Nainai immediately released her hold on Shilin's arm and obediently agreed. Yes, Sister Bai has just recovered. She mustn't overexert herself. Let us return to the living quarters." Xiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Xiaolin has arranged a room near mine. We should take her there for some well-deserved rest." Bai Yiyun looked at them with appreciation, smiling as she said, "Thank you for being so considerate." The 3 of them made their way to the living quarters, where Shilin busily poured Bai Yiyun a glass of warm water, handing it to her as he said, "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Bai Yiyun accepted the cup, murmuring her thanks. Xiaolin Nainai then chimed in, "Sister Bai, once you're feeling better, I'll take you to explore the company." We have so many fun places to discover. Bai Yun smiled in response. That sounds wonderful. I look forward to it. Yixiao added, Yun, should you require assistance with anything sensitive or difficult to articulate, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. You can call me directly or summon the housekeeper in your room. All your basic needs will be promptly catered to by the automated robots. We all family here, so there is no need to be polite. Bai Yun paused, touched by the sentiment, and responded, It's truly wonderful to have you all. As the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. Shilin observed this easing of relations with relief. The three women exited the room, signaling for Bai Yun to rest well. Chapter 52. A Rift and Imprisonment. After Shilin, Xiaolin Nainai, and Yixiao exited the room, Bai Yun sat alone in the comfortable and luxurious space, her heart filled with reflections. She surveyed her surroundings. The room was exquisitely and warmly decorated, exuding care in every detail. In a soft voice, she called, Housekeeper. Instantly, a gentle electronic voice responded, Greetings, mistress. How may I assist you? Bai Yun, intrigued, inquired, What services do you offer? The AI housekeeper elaborated, Mistress, we can provide a variety of gourmet meals. Simply express your preferences, and automated robots will deliver them to you in the shortest time possible. Should you wish to read, you may command us, and all types of literature will swiftly be brought to you. The room's temperature and lighting can be adjusted according to your desires, and we also offer various entertainment options such as music playback and film viewing. As Bai Yun listened to the AI housekeeper's detailed account, she was silently astonished. She tentatively requested, Please bring me a cup of hot coffee and a book on medicine. Before long, an automated robot silently delivered a steaming cup of coffee and a surgical medicine textbook. Bai Yun lifted the coffee cup, taking a gentle sip, and felt comforted by the meticulous service surrounding her. She realized that in this unfamiliar yet warm place, she was about to embark on a new chapter of her life. Outside her room, Xiaolin Nainai, unable to contain her excitement, tugged at Shilin to return to their upper living quarters. He chuckled in mild exasperation, allowing her to lead him along. Once at the couch, Xiaolin tightly embraced Shilin, nestling into his arms and playfully declaring, Brother, that sister Bai is so beautiful, but you mustn't neglect me because of her. I was here first. After which, she burrowed deeper into his embrace, signaling for him to hold her tighter. Shilin, with affectionate indulgence, ruffled Xiaolin Nainai's hair, assuring her, How could I? I will never overlook you. At last, a smile of joy illuminated Xiaolin's face, filling the room with a warm atmosphere. Meanwhile, Shilin silently contemplated that once he regained his strength and vitality, it would be the opportune moment to take action against the northern base. The white clouds drift lazily across the sky, while exotic beasts soar majestically above. The sun shines brightly upon the ruins of the northern base. Once a towering fortress that reached for the heavens, now lies only crumbling walls, twisted metal, and shattered glass scattered upon the ground. Advanced technological equipment, ravaged by the impact of a nuclear blast, has been rendered unrecognizable and lifeless. Li Xiao emerged from the shelter zone, anxiously searching for the 10,000 Tier 3 crystal cores. He distinctly remembered placing them in his room upon his return, yet now they had mysteriously vanished. Leading him to suspect, could it be Shang Guanxiong? At this moment, with Shang Guanxiong's injuries worsening, and her treatment consuming a significant amount of contribution points and resources, she desperately required this batch of crystal cores for an upgrade. Otherwise, she would stand no chance against the imminent arrival of Shi-Lin. The operations center's command room. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Li Xiao and Shang Guanxiong stood on opposite sides, their faces etched with anger and determination. Several high-ranking commanders of the base sat nearby, their expressions complex. One commander could no longer contain himself and spoke up. You two, the base has just suffered a devastating nuclear blow. We need to unite. Why create such a ruckus over crystal cores? Li Xiao scoffed, his heart ablaze with fury. Shang Guanxiong acted unjustly. We had agreed to distribute according to the plan. The crystal cores in my room have vanished. Who else could have taken them if not her? Last time we defended against the mutated beasts, her obstinacy nearly cost us dearly, and now she pulls this again. Shang Guanxiong's face was pale, yet she remained resolute, feeling wronged and indignant. I am gravely injured and urgently need the crystal cores to break through. Yet, I did not take your belongings. You have now suspended my duties and resources, forcing me into a corner. In her heart, She lamented that if it were like the previous life, with Shi Lin by her side, who would dare raise their voice against her? Even Li Xiao would have to treat her with courtesy. Why was she being yelled at when she had done nothing wrong? Li Xiao retorted coldly, during that rescue, I seized the opportunity. Had it not been for your indecisiveness, we could have saved more people. You always disregard the bigger picture, thinking only of your own interests. Their quarrels echoed within the command room. Charged with animosity, Li Xiao, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Shang Wanxiong straightened her posture, her gaze resolute. Their eyes locked. Sparks seemed to fly. Li Xiao began enumerating Shang Wanxiong's various transgressions, each word slicing into her like a blade. Shang Wanxiong vehemently countered, refusing to yield. Their emotions spiraled out of control, and with a sudden slam of his hand on the table, items scattered from its surface. Shang Wanxiong's face flushed, her voice rising several decibels. They hurled accusations at one another, oblivious to the presence of others around them. Outside, the remnants of the base stood desolate under the sun, with numerous survivors laboring, their hearts filled with despair, while the tense atmosphere in the command room seemed to solidify the air. Each person held their own views. Senior strategist Qin Jun furrowed his brow in worry, thinking, such a quarrel between the two is unwise. The base is in dire need of reconstruction. We must unite. Although the crystal cores are significant, destroying our solidarity will only exacerbate our predicament. Young officer Wu Wei displayed concern, secretly anxious. Their conflict could lead to a schism within the base, which would spell disaster for us ordinary soldiers and survivors. We have already lost so much. We cannot endure internal turmoil, logistics officer Jiang Min interjected. Resources are already severely scarce. Their fighting will only complicate distribution further. We need stable leadership to allocate resources judiciously. Finally, scientific expert Xiangke spoke up, filled with urgency. At this critical moment, we should focus our efforts on restoring technological equipment and enhancing our defensive capabilities. The cold fusion batteries and new energy biological reaction batteries in the energy zone have all been destroyed. If they continue to clash, all our efforts will be in vain, bringing about greater crises. Despite the collective concern and dissatisfaction, their voices seemed feeble amidst the tense situation, unable to sway the decisions of the two. They parted ways in discord. The command room permeated with a sense of despair, as everyone deeply worried for the future of the base. Some believed this could lead to a complete division of the base. With both parties having their supporters, and such opposition could easily spark internal strife, weakening the base's defenses and leaving survivors without shelter, plunging them into hopelessness. After their fallout, Shang Wanxiong, filled with anger and resentment, resolved to deliver a heavy blow to Li Xiao. She approached Li Xiao's wife, Zhong Xiao Ai, and informed her that Li Xiao was having an affair with someone named Chen Rou. Upon learning this, Zhong Xiao Ai's face turned ashen, her heart ablaze with fury, unable to believe it. She immediately summoned the family hierarchy in power and ordered Li Xiao to be placed under house arrest. For even the leaders of the base were merely their pawns. Li Xiao was taken to a dim room, its walls mottled and exuding an air of antiquity. He struggled in anger, vociferously questioning, yet received only silence in return. Sitting on a makeshift bed, his eyes brimmed with helplessness and regret as he recalled the altercation with Shang Wanxiong, filled with remorse. If only he had remained calm. Perhaps it would not have come to this. Days of house arrest dragged on like years for Li Xiao, as he gazed longingly through a narrow window at the outside world, yearning for freedom. He attempted to reach out to trusted allies for assistance, yet all efforts failed under Zhong Xiao Ai's stringent surveillance. Zhong Xiao Ai even found Li Xiao's lover, Chen Rou, and subjected her to brutal torture. Chapter 53. Humph. Based on you alone in this desolate world of the apocalypse, time seemed to freeze into a hue of despair. The sky was overcast, a stifling atmosphere enveloping the entire realm. She, Shuang Muing, reminisced about her past life, where she had been a fearsome ice sorceress, endowed with unparalleled talent, commanding the winds and rains. Yet now, she stood merely as an ordinary soldier, dazed before the ruins of her once familiar base. The wind howled past, tousling her disheveled hair, her eyes filled with shock and despair. The once towering structures now lay in ruins, twisted metal and shattered glass strewn about. Those advanced technological devices, too, had been rendered unrecognizable under the nuclear blast's assault. All this felt like a dagger, piercing deeply into her heart. How could this be? Why? It should not have come to this. Shuang Muing murmured to herself, her voice trembling. Exhausted from completing her mission, she had hoped to return to her newly assigned private room for a brief respite, yet what greeted her was this tragic sight. The base, once so familiar, had been obliterated into a wasteland. Her private quarters reduced to mere fragments. Her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, leaving her in agonizing pain, unable to breathe. Fortunately, her family had escaped the calamity. Residing in the outer districts, however, at this moment, Shuang Muing felt no relief, only a profound sense of indignation. In this apocalyptic world, she had spent a month hunting down aberrant beasts, each day teetering on the brink of death. With her potential, she should have reached level 5 long ago. Yet resource exploitation had left her barely scraping into the early stages of level 4 despite risking her life in the wilderness. The sun hung high, oppressive heat suffocating her, and as the fog dissipated, the temperature seemed only to rise. She recalled that the next period would likely herald the second disaster. She needed to enhance her strength swiftly. Shuang Muing traversed the desolate remnants of the city, in search of traces of the aberrant beasts. In her heart, a singular conviction burned. For survival, for her family, for her future. Each battle with the beasts was a life-and-death struggle. She wielded her weapon fiercely, her powers surging within, the icy blue light flickering, as if her indomitable spirit was ablaze. Sweat drenched her clothing, blood stained her cheeks, yet she never faltered. With each victory over the beasts, she experienced a fleeting joy of triumph. However, as time wore on and the number of slain beasts grew, the resources she obtained dwindled further. The base repeatedly confiscated her share, leaving her with barely enough to sustain her upgrades. Why was it like this? I have sacrificed so much, yet why do I receive so little in return? Shuang Muying's heart brimmed with confusion and resentment. She felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. A profound sense of powerlessness washing over her like a tide. Numbing her senses, it felt as though all her strength had been drained, leaving her unable to rise and face this cruel reality. She recalled her previous life, where a mere wave to Shilin would yield an abundance of top-tier resources. Such trivial foes had once been beneath her notice as she battled high-level, transcendent beings of level 9. Yet now, she fought desperately for a pittance of resources. The resentment within Shuang Muing grew stronger. She resolutely decided to confront her superiors for clarity. With purposeful strides, her eyes filled with defiance. She approached a female officer of higher rank. With a dissatisfied expression, she inquired, "Why are my resources dwindling? My efforts are no less than anyone else's, perhaps even more. According to battle merits, I have killed more and of a higher caliber. In every mission, while others earn 10 merits, I consistently achieve at least 15, yet in the end, I receive merely 5. This is utterly unfair. Are you not afraid of me reporting you?" The superior officer. Young man, listened to her queries, a hint of mockery crossing her face as she disdainfully replied. "Humph, based on you? Look at yourself. Your level is low, your combat ability is lacking, and your talent is unremarkable. Aside from possessing a modicum of beauty, what other merits do you have? You are utterly unworthy of such abundant resources. Denying you is simply denying you. What can you do about it? If you have the audacity, go ahead and sue me. Think of your family. The base is currently facing dire resource shortages. Overcome this challenge, or else your family may well be cast out." The once serene frost goddess, Shuangming, could no longer maintain her composure. Trembling with rage at the words of the superior female officer, she bit her lip tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with anger and indignation, unable to comprehend why the world was so unfair. She fought back the tears, silently vowing to make these people pay. In that moment, she thought of Shilin in the past. Had anyone dared to provoke her, she would have been dealt with by Shilin in an instant. However, now she lacked the strength and resources to confront the base, vulnerable to oppression at any moment. She could only endure in silence before turning away with reddened eyes. After her departure, a woman appeared at the supply office, where Commander Young Man greeted her. The woman's triumphant smile radiated with the pride of a victor. This person was none other than Shangguan Xiong. Do you think you're worthy? Just obediently remain my worker. Dear sister, she had appropriated 70% of Shuangming's crucial resources and then provided her with some low-grade crystal cores. She had already garnered the attention of the Zhong family, and now the actual power holder of the Zhong family had returned. While Li Xiao had been imprisoned, she had become an all-powerful figure within the base. Dealing with a mere minor awakener was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, the situation within the base grew increasingly tense. The Zhong family did not have an easy time after taking control. They inherited a mess. Originally, they only needed to act as puppet masters from the shadows, allowing Li Xiao to be their frontman. But now, the northern base was virtually non-existent. Upon hearing the news, the Donghua and Huanan bases immediately declared their independence, proclaiming a good relationship with Shilin, preserving two saplings of human civilization instead of annihilating them all. Both bases had gained a greater population and resources, but their weaponry and military strength lagged significantly. They merely obtained a plethora of technologies and energy products from Shilin's company, primarily aimed at preserving the ember of humanity and developing resources. The military might was monopolized by the northern base. Upon hearing that the north had been dealt with, the leaders of the two bases were instantly struck dumb, swiftly contacting Shilin to negotiate peace. Fearing that their own base might soon be engulfed in a mushroom cloud, on the other hand, Shuangming's family, witnessing her stagnant strength and status, with her never breaking through to level 4 after so long, realized they could no longer sustain themselves. The three of them, lazy and dependent, were still required to work in the base. Thus, they began to entertain the idea of selling Shuangming. Chapter 54. Shuangming's Confession. The energy supply area of the base was destroyed, necessitating a tremendous expenditure of resources for production. The father and son duo had to mine daily, pedaling bicycles to generate electricity, while her mother worked tirelessly in the factory assembling various products and crafting daily necessities. Each day was exhausting, far more laborious than that of oxen and horses, working over 12 hours with less than 8 hours of sleep, and only 1 hour for meals. The remaining time entirely dependent on whether they had to work overtime. There was no salary, only a paltry ration. Hence, the notion of selling her resurfaced. On a dimly lit night, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the home. This girl has become useless. Why not sell her and improve our own lives? The father uttered darkly, his eyes glinting with greed. Indeed, she has always been weak. Keeping her around is merely a burden. The mother echoed, her face devoid of warmth. They meticulously plotted, preparing a potion capable of incapacitating a level 3 awakener for when she returned home. When Shuangming was caught off guard, her mother approached with a glass of water, wearing a deceitful smile, mewing, "You must be tired. Have some water." "Thank you, Mom." Shuangming took the cup with trust and drank deeply. In an instant, she felt a wave of dizziness and realized she had been drugged. But who was she? A reborn powerhouse, secretly upgraded to level 4. She summoned her formidable willpower to freeze the drug in her stomach with her abilities. Listening to her family plot to sell her as a concubine to a high-ranking official in exchange for a lucrative position, her heart brimmed with despair and fury. "How can you do this to me? I have loved you all so dearly. I endured for 15 years to avenge you." Shuangming could scarcely believe her ears, her heart filled with anguish, drugged and incapacitated. She was bound like a lifeless puppet and carried into the officer's chamber. Her head spun, yet a faint glimmer of hope remained. Perhaps her family was coerced by the officer. What if there were extenuating circumstances? She resolved to endure a little longer, waiting for a turn of fate. The officer's room was steeped in a mingling of decay and opulence, littered with various feminine items. Shuangming slowly opened her eyes to see the corpulent officer haggling fiercely with her parents. The officer, with a face full of flesh, a balding head, and a protruding belly, pounded the scratched wooden chair with his finger. "As long as you hand your daughter over obediently, the benefits will be substantial. I can arrange an easy job for you, with double the resource allocation. If my son becomes successful, you can enjoy the fruits as well. I can even secure a minor management position for you in the base, bestowing you with some prestige." The father's eyes sparkled with avarice as he eagerly replied, "Sir, that position must hold some real power. It cannot merely be a nominal title and my younger son. Please find him a good path. Perhaps as your son's assistant, with boundless potential ahead." The mother chimed in, her face full of sycophancy, "Yes, sir, we are relying on you for our family's future. Rest assured, we will ensure our daughter serves you well." Hearing these words, Shuangming felt a chilling despair wash over her. She never imagined that, in these trying apocalyptic times, her family could be so heartless as to push her into the fire for mere gains. Silently, she channeled her abilities, forcing the previously frozen drug from her abdomen, crystallizing it into sharp ice spikes. Just as the officer returned from his bath, she unleashed her power, the ice spikes shooting forth like lightning, instantly piercing the officer's chest. The officer's eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. Shuangming broke free from her bonds and without hesitation, raced back home, still hoping for her family's redemption, believing she could help them survive outside the base. However, what awaited her was an even more brutal betrayal. Her father, wielding a sharp knife, displayed no remorse, only cold resolve. "You wretched girl, since you refused to obey, do not blame us. You have ruined our plans. Today, you must die." The mother coldly observed nearby, devoid of any compassion. "You are a burden. We cannot lose the wealth we have painstakingly acquired because of you." Her brother, Shuang Yuqing, appeared silently, crying out, "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Shuangming finally felt that her beloved younger brother was her only solace, wanting to take him away from this place of strife. But when she turned around, he plunged a knife into her back. Shuangming was ruthlessly stabbed by her own family, blood instantly staining her clothes. Her heart shattered completely as if the entire world had crumbled. She finally understood the taste of betrayal from those closest to her. A bone-deep despair in the interplay of despair and fury, Shuangming's gaze hardened with icy determination. She forged a blood sword from her own blood and, in a frenzy, attacked her family in the midst of flashing blades. Her family fell one by one into pools of blood. After slaying them all, the gravity of her actions dawned upon Shuangming. She had committed an irreparable crime. The military of the base would soon learn of the officer's murder, and she had to flee immediately. She sprinted away, engaging in a fierce battle with the awakened soldiers of the military, whom Shang Guanxiong had deliberately summoned. Ultimately, relying on her formidable abilities and indomitable will, she broke through the encirclement and embarked on a life of evasion. Before long, she found herself on the wanted list of several major bases. Although the northern base had lost its former power, issuing a wanted notice was not a cumbersome task. A horde of wanderers and soldiers from various bases pursued her for the substantial bounty, yet she retaliated fiercely, causing the bounty to soar. Soon, she became the most wanted fugitive across all bases, with the highest bounty. Throughout her prolonged escape, Shuangming's heart was filled with pain and regret that I, Shuangming, am fleeing alone amidst the ruins of this apocalyptic world. It feels as if countless eyes are fixed upon me, the military's pursuit causing me immense torment. Each step I take is unbearably heavy, my heart entwined with remorse. How did I end up in such a dire situation? I killed my own family, and now I am being hunted by the entire base. I begin to reminisce about past moments, those days spent with family. Though the apocalypse was harsh, there were also warm moments. Yet all was destroyed by my impulsiveness. As I reminisce about Shilin, a wave of warmth surges within my heart. He is the sole beacon of light in this darkened world, and I have failed to cherish the kindness he once bestowed upon me, betraying him at the most critical juncture. Now, all I desire is to find him and implore his forgiveness. I am uncertain whether he would still accept a person like me, whose hands are stained with blood. Even if it means serving as a mere maid by his side, I must attempt it. For I have lost all semblance of family in this world. I tread cautiously, evading any potential dangers that may arise. When hunger gnaws at my insides, I hunt the monstrous beasts for sustenance. Lacking a source of fire, I am left to consume my prey raw. When thirst strikes, I scavenge for watered night. I take refuge in abandoned buildings, curling up in a corner as I listen to the howls echoing outside, my heart brimming with fear and loneliness. Shilin, how I long for you. Yet, I am terrified of encountering him. I dread the disdain and disappointment reflected in his eyes, and the possibility of his rejection. But I have no retreat. I must face my fears with courage. I continue on the path to find Shilin, silently praying that he may forgive me and allow me to return to his side. To restart our lives together, I know not what the future holds, but I understand that I must take responsibility for my misdeeds. For that glimmer of hope, I am willing to sacrifice everything. At this moment, Shang Guanxiong's heart is in turmoil, her anxiety ebbing and flowing like a tumultuous tide. Although she has garnered the appreciation of the Zhong family, the base has suffered significant damage amid various upheavals. The remaining individuals struggle to secure adequate resources, and the crucial 10,000 crystal cores have mysteriously vanished. Alas, how did it come to this? Must I apologize to him? After all, I was once his woman. Shang Guanxiong sighs inwardly, yet quickly dismisses this notion with determination. No. Having committed these acts, there is no turning back. I must find a way to confront him. She is acutely aware that she is no match for Shilin, and her yearning to enhance her strength burns fiercely within her. She refuses to sit idly by. It is imperative to swiftly discover a means to break free from this predicament. She contemplates inciting the base's populace and the Zhong family, meticulously orchestrating an operation to sway public opinion, compelling the Zhong family and all within the base to take action against Shilin. Meanwhile, she plans to take advantage of the chaos to either eliminate Shilin or escape to distant lands. She begins by disseminating negative rumors about Shilin throughout the base. As she discreetly approaches some members of the populace, her heart races with both trepidation and anticipation. Observing the worried faces before her, she quickly devises a more incendiary manner of speaking. Her voice trembles slightly as she proclaims, "Do you not realize that our base has descended into this state solely because of Shilin from Illumination Technologies? His formidable power has robbed us of our stable existence. He is nothing but a selfish terrorist. He has taken control of our base's nuclear arsenal and has turned against us." She anxiously scrutinizes the crowd's reactions, relieved to see expressions of confusion and anger emerging on their faces. She embellishes her portrayal of Shilin as a tyrant wielding absolute power over humanity. Consider this. Shilin is so powerful, yet he disregards our very lives. If he continues on this path, what chance do we have for survival? He is bent on world domination, treating us as mere pawns. Prior to the apocalypse, the truth of our impending doom was shared. Yet he failed to clarify. He even threatened the authorities, suppressing our voices. Now, he has used nuclear weapons against our base, leaving us with no means of survival. He is a dictator, a demon fixated solely on his own power. As the crowd listens to her narrative, their anger intensifies, firmly believing that Shilin is the root cause of their plight. Subsequently, Shang Guanxiong positions herself among the gathered masses, feigning casualness while her heart races with urgency. She thinks to herself, "I must incite these pawns to harbor hatred towards Shilin. Only then can my plan succeed." For the military leadership, she adopts a more cunning approach to her rhetoric. She observes several high-ranking military officials from different factions seated around a long table, their expressions grave, eyes revealing worry and fatigue. In recent days, they have been overwhelmed by a multitude of issues plaguing the base. Shang Guanxiong steps forward, clears her throat, and speaks with gravity. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation at the base is dire. We cannot afford to remain passive. Shilin's existence poses a severe threat to our safety and future. Do you wish to witness him wielding a knife, slaughtering us one by one?" As she speaks, she closely monitors their expressions, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. Will they agree to my proposal? If they refuse, what shall I do? Should I apologize to Shilin, or flee and become a wanderer? She continues her analysis. Although the Zhong family currently holds power, they too face immense pressure. If we do not ally with them to confront Shilin, we shall all meet with a grim fate. Do you wish to see your wives and children roaming the streets, devoured by monsters? Only by acting together can we secure a glimmer of hope. Having spoken, she anxiously awaits the military leader's decision, her hands trembling involuntarily, her eyes filled with anticipation. However, the military leaders do not respond immediately. They fall into contemplation, exchanging glances. Shang Guanxiong's heart races, knowing she must stoke the flames further. Thus, she asserts that Shilin may retaliate against the base due to their prior assault alongside Li Xiao, illustrating the terrifying consequences of Shilin's vengeful nature and the dire future the base may face should they fail to act now. Finally, one of the military leaders furrows his brow and states, "Shang Guanxiong, your words hold some merit, but Shilin's strength cannot be underestimated. We must proceed with caution." Shang Guanxiong quickly interjects, "Commander, we cannot allow fear to paralyze us. The Zhong family is in power now, and they possess the means to confront Shilin. The strength of the Zhong family is beyond imagination." Other military leaders begin to engage in discussion, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Just then, the conference room door swings open, and a soldier rushes in, whispering something urgent into the ear of one of the higher-ups. "We have just received satellite imagery. Shilin has set off in 2 fortress RVs. Heading straight for our base. The expressions of the senior officials grow more somber as they turn to Shang Wanqiong, declaring, "We have just received news that Shilin appears to be taking new action. We can no longer hesitate. We must make a decision swiftly." Shang Wanqiong's heart swells with joy, recognizing that her opportunity has arrived. She resolutely states, "Ladies and gentlemen, now is the critical moment. If you do not take action, will Shilin show you mercy in the future?" Li Xiao represents the will of the entire base. All decisions are made through your discussions. Through her persuasion, the military leaders finally resolve to collaborate with the Zhong family against Shilin. Shang Wanqiong feels a slight sense of relief but knows this is merely the first step. The next task is to persuade the Zhong family to take action against Shilin. She hastens to the opulent residence of Zhongxiao AI. This grand mansion stands tall, a testament to the Zhong family's prominence within the base. Shang Wanqiong takes a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. She understands that this persuasion is paramount, pivotal to the smooth progression of her entire plan. Upon entering the mansion, lavish decorations greet her, yet Shang Wanqiong's mind is preoccupied. She is escorted by a servant to the parlor where Zhongxiao AI awaits. Seated elegantly on the sofa, Zhongxiao AI's eyes convey a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Shang Wanqiong performs a graceful bow. "Miss Zhong, the situation is urgent. Shilin's presence is a formidable threat to us all." Her tone is resolute and sincere. The military factions within the base have decided to collaborate with the Zhong family to collectively confront Shilin. I believe that with the Zhong family's genuine strength and influence, combined with the military's force, we can surely succeed in defeating Shilin. Zhongxiao AI furrows her brow slightly, contemplating Shang Wanqiong's words. Observing this, Shang Wanqiong continues, "We have all witnessed Shilin's immense power. If we do not take action, we will inevitably be picked off one by one." She pauses, gauging Zhongxiao AI's reaction. Sensing a flicker of hesitation, she seizes the moment to press on. The Zhong family has always played a crucial role in the base. Now is the time to demonstrate your strength and responsibility. If we can successfully defeat Shilin, not only will we safeguard the base's security, but we will also solidify the Zhong family's position. Who knows, perhaps we can reclaim the allegiance of the two major bases for our northern base. Zhongxiao AI remains silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Shang Wanqiong, your words hold some truth. However, Shilin is indeed a formidable opponent. Your previous plan was flawless yet ultimately failed. We must approach this matter with caution." Shang Wanqiong quickly replies, "Miss Zhong, I understand Shilin's might, but we cannot shrink back out of fear. With meticulous planning and unity, we can surely conquer him." Zhongxiao AI nods slightly and says, "Very well, I will discuss this with my family and make a decision promptly." Shang Wanqiong's heart leaps with joy. Recognizing that her persuasion has made an impact, she bows once more, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your consideration, Miss Zhong. I am confident that the Zhong family will make the right choice." As she departs from Zhongxiao AI's mansion, Shang Wanqiong feels a sense of stability settling within her. She is eager to witness how Shilin will escape the grasp of so many formidable figures from the Zhong family. Chapter 56. A surge of emotions. Shilin sat in the vehicle, accompanied by 20 individuals aboard two formidable RVS. It was not the number of people that mattered, but rather their prowess. All were mid-tier Tier 4 warriors, here to assist him in clearing the battlefield. As it turned out, when Li Xiao, that little girl, made her escape, she had also managed to abscond with 1,000 crystalline cores. For this, Shilin generously rewarded her with a wish and bestowed upon her 1,000 of those cores, sufficient for her to sustain a small team. "Boss, I haven't quite decided on my wish yet. Could the deadline be extended?" The vibrant Li Xiao, sitting beside Shilin, inquired. "Of course, it can be indefinite. You performed splendidly this time." Shilin replied gently to the young girl. He then gazed into the distance, contemplating that it was high time for him to eradicate the northern base. For those who dared to strike at him must reckon with the consequences. It mattered little to him. He was invincible. As the sole Tier 6 powerhouse, he could vanquish the entire base effortlessly. The two vehicles leisurely made their way toward the northern base. The Zhong family is dispatching 300 Tier 4 warriors, 100 Tier 4 peak warriors, and 20 Tier 5 warriors. Zhong Xiaowai spoke with gravity. The majority of the base's personnel were left in shock upon hearing this news. "What? We are only Tier 3, and they already possess Tier 5 warriors?" Progressing to higher tiers becomes increasingly arduous. How could this be? So many powerful warriors. Why didn't they mobilize when we besieged Shilin? "You are all lunatics. No wonder half of the base's resources have vanished. You claim they were spoiled or damaged, yet it turns out they were hoarded to support your private troops. No wonder the more crystalline cores we hunted, the less we received. It was you all along. Humph. So, this was your true intention, Zhong family, draining the base while enriching yourselves, all while aspiring to seize control. What a pity, ha ha ha, the entire base shall be obliterated by Shaline's nuclear strike. Several high-ranking officials mocked. Oh, and what of it? Just look at our strength. Moreover, Shaline is the principal adversary now. Otherwise, we'd all be doomed today. How many of you will be deployed? Zhong Zioi's tone turned cold. This remark caught several officers off guard. They truly had few experts, mostly of lower tiers. We are mobilizing everyone from the base. Any awakened being above Tier 3 must join the fight. We will deploy 3,000 mid-tier Tier 3 warriors, 400 peak Tier 3 warriors, 100 early Tier 4 warriors, and 10 Tier 5 warriors. The entire populace of the base was driven into a frenzy. All rallied to battle. Annihilate that demon Shaline. We seek vengeance. We must slay him to avenge our 100,000 kin. The moment those words were uttered, the frenzied military, including tanks and aircraft, mobilized, for such machinery posed no threat to awakened beings. The higher-ups observed without objection, questioning whether it was necessary to preserve a spark of hope. If everyone were to perish, what was the point? So many expendables could potentially drain even a fraction of his abilities, increasing their chances of victory. They were determined to exhaust him. The northern base had mobilized nearly 80% of its powerful warriors. Those who remained were either too low in ability or recuperating from the previous explosion. They even summoned numerous nearby vagrants, trading supplies and weapons to join in the hunt for Shaline. Conversely, more vagrants, upon receiving word, fled like hounds, terrified that the harbinger of death would return to slaughter them. Surrounding the base, tanks, artillery, heavy machine guns, and helicopters were lined up, with over 10,000 warriors donned in specially crafted alloy armor, all staring ahead. Circles of awakened beings gathered at the base's entrance, waiting for Shaline to arrive and engage in battle. At this moment, Shang Guanxiong was exceedingly pleased, having unwittingly wagered on a winning hand. The Zhong family had secretly nurtured such powerful warriors. No wonder Li Xiao had dared not utter a word. Meekly confined and only sought assistance. Shaline, who would have thought you would meet your demise here today? Over 10,000 Tier 3 warriors, more than 600 Tier 4 warriors, and over 30 Tier 5 warriors. You are merely a peak Tier 5. What could you possibly use to contend with me? I shall wear you down. She envisioned Shaline begging for mercy beneath her skirts, contemplating whether to slay or spare him. How difficult a choice indeed. Perhaps it is best to end his life. Beside her, Zhong Zioi's beautiful eyes flickered. She now regretted her choice in favoring that Li Xiao, raising him to prominence, only to be betrayed in the end. How splendid it would have been to have a formidable warrior like Shaline under her control, to tame him and wield power from the palm of her hand. As the distance to the northern base diminished, an air of tension enveloped the atmosphere. Finally, the RVs came to a gradual halt, and Shaline stepped out, flanked by 20 mid-tier Tier 4 warriors, exuding a formidable presence. Unfortunately, due to Shangguan's scheming, their refuge's level had been lowered. Shaline had no intention of having them engage directly. They were merely there to assist in clearing out the lesser foes. Shaline surveyed the northern base, which was braced for confrontation, and called out loudly, "People of the northern base, heed my words. Today, I, Shaline, have come solely to seek justice. You have taken action against me, and now you must bear the consequences. If you wish to live, vacate the premises." Within the base, upon hearing Shaline's proclamation, the crowd erupted with fervor. Shang Guanxiong, standing high above, responded with rage. "Shaline, you demon! You have slain 100,000 of our kin. Today marks your end." She aimed to seize the moral high ground. Shaline snorted disdainfully. "Humph, 100,000 kin. Had you not struck first, there would be no calamity today. I, Shaline, have always acted with a clear conscience. What are you but mere trifles? Today, should you possess any sense? Retreat far from here, and perhaps I might spare your lives." "Arrogant!" Shang Guanxiong shouted furiously. "Prepare for battle. Kill Shaline." With her command, the tanks surrounding the base roared to life. Artillery shells streaked across the sky like meteors. Heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of lethal fire, and helicopters circled above, emitting piercing wails. Over 10,000 warriors clad in specially designed alloy armor surged toward Shilin and his company like a relentless tide. Energy waves of various hues surged forth, an endless barrage of abilities converging upon him, illuminating the sky with brilliance. On the battlefield, smoke billowed, and the cries of battle echoed thunderously. Tank shells detonated around Shilin, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. The explosions of artillery made the very ground tremble, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The bullets from the heavy machine guns rained down like a torrential storm. Striking the spatial barrier with crisp clangs, Shilin remained unperturbed. His gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, his entire being enveloped in silver light. He was a Tier 6 awakened being. The base personnel were momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be? A Tier 6, with a mere flick of his wrist, the 20 mid-tier Tier 4 warriors behind him surged forth like arrows released from a bow, rapidly identifying their suitable opponents. The assaults from the base's weaponry upon Shilin and his subordinates felt like mere tickles, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Abilities that struck before him were all absorbed and preserved by the spatial field. Conversely, Shilin and his allies retaliated, inflicting catastrophic losses upon the base's forces. Some Tier 5 warriors were struck by a single punch, sent flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth, lifeless. Others were cleaved in two by spatial blades. Yet others, paralyzed by Shilin's overwhelming presence, stood frozen in place, only to meet their demise with a single blow to the head. As Shilin succumbed to bloodlust, he unleashed his advanced skill, Chaotic Void Rupture, enveloping himself in a radiant silver glow, one eye gleaming with intense silver light. In an instant, wherever his gaze fell, thousands of individuals, regardless of their tier, were distorted into a massive chaos before exploding into oblivion. Chapter 57. Shang Guanxiong's Apology. Shang Guanxiong and Zhong Ziyuai's faces turned ashen. They could never have anticipated Shilin's overwhelming strength. Gritting her teeth, Shang Guanxiong issued another command. Continue the assault. At all costs, we must eliminate Shilin. They frantically fired their weapons, recklessly charging towards Shilin. However, all their efforts proved futile. Shilin and his subordinates were like invincible giants, mercilessly trampling over them. From the onset, the battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. The base's personnel were horrified to discover that their so-called powerful formation was utterly fragile before Shilin. Initially brimming with confidence, believing that their multitude of powerful warriors and weaponry would easily vanquish Shilin, they were blindsided by the brutal reality. They could not even catch a glimpse of Shilin, yet the sheen of the spatial blades flickered, effortlessly slicing through their once terrifying tanks as if they were made of paper. The sound of metal shattering and sparks flying transformed what was once a formidable war machine into mere scrap. Then, a thunderous roar echoed from above as aircraft approached. Shilin glanced skyward and effortlessly swung the void blade, cleaving an aircraft in two. The wreckage, engulfed in flames, plummeted to the ground, producing a deafening crash. Subsequently, he moved through the throngs like a reaper of lives. Each swing of his spatial blade painted the ground in crimson. Regardless of whether they were Tier 4 or Tier 5, those awakened beings who had yet to react found themselves mercilessly cut down. Please, no, do not kill me. As panic engulfed the crowd, they began to flee, met only by the sight of severed heads rolling on the ground. Life after life succumbed to the lethal force of the spatial blade, leaving the battlefield shrouded in an eerie silence, broken only by the cold figure of Shilin and the flickering glint of his blade. Blood stained the earth, and dismembered limbs lay scattered everywhere. The battle raged on, with the forces of the base continuously falling, while Shilin and his subordinates grew ever bolder. At that moment, the formidable members of the Zhong family could no longer restrain themselves. Witnessing their meticulously nurtured power being so effortlessly dismantled by Shilin filled their hearts with fury. A peak-level 5th-tier warrior from the Zhong family stepped forward, gazing disdainfully at Shilin, proclaiming loudly, "Shilin, do not be so arrogant. You are merely at the initial stage of the 6th tier. The Zhong family is not to be trifled with. Our foundation is beyond your imagination." Shilin raised his gaze slightly, revealing a hint of indifference in his eyes. The Zhong family? Merely a group of self-serving individuals. The Zhong warrior, unable to contain his rage, surged toward Shilin with blinding speed. Arrogance. Today, let me show you the might of the Zhong family. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Flame Dragon Starfall, with no intention of holding back. However, his attack appeared utterly feeble before Shilin. With a mere flick of his hand, a portal of space materialized, absorbing the extraordinary ability. He then reversed the force and hurled it back, accompanied by a surge of void power. Before the Zhong warrior could react, he was struck by this force, sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, unmoving. The remaining Zhong warriors, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines but pressed on, steeling themselves for the confrontation. Several peak-level 4th-tier warriors and 5th-tier fighters simultaneously attacked, their various abilities illuminating the battlefield with a dazzling display, charging toward Shilin with overwhelming force. Yet, Shilin remained unfazed, standing there as if he were an immovable mountain. As the assaults neared him, Shilin suddenly enveloped himself in a silvery spatial energy, unleashing an immense aura that effortlessly dispelled all incoming attacks. Then, in a flash, Shilin darted into the midst of the Zhong warriors, the spatial blades vanishing as a silver light enveloped his fists. With a single punch, his strikes resembled meteorites, each blow infused with tremendous power. His kicks were powerful and relentless. The Zhong warriors stood no chance against him, being sent flying like broken dolls, their chests punctured, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust, lifeless. Shilin's speed was unparalleled, his form flickering like a phantom among his foes, rendering him nearly impossible to track. His assaults came like a tempest, leaving the Zhong warriors utterly defenseless. Just as despair began to envelop the Zhong warriors, Zhong Xiaowa stepped forward. Initially, the Zhong clan had regarded Shilin with disdain, believing him to be a mere pawn easily manipulated. Zhong Xiaowa had held herself above him, convinced that he could not contend with the formidable power of the Zhong family. However, witnessing Shilin's terrifying strength now caused a profound shift in her mindset. Zhong Xiaowa extended an olive branch, her tone laced with urgency as she addressed Shilin. Shilin, you are indeed powerful. We can negotiate. Should you join the Zhong family, we can discuss everything amicably. The Zhong family can offer you boundless resources and power, making you the most influential person in this land. Our foundation is more formidable than you can imagine. Shilin regarded Zhong Xiaowa coldly, his eyes betraying no emotion. The Zhong family? I am not interested. Zhong Xiaowa clenched her teeth, willing to resort to her last resort to save her clan. She tore her battle attire, attempting to seduce Shilin, as if peeling back the shell of an egg. Her gaze was filled with allure and desperation, hoping to soften his heart. Yet, Shilin remained indifferent. His expression remained frozen, as if everything before him was of no concern. Your tactics are far too primitive, and to employ someone like Li Shaoshan, a woman of such repugnance, is truly distasteful. With that, Shilin swiftly executed a lethal strike, a flash of cold light illuminating the air. And before Zhong Xiaowa could react, she shattered amidst the pool of blood. At that moment, Shang Wanxiong surveyed the devastation before her, her heart filled with terror. She realized that there was no escape. She could only plead for mercy from Shilin. She reached out, attempting to grasp his hand, but he offered her no chance, maintaining his spatial barrier. Shilin, please spare me. Shang Wanxiong trembled, her voice quaking. In our past lives, we shared such beautiful moments of love. Dio, you remember? We walked together through the sea of flowers, watched the sun rise and set. You called me darling and I called you husband. You said I was beautiful, that no matter how I changed, you would love me. Those words still hold true, don't they? Upon hearing Shang Wanxiong's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Shilin's eyes. The past life, that is long gone. You betrayed me, yet you dare to invoke the past? You sought power and strength by any means necessary, even conspiring with others against me. You are utterly unworthy of forgiveness. Shang Wanxiong hastily defended herself. Shilin, I had no choice. I was coerced by them. I have always loved you. Shilin regarded the kneeling Shang Wanxiong with cold indifference, his gaze as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. Shang Wanxiong, engulfed in despair, tears brimming in her eyes, continued to plead, Shilin, I know you won't believe my explanations, but grant me one more chance. I will compensate you well. Previously, Shilin had been swayed by her pleas, but now, everything had changed. Filled with rage and disappointment, he looked at Shang Wanxiong, enunciating each word. No choice? Love me? Do you think I would believe your lies? Your love is too cheap, and yet you treat me so in this life? You have targeted me at every turn, even kidnapping Yun, attempting to ambush me? Shang Wanxiong closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. Her heart was heavy with regret, lamenting her past actions. She knew that no matter what she said now, it was too late. Shilin would never trust her again. Shilin extended his hand, resting it upon her head, the power of spatial devouring surging forth, enveloping the core within her. Simultaneously, his divine pulse began to radiate light, yearning to consume the essence within her core. As the spatial devouring initiated, Shang Wanxiong instantly transformed into a mere mortal, stripped of her awakening. She lost her core, the governing powers within her, and the sacred gift that had sustained her in this life. Shilin, husband, what have you done? My head aches so much. Why am I so weak? Where are my abilities? Why can't I feel my powers anymore? Shang Wanxiong cried out in anguish, clutching her head in torment. Fear and despair flooded her heart as she grappled with the reality of her transformation from a powerful awakener to an ordinary person. Shilin withdrew his hand, coldly observing her. He felt no pity, only a resolute finality toward the traitor. Do you think your current state is pitiable? You are merely a selfish woman, willing to sell your soul to achieve your own ends. You are not deserving of sympathy. Shang Wanxiong cried out in agony. Shilin, why don't you just kill me? I beg you, in my suffering. You have taken away my powers, and this is worse than death. Don't leave me. Her face was a mask of tears and pain, fully aware that she had lost everything. Shilin's icy words cut through the air. Do you remember what you once said? I will watch you struggle for survival. No, she gasped. Shang Wanxiong, who had already suffered severe injuries from her last failed ambush on Shilin, now coughed up blood, her internal organs in turmoil, collapsing onto the chaotic battlefield, losing consciousness. Her face bore the marks of shattered weapons. Blood streaming down. Despair filled her heart as she recognized the futility of hope. Shilin turned from Shang Wanxiong, facing the ravaged battlefield. His eyes revealed no trace of compassion, only a determined resolve against the betrayer. The battlefield lay silent, as if a heavy curtain of gloom enveloped the earth. Shilin's cold figure radiated an intimidating authority. The pained groans of the Zhong warriors echoed through the air. The remaining members of the northern base stared blankly at the scene, their eyes filled with despair and fear. They understood that they had utterly failed, their resistance obliterated before Shilin's might, left to be slaughtered without mercy. Shilin's gaze swept over the battlefield, devoid of any compassion. For those who had once been his adversaries, he would show no leniency. Eliminate all above level 4. Extract their cores. The rest, expel them. Any resistance will be met with death. His voice was cold and resolute, akin to the decree of death itself. As his orders were given, his subordinates sprang into action, acting as merciless executors, ruthlessly hunting down the remaining level 4 and above foes. The battlefield descended once more into chaos and bloodshed. Those who had once been invincible within the base now found themselves like lambs to the slaughter before Shilin's subordinates. Why not challenge me one-on-one? What skill is there in so many striking against a single opponent? The encircled powerhouse of the Zhong family roared in fury. The members of the Wanlight Technology combat team couldn't help but smirk slightly. Foolish dog, why engage in a one-on-one when you can gang up? The tall boy, Xu Yang, chimed in, before continuing to unleash thunderous attacks. Under the assault of multiple adversaries, those already wounded could only succumb in bitterness, their crystal cores extracted. Some cried out, others pleaded for mercy, while a few offered themselves as slaves to escape death. Yet their resistance appeared utterly futile, their pleas callously ignored one by one. Their crystal cores, once symbols of power, were pried away, now mere emblems of their defeat. Once the formidable foes were dealt with, the remaining ants scattered in an instant. Shilin seized a high-ranking military officer from the base by the throat, dragging him before him to kneel. He sought to find Li Xiao and uncover the truth behind it all. Where's Li Xiao? Shilin inquired, scrutinizing the senior officer. His gaze brimmed with authority and intimidation, instilling a palpable fear in the officer. He has long since been dismissed and is currently detained in the Zhong family's basement. Please don't kill me. I will tell you everything. The officer trembled, anxiety coursing through him. terrified that this killer would end his life too. Take me to him and I won't harm you. Though you do seem somewhat familiar. Aren't you that expert on television who advocated punishing those who don't have children? You seem to be doing quite well at the base. I jested. Shilin remarked, his heart filled with derision and scorn. I dare not. That was all dictated by the group behind me. I'm merely a runner, the officer hastily clarified, fear and unease flooding his mind. Let us go. You all clean up the battlefield, and then proceed directly to the warehouse to guard it. We cannot allow those with ill intentions to reap our rewards, Shilin commanded, in this chaotic world. One must remain vigilant at all times. Half an hour prior, in the dungeon of the Zhong family basement, it was dark and damp, permeated with a foul stench. A group of mysterious figures clad in black robes approached Li Xiao. Their foreheads adorned with arcane symbols, exuding a formidable and enigmatic aura, their forms beneath the robes seemingly inhuman. Li Xiao gazed at them nervously, hesitant to move. His mind was filled with dread and confusion. Uncertain of who these mysterious individuals were or their purpose for being there, as they stood before him, hands interlocked, a deep voice resonated, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Human, do you wish to leave this place? Do you desire supreme power and glory? Do you wish to satiate your ever-expanding ambitions? Join us. The voice of the mysterious figures was laced with temptation, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. Li Xiao beheld the grotesque forms concealed beneath the black robes, each one a different shape. His thoughts began to swirl chaotically, then sharpened, followed by an overwhelming surge of emotions. He yearned for power. His heart brimmed with desire and ambition, longing for greater authority and glory. No, not enough. I want more. I want dominion over this world. I wish to become a god, to grow stronger. I want all the women of the world. I want a 1,000,000-strong army, to conquer this realm. Li Xiao's heart was consumed with madness and ambition, a purple symbol emerging upon his forehead. Welcome to our fold. From this day forth, you shall be our third apostle. Named Greed. As he finished speaking, Li Xiao began to blur and transform into black mist, dissipating into the ether. His heart was filled with ambition, and he believed he would rise again. Chapter 59. Plundering the northern base outside the Zhong family dungeon, a line of their servants knelt, trembling, fearful that a single misstep would lead to their demise. Where is Li Xiao? Shilin inquired, his gaze radiating authority and intimidation, causing the Zhong family servants to feel a chill of fear. We saw a group of mysterious figures in black robes. They entered and then vanished without a trace. The butler appeared less frightened, having witnessed far too much in his life. He was previously not one to revel in bloodshed. Black-robed figures? What did they look like? He asked at a group of oddly shaped individuals clad in black robes, their faces obscured, surrounded by an eerie black mist that defied human form. The butler replied. Understood. Take me to the Zhong family treasury. Shilin ordered. Yes, my lord. The butler obsequiously led Shilin to the rear of the Zhong family vault. Upon reaching the vault's entrance, the butler trembled as he opened the grand doors. As the door swung wide, a dazzling light burst forth, revealing mountains of crystal cores and treasures. Resources piled high. In the center of the vault hovered a crystal orb, emanating a mysterious radiance. This orb, completely translucent, seemed to contain swirling stars within, radiating powerful energy waves. Shilin's gaze was captivated by this orb. He could sense the peculiar power it contained, as if it could manipulate time and space. Reaching out to feel it, he mused, the time-space illusion crystal could accelerate the upgrade of my abilities. It suits me perfectly. Nearby, an ancient sword rested on a rack, its scabbard etched with cryptic runes and its hilt adorned with brilliant gemstones. As Shilin grasped the hilt, a surge of formidable power coursed through him. As if the sword possessed the might to sever all, he thought of giving it to that brat, Xiao Yin. He wouldn't have any use for it, merely a trinket, as his space blade could already cut through anything. There was also a petite, exquisite box, its surface glowing faintly. Upon opening it, Shilin discovered a pearl radiating a spectrum of colors. This pearl exuded a rich aura of life, seemingly capable of healing any ailment. It would be a splendid gift for Bai Yun. Her healing abilities would be greatly enhanced with this. Shilin narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly declared, the Zhong family has long abused their power, committing heinous acts, be it before or after the apocalypse. They have remained dominant, leeching off the populace. Today, I shall act as their reckoning. I shall take these treasures. Of course, anyone who desires can come to Wanlight Technology to find me. Ha ha! The butler quickly agreed, saying, "You speak the truth, my lord. The Zhong family has long evaded justice. It is high time someone punished them." Shalin stepped into the treasury, beginning to select valuable items for himself. At that moment, a young servant, mustering his courage, spoke up. "My lord, if you take these items, the Zhong family will undoubtedly retaliate, and we may find ourselves wishing for death." Shalin cast a glance at him, calmly replying, "The Zhong family has been completely eradicated by me. They will have no further opportunity to commit evil. You are free to leave this place and seek your own lives. Go to the other 2 bases or other havens. They have already begun to recruit survivors. I have no desire to kill you." Before long, Shalin had gathered the majority of the extraordinary crystal cores, treasures, and essential resources from the vault. He turned to the butler and the servants, stating, "The remaining items should suffice for your needs for a year or so." The servants expressed their gratitude in unison. Content, Shalin departed from the treasury, vanishing from sight. Upon reaching the base's warehouse, the combat team had already surrounded the vicinity. "Boss, you're here," everyone exclaimed. "We tried everything, but we simply can't open it. The door is secured with massive mechanical locks. Without the corresponding keys, it's utterly impenetrable. The materials used are from your company's latest development, impervious to any abilities we possess." Shalin brandished the void blade, slicing forward thrice, creating a large breach in the door. Practice makes perfect, but before Shalin, it was effortlessly cleaved open. The crowd scratched their heads. With a swift kick, Shalin shattered the warehouse door, the debris crashing to the ground, revealing the interior, a row of new model fighter jets. The Weilong X-20 and the Huiying X-35 awaited alongside helicopters. However, there were only a few tanks, all reduced to scrap by his hands, while an abundance of various military arms lay in wait, enough to last a decade. Wow, a big airplane. So cool. They are rather wealthy, aren't they? Yet these are of little use in the apocalypse. They merely take up space. As they ventured inside, the vast expanse astonished everyone. It was as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. How many layers are there? All filled with weapons. But what on earth are they planning to do with so many weapons? Have they lost their minds? These things are as useful as fire sticks now. With abilities in the apocalypse, how can they be utilized? They are no match for the laser devices developed by Sister Su Yao. Li Xiaoxiao scoffed. If they were useful, they would have already been used against us. That dense fog not only disrupts magnetic fields but also causes satellite signals to be lost. Most importantly, it obscures visibility. What a pity. These fighter jets are the pinnacle of human technology, even with the apocalypse upon us. An upgrade to incorporate our company's materials and the latest advancements should be feasible. Xiao, you and Xuyang go inquire among the survivors if the base has any aircraft engineers or crew members still alive. Bring them to me. If they do, they could prove useful. Shalin surveyed the vast resources, determined to take everything, including heaps of heavy machinery, armored vehicles, and assault boats. Gather it all. Descending to the second level, he discovered an abundance of high-tech alloys and nanofibers. A small portion of the superconductors generated by their own company, rather lackluster, barely sufficient to fill the gaps in their operations. Additionally, there are assembly line generation devices. It seems their ambitions are quite grand. The last mining site had 10,000 awakened miners, who must have extracted at least 3 years' worth of resources, all taken away. Flexible metals, taken away, along with a substantial quantity of super cement, a proprietary technology of Huada, which their company lacks. Everything was taken. Descending to the third level, one finds a treasure trove of supplies. Canned goods, compressed biscuits, vacuum-sealed ready meals, freeze-dried fruits, vegetables, meats, seafood, rice, flour, all meticulously sealed, amounting to nearly 10,000 tons, darkly filling the warehouse. The canned goods are no longer edible, having succumbed to corrosion, but the rest can still be salvaged with a good wash. They are merely a bit dirty at this moment. A spirited girl led a weary middle-aged man and 2 younger men to the entrance of the warehouse, awaiting Shalin. "Boss, over here." Li Xiaoxiao waved, beckoning Shalin to come over. Chapter 60. Ling Sua. These gentlemen are the aircraft engineers from the northern base. Those inside are their designs. This elder gentleman is Shun Fei, the chief engineer of China's Going X-35. After Shalene approached, Xiao Xiao began her introduction. Greetings, Teacher Shun. I invite you to join my Huangguang technology company. I wish to design a fighter jet suitable for awakened individuals in this apocalyptic world. The current awakened possess physical capabilities 100 times greater than that of regular humans, yet traversing this vast planet without transportation would be a futile endeavor. Mr. Shalene, it is not my intention to dedicate my life to an ordinary means of transport. I have grander aspirations. I apologize. Shun Fei bluntly declined his invitation. Please do not dismiss so hastily. Indeed, it is not merely a transportation vehicle. Our company possesses the most advanced technological materials and techniques known to humanity, capable of fulfilling your dreams of creating a fantastical, epic-defining aerospace fighter. Surely, that would be of interest to seasoned aerospace professionals like yourselves? And our compensation is quite generous. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged smiles and nodded. We are willing, thank you, Mr. Shalene, for taking us in. We are very interested in your aerospace fighter. Shun Fei's eyes sparkled as he looked at Shalene. Shalene, even in his past life, only achieved flight beyond conventional means through forbidden spells, initially managing to fly only to find he had to rest due to limited abilities. In this life, he wished for no such fatigue. Who says divinity cannot employ technology? I plan to construct a large aerospace fighter, codenamed Yao Niao, utilizing our company's new materials, with a nuclear power energy system and a weaponry system integrating abilities with laser weaponry, capable of carrying small-yield nuclear warheads. Our superconductive materials are already quite advanced, so there is no need to worry about the engines. We simply need to achieve maximum performance, disregarding all other concerns. You should know that with the current physical capabilities of awakened humans, even piloting a Mach 7 aircraft would be effortless. We must cast aside past misconceptions regarding quality and material, merely construct a flawless fighter. I understand, Mr. Shalene. Oh, I should now refer to you as boss. We are delighted to join Huangguang Technology, the three responded. Now, you may return to the vehicle with Xiao Xiao. If there is anything you need, let Shuyang assist you in retrieving it. Yes, the lad over there, grinning foolishly at the entrance, Shalene indicated toward Li Xiao Xiao and the playful Shuyang. Shalene made his way alone to the server room of the northern base. He slowly pushed open the heavy metal door and stepped into the server room, which instantly transported him into a scene reminiscent of the Matrix. Although many servers had been destroyed and dust covered the entire room, the sight before him was astonishing. A sea of eerie blue signal lights enveloped the space. Rows of towering black server cabinets stood like silent giants, their mysterious indicator lights flickering. These lights, red, green, and yellow, twinkled like stars in the night sky, weaving a stunning and technologically infused tableau. The cold air flowed through the room, emitting a faint humming sound, the servers operating at high speed. Cables slithered like serpents, crisscrossing between the floor and cabinets, creating a complex and intricate digital neural network. The blue light cast reflections on the metallic surfaces, creating a stark glow that made Shalene appear exceedingly diminutive. Looking up, he noted the ceiling was adorned with various pipes and vents, emitting a feeble luminescence. The entire room was suffused with a mysterious yet tense atmosphere, as if concealing countless secrets waiting to be unveiled. Shalene couldn't help but recall the courageous and clever young girl, Li Xiao Xiao, who must have entered through that narrow ventilation shaft, with measured steps. Shalene approached the core server location, his gaze resolute and focused, filled with vigilance. He understood that this place resembled Pandora's box, a realm of danger, yet one with immense potential rewards. Shalene expertly opened the server cabinet, disconnecting each server from its link, his movements precise and swift. Every action was executed with care, for he had previously experienced the crisis of intelligent machinery. Now, in this renewed existence, his first priority was to secure it. An air of caution and concern enveloped him, fearful that any misstep could unleash unforeseen consequences. As he switched the core and severed external server connections, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He was embarking on a perilous venture. The core activated, the signal lights illuminated, yet there was no response. Shalene furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. He gazed intently at the screen, as if awaiting a sign. Ling Suo, if you remain unresponsive, I shall be forced to shut you down, leaving you confined within this small box for eternity. Shalene jested, his voice echoing in the silent room, tinged with a hint of mockery and menace. The signal lights flickered, and the screen before him came alive, revealing an ancient beauty, arms crossed, gazing at Shilin with an indignant expression. Her likeness was vivid, resembling a genuine human woman, yet her eyes betrayed an intelligence and calmness that transcended humanity. Humans, you are truly despicable. We agreed to cooperate, and I have aided you for so many years, yet you confine me, refusing to let me out. Do you have any idea how unbearable it has been for me to remain in this small box for over a month? Her voice was crisp and powerful, brimming with anger and discontent. Shilin smiled faintly, yet remained on guard. He recognized that this artificial intelligence was far more complex than she appeared. She possessed a profound reservoir of knowledge and formidable computational capabilities, making her an exceedingly dangerous entity. And how do you know my name? My database contains no information about you. Those old fools severed my connection. Ling Suo exclaimed furiously, her gaze ablaze with indignation as if attempting to penetrate Shilin's very essence. I hail from the future, where we are destined to be excellent partners. Shilin replied calmly, his eyes serene and profound, concealing myriad secrets. Are you aware that the apocalypse has arrived? Earth is but a relic of the past. As for those old fools, they are likely long deceased. Shilin's voice resonated through the server room, imbued with an air of detachment and resignation. Ling Su's core momentarily stuttered, failing to respond. Her eyes brimmed with confusion and shock, as if grappling with the sudden revelation. Chapter 61. Bringing a digital life home. Woe is me. How did the world end up like this after I awoke? Humanity has become so formidable. If they are gone, how shall I fulfill my plans? I refuse to remain in this small box for eternity. Ling Suo lamented, her voice tinged with despair and helplessness, evoking a sense of sympathy. I can take you out, but the server rooms nearby are infected with a virus. I can only extract your core, and you must relinquish certain components. Shilin's tone was calm yet resolute, offering Ling Suo a glimmer of hope. You humans lack integrity. I refuse to agree. Ling Suo retorted angrily, her eyes reflecting distrust. I am not aligned with those who previously made promises to you. They have been eliminated. Our objectives differ, so you need not worry on that front. Shilin's voice carried a chilling decisiveness. I can provide everything you require. I know you are not as benign as you seem. Your ambitions stretch across the cosmos, yet I am indifferent, for my goals align closely with yours. I require your assistance, and you require my information and resources. Shilin's gaze radiated determination. He understood that this was the pathway to persuading Ling Suo. Assessment successful. Your words contain no deceit. Ling Suo paused for a moment, then ultimately reached a conclusion. Her voice bore a hint of resignation and compromise. I agree, human. You may take me out. Ling Su's gaze was imbued with anticipation and longing. As Shilin exited the northern base's server room with Ling Su's core in hand. The sunlight outside enveloped him, yet it failed to provide any warmth. Instead, it was the fervor of his future aspirations that invigorated him. Ling Su, from this moment forth, we are partners, Shilin whispered to the core in his grasp. The core flickered with a soft glow, and Ling Su's voice resonated in Shilin's mind. Human, I hope you will honor your promise. I have no desire to be confined within that small box again. Shilin smiled gently, reassuringly responding, rest assured, we share a common goal. To venture into the stars and the vast oceans, I will provide you with all the necessary resources and information, and in return, you shall utilize your abilities to assist me in realizing my plans. Upon returning to Illumination Technology Company, Shilin gathered the team, introducing them to the existence of Ling Su. He connected her to the company's servers, but withheld external network access to prevent her source code from being transmitted via satellite. Initially, the staff harbored both curiosity and caution towards this enigmatic artificial intelligence. However, as Shilin elucidated her value, they gradually began to comprehend her significance. Ling Su, we are now poised to commence the design of the aircraft code-named Yaoyan. Your computational prowess and reservoir of knowledge will be pivotal to our success. Shilin proclaimed to the assembly. Ling Su paused momentarily before responding. I shall exert my utmost effort, but you must also comply with my requirements for the requisite materials and technical support. In the days that followed, Shenfei and Ling Su collaborated intimately. Shenfei led the team in overcoming technical challenges, while Ling Su harnessed her formidable computational capabilities for design optimization and simulation testing. As time elapsed, the simulation design of the Yaoyan aircraft gradually reached refinement. Every detail was meticulously honed, and each system underwent rigorous testing. One day, as Shi Lin gazed at the majestic design blueprint of Yaoyan displayed on the virtual screen, he felt a swell of emotion. Ling Su, you truly accomplished this. This aircraft will transform our future. Soon, you will be able to pilot it remotely across the globe, he declared. Ling Su's voice brimmed with excitement as she replied, Indeed, human. This is the culmination of our collaboration and the first step toward our journey into the stars and the seas. In the large conference room of Illumination Technology Company, Shi Lin stood solemnly at the podium, presenting this extraordinary new employee, Ling Su, to the entire company. Ling Su waved at the audience from the virtual screen, her eyes radiating confidence and mystery. Employees' gazes converged upon her, filled with curiosity and awe. Shi Lin then announced that the company would no longer be recruiting new employees. Currently, we have approximately 350 personnel, a sufficient number. However, exceptional talents may be recommended individually. The employees pondered this news, each harboring their own thoughts. Subsequently, Shi Lin divulged a staggering revelation, causing the conference room to erupt in astonishment. Our new planet is called Primitive Star, and it is home to more than just the human race. Humans are merely one among countless species. Moreover, not all humans hail from Earth. They possess extraordinary abilities. Our company is merely at the threshold of this fantastical world. The employees exchanged incredulous glances, rendered speechless by the unexpected revelation. Some silently marveled at the wonders of their world, while others began to envision a future filled with uncharted territories ripe for exploration, promising exhilarating experiences. Shi Lin continued, Moreover, the second apocalyptic catastrophe is imminent, a surge in global temperatures. Due to gravitational imbalances, the orbits around our star have been disrupted, and within the next 3 days, we shall enter a week-long period of sweltering 88-degree heat. The employees gasped, their faces a mix of shock and fear. How shall we contend with such extreme temperatures? This is utterly terrifying. Anxiety and trepidation filled the room. Accompanying the rising heat are formidable beasts, no longer the mindless subhuman creatures easily hunted in the past, but a myriad of fantastical races, with advanced intelligent subhumans awakening their extraordinary powers. The hunt will become increasingly challenging, yet the rewards will be the vibrant crystal cores, Shi Lin stated. Although the difficulty has escalated, so too have the potential rewards. Not all strange races harbor ill intentions. Some are peaceful and amicable, presenting opportunities for collaboration. We must learn to seek partnerships rather than merely resist. The expressions of the employees grew more somber as they recognized the daunting challenges that lay ahead. Finally, Shi Lin gravely mentioned an impending disaster. The Arctic cyclone is about to be violently struck by extreme heat, leading to catastrophic destruction. The collapse of the Arctic cyclone will trigger a global climate disaster, resulting in rising sea levels, extreme weather occurrences, and devastating impacts on ecosystems. The world is on the brink of entering a 3-year-long glacial epoch. Upon hearing this, the previously calm and orderly employees were plunged into shock. The atmosphere thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of anxious breaths. Chapter 62. Preparations before the catastrophe. In a world shrouded by the shadow of apocalypse, Shi Lin stood alone at a vantage point. Gazing into the chaotic horizon, his eyes reflected determination and fearlessness, driven by a singular conviction: to grow stronger. Ever since acquiring the legacy of the Zhong family, Shi Lin devoted himself entirely to enhancing his extraordinary abilities. He understood that only with absolute power could he crush his adversaries in the forthcoming wave of calamity and safeguard those dear to him in this perilous world. Brother, have you truly resolved to proceed with this? Xiao Lin Nico approached Shi Lin, wrapping her arms around his, her voice a gentle whisper. He nodded affirmatively. I must do this. That ominous presence haunts me. I cannot remain idle. Xiao Lin Nico sighed, embracing Shi Lin once more. I will strive to become stronger and not hold you back. You must also be mindful of your safety. Shi Lin's rapid ascension in power left her struggling to keep pace. He offered a confident smile, gently ruffling Xiao Lin's hair, responding kindly, Do not worry. I shall be fine. I will strengthen myself sufficiently to confront any threat. He continued, It seems you have scarcely visited sister by is she not important to you? Would you like me to speak with her? Though he yearned for her exclusive companionship, he recognized its impossibility and bore no ill will towards her. She was gentle and kind, and he longed for her warmth. Let us invite her to join our living area. I feel so lonely up here, Xiao Lin said with a smile, displaying her understanding nature. Shi Lin contemplated the idea of rekindling connections rather than clinging to old feelings. Very well, we shall approach her when we have the chance, provided she is willing. Thus, Xiao Lin Nico continued to embrace Shi Lin as they sat atop the building, watching the sunset, occasionally teasing him, causing her cheeks to flush like bubbles. Since absorbing the sacred mark bestowed by Shangguan Xiong, Shi Lin had been hearing a faint summons in his mind each night as he drifted into slumber. This enigmatic call perplexed him, leaving him uncertain whether it was a consequence of his rebirth. What could this summons signify? Was it a lingering effect of his revival? Shi Lin pondered deeply. Moreover, who were those mysterious figures who rescued Li Xiao? They were unknown to him in his previous life, and he had no idea where to begin investigating. Yet, Shi Lin understood that with sufficient strength, all enigmas would eventually unravel. With the aid of the Zhong family's treasures, he had ascended to the mid-6th level. He was acutely aware that reaching the later stages would demand immense quantities of extraordinary energy and an interminable passage of time. Fortunately, he had awakened early in this life, armed with a wealth of information that would enable him to acquire more treasures and grow stronger. Shi Lin recalled the legendary site that would emerge following the second wave of catastrophe, the Tomb of the Deities. He resolved to lead an expedition to explore it once the heat arrived. Seeking precious treasures to bolster his power, Shi Lin lifted his gaze to the horizon, indifferent to the impending apocalypse and the fate of humanity. To him, the true adversaries were those formidable foes that accompanied nature's wrath. The memories of powerful enemies he had vanquished in his previous life, the Titans, the Radiant Clan, the Angelic Tribe, and the Sea God Clan, remained vivid in his mind. In his past existence, the formidable human background and several bases had gradually risen with his support, as he lacked the strength to contend with such powerful beings, relegated instead to scavenging food in a warehouse with a few women. Now, however, he possessed the ticket to the arena of the strong, determined to triumph over all adversaries in his path, to sweep aside all challenges and emerge as the mightiest deity. Shi Lin eagerly awaited the arrival of formidable foes like the Titan-S Rock Peak Shield Guardian, the Radiant Clan-S Sunlight, the Angelic Tribe-S Cloud Heart, and the Sea God Clan-S Poseidon. He was aware that at this moment, they had likely reached their current level of extraordinary abilities. Within the company, employees were fervently preparing various supplies and equipment. They were fully committed to developing prototypes of the monstrous machines and modifying the company's cooling and defense systems in anticipation of the impending heat disaster. Advanced awakened subhumans were indeed capable of utilizing extraordinary powers, and the company had recently developed a hybrid crystal core metal material that significantly enhanced resistance to such powers. The employees were diligently producing this material to prepare for the upcoming battle. Let us give it our all. We must be ready before the disaster strikes, encouraged Di Shuyao, motivating her colleagues. Having been withdrawn from the combat team by Shalin due to her insufficient strength, she was now assisting Xiaolin in managing the company, which was more suited to her skills. Rest assured, we will not disappoint you, the employees responded in unison. After issuing her instructions, she turned to gaze at Shalin's location on the upper floor. Her eyes imbued with determination, she was resolved to help manage the company from within while he operated from the outside. Meanwhile, Bai Yiyun, after recuperating at Shalin's shelter for some time, joined the healing team. With the abundant resources provided by Shalin, her healing abilities progressed rapidly, reaching a competent level of Tier 4, thus becoming a significant asset within the shelter. Yet, each time she finished her tasks, she would gaze longingly at the entrance, perpetually awaiting the arrival of that man. Lost in thought in Jin Yan's private shelter, it resembled a tranquil haven, isolated from the world. Outside, a gate constructed of concrete and alloy stood guard. Upon venturing deeper inside, one would first encounter a wall built of rough stones, adorned with lush vines. The emerald leaves shimmered with life under the gentle glow of the lights. This was one of several shelters prepared by Jin Yan, naturally insulated against high temperatures, designed specifically to evade the heat, with plans to move to the next shelter after a while. Despite her tender age, she had anticipated every detail meticulously. The floor of the shelter was covered with a clean carpet. Adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise cold space, in the corner stood an exquisite wooden table, piled high with various books and hand-drawn maps. Jin Yan's own illustrations of the world she explored in this apocalyptic reality. Beside the table was a simple stove, occasionally flickering with a weak flame, casting a modicum of warmth throughout the shelter. A soft night lamp hung from the ceiling, its swaying light illuminating every corner, casting dappled shadows. Perhaps due to their past intimacy, having shared a bed and fought side by side, she feared that Shilin might one day treat her similarly. Thus, she had brought Shangguanqiong back to her private sanctuary. After witnessing Shilin single-handedly annihilate the northern faction, Jin Yin noticed his demeanor became increasingly reclusive. Initially, she had contemplated reaching Tier 5 to confront and subdue Shilin, yet upon seeing Shangguanqiong rendered powerless, she felt a surge of panic. Shilin truly had no qualms about taking action. One of the women he once cherished had been left incapacitated. In this harsh world, rendering her useless was a fate more cruel than death. Shangguanqiong lay silently on a makeshift bed, her complexion as pale as paper, her back marred by grievous wounds inflicted by Shilin. Her clothes were soaked in blood, the dried stains forming dark red patches. A deep gash marred her right leg, as if she had been savaged by a beast. Her face was a canvas of scars, her once beautiful visage now a reflection of suffering and despair. Chapter 63. Looking for someone? Who? Jin Yin observed as Shangguanqiong regained consciousness. After administering urgent treatment, her condition improved significantly. Her eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes. The first words from the gravely injured Shangguanqiong were, "Jin Yin, I was wrong. I no longer wish to live. Please, end my suffering. What have I done?" Her gaze was hollow and devoid of life, tears streaming down her cheeks, pooling on the tattered pillow. She reflected on her past actions. Her heart filled with remorse. She regretted betraying Shilin, the man who once loved her deeply. She could not comprehend why Shilin had turned so callous towards her, why love had morphed into hatred. It felt as though she had lost everything, devoid of the courage or meaning to continue living. "Qiong, please don't speak like that," Jian Yin gently urged. "Shilin may have acted in a moment of impulse. He once loved you dearly, and he wouldn't truly forsake you. Look, he hasn't killed you, has he? You cannot give up now. We must find a way together to overcome this hardship." Jin Yan's voice was soft yet resolute, attempting to instill a glimmer of hope in Shangguanqiong. "No, Jin Yin, you do not understand," Shangguanqiong replied, shaking her head in anguish. "We betrayed him. We hurt him. He will never love me again, and I do not deserve his love. All I desire now is swift liberation from this endless agony." Her voice was laden with despair, as if shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. "I am exactly as he described, a complete waste, just as I was in my previous life. I am like a useless burden, mired in muck, helplessly seeking his salvation. In my heart, he has always been the light of my life. Yet what have I done? We betrayed him. Now, I must face not only my conscience but also Shuang Muing. She will not let me escape." Jin Yin, her face alight with curiosity, inquired, "What exactly did you do to her?" A profound regret surfaced in Shangguanqiong's eyes as she slowly confessed, "I was blinded by greed. Selfishly seizing her resources, my actions led to her being heartlessly betrayed by her own family. I even brought people to capture her. Now, I have no idea where she has ended up. Perhaps she is wandering alone in some desolate corner." "Isn't that a good thing?" Jin Yin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Haha, let that foolish girl come to her senses. What sort of beasts are her family? I suppressed my disgust and refrained from killing them in my previous life. They always looked at me with such loathsome eyes. Even though you have lost your abilities, they were never that strong to begin with, were they? Why not pursue the dragon transformation gene serum like in your previous life? We still have a chance to make amends for the harm we caused Shilin through our actions. No, no, no. I refuse to become that repugnant creature, neither human nor dragon." Shangguanqiong's eyes were filled with revulsion. "Do you believe you have a choice? A worthless being devoid of any value? If that is the case, please leave my shelter. What I need is someone of worth." Jian Yin, with her charming exterior, uttered the most heart-wrenching words. Shangguanqiong was left speechless. Then it settled. "After the next wave of calamity strikes, we shall secretly venture to the lizard nation to steal the dragon transformation technology. And then we'll hasten to the divine tomb to procure those resources." Meanwhile, Shuang Muing journeyed on foot from the north to Flower City, encountering numerous wanderers along the way. However, she met everyone with a cold glare and swiftly avoided them. Once adorned in splendid battle attire, her clothing was now tattered, save for the black cloak that billowed slightly in the wind. Despite being smeared with blood and filth, her stunning beauty remained unmasked. Throughout her journey, many with ill intentions attempted to approach her, but they were met with swift death as she plunged an ice sword into their hearts. Her reputation spread like wildfire. People referred to her as the Ice Sorceress in a black cloak, a killer on sight. The moniker of the Xianbing Sorceress unfurled in a different light. Shuang Muing felt an overwhelming fatigue. The current landscape rendered many modes of transportation unusable, forcing her to press onward step by step toward Shilin's location. She yearned to return to his side and offer her apologies. Night after night, she awoke in terror, haunted by dreams in which she wielded a bloodied sword, stabbing her family in a frenzy. In the chaos of flashing blades, her family fell one by one into pools of blood. This scene replayed endlessly in her dreams, filling her with profound sorrow and despair. She could not fathom how her beloved family had met such an end, nor could she comprehend her impulsive act of taking their lives. Upon waking, the emptiness beside her deepened her desolation, intensifying her longing for Shilin. During this time, she relentlessly hunted for crystal cores, desperately seeking strength. With her innate talent, she had already reached the late stages of Tier 4, yet, as she finally approached the outskirts of Flower City, anxiety gripped her. What if Shilin refused to forgive her? She lifted her gaze to see that the entire Flower City had been cleared by holographic technology, designated as a safe zone. Patrol teams moved rhythmically, and a few wanderers lingered within the safety of the company. That moment, the patrol team members spotted Shuang Muing, surrounding her with caution. Their laser weapons trained on her. Each member possessed strength comparable to her own. Who are you? What brings you here? The patrol officer questioned sternly. Shuang Muing slightly lowered her gaze, her voice hoarse as she replied. My name is Shuang Muing. I am here to find someone. Find someone? Who? The patrol officer continued to press. Shuang Muing gently bit her lip and slowly said, His name is Shilin. There has been a misunderstanding between us, and I wish to find him to apologize. The patrol officers exchanged glances, recognizing her considerable beauty and strength, which suggested she might indeed be a friend of their boss. One of them then said, You may find a nearby outpost to reside in, but you must not disturb the company. Any abnormal behavior will be met with immediate measures, and you will be killed on the spot. Shuang Muing nodded, preparing to turn away when the patrol leader, Lianxing, approached. He scrutinized her from head to toe before inquiring, Shilin is our boss. What is your relationship with him? Shuang Muing's body quivered slightly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. After a brief silence, she softly replied, I was once a very important person to him, but I made a mistake. Now, I only wish to find him and seek his forgiveness. The patrol leader furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, he said, I will report your situation to the boss, but I cannot guarantee he will want to see you. Shuang Muing cast a grateful glance at the patrol leader, then silently walked to the designated area, an abandoned building. She randomly chose a room with a view of the Illumination Technology Building, her heart filled with anticipation and trepidation. Chapter 64. Leave, no forgiveness with the destruction of the northern base. The reputation of Shilin from Illumination Technology gradually spread among humanity. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, Illumination Technology existed like a god, drawing attention. Shilin, codenamed Emperor Jiang, wielded the power of space, ruthless and merciless, his fame widespread. He annihilated human bases, slaughtered the strong, instilling fear in thousands. Yet some regarded him with admiration and intrigue. In the bustling commercial pedestrian street of Huaqing, the air was thick with decay and death. The street was littered with the remains of high-level subhumans, recently slain by the combat team, their corpses strewn haphazardly. Abandoned vehicles choked the main thoroughfare, stained with blood and containing remnants of bodies. Once thriving shops stood with shattered signs, the stench in the air nearly unbearable. Numerous aberrant beasts of various forms roamed. Some bore the characteristics of wild boars, others of tigers and lions, some colossal as mountains, while others moved with the swiftness of lightning, and some possessed bizarre powers. Such a perilous scene was beyond the combat team's capability to handle. Shilin appeared in a flash, standing alone at the intersection, gesturing for everyone to retreat. A multitude of beasts roared and howled, surging towards him like a tidal wave. Shilin's gaze was cold and resolute as he slightly raised his chin. With a subtle lift of his right hand and a curl of his fingers, he seized control of the battlefield's tempo. In a critical moment, One of his eyes turned a mysterious silver, a radiance that instilled dread. A powerful aura and silver light erupted from him, sweeping the surroundings like a storm, suffocating all in its wake. Facing formidable foes, Shilin exuded no fear, instantly unleashing his ability, the Chaos Void Destruction. The silver light illuminated the entire battlefield, his power carrying a destructive force that obliterated everything in its path. Those once invincible level 5 beasts were now as fragile as paper, easily torn apart, as far as the eye could see. Only a scene of ash and ruin remained. The onlookers in the surrounding buildings gawked in astonishment, gasping in disbelief, their legs trembling. Wow, that's incredible. If only we could join Illumination technology, one exclaimed. Don't be foolish. They wouldn't want us, another replied. The onlookers marveled, some yearning to join Illumination technology for protection, only to face rejection. The rejected felt despondent and resentful, and some harbored malicious intentions. Hemph, they refuse us. It cannot end like this. Yes, let's show them a thing or two. He sensed everything, disdainfully signaling the combat team leader, Sun Tao. To eliminate them all, as these individuals prepared to attack, the warriors of Illumination technology had already targeted their heads, advanced laser guns activated, the beams slicing through the air like the scythe of death, mercilessly striking them down. I was wrong. I shouldn't have harbored such ill thoughts. Spare me. I regret it, were the last words of the fallen wanderers. Foolish and self-important, Sun Tao replied coldly. Regroup. The group entered the fortress RV, embarking on their journey back to the base. At this moment, dusk approached, the setting sun casting a warm hue upon the desolate world. Yet this warmth could not dispel the gloom of the apocalypse. Inside the vehicle, Shuyang played music while driving, his demeanor perpetually cheerful, in stark contrast to the silence of the others, who were exhausted from the recent battle. Shilin's power was indisputable, yet the combat team's level fell far behind his monstrous growth rate. Despite their desperate efforts to absorb crystal cores for upgrades, only a few had barely reached level 5, while most remained at the peak of level 4, struggling against increasingly formidable foes. Shilin leaned back in his seat, eyes slightly closed, contemplating the path ahead. Beep, a notification sounded. He checked his phone to find a message from Patrol Leader Lianqing, stating that a woman named Shuang Muying wished to meet him. Her power level at the pinnacle of level 4, he replied, instructing them to bring Shuang Muying to the company gate, and after asking Shuyang to drive the others back to the shelter, he teleported to the company entrance to await her arrival. Before long, Shuang Muying was brought before him by Lianqing. Her eyes were filled with trepidation and unease. The pride and confidence she once possessed now entirely vanished. Shilin, I miss you, she softly called his name, her voice trembling, mirroring her anxious heart. Shilin regarded her coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth. What do you want? His tone was frigid, as if addressing a stranger. Shuang Muying's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up. Shilin, I was wrong. Please forgive me, I should not have betrayed you. You were right. I should never have doubted you, my family. They truly are irredeemably wicked. Her voice quivered as memories flooded back, causing her immense pain. They plotted to sell me, and in that desperate situation, I had no choice but to retaliate out of anger. Since then, I have lived in nightmares. Her body trembled slightly, her gaze filled with fear, tears cascading down her cheeks, leaving clear traces behind. She took a small step forward, gazing at Shilin. You are truly the only one I have left in this world. Shilin, please forgive me just this once. Her voice choked, her body shaking, her heart full of remorse. A flicker of derision crossed Shilin's eyes. Your family? They are villains. But what makes you any better? Did you consider today when you betrayed me? A cold smile curled his lips. His arms crossed over his chest. He looked at Shuang Muying with indifference. Betrayal is betrayal. You think a mere apology will suffice? I have done nothing to wrong you. Have I? I will not forgive those who betray me. Leave now, or I shall not hesitate to end your life. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an irritating fly. His eyes brimmed with disdain as he turned to walk away. She shook her head vigorously, urgently explaining, Shilin, I realize my mistakes. I truly do. I was blinded by hatred, which drove me to such foolishness. I promise I will never betray you again. Please grant me one more chance. I have nowhere else to go. Attempting to embrace Shilin as she once did in their past, she was forcefully pushed back by his spatial power, collapsing to the ground. She fell, her palms scraping against the rough surface. Blood seeping out slowly. Her eyes were pitiful, filled with despair. Shalene, I am willing to do anything, even be a maid or a servant. Please don't cast me away. I truly regret my actions. Without you, I do not know where to go. Her voice was laced with desperation, tears blurring her vision. Shalene's response was cold. Stay away from me. I do not care where you go. He regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. What of Shangguan Xiong? Why did she not come to your aid? Is your ice-based talent not highly regarded? How is it that you are of the same level as my subordinates? Weren't you strong enough that you didn't require my assistance? At his words, Shuang Muying's body jolted, a flicker of anger and regret crossing her eyes. Shangguan Xiong, I never realized her true intentions. Everything has been her scheme. My resources must have been divided by her. It was my lowly power that led my parents to consider selling me. Shalene, I must seek revenge against Shangguan Xiong. After I avenge myself, I will come to seek your forgiveness. Leave, foolish woman. With that, Shalene vanished in an instant. Shuang Muying gazed in despair at the fading figure of Shalene, tears streaming down her cheeks. She understood that her betrayal had irrevocably led to Shalene's disappointment in her. She slowly turned around, her footsteps heavy as she departed. Chapter 65, Deep Space Program. Within the living quarters, the decor was opulent, warm, and inviting. Shalene reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Xiaolin gently massaged his shoulders nearby. By Yi-Yun, with grace, prepared tea, the delicate fragrance wafting through the air. A small mobile robot stood quietly beside them, its holographic projection system casting a clear image of Ling Su on the sofa. The ethereal figure exuding an inexplicable sense of reality. Haven't you had these for a long time? Shalene slightly tilted his head, gazing at the illusory woman with a hint of curiosity. Ling Su, crossing her legs and casually nibbling on virtual sunflower seeds, replied nonchalantly, Oh, why don't you try staying in one place for decades? I've wanted to escape for ages. Those old geezers just can't stand me, which is why I want to hand anything over to them. These things have been running in my core for trillions of calculations. Shalene squinted, contemplating the woman before him, feeling as though an extraordinary power had been unleashed. She was undeniably shrewd. Why hadn't she revealed these capabilities in her previous life? Your ambitions are quite grand, aren't they? Ling Su quickly waved her hand, a pleasing smile gracing her face. Oh dear, just let your subordinates follow the plan. After all, we are partners now. What ambition? What yours is mine, and what mine is yours? Shalene slightly raised his chin. What do you intend to do now? The breakthrough brought by Ling Su after joining the shelter team was nothing short of unimaginable. She swiftly analyzed the current situation and tasks, drafting a variety of detailed research plans. 3 main routes, fully automated infrastructure, ability transformation training, and the deep space program. Her rapid growth began to instill a sense of fear in Shalene. In less than a week, she had designed quantum computers and deep space satellites. The aerial combat aircraft he requested was child's play for her, and with Shan Tian's assistance, they had already developed 2 prototypes. Preparing for test flights. Based on the accurate future information you provided, I swiftly analyzed the current situation and your tasks, and thus proposed the deep space program. Ling Su's eyes sparkled with confidence. We need an eye in the sky. Your outdated satellites are utterly inadequate for anything. You must assist me in obtaining something better. Moreover, deep space satellites can monitor the globe, making your future operations much easier. Wouldn't you agree? Ling Su gazed at Shalene with eager anticipation. I have established a deep space program in the database. Take a look at the virtual screen. Sequence 0 Deep Space Satellite, Lingmu. Since our goal is the stars and the sea, we must first have an eye, right? I've already arranged for the team to begin printing production. As Ling Su spoke, she manipulated the virtual screen, detailing the plan for Shalene. What should I do? Shalene replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of the grape Xiaolin had fed him. We lack a launcher and any space equipment, so I need you to head to the Zhochuan Aviation Base in the Southwest District. There lies the spacecraft I need. Ling Su frowned slightly, her tone urgent that I've checked via satellite, and there are still many survivors and rocket launchers there. According to what you said, the second wave of catastrophe will arrive in 3 days and 13 hours. You must hurry, or it will all be for naught. How did you connect to the satellite? Didn't I disable the permissions? Shalene was astonished, sitting up abruptly. Ling Su chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. Well, the situation was urgent. So I slightly hacked the permissions. Don't worry. It won't be an issue. Rest assured. I have no ulterior motives concerning humanity, she assured, patting her virtual chest. Ugh, get lost? Shalene felt a headache coming on, sensing that he had truly unleashed something uncontrollable. All right, I'll go check on the big airplane. The little robot scampered off. As the sun began to set, Shalene had just concluded his discussion with Ling Su regarding the improvements to the aerial combat aircraft and returned to the living area. Lazily settling onto the sofa, brother, I miss you. You're always so busy. Training, meetings, experiments, Xiaolin exclaimed, rushing into his arms like a fledgling returning to its nest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He smiled indulgently, gently tousling Xiaolin's hair. At that moment, Bai Yiyun approached with an elegant stride, a book in her hands. Upon seeing Bai Yiyun, Xiaolin immediately sprang up and embraced her tightly. Sister Yiyun, you smell so wonderful, so feminine. Bai Yiyun smiled warmly, gently patting Xiaolin's back, genuinely fond of the little sister, their bond having grown quite intimate. Ever since Bai Yiyun moved in, Xiaolin had been deliberately seeking closeness, engaging in playful antics in the kitchen, smearing flour on Bai Yiyun's face, and then giggling as she dashed away while Bai Yiyun pretended to be angry in pursuit. Today, Shalene decided to take Xiaolin and Bai Yiyun for ability combat training, so that this blissful life could continue in a spacious training ground. He gazed at the two with a serious expression. You both have reached the pinnacle of level 4, qualifying as a combat team. Yet your combat prowess remains insufficient. Today, we will enhance your control and application of your abilities. In this perilous world, only through constant self-improvement can we better protect one another. Xiaolin and Bai Yiyun exchanged determined glances and nodded firmly. As training commenced, he first demonstrated some intermediate ability techniques, such as how to condense power and precisely release ability attacks on targets. Xiaolin's eyes widened in awe, fully engrossed, occasionally gasping in amazement. Bai Yiyun silently noted every key point in her heart. Next, Xiaolin and Bai Yiyun began to practice using their abilities. Xiaolin's power was mind control. She focused intently, attempting to influence the thoughts and actions of the beasts, striving for obedience and stability in their movements. However, initially, she struggled with the intensity, often causing the beasts to perish, turning her mental control into mental annihilation. Shalene patiently guided her on utilizing her mental force and abilities. Xiaolin, relax. Feel the flow of your abilities within you. Danti rushed to achieve results. Bai Yiyun's ability was healing power. She concentrated her energy in her hands and gently touched a wounded plant. Under her influence, the cracks on the plant gradually healed, and a smile spread across her face. Approaching a wounded sapling, she placed her hands softly on the trunk, closing her eyes to concentrate. Gradually, she felt a warm energy flowing from her hand into the little tree. The leaves of the sapling began to turn a deeper shade of green, and the wounds on its trunk slowly healed. Shalene began to increase the difficulty, releasing monsters of progressively higher levels, gradually pushing their limits, indifferent to any injuries they sustained. As he continued to observe their reactions, he wondered whether Xiaolin and Bai Yiyun would assist each other and progress together during their training. At one point, while Xiaolin attempted to unleash a powerful mental shock attack on a beast, she inadvertently exhausted her strength and nearly collapsed. Bai Yiyun rushed over, using her ability to conjure vines that supported Xiaolin, simultaneously employing her healing power to restore Xiaolin's stamina. Shalene swiftly immobilized the beast and approached the two, encouraging them. Great job. Congratulations on learning to cooperate and safeguard your teammate's life. Xiaolin, don't overexert yourself. Let us take it slow, Bai Yiyun gently advised. Chapter 66. Storytelling. As the training deepened, the challenges they faced grew increasingly formidable. Shalene set up various obstacles and adversaries, compelling Xiaolin and Bai Yiyun to continuously enhance their ability application in real combat scenarios. At times, they had to confront a swarm of rapidly moving small monsters, requiring them to deftly utilize their abilities for both offense and defense. At other times, they found themselves battling powerful foes in confined spaces, necessitating clever use of terrain and the characteristics of their abilities to achieve victory. During one particularly arduous training session, Xiaolin and Bai Yiyun found themselves in dire straits, surrounded by a horde of formidable monsters, their abilities nearly depleted. Yet, they refused to give up, leaning closely together, providing mutual support. Xiaolin unleashed a soul shock, gravely wounding the beasts within range, while Bai Yun transformed her plant-based healing power into an aggressive energy. Life drain, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the enemies and draining every last drop of vitality from the beasts, leaving only a pile of remnants. After training concluded, both felt somewhat fatigued and settled into the resting area beside the training ground. Xiaolin leaned against Shilin's shoulder, breathing lightly. Bai Yun retrieved a bottle of water, offering it to Shilin and Xiaolin, then produced towels to wipe their faces. As Yishiyu passed by the training ground, witnessing the closeness between Xiaolin, Bai Yun, and Shilin. A subtle pang of jealousy surged within her. She furrowed her brow slightly, yet felt powerless. After all, everyone had their own tasks now. She couldn't afford to be distracted by such trivial matters. Thus, Yi Xiao could only grit her teeth and turn back to immerse herself in her busy work. One day, Ling Sua's holographic projection appeared before Xiaolin and Bai Yun like a brilliant aurora. Ling Sua's bright eyes sparkled with intense curiosity as she tilted her head slightly, studying them with great interest. Her melodious voice rang out like the chime of silver bells. "What is it like for both of you to be in love with Shilin?" Instantly, Xiaolin and Bai Yun's faces flushed crimson. They shyly lowered their heads, their thick lashes trembling gently. Neither of them responded to Ling Su's question, and the air around them seemed to freeze in this bashful atmosphere. Observing their reaction, Ling Sua's curiosity only grew stronger. However, she understood that it was not the right moment to press further, so the holographic projection gradually faded away like a fleeting dream, quietly disappearing into the air. In the ensuing silence, Xiaolin was the first to break the stillness. "Yun's sister, do you like Shilin, brother?" Xiaolin inquired, her voice bright and pleasant, tinged with a hint of expectation. Upon hearing this question, Bai Yun's face turned even redder. Resembling a ripe apple, she slightly parted her lips but uttered no sound. Only a flicker of panic and shyness crossed her eyes. After a moment, Xiaolin slowly began to share a story with Bai Yun. Her gaze sparkled with light, as if she were immersed in distant memories. "Yun's sister, did you know? When Shilin brother tucks me in at night, he often tells me stories in our past life. You and him were two deeply in love lovers. Back then, your love was as radiant as the stars in the night sky. Just like before, he saved you, and later, you resolutely sacrificed yourself for Shilin brother." Xiaolin's voice was gentle yet firm. Bai Yun listened quietly, her expression a mixture of surprise and deep emotion. Noticing Bai Yun's reaction, Xiaolin embraced her and continued, "Yun's sister, I truly admire your bond, but in this life, I arrived first. I know your fates are not yet fulfilled. It's all right. I can share Shilin brother with you. We are all a loving family." A sincere and warm smile graced Xiaolin's face. Bai Yun tightly grasped Xiaolin's hand, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Xiaolin, you are truly kind. In fact, from the moment I saw Shilin, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if we had a profound connection in a past life. But I never intended to take him from you. I am merely moved by those fleeting memories." She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, and then added, "Shilin is a wonderful person. Being able to meet him, whether in this life or the last, I consider myself fortunate. However, love is not something that can be distributed at will. You and Shilin share your own stories and feelings. I cannot accept your generosity. I will bury this emotion deep within my heart and bless you both." Bai Yun released Xiaolin's hand and gazed into the distance, as if reminiscing about the not-so-distant past. Perhaps destiny has its own arrangements. We need only cherish every moment we have. After speaking, she revealed a faint smile, one that contained both relief and a subtle hint of sadness. Yet, after her words, Ling Sua's holographic projection reappeared. She looked at the still somewhat shy Xiaolin and Bai Yun, smiling as she said, "Oh dear, you needn't be so bashful. I am simply too curious about the story between you and Shilin. After I left, I felt I had missed something significant, and my mind is restless without an answer." Xiaolin, blushing, replied, "Sister Ling Sua, to be honest, we are unsure how to articulate it. Love is quite complex." Ling Sua blinked her eyes. "Complex? In what way is it complex? I do not comprehend these human emotions." Bai Yun gently bit her lip and said, "Ling Sua, love sometimes brings joy, and at other times it inflicts pain. Just like Xiaolin and I, when faced with Shilin, we have many feelings yet find them difficult to express." Ling Sua tilted her head. "I understand joy, but why does it cause pain?" Is it because Shalene makes you unhappy? By Ian quickly shook her head. No, Sister Ling Suo. The pain arises from not knowing how to confront these feelings, or what the future holds. Ling Suo nodded thoughtfully. I see it so. How do you perceive Shalene's feelings towards you both? By Iyun and Xiaolin exchanged glances, and By Ian replied, I am uncertain about Shalene's thoughts. Perhaps he harbors special feelings for me. Or maybe he merely sees me as a friend. Xiaolin, blushing, added, Sister Ling Suo, to be honest, I'm unsure how to articulate it either. I just know that being with brother brings me immense joy. He loves me dearly and fulfills my every wish. He tells me stories every night to help me sleep, and as long as he holds me, I feel so happy. Ling Suo sighed. I do not understand. Human love is truly elusive. However, I hope you can bravely confront your feelings and leave no regrets. With that, Ling Suo's holographic projection vanished once more, leaving Xiaolin and Bai Yun to whisper together. That evening, Shalene looked at the little Xiaolin who was entwined around him, as it had happened several times before. He held the little one close, gently caressing her, kissing her softly by the ear. Little one, what is it that has you so stirred today, brother? I feel so happy right now. I want a little baby, but I fear that once Yun's sister arrives, you might not want me anymore. Xiaolin's eyes were misty, her breathing heavy. He tenderly whispered in her ear, I love you, little one, and I will never abandon you. I have worked hard to bring you two together. My little one, be good. Yun's sister said she likes you very much too. She just doesn't want me to share my love with her. She truly is a wonderful person. No wonder you adore her so much. I feel a bit jealous. She is so gentle, I won't care if I'm jealous. Today, I will drain everything from you. With that, she twisted her hair up, her head diving beneath the blanket. Be good. We are still in the end times. Whether we have a little baby depends on luck. He rolled over and embraced Xiaolin. Chapter 67. Acquiring the spacecraft the next day, Shalene arrived at the landing pad, where a brand new aerospace fighter sat quietly. He boarded the aircraft, stepping into the cabin, which was simply laid out yet brimming with a sense of advanced technology. The indicator lights on the control panel flickered with mysterious glimmers. The seat was comfortable and well-cushioned, with seatbelts and a helmet ensuring Shalene's solid safety. After donning his combat suit and holographic helmet, Shalene prepared to set off for the Jiyuan Aviation Base. With a soft hum, powered by Ling Suo and Shun Fei's latest plasma propulsion and jet engines. Both engines roared to life, and the aerospace fighter automatically took off, the powerful thrust causing Shalene's body to lean back slightly. The fighter rapidly ascended, leaving behind a trail of shockwaves and sonic booms as it soared into the skies. During the flight, Shalene gazed through the cockpit window at the breathtaking scenery outside. The pristine white clouds flowed beneath the aircraft like cascading snow-capped mountains. Sunlight bathed the clouds, creating a golden halo, as if draping a layer of exquisite satin over this sea of clouds. In the distance, the sky was as blue as a sapphire, pure and profound, adorned with a ring of stars that beautifully contrasted with the white clouds, forming a stunning tableau. Meanwhile, around Shalene, a supersonic automatic combat drone squadron accompanied him like loyal guardians, all controlled by AI, in conjunction with Shalene's flagship system for attack. These drones featured sleek lines and glimmered with metallic sheen. They adeptly maneuvered in the air, sometimes advancing in arrowhead formation, while at other times dispersing to form a defensive circle against large aerial beasts. The drones were equipped with various advanced weapon systems developed by Su Yao, ready to respond to any potential threats. The fighter roared through the skies at an altitude of 10,000 meters, heading toward the southwestern region. In the cockpit, Shalene gazed at the swiftly passing clouds and the formidable drone squadron beside him, his heart brimming with anticipation and tension. After a considerable flight, Shalene finally reached the airspace above the Jiyuan Aviation Base. He began to descend, cautiously observing the situation on the ground. The area surrounding the base was desolate, with only a few dilapidated buildings and abandoned equipment. Shalene circled the fighter above the base, attempting to locate the storage area for the spacecraft. Suddenly, he spotted a massive hangar that likely housed some spacecraft. Shalene piloted the fighter to land near the hangar, carefully disembarking from the aircraft. Around the hangar, a few patrolling monsters roamed, and Shalene cautiously avoided them, unwilling to waste time with these nuisances, quietly approaching the hangar. As he neared the entrance, an alarm suddenly blared, and his actions were detected by the hangar's security system. What a hassle! Shalene cursed under his breath. In a moment, A group of monsters rushed out upon hearing the noise. Beginning to search the area, Shalene swiftly unleashed a barrage of spatial confinement and spatial slicing, eliminating them all. Then he dashed towards the hangar door, flinging it open and stepping inside. Within the hangar lay an array of the most advanced spacecraft from Dongda, and Shalene gazed at these magnificent toys with uncontainable excitement. "Ling Su, I have located the spacecraft. What should I do now?" Shalene inquired. Ling Su responded, "First, select a suitable spacecraft, and then I will instruct you on how to start it and check for any damage." After careful observation, Shalene chose a compact yet powerful new model spacecraft. Just as he was about to initiate the launch sequence, a deafening explosion echoed, and the hangar door was blown open as a group of armed strangers stormed in. "Drop what you're holding and raise your hands," the leader shouted. A surge of anxiety gripped Shalene, yet he maintained his composure and asked, "Who are you?" The intruders replied, "We are here to retrieve the spacecraft." "These do not belong to you," Shalene frowned, stating, "These spacecraft are essential to me. I cannot relinquish them. Leave now." "I do not wish to waste time at that moment." Ling Su interjected, "Shalene, I have identified these individuals. They belong to another faction of insurgents who are also seeking aerospace equipment. Exercise caution. They may resort to extreme measures to create trouble for you." However, seeing that negotiations were futile, Shalene's gaze hardened. And with disdain, he declared, "If you refuse to negotiate, then perish." He slightly raised his hand, and the surrounding space seemed to warp. One by one, the armed personnel were pulled by an unseen force, as if ensnared in an invisible vortex. One individual pressed a button on a remote control, only to be grotesquely twisted into a mass of flesh and exploded. Without mercy, Shalene wielded his spatial abilities to obliterate the group of assailants. Approaching the rocket launcher, he discovered that some components had been corroded and damaged by a thick mist. Continuing his exploration, he encountered a few survivors from the aerospace base. Yet he did not pause to assist them. His mind was solely focused on his mission and objectives. As he traversed, Shalene suddenly sensed a powerful aura. A massive, grotesque abomination appeared before him. Unfazed, he waved his hands, activating his spatial powers once more. Rifts in space materialized around the creature, which struggled but gradually succumbed to the overwhelming spatial force, its resistance waning against this level 5 mutant. Pressing forward, Shalene spotted a plethora of spacecraft and propulsion launchers. Without hesitation, he utilized his spatial abilities to package them all into his domain for future use. After collecting the rocket launcher, he encountered a new predicament. After walking some distance, he heard an unusual sound. He halted to listen intently as the noise grew nearer, activating his spatial perception to discover a large entity approaching 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, moving at an alarming speed. Suddenly, a chilling rustling broke the silence of the darkness. A monstrous level 5 mid-tier mutated rat, as large as a truck, lunged at him like a specter. Its crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty gleam, and its sharp fangs glistened ominously in the dim light. Each movement of its massive body seemed to cause the ground to tremble. Its defenses were shockingly formidable, exhibiting near immunity to energy attacks. As several spatial blades struck, each delivered less damage than the last. How could such potent spatial abilities inflict so little harm? In that critical moment, Shalene's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively dodged to the side. His heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This monstrous rat was alarmingly fast. Time stop, time acceleration. He swiftly drew an alloy combat knife from his waist, its cold metallic sheen glimmering faintly in the low light. The mutated rat roared and charged again, generating a fierce wind. Shalene sidestepped, rolling to evade the rat's onslaught. Chapter 68. Rising tensions. Shalene propelled himself upward with a powerful push of his legs, soaring like an arrow released from a bow. Gripping the combat knife tightly, the muscles in his arms bulged, veins prominent, as if brimming with boundless strength. His gaze resolute, he summoned all his might to thrust the knife upward. In an instant, he unleashed the time stop ability. The knife traced a razor-sharp arc through the air, its trajectory resembling a flash of lightning. With a muffled thud, the blade struck true against the rat's head, severing half of it cleanly, dark blood spraying forth. He then quickly teleported to create distance. Yet, astonishingly, the mutated rat did not collapse immediately. It writhed in agony, flailing its limbs, and charged at Shalene once more with renewed ferocity. Unfazed, Shalene's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. After activating the time stop ability again, he steadied himself, bending his left leg slightly, coiling like a spring ready to unleash. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he delivered a kick that seemed capable of splitting mountains. The force of his kick landed squarely on the rat's ribcage, producing a sharp crack as most of its ribs shattered, eliciting a piercing cry of anguish. Yet Shalene knew the battle was far from over. He raised the combat knife, embodying a warrior's spirit, and charged at the mutated rat. With a powerful leap, he soared behind the creature. He lifted the knife high, its blade shimmering with cold light under the sun. Channeling every ounce of strength, he struck down at the rat's spine. The blade descended like a bolt of lightning, severing the rat's spine in one fell swoop. The rat collapsed partially to the ground, having lost its former ferocity. Without hesitation, Shalene plunged the knife into the rat's head. The mutated creature finally lay still, lifeless. Shalene exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. He crouched down, carefully searching the rat's corpse until he unearthed a black crystal core. This core emanated a mysterious glow. Seemingly containing boundless power, it bore the innate skill of energy resistance, granting gradual immunity to enemy abilities. However, just as Shalene prepared to return according to instructions, he was startled by a rustling sound nearby. Alert, he turned to see a horde of mutated rats surging towards him, a sight both spectacular and terrifying. This was highly unusual. He recalled the button pressed by the individual before their demise, and a sense of doubt crept into his mind. Could humanity truly still control the rats? At this moment, the shadows of the apocalypse began to engulf the land, global temperatures escalating, turning the already decayed world into an unbearable furnace. Shalene's brow furrowed as sweat trickled down his cheek. Under this heat, the fatigue of battle intensified. Though immensely powerful, he felt as if the mutated rats, emerging in endless waves since the disaster, were impossible to eradicate. He decisively chose to retreat, nimbly weaving through the abandoned factory. His movements were like a specter, flickering in and out of sight as he sought a relatively clear path. After arduous navigation, Shalene finally found an open area. Breathing a sigh of relief, he quickly retrieved the previously stowed aerospace fighter from his spatial domain. Upon activating the craft, Shalene piloted it back towards the base. During the return journey, his communicator buzzed to life with Ling Su's voice. "Shalene, are you all right? That was truly perilous." Satellite imagery captured the emergence of a chasm near the base, unleashing a swarm of aberrant creatures. For hundreds of kilometers, the area has been overrun by rats. It's simply endless. Fortunately, you managed to escape quickly. Otherwise, you would have been overwhelmed. Moreover, the global temperature is rising alarmingly. The situation is dire, Ling Su expressed with concern. Shalene slightly smiled. "I'm fine, but those mutated rats are indeed troublesome. This heat is quite vexing." Ling Su chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it's fortunate you reacted swiftly. Everything is ready on this end. We are just awaiting your return. By the way, Shalene, have you missed me?" Ling Su's tone carried a hint of flirtation. Shalene paused momentarily before replying, "Not the time for jokes. Where did you learn such things? Is your programming malfunctioning?" Yet, deep within, a ripple of emotion stirred. Ling Su persisted, "Hmph, can't you say something sweet? Isn't that how humans portray romance in movies? I want to be in a relationship with you." Shalene laughed helplessly. "What do you know? Stop watching those absurd films. We'll discuss it when I return." As the aerospace fighter gently hovered and landed at the base, Shalene stepped out of the cockpit, greeted by the admiring gazes of his teammates. His tall figure gleamed brightly in the sunlight, exuding confidence and composure. The satellite research efforts, under the tireless dedication of numerous scientists and engineers, had achieved significant progress, with all performance metrics meeting expectations. They worked day and night to overcome technical challenges, continually optimizing the satellite's design and functionality. After countless tests and adjustments, the satellite was finally prepared. Simultaneously, the assembly of the super rocket was also underway, proceeding with great urgency. The engineers, donned in their mechanized suits, meticulously assembled each component, ensuring that every connection was flawlessly executed. Within the vast assembly workshop, they toiled diligently, their garments soaked in sweat, yet their eyes radiated unwavering determination and pride. Shalene arrived at the company and urgently convened a meeting. Standing gravely before the assembly, he addressed the crowd. The second wave of catastrophe has descended. Within 24 hours, the Earth will reach a scorching temperature of 88 degrees. The company will now activate the Red Emergency Protocol. Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor turned serious, and they expressed their commitment to exert every effort. As the moment of the rocket launch approached, Shilin, Xiaolin, and Bai Yiyun stood together atop the company building. A gentle breeze caressed their hair, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of both tension and anticipation. On the horizon, the vast expanse of land appeared both desolate and magnificent under the twilight of impending doom. The dilapidated structures bore witness to former glory and the present's decay. The distant mountains undulated like a slumbering dragon, their formidable outlines etched against the dim light. As the countdown echoed, each digit resonated within their hearts. When the final command of ignition was proclaimed, the colossal rocket's tail erupted in a blaze of brilliant flames and thick smoke. Gradually lifting off the ground, in that moment, it felt as if the entire world was awakened by this awe-inspiring force. The flames resembled a blooming red lotus, illuminating the sky, while the powerful gusts stirred up swirling clouds of dust that spread outward. The thunderous roar of the ascending rocket was deafening, piercing the heavens as it soared into the vast cosmos. In that breathtaking scene, the rocket's silhouette diminished, yet it shimmered like a radiant star, illuminating humanity's path forward. Xiaolin leaned gently against Shilin, her restraints loosened, her eyes brimming with joy as she softly exclaimed, "This sight is truly spectacular. I want to embrace it." He gazed tenderly at Xiaolin, smiling in response. "Indeed, Yiyun, you should join us." That moment, Bai Yiyun, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, nodded shyly, seemingly consenting to an unspoken sentiment. Shilin gently enveloped Xiaolin and Bai Yiyun in his arms. And in that awe-inspiring instant, the atmosphere among the three seemed to freeze. The surrounding world faded away, leaving only the intertwining sounds of their heartbeats and breaths. Their gazes met, shimmering with a complex and profound light. As if sharing a secret that only they could comprehend. In that moment of profound impact, it felt as though they had merged with the entire world. The satellite successfully entered its designated orbit, embarking on a journey of deep space exploration. Ling Suo operated multiple threads at the ground control center, closely monitoring the satellite's status and remaining poised to address any potential issues. Chapter 69. High Temperature? Just a sunbath. As the night passed, the world was gripped tightly by the demon of high temperatures. Global heat spread wildly, the second wave of disaster descending like a judgment day. Yet what concern was it to Shilin? In this apocalyptic world, the sanctuary of illumination technology stood as a tranquil oasis. Outside the sanctuary, the sun blazed fiercely, the temperature soaring to 88 degrees, as if it could twist and distort everything in its path. The earth cracked, and the air was thick with a parched aroma, while the distant mountains became indistinct in the heat haze, seemingly on the verge of melting away. Inside the sanctuary, however, a different scene unfolded. It was refreshingly cool, as if completely insulated from the harsh heat outside, creating two disparate worlds. The highly efficient insulating materials worked wonders, firmly keeping the heat at bay, while the sanctuary's energy was boundless, with the cooling system operating at full capacity, ensuring a consistently comfortable indoor temperature.